Tai Xian, a modern middle-aged man who had never seriously watched Ling Long, found himself utterly captivated by the striking figure of White Boss in a brief video. In an unexpected twist of fate, he was transported to the world of Ling Long, equipped with a cybernetic system and wielding a lengthy spear. Witness how he survives in this crimson wasteland. Chapter 1. The Crimson Wasteland. Tai Xian's final recollection lingered on the blinding blue glow of his phone screen. The slow-motion footage of Bai Yuekai slicing through a devourer beast, accompanied by the haunting tune of a Xuan, seared into his retina. Upon opening his eyes again, remnants of Bai Yuekai's swordplay against the king-class devourer beast flickered in his vision, while a nauseating scent of decayed strawberries mingled with rust invaded his nostrils. He found himself curled up within the wreckage of an overturned maglev train, fear coursing through him as he surveyed his surroundings. Outside the shattered carriage, figures resembling clay sculptures loomed, their grayish-white bodies exuding an unsettling aura, akin to a hellish landscape. As Tai Xian scrutinized these grotesque forms, a sense of familiarity washed over him. FCK, flesh and soil, he exclaimed, recognizing the horror before him. In sheer panic, he collapsed inside the carriage, frantically pushing himself backward in a desperate attempt to conceal himself. God damn it. Ling Long, he gasped, the putrid scent of decay sending waves of nausea through him. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose, striving to stifle his cough. Yet, the acrid air, tainted with crimson spores, continued to invade his throat, while the metallic drips from the carriage's jagged edges resembled blood. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Tai Xian's face paled as the reality of being in the perilous world of Ling Long set in. He was acutely aware that any emotional upheaval might attract the attention of the devourers, yet he could not quell the rising tide of fear within him. It was tragic that before his transmutation, Tai Xian had never properly watched the anime Ling Long. He had merely stumbled upon a short video of White Boss team battling the mutated mark, which had ignited his admiration for the dashing figure of White Boss, particularly his long, fair legs reminiscent of Jade, a man in his 30s. Though unmarried, the flames of youthful passion had long since dimmed within him, leaving only the remnants of an aging lecher. With the release of the second season of Ling Long, even snippets of the plot captivated him, as the playful persona of White Boss and the formidable Liuha gun of Ulan My Duo enthralled this middle-aged man. After witnessing a video of My Duo in combat against the Devourers, he could not resist the urge to take up his own long gun from days spent with friends. However, he never imagined he would be thrust into a post-apocalyptic wasteland, a realm beyond his wildest dreams. Coordinates confirmed. East 8 District, Mana, Ecological Heavy Pollution Zone. Host vital signs detected as erratic. Activating Universal Mechanism System. The cold electronic voice pierced through his eardrums, and translucent streams of data cascaded across his vision. Newbie gift package. Ling Shu long gun energy core installed. Plasma blade not yet unlocked. Ecological camouflage optical cloak 120 minutes of invisibility. Simulating mana ecological fluctuations to evade devourer swarms. Life source turbulence injection 1 enhances physique, activates source potential. Tai Xian trembled as he grasped the materializing GUNT over 3 meters in length. The dark silver barrel was engraved with bamboo-like patterns, its edge as sharp as a sword capable of slicing through iron. This was indeed the Liuha gun he had seen before. As his fingertips brushed the gun's tassel, a surge of bioelectricity coursed through his spine, and the mechanical voice of the universal mechanism resonated with profound wisdom. Tools lack permanence, men lack constancy. A bladeless spear can pierce armor, a cowardly lord cannot break the stalemate. Accompanied by this philosophically rich declaration, a golden glimmering cloak enveloped him like a gossamer wing, while the eerie blue glow of the mana spores swirled around him. Inject life source turbulence. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Xian plunged the syringe into his carotid artery, unleashing a torrent of energy akin to a dam bursting. His veins swelled with power, his vision bathed in a dazzling golden hue reminiscent of Ulan My Duo, as a formidable energy surged through his body. As the energy coursed through him, his form transformed. The once flabby physique morphed into that of a towering warrior, his height soaring from a mere 1.7 meters to nearly 1.9 meters. This metamorphosis continued for over 30 minutes, the tearing of sinew and muscle akin to being cleaved by an axe, causing the already terrified Tai Xian to lose consciousness. When he regained awareness, he felt utterly drained, his fingers too lethargic to move. Fortunately, the ecological camouflage optical cloak concealed his emotional turmoil, sparing him from the attention of the devourers, rendering him temporarily safe. Seizing the moment, Tai Xian meticulously examined his gear. The Ling Long gun, forged from a nanomemory alloy, could automatically adjust its length. It housed a programmable talisman array, Thunder Talisman, Break Curse Talisman, capable of releasing electromagnetic pulses or plasma blades when energized. Embedded within the spear tip was the energy core, designed to pierce the bodies of devourers and extract their life sources, converting them into energy for the weapon. However, the current array only contained the ion blade programming, and the energy reserves were depleted. Even his own life force would yield no response. As for the ecological camouflage optical cloak, it too required energy to function, but its reserves remained plentiful. This cloak was a brilliant fusion of cyber technology and mystic arts, employing the enigmatic properties of the latter to activate the programming array of the former, bestowing a mysterious quality upon the technology. As the sky darkened ominously, Tai Xian realized he could not linger in this place any longer. He must seek a more suitable refuge. Rising with his long gun in hand, he staggered out of the wreckage, only to be rooted to the spot by a surging shadow on the horizon. A pack of serpent hounds. 17 mutated devourers growled from the earth, their vertebrae undulating like centipedes, saliva corroding the scorched ground. It seems this pack was drawn to my initial emotional disturbance, Tai Xian thought, disgust swelling within him as he gazed upon the grotesque creatures. Optical camouflage remaining, 81 minutes. Evade recommended. The cold electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. Evade my ass, Tai Xian shouted, his voice instantly attracting the attention of the serpent hounds. A cacophony of shrill howls erupted as the pack lunged toward him. Upon disengaging from his cloaked state, the simulated mana fluctuations vanished, and the lead serpent hound, catching the scent of a human, sprang forth with a snap of its spine. Fangs aimed straight for his face. Tai Xian stood his ground, instinctively sweeping the spear to intercept. Clang! He felt a jolt in his hand as the spear struck the hound's skull, splattering blood and igniting a feral frenzy among the pack. With a swift motion, he drove the spear tip deep into the hound's body, activating the energy core. The life source within the creature transformed into a slow-motion data stream, the spear vibrating with an insatiable thirst for blood. As he gripped the long gun, Tai Xian's heart surged with uncontrollable fervor at the sight of the remaining hounds. With a mighty roar, he charged forward. The first form, Iron Python, intercepts the river, while the three-headed serpent dog encircles from below. Iron Xian twists his body, flicking his wrist. The gun barrel arcs in a furious sweep. Crack! The tail of the gun strikes precisely at the left serpent dog's cervical vertebra, the sound of shattered bone mingling with the beast's howl. Utilizing the recoil, he pivots and thrusts, the sharp gun barrel piercing into the right serpent dog's eye socket. Unleash the blade. Another roar erupts as plasma blue flames ignite explosively from the gun's tip. The intense heat melts through the skull, vaporizing the serpent dog's brain within the 1,000-degree plasma flow. The second form, Drifting Dragon, darts like a flash of emerald as the beast horde frantically jostles for space to evade. Iron Xian leans back and slides, the gun tip punctuating the air like a torrential downpour. Thud! 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 The Six Harmonies gun's pierce technique manifests as a rhythm of death, the plasma blades slicing through the throats of 3 serpent dogs. The stench of their blood splatters onto his talisman garb, yet it slips away as naturally as raindrops on a lotus leaf. The third form, Mountain Throwing, sees the last 5 serpent dogs lunging forward, their claws aiming to shred Iron Xian's calves. His lightning-fast reflexes propel him into action. He leaps atop the beast's carcasses, his arms taut like drawn bowstrings. The 2-meter gun transforms into a crimson rainbow, piercing the sun. Boom! The plasma stream rips through the air. The long gun spears the leading serpent dog, sending the remaining beasts tumbling. Iron Xian lands, gripping the gun barrel, swiftly turning to charge at the last 4 serpent dogs. Central gun, Phoenix Nod, Side Slash, Heavenward Strike, that a continuous sequence of techniques swiftly concludes the engagement. Chapter 2. Cartography and Inquiry. The fierce combat was over in the blink of an eye. The serpent dog carcasses rapidly decayed on the ash-laden wasteland, reduced to mere bones, as if stripped of all life-nurturing essence by some mysterious force. Iron Xian rested on his gun, slightly panting. Blood dripped from the plasma blade, vanishing upon contact with the scorched earth. The life essence of 17 serpent dogs was forcibly absorbed by the gun's energy-devouring core. Even their pivotal energy centers were obliterated, transformed into Energy 4. The Spirit Pivot long gun itself. Observing the heap of bones, Iron Xian flicked his long gun. What a splendid weapon. Truly formidable. This Spirit Pivot long gun indeed possesses great might, capable of severing the umbilical cord linking the serpent dogs to the mana ecosystem, making it a bane for mana creatures. With a thought, the Spirit Pivot long gun instantly shrank to a length of over a foot, resembling a short sword that could easily hang at his waist. The ecological camouflage of his talisman garb activated once more, mimicking the mana ecological fluctuations, aiding Iron Xian in evading the energy-consuming beasts and concealing his emotional disturbances. That moment, the system issued a new notification. First kill achievement unlocked. Acquired basic Taoist technique. Sun Wind Step fragment requires hunting a king-level energy-consuming beast for completion. The Sun Wind Step is a core technique within the traditional martial arts and Taoist training system of the Heavenly Gang Bagua Steps, corresponding to the Sun Trigram Wind. Trigram, emphasizing a tactical characteristic of being as elusive as the wind, agile in both advance and retreat. The step technique primarily employs arc-like movements to evade linear assaults, ideal for skirmishing and dodging. It also allows practitioners to convert the fluidity of wind into energy through breath and intention, enhancing speed and perception. Tactically, it is suitable for confronting multiple targets or agile opponents, creating angles of attack akin to the Sun Wind thrust in gunplay. On the training level, long-term practice can elevate the ability of external body shadow doubling. Laying the groundwork for advanced Taoist techniques requires full practice. Of Bagua Steps, such a remarkable technique, it seems tailor-made for battling energy-consuming beasts. Iron Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, quite pleased with this unexpected reward. Though merely a fragment, it is sufficient for his current survival needs. However, Iron Xian felt a twinge of concern this cybernetic Taoist technique would be most effective when integrated into cybernetic equipment, relying solely on his physical body. For execution would necessitate mechanical enhancements to IT appears I must find a way to acquire a 2-element melting furnace to forge equipment. The setting sun elongated his shadow as he gazed at the swaying mana flowers on the horizon. His pupils ignited with a fiery glow akin to Ulan Maiduo. Although I can't share vision with animals like Maiduo, this capability resembles an infrared telescope quite well. At that moment, Iron Xian could distinctly see a small group of serpent dogs moving toward the mana flowers several kilometers away, seemingly heading to pay rent to the mana flowers. Selecting a few suitable bones from the heap of serpent dog remains, he murmured to himself while watching the sun dip lower, "It's time to find a suitable shelter. Otherwise, I'd be no different from a wild man." Avoiding the direction of the serpent dogs, Iron Xian proceeded westward, following the sun's fading light. Thanks to the knowledge imparted by the Cyber Taoist technique, cartography scroll, he continually searched the ground for suitable locations using his extraordinary vision. Ultimately, before darkness enveloped the land, Iron Xian pinpointed 3 possible locations within the rift. Coordinates: East Lava Tube, advantageous natural basalt barrier, rich geothermal resources with a conspicuous entrance. Death Trap, high density of serpent dog nests. Risk level: Shura, eliminate, south slope radar station, solid steel structure, solar panels can be repaired. Path of a king-level energy-consuming beast patrol. Risk level: Fierce, eliminate. West Valley 2-element rift, back against the fault line, easy to defend but hard to attack. Underground currents flow through, mana flower parasitism rate unknown. Risk level: Vitality, this is the place. Having determined his position, Iron Xian hurried toward the West Valley rift without pause. The moment he stepped into the rift, the talisman garb's camouflage ceased. Discovered a natural source quality equilibrium field, positive basalt layer radiation resistant, Negative magnetite vein shields emotional fluctuations. It is recommended to construct a Tai Chi pattern with the rift as the central axis, establishing a positive workshop and negative shelter. The cold mechanical voice echoed again, further solidifying Iron Xian's decision to choose this as his temporary refuge. In the Crimson Wasteland, there exists no truly safe haven. Even places recognized by the system may not guarantee safety. Having barely entered the rift, 3 stingrays darted from the rock crevices, their venomous spines aimed at Iron Xian's back. Iron Xian spun, shaking his gun, the 6 harmonies capture technique conjuring a tempest that deflected the venomous spikes. With a powerful twist from his waist, his body jolted violently, the gun barrel shook intensely, the gun tip blossoming like pear blossoms, the plasma blade carving through the first beast's throat. Following this, another central gun thrust pierced through a stingray. Without pausing, his right palm struck the rock wall, activating magnetic powder to interfere with the stingray's infrared sensing. Instantly flipping his grip, he retreated sharply, the gun barrel plunging downward, penetrating the last beast's skull, the energy-devouring core's blue light surging momentarily. So, Iron Xian coughed out the dust from his mouth, gazing at the now mushy remains of the stingray. This world indeed allows no oversight, even in areas abundant with magnetite. Such creatures can exist. The adaptability of these mana beings is truly extraordinary. Before crossing over, Iron Xian had watched the 4th episode, observing the bulky comb-crested beasts and the grotesque, energy-consuming beasts carrying young on their backs. The adaptability of these mana beings was evidently robust, capable of evolving according to their environment, even directly targeting human advantages in certain aspects for evolution. Iron Xian continued deeper into the rift, traversing nearly 200 meters, until he discovered a distinctly concrete wall that, in the center of the wall stood a door, slightly ajar. The door was thick, forged from nearly 20-centimeter steel plates. Peering through the gap, the source-quality torrents converged in his eyes with the aid of his consciousness, a flicker of golden light flashing within. With the assistance of the source-quality torrents, Iron Xian clearly observed the chaotic scene beyond the door, confirming the absence of any living creatures. Grasping the long rifle firmly in hand, he activated the ecological camouflage optical suit, rendering himself invisible. With light footsteps, he sidled through the narrow door gap, advancing into the space behind it with the grace of a phantom. The area was modest in size, akin to a basketball court, yet its height was substantial, with a drop of nearly 2 stories. Within, various equipment lay scattered, indicating it was likely a highly secretive warehouse. After confirming the absence of danger, Tai Xian approached the entrance and pushed the heavy door shut with considerable effort. The muffled sound of the door closing echoed. Utilizing his enhanced vision, bolstered by the flow of primal essence, he began to meticulously search the interior. After 2 minutes, he discovered 2 large, dusty boxes tucked away in a corner. Brushing away the dust, 3 bold characters came into view. Nuclear battery. What a treasure! Tai Xian exclaimed with a hint of excitement, promptly pressing the switch on the box. Instantly, the warehouse was illuminated, and a gentle breeze wafted in from 2 inconspicuous vents above the door, indicating that the ventilation system was functioning. With the bright lights aiding his exploration, Tai Xian began examining the items within the warehouse. Aside from the 2 nuclear batteries, the space also housed a variety of other supplies, reminiscent of a stockpile from a bygone era, containing crucial instruments. Additionally, there were some limited provisions, all sealed food and water, well packaged, and oh wonder the divination indicated this place is a source of vitality. It appears there is food and water here. Tai Xian mused, disregarding the time elapsed and whether the provisions were still edible, as he hastily tore open a package and stuffed the contents into his mouth. Chapter 3. The Space Base. Having satisfied his hunger, Tai Xian surveyed the assortment of items in the warehouse. Apart from some damaged mechanical equipment, most of it consisted of empty boxes, leaving the contents of the past a mystery. The broken machinery comprised mostly battered gravity armor, fragmented military robots, and various repair tools. The remnants on the walls hinted at a fierce battle that had once taken place here. These are valuable finds, saving me considerable trouble. He smiled faintly at the sight of the ruined gravity armor. For someone adept in cyber technology, these items were exceedingly precious. The cybernetic world was one rebuilt from ruins, where artifacts from the old world could be repurposed. With a 2E furnace, the heavy gravity armor could be remelted and transformed into lightweight outer armor. As a cyber sorcerer wielding a myriad of techniques, yet primarily armed with a long rifle, Taixian felt the need for a layer of protection. After organizing the warehouse contents and arranging a few boxes into a makeshift bed, Taixian lay down, switching off the power supply from the nuclear battery, and drifted into a deep slumber. The night passed peacefully, perhaps due to the magnetic mine beneath the rift, shielding him from external magnetic fields in any case, no mana creatures appeared in the vicinity that night. As the sun rose again, the crimson wasteland remained lifeless, bleak, and desolate. Taixian packed some food and water, scavenging a few broken metal scraps from the warehouse, which he shaped into uniform, circular pieces, etching patterns and numbers onto both sides. Cyber divination. Initiate the hexagram, Taixian murmured, tossing the 3 iron pieces on the ground. After several attempts, a hexagram materialized. Hexagram of encounter, wind over heaven. Intriguing. Taixian chuckled at the drawn hexagram. The wind over heaven signifies a coexistence of risk and opportunity, with opportunities outweighing risks. The upper hexagram, Qian heaven, represents initiative and potential, while the lower hexagram, Sun wind, embodies softness and the unpredictability of risk. The lower hexagram, Sun, represents wind in the 8 trigrams, associated with the wood element and corresponding to the southeast direction. It seems what I seek lies in that direction. Taixian pocketed the iron pieces and, taking up his long rifle, opened the heavy door of the warehouse, stepping outside. After traversing roughly 20 kilometers from the rift, an immense artificial structure loomed before him. The alert from the myriad mechanism system soon followed, projecting a modeled holographic star map, revealing a set of coordinates from the old world. Warning: residual primal essence from a monarch-level devourer detected in the target area. The system's alarm coincided with the acrid scent of liquid oxygen mingled with a metallic tang, assaulting his senses. Advancing further, the unmistakable odor of rust filled his nostrils. He had arrived at a space base. Navigating past the corroded remnants of rocket boosters, his attire fluttered in the weightless dust. This place had once been a sanctuary where humanity reached for the stars, now reduced to fractured fuel lines jutting towards the scarlet sky like the ribs of a colossal beast. At the entrance of the shattered command building, a decayed astronaut's corpse lay, its features frozen in terror, still contorted in the struggle of its last moments. From the gaping hole in its skull, tendrils of the blood vine of the mana flower emerged. The strikingly crimson tendrils of the mana flower seemed sinister and malevolent. Even the dead yearn for a piece of flesh? Taixian exclaimed furiously, raising his long rifle. As he spun, the plasma blade sliced through the tendrils just as 3 pairs of golden slitted eyes opened in the shadows above. With a piercing roar, the serpentine hounds within the structure sensed Xuan's presence the moment the mana flower was severed. The pack surged towards him as if water splashed into a hot pan, boiling with frenzy, just as well. Xuan's eyes glimmered with icy resolve as he slowly retreated, preparing his rifle for an expansive strike. Initiate the 4 directions, command the multitude. Taixian held his rifle aloft, the nanofiber barrel humming with energy. 3 snarling serpentine hounds charged, their roar shattering the steel framework above, yet he stood resolute as a rock amidst the waves. 3 points illuminate, unity of the gun's essence. The rifle's talisman flared to life, and the plasma blade burst forth in a brilliant blue arc. With a crack, the first bee's skull melted under the force of the strike, the rifle recoiling as the maneuver executed the collapse technique from the 6 Harmonies 18. Characters. The rifle's base rolled like a bead, the tip tracing frost patterns in the air. The devouring core penetrated the beast's body, the crimson primal essence coursing along the grooves of the rifle. As a nearby flower beast prepared to unleash corrosive spores, Taixian shifted sideways with the wind, the rifle's momentum shifting into tenfold ambush. Crouching like a coiled serpent, he concealed the rifle beneath him. With a swift sweep of the plasma blade, he unleashed a torrent of metallic energy, vaporizing the corrosive spores midair. Mid-action, he unleashed a series of 24 connected stances. The Azure Dragon presence claws the solitary goose breaks formation, As the flower beast's tendrils descended like iron whips, Taishian angled his rifle upward, executing heavenward incense to propel himself 3 meters into the air. With a twist of his hand, he readied for the next strike. Entangling technique. The rifle coils like a constricting dragon's sinew. The nanofiber alloy rifle spiraled forward. The solitary goose flies alone pierced through the beast's eye, while the devouring core feasted upon the primal essence. The rifle's plasma blade swelling like a rising sun. With the technique dripping water style, the seahorse charges the tide. Taishian found himself encircled by 4 serpentine hounds. Suddenly, he executed the dripping water style. His front paw bore the weight of shadows while the rear paw represented light. The rifle tip striking the ground to unleash a glacial brilliance. The rifle's tip erupted, and 100 strands of plasma light erupted from the seams of the steel plating. The hounds howled in agony as their bodies were cleaved into segments, a manifestation of the ancient seize and break the ground through plasma execution. In a dragon riding stance, the white ape drags the blade. The true form of the flower beast erupted from the acidic mist. Taishian sidestepped and twisted, positioning the rifle against his side like cradling the pipa. Just as the beast claws toward his garments, the rifle's tip suddenly inverted. Retreating strike, aimed at the heart, slaying the godly beast. The spear transformed into a crimson bolt, piercing the creature's abdomen. The energy core roared with an overwhelming surge, causing the beast's body to wither and shrink instantaneously. In its dying throes, the flowered beast detonated its symbiotic spores, while Taishian forsook defense for a fierce assault. The spear danced in a maneuver reminiscent of Qin Wang's flag grinding. The pair blossom swung in a protective arc, while the 8 gates burst forth, sealing off all directions. The circle of the spear constricted tighter and tighter, as the energy core absorbed the ethereal mana from the myriad spores around. When the final thrust, peach plucked from beneath the leaves, was unleashed. A resounding thud, followed by a deafening roar, erupted. The spear's plasma blade expanded into a luminous column over 1 meter long, impaling the remnants of the Beast King into the thick wall. At this moment, the sun hung directly overhead, and the entire aerospace base fell into a serene stillness. Withdrawing the long spear, its hum still echoing, Taishian planted it firmly into the ground, gasping heavily for breath. This battle was both perilous and opportunistic for him. The flowered beast was indeed a mid-tier, devouring creature. The life essence it provided was sufficient to sustain the spear's plasma blade for an extended duration, thus ensuring Xuan's advantage. Once the 2 instruments furnace was established, he could embed the spear with thunderous programming talismans, enriching Xuan's offensive capabilities. As his breath steadied, Taishian sheathed the spear once more, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened, shimmering with golden light, fixating intently on a high ground outside the aerospace base. Chapter 4. Boss Bai and Bai Yuekai. She appeared as an incongruous hue against the backdrop of this apocalyptic world, akin to a figure on a stage, silently observing the recently concluded drama of slaughter. The long spear in Taishian's hand emitted a brief click as it transformed back into a short sword, which he sheathed at his waist. Although he was uncertain why Bai Yuekai was present at this moment in this location, based on the brief videos he had viewed before his journey, this aerospace base was indeed where the protagonist, Mark's scavenger team encountered their misfortune, and Bai Yuekai had indeed been here. However, judging by the battle Taishian had just experienced, it seemed Mark's team had yet to arrive at this place. Taishian held a palpable anticipation for Bai Yuekai. Standing there, motionless, she had already stirred excitement within him. After adjusting his breath, Taishian brushed off imaginary dust from his clothes and inhaled deeply, the air imbued with a strong scent of rust, stimulating his nerve endings. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot, stepping over a writhing, slimy severed tentacle, sinking into the muck of congealed blood and dirt, which emitted a disconcerting crunch beneath his weight. With each subsequent step, his pace quickened as he approached the high ground where Bai Yuekai stood. As he neared her, he gazed at the tall, fair-skinned, and exquisitely beautiful woman before him and spoke softly. "Boss Bai, I truly did not expect to see you so soon." Bai Yuekai, who had been quietly observing Taishian, displayed a fleeting change in her previously serene demeanor upon hearing his words. First, there was surprise, followed by curiosity as she regarded him. "You know me?" "Indeed." The daughter of Bai Yuekai, the mayor of Xuan City in the Old World, a prodigious neuroscientist, Tai Xian replied with composure. It seems you possess quite an array of knowledge, Bai Yuekai remarked, her expression remaining largely unchanged, yet her interest was evidently piqued. I don't know much, at least not the location of Longu village, nor the happenings within that grand pot in the sky. Otherwise, I would not be wandering alone on this ground. Tai Xian shrugged, revealing a rather helpless expression. I am quite curious, who are you? Bai Yuekai inquired with a probing gaze. Forgive my oversight in not introducing myself sooner. I am Tai Xian, and you may regard me as a survivor of the Old World, or a bearer of the mysteries of Taoism and technology. The Old World? Taoism? Bai Yuekai queried softly. I am familiar with Taoism, yet I have never had any exposure to it. After all, in that technologically advanced era, Taoism appeared far too enigmatic, with all its literature seeming excessively obscure and difficult to comprehend. That is indeed the case, Tai Xian responded, not possessing extensive knowledge about the Old World's Taoism, merely echoing Bai Yuekai's sentiments. Would you be interested in exploring the aerospace base together? I specifically cast a divination before leaving this morning, and the omens were quite favorable, suggesting there should be significant rewards to be found within this aerospace base. Tai Xian did not intend to simply greet Bai Yuekai and depart. He held a strong yearning for Longu village. You can divine? Bai Yuekai's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded the tall, capable, and mysterious man before her. However, I am even more intrigued as to how you possess source potential. It was rather fortuitous, an unexpected acquisition of energy from the life turbulence, which subsequently activated my source potential. Tai Xian could not admit that it was a life turbulence injection from a system that had triggered his potential. Bai Yuekai scrutinized Tai Xian's eyes, sensing no further inquiry would follow. Lead the way. Her tone was calm yet direct, causing a faint smile to emerge at the corners of Tai Xian's mouth. Very well, let us commence, Tai Xian muttered quietly, turning to lead Bai Yuekai down from the high ground and into the aerospace base. In the spacious aerospace base, a gentle breeze swept through. Strands of Bai Yuekai's white hair danced in the wind, brushing against her almost translucent, coldly ethereal visage. Tai Xian, captivated by her striking features, found himself momentarily entranced. Sensing Tai Xian's gaze, Bai Yuekai turned to face him, prompting an awkward cough from him. Apologies. I momentarily lost my composure. As they ventured deeper into the base, Bai Yuekai's voice rang clear as she surveyed the corpses littered across the ground. She seemed unfazed by Tai Xian's explanations, her words flowing with an air of detached clarity that resonated with her presence, each syllable sharp and penetrating amidst the swirling dust, merely appetizers to her. The final notes of her statement were whisked away by a sudden gust of wind. Indeed, these devourers pose little challenge for you. However, for me, they already represent a significant hurdle, Tai Xian acknowledged with a nonchalant demeanor, openly admitting his current inadequacies. Then why have you come here? If you are capable of divination, you should know this place is perilous. Is there truly anywhere that is absolutely safe? Tai Xian sighed, internally reluctant to be present, yet acknowledging his circumstance in this world. Nonetheless, there are things here that I require. Tai Xian added, as you know, I am a descendant of Taoism. Without the appropriate equipment, my abilities cannot be fully realized. Hence, I must search for useful items to enhance my gear. Bai Yuekai nodded lightly, indicating her understanding. Having lived in this wasteland for decades, she too recognized the necessity of equipment to complement her abilities and combat proficiency. They continued deeper into the base, Tai Xian's destination clear, heading straight toward the distant rocket launch platform. Upon this platform, the wreckage of a rocket ship lay, containing the very items Tai Xian sought. The wreckage of the rocket ship loomed large. Once a primary tool for space exploration in the Old World, its technological remnants were substantial, even in its ruined state. Enough remained to allow Tai Xian to forge a two-element furnace. Upon arriving at the rocket ship's wreckage, he leaped effortlessly onto the debris, drawing forth the short-sword spear from his waist and cleaving at the obstruction before him. In an instant, a passageway opened before them, and Tai Xian swiftly entered, making his way toward the engine compartment of the rocket. I found it, Tai Xian exclaimed with excitement as Bai Yuekai approached from behind, observing him deftly disassembling the core engine. What do you intend to do with that? Bai Yuekai inquired, puzzled by Tai Xian's enthusiasm. This is a valuable component. For a space engine to function properly, the core machine is crucial. It plays a vital role in compressing air generating heat through combustion and facilitating energy conversion. I need this to construct a two-element furnace, which must possess both yang and yin elements, and this core is essential for creating the yang component. As Tai Xian extracted the core, its size was manageable and not overly heavy for him. Bai Yuekai, standing nearby, watched him work and pondered for some time. Unable to grasp the purpose of the two-element furnace, yet her curiosity compelled her to ask, and what about the yin component? The yin component is more accurately described as a quenching pool. This liquid oxygen storage tank is quite suitable, Tai Xian replied, straightening his posture and patting the tank beside him, next to which stood a high-powered compressor. This device can achieve a superconducting environment at 196 degrees, making it ideal for the yin component. Chapter 5. An unexpected turn of events. Bai Yuekai observed Tai Xian's adept disassembly of the rocket engine, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. She lightly tapped the liquid oxygen tank, frost forming upon its metallic surface, and from analyzing the purposes of these two devices, she surmised that the two-element furnace he spoke of was merely a synthesis of low-temperature superconductivity and plasma physics, firmly within the realm of scientific explanation. If that is the case, then as a practitioner of Taoism, isn't it possible that the metaphysics of the old world could be refuted by quantum mechanics? Upon hearing Bai Yuekai's words, Tai Xian hoisted the core machine onto his shoulder and smiled broadly. Technology serves as the vessel for the Taoist arts. Much like your Tang Dao, Alaya consciousness can sever the devouring beasts. The essence of energy ultimately converges. The name of Bai Yuekai's Tang Dao is derived from the Buddhist term Alaya consciousness, referring to the eighth consciousness, the store consciousness, which is the fundamental awareness of reincarnation. This concept is also employed to elucidate the essence of the devouring beasts, which is reincarnation. After Tai Xian spoke, he purposely crushed a segment of manna vine on the ground, causing the spores to bizarrely navigate around the talismanic garment upon contact. The simulation of ecological fluctuations is scientific, but guiding particles is the work of Taoist programming. Bai Yuekai gazed at the shimmering talisman, feeling the vibrations emanating from it, and her entire being tensed instantly. That was the fluctuation of the mana ecology. Had she not observed the person before her exhibiting no abnormalities, she might have been compelled to draw her blade against him. In truth, this was also Bai Yuekai's inquiry into Taoist teachings, stemming from the rationality of old-world scientists. Unconsciously, she began to doubt the authenticity of Taoist knowledge, especially upon seeing the technological artifacts collected by Tai Xian, prompting her to test the limits of his knowledge. Tai Xian's response regarding the essence of energy directly indicated his mastery of applications beyond her understanding of the fundamental rules. Just as he was about to open the valve of the liquid oxygen tank, Bai Yuekai suddenly grasped his wrist, exclaiming, "Wait." She fixed her gaze upon the frost crystals within the tank, her pupils narrowing abruptly. Encased within the ice was the half-preserved body of an astronaut. Its chest cavity pierced by the roots of the manna flower, and at the end of the vine was entwined a chip bearing an etched insignia. Bai Yuekai's knuckles turned white as she recognized it as her father's company's neural linker. Tai Xian instantly understood. By Jingyu's, her father, immortality experiments had already infiltrated the space program. This cadaver could be an early volunteer for consciousness uploading, now parasitized by the mana ecology. It seems your previous experiments must have triggered a reaction from the mana ecology. If I am not mistaken, that giant's right brain should be in the pot above. The giant is referred to as him. Indeed. Bai Yuekai snapped back to reality from her memories. I participated in that experiment too. Let us not dwell on the past. The cycle of cause and effect means we must now address the present consequences. Let the causes of the past vanish along with this troublesome world. Observing Bai Yuekai, who had once again fallen into reminiscence, Tai Xian noticed the bittersweet expression gradually surfacing on her face and felt a pang of compassion, prompting him to offer words of comfort. Thank you. Bai Yuekai rarely expressed emotion in front of others. In the brief hour of her acquaintance with Tai Xian, she had unconsciously revealed those buried feelings. Once Tai Xian completed the disassembly of the core machine and liquid oxygen tank, he proceeded to dismantle a control system from the rocket's cockpit, while Bai Yuekai curiously watched him at work. Boss, we have trouble. The previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered by an urgent voice echoing through Bai Yuekai's earpiece. Although Tai Xian was engrossed in his tasks, he heard it clearly. What is happening? Bai Yuekai inquired softly. A thunderous roar replaced the response in the earpiece, causing the wreckage of the rocket to tremble. And the entire base shook violently as countless mana flower roots erupted from the ground, splitting it open with terrifying fissures. The two rushed out of the rocket's remains only to witness a colossal creature, at least 15 meters tall, its upper body cloaked in white fur and its lower half swirling in a gray mist. This king-level devouring beast, possessing human-like limbs and facial features, was advancing towards them. Surrounding the king-level devouring beast was a massive pack of serpent dogs, while a rugged, post-apocalyptic truck sped towards them. At this moment, without needing to consult the incessantly ringing mechanical voice in his mind, Tai Xian realized they had encountered significant trouble. The king-level devouring beast, with its intelligence akin to that of a human, can swiftly assess battlefield conditions and execute targeted defenses, commanding other devouring beasts, and is the sovereign of ecologically dense regions. It possesses formidable defenses and regenerative capabilities, requiring heavy weaponry, such as electromagnetic cannons and high-explosive ammunition. To breach its defenses, conventional attacks are ineffective. Additionally, it has the ability to manipulate energy, with its life source core being meticulously protected and difficult to destroy. However, this terrifying creature possesses a strong territorial instinct. With only one king-level beast existing in any given area, and it will attack any invading individual of equal rank. My team is in trouble. Bai Yuekai unsheathed her Tang Dao, her voice cold as iron. Did your divinations predict this outcome? Tai Xian's plasma blade surged, declaring, only the falling meteor of the hexagram can break the calamity. Today, we shall crack its skull. The truck sped along the cracked road, while the taciturn driver gripped the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. Behind them, gray mist billowed as the serpent dog pack, driven by the king-level devouring beast, surged like a black tide over the ruins, their crimson eyes weaving a net of death amidst the smoke and dust. Xiaodou, prepare yourself. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. As soon as the words left her mouth, an arrow shot forth like lightning, striking a serpent dog in the neck. Xiaodou, still adorned with the remnants of the star fragment and taciturn's graffiti, fastened her seatbelt and donned a pair of mechanical glasses, quickly scanning for the serpent dogs that were easiest to control. The blue light from the mechanical glasses pierced through the haze as Xiaodou's fingers danced over the virtual keyboard like butterflies. Done. A faint smile graced her lips as she retrieved her control joystick, beginning to manipulate the traitor among the serpent dogs. 709, turn left and bite its neck. Accompanied by Xiaodou's youthful voice mimicking a wolf's growl, the controlled serpent dog lunged at its kin, its fangs tearing into its throat. Amidst the splattering of black blood, 3 serpent dogs, driven into a frenzy by the crimson serum, turned on each other, causing the vanguard of the beast tide to descend into chaos. From the sniper's point atop the truck, the star fragment longbow reached full draw. As the arrow cleaved through the air, Su Tong's spiritual guidance projectile detonated above the beast horde, unleashing an electric arc net. Marking complete, the explosive arrow pierced the open jaws of a serpent dog, the sound of its essence seed colliding with the metal arrowhead resonating like fragile glass, erupting into 5 bursts of blue flame within the tide of beasts. Time to wrap up, fatty. Su Tong glided over the truck's roof, the crimson serum canister launching into the air. The massive shield crashed down, the warhammer striking the shield's surface, emitting a pulse of source energy. The circular shockwave sent the stunned serpent dogs flying, causing the beast horde to tumble like dominoes into the debris, clearing a 100-meter safety zone for the truck. Haha, well done. Su Tong laughed heartily, maneuvering his skateboard to leap into the side of the beast horde, the bone bell at his waist ringing wildly. Hey, you little brats. Look over here. The specially crafted sonic device emitted a high-frequency scream, causing the serpent dog pack's crimson eyes to collectively shift direction. Seizing the opportunity, the star fragment's arrows penetrated the gaps in the beast horde, delivering a flurry of critical strikes to the serpent dogs affected by the sonic device. Chapter 6. The meteor piercing the skull. Your team members are quite impressive. Those serpent dogs are no match for them. Tai Xian observed the serpent dog pack being led away and nodded gently. He then turned to Bai Yuekai, asking, what do you think? Shall we go together? Or shall I take the lead? However, in response to the eager Tai Xian, Bai Yuekai remained silent, drawing her Tang Dao and vanishing in an instant from beside him, reappearing next to the king-level devouring beast. With a swift arc of her blade, the Tang Dao Alea consciousness gleamed with a fierce light as it struck the king-level devouring beast, splattering blood in all directions. Bai Yuekai landed, swiftly dodging. And with a gentle push of her toes, she reappeared behind the king-level devouring beast, continuing her assault. Roar! The towering king-level devouring beast let out a deafening roar, swinging its arms wildly, its sharp claws forcing Bai Yuekai to retreat repeatedly. Roar! Another thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as a wave of energy erupted from the beast's massive maw, unleashing a sound wave capable of obliterating human senses. Hurtling straight towards Bai Yuekai, faced with such an assault, Bai Yuekai had no choice but to accelerate her speed to the utmost, swiftly evading to the side. However, the king-level devourer beast was not easily dealt with. Its chest cavity pulsated with blue-black energy seeds, each beat triggering the earth to crack and spew forth toxic mana vines. Under the control of the king devourer beast, these vines advanced toward Bai Yuekai as if they possessed their own sight. Get out of the way! A commanding shout erupted from behind her. A figure darted past, wielding a spear that swept through the oncoming toxic vines, the plasma blade easily severing the crimson tendrils. You retreat to the back and rest. Allow me to handle this, Tai Xian declared, charging directly at the king-level devourer beast. Initiating with the earth-shattering strike. Tai Xian's 2-meter spear surged with a piercing plasma blade, his figure advancing like lightning. The spear's shaft collided with the beast's knee armor, the engraved spear tip clashing against the swirling gray mist, creating sparks of golden iron. The king devourer beast swung its massive paw down, but Tai Xian swiftly turned, executing the moon-lifting technique. The spear's tip soared upward, deflecting the beast's claw, and its blood rained down like a torrential downpour. With one successful strike, Tai Xian seamlessly transitioned into the four corners bowing technique. The spear's plasma blade hummed and expanded, aimed directly at the throat of the Frost King devourer beast. As the beast swung its colossal paw down again, Tai Xian twisted his waist, the spear shaft twisting like a white bull's horn, entangling the gray mist vortex with a wrapping force. The engraved spear tip glowed with blue light, forcibly locking the devourer beast's regenerative energy. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the sentient king-level devourer beast recoiled, its massive claws flailing wildly, while the energy seeds within its chest surged. Tai Xian would not idly watch as the king-level devourer beast prepared to unleash a devastating attack. He was known for being relentless when in a position of strength. With the Azure Dragon's claw technique, the spear's blade struck like a solitary eagle emerging from the forest, the plasma stream tearing through the devourer beast's defenses. Utilizing the plowing technique, he capitalized on the beast's loss of balance, sweeping the spear's tip across the ground, mimicking a pounding mortar. As the plasma blade carved a fissure in the beast's carapace, blue blood spraying forth like a waterfall. The beast, enraged, attempted to retaliate with its toxic vine tendrils. Tai Xian crouched and rolled, the spear's tip piercing through the base of the tendrils. This was a technique of creating something from nothing, as the core of energy ravenously absorbed mana energy, causing the tendrils to wither instantly. Furious, the king devourer beast's chest cavity glowed ominously, energy building up for an explosive release. From a distance, Bai Yuekai, who had been observing the battle, thrust her Tang Dao into the ground, creating energy ripples that ensnared the beast's throat. Return to origin, forbidden domain. The breath was stifled within the beast's maw. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Xian launched a fierce assault. With the tenfold ambush technique, the spear slid along the ground like a serpent, burrowing into the beast's lower limbs as the core of energy frantically siphoned ecological energy, causing the gray mist vortex to shrink by 30%. Following this, he executed the hawk-seizing quail technique, leaping into the air and spinning, the spear transforming to part the grass in search of serpents, the plasma blade piercing into the beast's back, sending its entire shoulder blade soaring. Roaring with fury, the beast's cries shook the earth as countless mana energies surged from the toxic vines towards it, rapidly regenerating its arms in mere moments. The beast howled and clapped its paws down upon Tai Xian. Unfazed, Tai Xian braced himself with the Six Harmonies gun stance. The spear shaft stood firm against the tremendous weight, causing the concrete beneath him to crack and crumble. Blood splattered from his mouth, and the engravings on the spear glimmered. Seeing Tai Xian at a disadvantage, Bai Yuekai disregarded her own physical limits and summoned her internal energy once more, conjuring a massive magnetic field before the beast to tightly restrain its movements. Tai Xian, having broken free from the beast's grasp, glared fiercely, bellowing as the plasma blade on his spear surged to over 2 meters in length. Employing the windwalking technique, Tai Xian shattered the ground beneath him and soared into the air, merging with his spear like a comet striking the moon. The spear tip and the source energy intertwining into a spiraling light spear. The ultimate transformation of the 24 spear techniques aimed skyward, the spear tip descended like a meteor, piercing the devourer beast's cranial fissure. In the instant the beast tore through the magnetic field, Tai Xian penetrated its skull. The spear's force reverberated through its body, shattering the energy seeds within, leaving the king-level devourer beast standing frozen, as the core of energy rapidly drained the essence of life from its head. A crack spread from the beast's head to its feet, ultimately collapsing into dust. As the beast met its demise, a notification echoed, king-level essence absorbed. Windwalking technique fragment, completed external transformation, 9 palace shadow escape. In an instant, countless Taoist secrets flooded Tai Xian's mind, and unconsciously, he stepped into the 8 trigrams positions. His residual shadows splitting to puncture the beast's corpse, only to see Bai Yuekai suddenly cough up blood and kneel. Her wrist monitor flashed red. How does it feel to push it to the limit? Tai Xian rushed forward to support Bai Yuekai, who was now greatly exhausted and struggling to stand. He sheathed his spear at his waist and lifted her effortlessly. You shouldn't engage in such battles anymore. Your body can't withstand this level of exhaustion. But don't worry, I have ways to help replenish your energy, though it may take a considerable amount of time, Tai Xian said, noticing Bai Yuekai gazing earnestly at him. You know, I currently lack proper Taoist artifacts and need to gather technological relics from the old world to craft them myself. Your spear technique is remarkable. There's a young girl in Longgu village who also practices spear techniques, Bai Yuekai softly remarked, gesturing for Tai Xian to set her down. She wiped the blood from her mouth and gazed toward the dim sky. Would you like to return to Longgu village with us? The village preserves the remnants of the He Luo civilization. The technology and knowledge there may aid you in crafting what you need. Moreover, I would like your help in training those children. Upon hearing Bai Yuekai's invitation, a smile crept onto Tai Xian's face. What a fortuitous opportunity. In the distance, a truck broke through the smoke, with Xia Dou's cheers carried by the wind. A sliver of sunset hung on the horizon, as if echoing the joy of the group. Chapter 7. The Return on the Intelligent Tactical All-Terrain Vehicle. Affectionately dubbed Little Ao by Xia Dou, Tai Xian occupied the front passenger seat, which was originally meant for Xia Dou, while she squeezed into the back seat alongside the taciturn Shattered Star. Bai Yuekai, somewhat fatigued, leaned against the driver's seat, her long, slender legs resting atop the dashboard. Those legs, smooth and pale as mutton-fat jade, captivated Tai Xian's attention as he reclined in the passenger seat, mimicking Bai Yuekai's posture while admiring her exquisite legs. Hey, Xia Dou, seated behind, couldn't resist gently poking Tai Xian, who had taken her spot. What's the matter? Tai Xian asked, turning to the gaming girl. What do you think? Aren't our boss's legs quite impressive? Xia Dou raised an eyebrow, glancing at Tai Xian. The taciturn Shattered Star and the quiet one beside her suppressed their laughter, clearly conspiring with Xia Dou. Indeed, quite beautiful. Those legs are exceptionally long, longer than my life. Tai Xian feigned ignorance, offering a serious appraisal. Want to touch them? See if they're real. Xia Dou continued to egg him on, clearly eager for the spectacle. They're indeed real. I can assure you of that. And they're exceptionally smooth. Tai Xian, however, was not fooled, nodding earnestly. How do you know? Xia Dou asked, surprised. When we fought that king-level devourer beast earlier, didn't Ti Lao Bai get injured? Aye. Tai Xian began, brimming with pride. But as he prepared to share how he had carried Bai Yuekai, the ever-watchful Bai Yuekai suddenly stirred. Are you sure about the directions? We've been running for half an hour, and we're still not there? She interjected, cutting through the gossip. Tai Xian quickly composed himself, focusing intently ahead. We're almost there. It's just ahead. Tai Xian pointed to an area filled with strange rock formations. If we pass through these rocks, my sanctuary will be right there. Bai Yuekai did not respond, merely straightening her posture and stretching her wrist. In the back seat, the 3 passengers immediately fastened their seatbelts, bracing themselves for the thrilling ride ahead. Xia Dou's voice rang out, clearly meant for the 2 individuals perched atop the vehicle. Su Tong and Shanda, who had been engaged in a playful banter, instantly secured themselves in their seats upon hearing Xia Dou's warning. At that moment, Tai Xian recalled the exhilarating scenes from the short videos of Bai Yuekai's reckless driving and hurriedly fastened his own seatbelt. Bai Yuekai cast a fleeting glance at Tai Xian before gripping the steering wheel tightly and flooring the accelerator. The all-terrain vehicle surged forward at an astonishing speed. Before Tai Xian could prepare himself, he felt the overwhelming force of inertia lift him from his seat, causing his head to collide with the dashboard. Just as he was about to let out a cry, he was thrust forward again by the relentless inertia, feeling as though he had been tossed into a washing machine, spinning uncontrollably. The duration of this chaotic ride was uncertain, but it ended with a screeching halt that once again sent Tai Xian's face crashing into the dashboard. After a moment of dazzling disorientation, Tai Xian struggled to open the car door, unfastened his seatbelt, and clambered out of the passenger seat. Lying on the ground, he felt dizzy, waves of nausea washing over him. Hurry up and lead the way. The sun is about to set. If we delay any longer, we won't make it back to Longgu village today. Bai Yuekai strode over to Tai Xian and discreetly kicked him when no one else was watching. Easy, easy. Tai Xian winced, baring his teeth at the unexpected pain in his kneecap. As the group entered the shelter where Tai Xian had spent the night, Sutong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, there are so many remnants of gravity mesh here, and look at all this food. I initially planned to transform this place into a permanent shelter and had even devised a design. But it seems that's no longer necessary. Let us take everything. There are 2 nuclear batteries as well. All of this can be put to good use. And as for food and drink, that's even less of a concern." Tai Xian pointed to the supplies he had organized, and the others wasted no time in gathering them. "Let us mark this spot for future resource hunts. It can serve as a temporary base," Bai Yuekai instructed, turning to the taciturn Sutong. "Understood, boss. A marker is indeed necessary. There are also magnetite and granite here. They will undoubtedly be useful in the future." Tai Xian wholeheartedly agreed with Bai Yuekai's suggestion. "Tai Xian, come help me," Xiaodou called out, struggling with a large box filled with compressed food. The box was too cumbersome for her to manage alone. "Coming," Tai Xian replied, swiftly moving to assist her, easily lifting the box and carrying it outside. The all-terrain vehicle sped across the crimson wasteland once more, heading towards Longgu village. This time, Tai Xian found himself on the roof of the vehicle alongside Shanda and Sutong. "Brother, it seems you're the target of the boss's antics," Sutong teased, his words laced with playful sarcasm. "Do you know how old the boss is this year?" "Of course. I'm from the same old world as your boss," Tai Xian replied, understanding Sutong's implication. However, recalling his previous pretentiousness in front of Bai Yuekai, he opted to continue the charade. "Seriously? So you're just like the boss?" Sutong exclaimed, astonished, and even Shanda looked equally surprised. "We're not the same." Tai Xian dismissed the topic, aware that further discussion could reveal inconsistencies. He merely shook his head, determined to maintain his faade. Bai Yuekai overheard their conversation, and a flicker of anticipation stirred within her, recalling Tai Xian's words after they had vanquished the king-level beast. The all-terrain vehicle continued to race forward, the previously visible beasts and vines vanishing, replaced by a long-lost sense of tranquility. An abandoned amusement park came into view, the rusted remnants of a carousel and shards of colored glass casting eerie rainbows upon the fungal carpet. Sutong turned his gaze toward the collapsed Ferris wheel. "The village elders say this was called a roller coaster in the old world. It's not as thrilling as climbing the spine of a beast. Indeed, it lacks the excitement you're accustomed to," Tai Xian replied softly, his thoughts drifting back to his life before this journey. The first battle of the 2nd season had taken place here. As they passed through the amusement park, a massive solar photovoltaic array pierced the overcast sky. The slanted solar panels shimmered like waves of silver across the valley, while bioluminescent ferns grew in the gaps, their roots entwined with cables, siphoning residual electricity. To Tai Xian's keen eye, the central control tower appeared to have been modified, with light conduits writhing like living beings, channeling the scant sunlight underground. It became clear that Longgu village's electricity and light sources originated from this very place. However, this setup could be repurposed. Creating a defensive array would be ideal. Tai Xian began to plot as he marveled at the solar photovoltaic array. The defenses of Longgu village, as seen in the first 2 episodes of the 2nd season, were not particularly robust. If this rectangular photovoltaic array could be transformed into a dual-purpose formation, with the light tower at its center serving as the focal point, the prospect of wielding swords of light was exhilarating. After a while, the all-terrain vehicle came to rest at the foot of a concealed mountain. The ground here was no longer the crimson wasteland, but rather a lush green meadow. Although the absence of birds and insects was notable, it was a significant improvement over the desolate landscape they had endured. Finally, some signs of life. Compared to that dreadful wasteland, this is 1,000 times better. Tai Xian gazed at the verdant grass, his heart swelling with appreciation. In the distance, the snow-capped mountains blended beautifully with patches of green, illuminated by the glow of the setting sun. Alas, we can only reside in this narrow space. Longgu village has sacrificed so much for this vibrant greenery, and many have given their lives for it. Bai Yuekai stood beside Tai Xian, her heart heavy with emotion. Perhaps it was the sense of ease she felt around Tai Xian, whom she perceived as a peer, that caused Bai Yuekai to unconsciously reveal her innermost feelings. Things will get better. Once I gather all the necessary equipment, whether it be defensive gear or weapons, I can provide solutions for you all. Then we won't have to face those beasts passively anymore, Tai Xian confidently asserted. With the Taoist knowledge provided by the myriad mechanisms, he was certain he could craft suitable defensive gear and weapons. After all, Taoist formations and weapon crafting were renowned. Thank you, Bai Yuekai murmured softly, her expression returning to its usual composure. In the midst of their conversation, Su Tong had already opened the gate leading to Longgu village. As the barrier swung open, a picturesque pastoral scene unfolded before Tai Xian's eyes. From a vantage point, he could clearly hear the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from below. The group boarded the ascending lift, and as it swayed gently, the enormous platform began to descend, allowing Tai Xian to catch a glimpse of the entire village. The terraced fields spiraled up the cave walls, the top layer of rice gleaming golden green, the middle layer of tomato vines clinging to magnetic supports, while the bottom layer of mushroom cultivation chambers automatically retracted to avoid the patrolling drones. As the platform continued its descent, nearly 1,000 mechanical dragonflies zipped overhead. Children wearing tiger hats rode modified balance bikes, their baskets filled with components for magnetic irrigation systems. The residential area below resembled a small southern village, bustling with pedestrians and a vibrant atmosphere. If Tai Xian had not known he had crossed worlds, he might have doubted whether he was in a quaint southern town in his homeland. As the lift came to a gentle stop, the group pushed through the gate and stepped out. Just as they disembarked from the lift, they noticed a series of open-air structures by the stream. A massive radar dish is anchored to the ground, adorned with rows of seats, forming the open-air cinema of Longgu village at the Qingshi Slate Square. A white screen is suspended from the colossal rib-like structure, and a projector casts the animated tale of little tadpole Seek's mother. Elderly individuals lean against temperature-controlled metal columns to stretch their limbs, while children frolic in the holographic glow of fireflies reflected on the screen. Finally back. Summer Bean stretches languidly, her face alight with excitement as she gazes toward her home. "Boss, I'm off," she exclaims, waving cheerfully at Bai Yuekai before dashing forward with animated little steps. "I should check on my troublesome boy at home." Shonda joins in to bid farewell to Bai Yuekai, rushing eagerly onto the street. "I bet that fellow is heading straight to the mahjong parlor." Su Tong casts a disdainful glance at the hurried Shonda, baffled by his choices. "Every time he plays, his luck is abysmal. I've never seen him win." Isn't he worried about his wife giving him a hard time? Tai Xian inquires curiously. "Why would he be? His wife is pregnant again and has no time to keep tabs on him." Su Tong whispers. "So, Shonda is indeed the legendary henpecked husband, TSK Tisk TSK. His domestic standing is truly remarkable," Tai Xian remarks with a mocking expression, raising an eyebrow as he continues. "If his wife is so strict, what would happen if she found out?" He looks at Su Tong with a glimmer of anticipation, evidently trying to concoct mischief. "All right, you all should head back and rest up. We have a demanding mission coming up," Bai Yuekai interjects, eyeing Tai Xian, who seems eager to continue gossiping. "Understood, boss. Goodbye." "Boss, I'm leaving too." Su Tong realizes Tai Xian's intent, giving him a knowing look before hopping onto his scooter and chasing after Shonda. Once the team members depart, Bai Yuekai turns to Tai Xian. "Was that intentional?" "What?" "The way you brought up Shonda's mahjong escapades." "You were trying to remind Su Tong." Bai Yuekai observes Tai Xian, who smiles awkwardly, caught in his mischievous act, suddenly encountering such a genuine and warm scene. He couldn't help but seek some amusement. Bai Yuekai merely casts a gentle glance at Tai Xian before continuing forward without looking back. "Hey, now that everyone has gone, where do I go?" Tai Xian calls after Bai Yuekai's alluring silhouette. Come with me. Bai Yuekai still doesn't turn around, simply waving her hand backward. All right then. Tai Xian replies joyfully, quickening his pace to follow. As they walk along the street, the aroma of steaming dishes wafts from a nearby restaurant, with the establishment's signature dishes displayed on the walls. Whoosh, whoosh. Tai Xian inhales deeply, captivated by the rich scent of sesame sauce. This sesame sauce is recreated using biological enzymes, and it tastes quite delightful. Bai Yuekai explains. They've ordered the restaurant's specialty, featuring an array of mushrooms, rice shrimp, and rice fish, all cooked to perfection. Tempted by the enticing fragrance, Tai Xian can't help but salivate. Hearing you say that makes me hungry. Let us go? I'll settle you in, and then treat you to a meal. Bai Yuekai adopts a big sisterly demeanor, leaving Tai Xian momentarily stunned. Continuing forward, they spot a makeshift soccer field where children are energetically vying for the ball. Near the stream, in a small garden, an elderly farmer is scolding a mechanical dog for pilfering peppers. You little rascal, have you stripped everything bare? The old man's shouts are clearly directed at the group of children behind the mechanical dog. Oh, there are fellow villagers, Tai Xian remarks, unable to resist the allure of the familiar dialect. Do you want to go greet them? Bai Yuekai glances at Tai Xian and asks. Forget it. They're not people I know. They must have been born after the cataclysm. Tai Xian shakes his head, looking back at Bai Yuekai. Indeed, they are all children I've raised myself, and now they've grown. Bai Yuekai reflects. Then collecting her emotions, she continues onward. The melodic strains of Cantonese songs drift from nearby shops, while a group of students practice their stances on the playground. Do you see that little girl? Bai Yuekai suddenly halts, pointing to a girl on the playground wielding a long spear. Is that the girl you mentioned who loves using a spear? Tai Xian recognizes her immediately as Ulan Maiduo from the second season of the animation. The girl gracefully maneuvers the spear, her movements fluid and powerful. Her spear skills are impressive. She is quite a spirited little girl, Tai Xian observes, nodding in approval at her seamless performance. Why not ask her to be your apprentice? Bai Yuekai suggests. Sure, I just wonder if the girl would be willing. Tai Xian is more than willing to pass on his skills to Ulan Maiduo. It would be a perfect match. I'll speak on your behalf. Bai Yuekai responds eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of Tai Xian teaching the young girl combat skills. As they converse, the girl neatly folds her spear into 3 sections and slings it on her back. Shigai, let us go? We're heading home. She waves toward the distant granary. Over there, a smart scarecrow swings a broom to shoo away the robotic sparrows pilfering grain. The little falcon, Shigai, is having a blast. And at the sound of the girl's voice, it promptly flutters over. Chapter 9. Cohabitation. Tai Xian watches the girl depart, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. What a fine talent. This little girl's combat prowess surpasses even that of Shattered Star and Shanda. Bai Yuekai, too, gazes at Ulan Maiduo's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Indeed, I hope this little girl grows quickly. Longgu village could benefit from a new pillar of support. Tai Xian turns to Bai Yuekai, a hint of surprise in his voice. With you here, there's already a strong backbone in Longgu village. They need not rely on anyone else. Haven't you realized? Bai Yuekai replies matter-of-factly, fully aware of her own physical condition. Her body is on the brink of collapse. It's merely a matter of time. Don't worry. Tai Xian gently pats her shoulder. If I say I can help, I won't let anything happen to you. Just relax. He gazes earnestly at Bai Yuekai, and they share a moment of mutual understanding before her gaze shifts to the arm that had been draped over her shoulder. Feeling embarrassed, Tai Xian retracts his right arm, his expression turning awkward. Ahem. So, where do you plan to settle me? Follow me, and you'll find out. Bai Yuekai strides ahead, and Tai Xian, resigned to the return of her cool demeanor, shrugs and follows. They arrive at a rather elegant 2-story building. Bai Yuekai pushes the door open, and Tai Xian steps inside. What greets his eyes is a splash of green. Several potted plants adorn the table, and a yellowed photograph hangs on the wall. The decor suggests this is Bai Yuekai's personal residence. This is your house. You intend for me to live here? Tai Xian is momentarily taken aback, wondering if this is all happening too quickly. They have only just met, and now cohabitation seems to be on the table. His face reflects a rather lewd expression, one that could easily be described as infatuated. Thud. Ouch. Bai Yuekai, noticing Tai Xian's inappropriate expression, cannot help but punch him in the stomach. The sudden blow causes Tai Xian to curl up, clutching his abdomen in pain. Stop pretending. Get ready to tidy up your new place. The cool, ethereal voice of Bai Yuekai resonated as she stood beside an open door, the interior obscured from view. It turned out they intended for me to reside in a warehouse. As Tai Xian approached, he discovered a spacious storage area, initially believing they might share living quarters. Bai Yuekai, feeling exasperated by his lack of seriousness, contemplated whether to put an end to his antics. Hurry up and tidy up. This warehouse is street-facing, with another door at the front. From now on, you shall reside here. Her gaze fixed on Tai Xian, she added, I will lock this door. Without my permission, you are not to appear in my room. Fine. It's merely a door separating us. Tai Xian shrugged nonchalantly, accepting the key from Bai Yuekai and stepping into the warehouse to begin organizing. Though labeled a warehouse, it resembled a modest flat, furnished only with a single bed and 2 cabinets. It was surprisingly tidy, likely a remnant of Bai Yuekai's earlier days in Longu village. The street-facing door swung open, revealing a picturesque stream that meandered through the village, offering a delightful view. Once you've organized, we'll have a meal. Your belongings will be delivered shortly. Bai Yuekai, having entered through a back door unnoticed, called out to Tai Xian, who was still absorbed in the serene scene. Coming, he replied, snapping back to attention. What shall we eat today, Boss Bai? As they entered a small eatery, a plump cook greeted them with enthusiasm. I'll have a mushroom dish and another called Bitter Solitude, plus a mushroom of singular life. Tai Xian's eyelids twitched at the menu. Her choices perfectly matched her formidable presence, reminiscent of an anime character. And you? Stop daydreaming. What will you have? Bai Yuekai teased, nudging him playfully with her foot beneath the table. Just a noodle dish and a signature enter will suffice. Tai Xian gestured casually at a poster on the wall. All right, please wait. The cook beamed at Tai Xian before retreating to the kitchen. The restaurant, once lively, now fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Tai Xian. Don't mind them. It's been ages since they've seen anyone from outside the village. Bai Yuekai explained. No worries. I haven't encountered so many people in quite some time either. Tai Xian feigned a sense of nostalgia. They engaged in light banter while awaiting their meal. The flavor is indeed delightful, he exclaimed as the noodles arrived, savoring the rich aroma. Bai Yuekai, already accustomed to the local delicacies, naturally enjoyed her meal, occasionally reaching for Tai Xian's plate. We'll take a few days to rest, and when we embark on our next mission, you can join us. Absolutely. However, I plan to expand my equipment during this time and construct a small family shrine. Tai Xian readily accepted Bai Yuekai's proposition, concerned that should any mishap befall her, his own sustenance would be jeopardized. A family shrine? Do you need assistance? Bai Yuekai inquired, intrigued. No need. I've already envisioned the entire setup. I can manage it alone, Tai Xian replied, shaking his head. Though there are some supplies I may need your help to procure. No problem. Just provide me with the list. Bai Yuekai deftly snatched the last shrimp from Tai Xian's plate. After finishing their meal, they stood to leave. The cheerful cook still smiling at them. Come visit us again. I have high hopes for you, handsome. She winked at Tai Xian, who understood her meaning and responded with a smile. As dusk descended, the once bright beams illuminating Longu village gradually succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Tai Xian sat in the small flat, all the necessary materials and previously gathered equipment having been delivered. What an intriguing day. Stretching, he gazed out at the night scenery before shutting the door. Time to get to work. Let us assemble the 2-element furnace tonight. He bent down, skillfully grasping several sizable scrap metal plates, unsheathing the short sword that transformed into a spear, activating the plasma blade to begin fusion. The edges misaligned. The plasma blade sliced through effortlessly, rendering the metal edges smooth. After cutting, he seized the welding gun from the floor to begin fusing. Where the joints failed to align perfectly, he picked up several small pieces of scrap metal, flattening and twisting them with pliers, crudely serving as primitive rivets and spacers. Binding them firmly, layer by layer, he constructed a base using discarded bearing shells, shattered gearbox covers, and thick steel pipes. The structure was not aesthetically pleasing but was meticulously arranged, resembling an assemblage of scrap metal blocks, with each piece precisely positioned. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the metal, creating fleeting wisps of steam. Despite the absence of blueprints, his movements were astonishingly swift, as though rehearsed countless times. Tai Xian worked with such speed and proficiency, entirely focused, that he was unaware of Bai Yuekai's presence behind him. The heap of cold scrap, under the hands of the silent craftsman, began to twist and contort, gradually coalescing into a base that exuded a rugged beauty, imbued with a silent strength. The air was thick with the acrid scent of iron shavings and the burnt aroma of heated oil. As the base took initial form, Tai Xian paused momentarily. He bent down to retrieve a thick, twisted steel pipe and positioned it centrally within the furnace cavity. With the tool's jaws fully open, he clamped the pipe's base securely. Then, raising his right arm, he aimed the spear's tip at the pipe's opening. With a hiss, a brilliant, blinding plasma-cutting beam erupted, striking the top of the steel pipe. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth, the air filled with a crackling sound as it became ionized, drowning out the wind's whispers. Chapter 10. The two-element furnace. Tai Xian manipulated the tool's arm steadily and accurately. The fierce plasma beam slowly descended, softening, bending, and melting the steel pipe. He did not aim to sever the pipe completely. Rather, he harnessed the intense heat capable of liquefying metal, wielding it like an invisible welding pen, guiding the molten steel pipe material. The pipe was shaped and elongated, akin to molding hot iron clay, gradually extending upwards and outwards, sketching the foundational curve of the furnace's inner walls. Each subtle tremor of the tool left flowing, wave-like patterns upon the heated metal. Sweat accumulated on his brow and nose, then dripped down, splashing onto the scorching steel pipe, instantly transforming into vapor, producing a soft hiss, easily overshadowed by the cacophony of the plasma beam. Finally, the plasma beam extinguished, leaving behind a pungent odor of ozone mixed with the distinctive metallic scent of burnt iron. Tai Xian halted, breathing heavily as he gazed at the rudimentary shape of the inner furnace. The central steel pipe had vanished, replaced by a metallic cavity possessing a spherical interior curvature, its edges marked with purple-brown or gray-blue streaks from the high-temperature melting, resembling the grotesque surface of a beast's severed entrails. Turning around, he finally noticed Bai Yuekai standing behind him. "You're still awake?" she remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Tai Xian. "I apologize. Should I pause for now?" "Forget it. I've lost the urge to sleep. I might as well see what you intend to do." With her words, Tai Xian resumed his work, swapping the tool's head for a smaller diamond grinding bit. The shrill sound sliced through the air as countless dazzling golden sparks erupted in every direction. As the grinding bit passed, dust was swiftly blown away, leaving the inner walls of the furnace polished to a smooth finish. After tidying up the interior of the furnace, Tai Xian directly lifted the engine core he had previously discovered at the aerospace base. He casually grabbed various wiring harnesses and containers set aside, immersing himself within the furnace to begin the installation. With meticulous care, Tai Xian bent down to fit these components seamlessly into the core of the recently forcefully excavated inner chamber. The disk served as the foundational energy conduit, while the groove columns were locked into their predetermined positions, forming the crucial framework for energy concentration and transformation. Following this, he proceeded to install the liquid oxygen tank, which he had redesigned and modified within the furnace itself. Once the two core components were in place, Tai Xian laid out a series of wiring harnesses inside the furnace. Their arrangement executed with precision, resembling a web that encased everything within. The inner furnace was complete. Stepping back from the core area, Tai Xian inspected his work again. The molten iron cast inner chamber, embedded with gleaming gray-white junctions, appeared in the dim light like a half-closed, gem-studded eye of a strange beast, flickering with an eerie glow that embodied both primal essence and technological marvel, a juxtaposition of death and rebirth. "Is this it?" Bai Yuekai inquired curiously. In her eyes, this towering furnace of over 2 meters, adorned with incomprehensible runes, seemed rather unremarkable. "Well, it must be tested," Tai Xian replied simply, positioning himself before the furnace and gently twisting the tuine disc atop it. "Step back," he commanded in a low voice, heavy as a stone, with a resonant hum. Beginning from the embedded point within the furnace, a deep rumble erupted, created by the tremors of countless high-frequency metal molecules, carrying a weighty essence that suddenly reverberated from the depths of the furnace. The sound was faint, yet a powerful vibration instantly spread throughout the furnace and the ground, causing a tingling sensation beneath their feet. The intersecting weld scars and seams of scrap iron on the furnace walls suddenly erupted with intricate golden-red patterns, as if the dormant lava had awakened. A violent wave of heat surged upward like an invisible fountain, expanding rapidly. Scorching air instantly rose within the furnace. From deep within, A formidable magnetic field flashed into existence. Dazzling blue-violet light swirled within the heart of the furnace, illuminating the inner walls with bizarre reflections. As various erratic sparks and electrical discharges danced wildly, chaotic energy shrieked, striving to break free from the confines of the furnace. A tumultuous mix of hot and cold energy seemed poised to rupture the furnace itself. Tai Xian furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the tumultuous energy flow within the furnace heart. The energy nodes along the walls suddenly ignited with blinding white light. The rampant energy stream was forcefully segmented, twisted, and guided, as if a raging flood was being channeled into a predetermined riverbed. The high-temperature silicon skeleton acted as an efficient sieve and filter, swiftly accomplishing the initial shaping and transformation of the destructive energy. A piercing sound echoed as a highly refined dark blue-black energy beam, radiating an overwhelming sense of annihilation, shot forth from the reserve core exhaust port at the top of the furnace. It was neither flame nor gas, but a bizarre stream of highly compressed, visible codes flowing at high speed. This dark blue-black stream cascaded down like a waterfall, washing over the furnace walls. The moment it touched the walls, the rough weld scars and casting marks astonishingly transformed into intricate rune patterns, as if they had undergone millennia of corrosive etching in an instant. The luminous stream erupting from the furnace mouth coalesced and expanded like a peacock unfurling its tail. A massive, ethereal yet remarkably clear azure-kinly symbol enveloped the entire furnace above. This illusory energy structure flickered violently before abruptly collapsing inward. The immense, formless energy that formed from the collapse expanded outward from the furnace, as if a colossal, silent shockwave was unfurling towards the desolate Dragonbone village below. A low yet omnipresent, peculiar vibration instantly enveloped the entire village. This wave was not merely an energy scan. It resembled a crude signal-level overlay and proclamation. The air was thick with a subtle electromagnetic sensation, intensifying exponentially, causing their scalps to tingle and hair to stand on end. Tai Xian stood resolutely at the center of the energy storm, his clothing billowing like sails. A deeper resonance within the furnace suddenly escalated, unleashing a profound indigo glow from the lattice structure inside. This luminescence was not the blue-black that surged from the furnace mouth, but bore an ancient, chilling depth that instantly stabilized all the chaotic energy flows within the core. The blue-black code light streaming from the furnace mouth abruptly mingled with wisps of extremely fine golden threads. These threads, minute yet resilient against the turbulent blue-black tide, transformed the entire stream's texture, adding an ineffable, otherworldly sharpness. The furnace's trembling subsided significantly. The temperature reading within the furnace plummeted, while the steel-like traces of molten tears on the walls began to congeal into a peculiar, ugly scar resembling malachite crystals. The furnace continued to groan amidst high temperatures, yet the violent, destructive aura seemed to be quietly subdued by a deep, ancient will, integrating into a larger, more enigmatic order. Within the radiant light erupting from the furnace, several slender, hair-like, yet razor-sharp golden threads fought against the dark blue tide. The indigo glow appeared elusive, reminiscent of an ancient abyss gazing upon the tumultuous surface. The system detected that the host had successfully created the Tuine furnace, activating the programmable thunder rune array with a cold electronic voice that pierced through the ear, while semi-transparent data streams cascaded through his vision. A series of rune arrays materialized within Tai Xian's mind, alongside an entire set of programming arrays for the Sunfeng step. Chapter 11. New equipment. Tai Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the torrent of runes in his mind. The cold system prompt was akin to quenching fire with cold water, awakening him from the brief stupor of the furnace's success. The interface of the myriad mechanisms stabilized at the edge of his vision, with the thunder rune array and the complex structure of the Sunfeng step slowly rotating like celestial trajectories, awaiting his command. Is this complete? Bai Yuekai's voice bore a hint of hoarseness, the residual numbness from the recent silent shockwave still lingering. She gazed at the now tranquil furnace, its ancient and rugged shell seemingly harboring a primordial beast that could awaken at any moment. It is complete. Tai Xian's voice remained calm, yet it carried an indescribable certainty. He approached the mound of materials before the furnace, comprising twisted armor plates disassembled from the previous temporary shelter's warehouse, the massive skeletons of the serpent dog beasts he had slain, covered in silicon bone spurs, and extraordinarily hard granite blocks mined from the fissures. Without hesitation, he activated the furnace's loading port. The heavy mechanical arm emitted a dull hydraulic sound as it deposited the remnants, symbols of different powers and biological energies, cold alloys, menacing beast bones, and sturdy rocks, into the furnace's flickering, mysterious light. The furnace lid slammed shut, severing the view from the outside. "What are you refining?" Bai Yuekai couldn't help but ask. Unable to comprehend the runes, let alone Tai Xian's seemingly mad material ratios. "A piece of clothing." Tai Xian's response was so simple it bordered on absurdity. He ceased speaking, his gaze fixated on the emerging energy nodes along the side of the furnace, his hands moving swiftly in the air as if playing a musical instrument. With each fingertip's touch, a fine, lightning-patterned golden flow penetrated the corresponding nodes in the furnace wall. These were the programming commands for the Thunder Rune Array, forcibly carving out a path for smelting within the furnace's turbulent energy. The furnace emitted a low growl once more, but this time, it was no longer a chaotic uproar. The runes on the furnace wall glimmered to life, their sequential illumination casting a dark blue-green light that surged against the inner walls of the hearth. Each flow executing precise cuts, decomposing the materials within. The alloy armor of the gravity body softened under the relentless embrace of the blue-green light, flowing like butter, merging seamlessly with the silicate osteoid derived from the bones of the devouring beasts, rich in resilience and the essence of vitality. Granite was pulverized into the finest powder by the raging energy, its profound solidity and weightiness forcibly woven into the chaotic, bubbling mass taking shape within the furnace. The high temperatures within distorted the space, and beads of sweat re-emerged on Xuan's brow from the tension of the operation, yet his hands remained steady as a rock, guiding the energy through the runes. The computational power of the myriad law pivot system surged to full capacity, analyzing every minute change in the material fusion within the furnace in real time, the data vividly manifesting in his gaze. Adjusting the output frequency and energy trajectory of the Thunder Rune Array based on the data fluctuations. Time flowed amidst the roaring of the furnace and the golden lightning patterns dancing at Xuan's fingertips. At last, the vibrations of the furnace gradually subsided, the shrieking sound transforming into a deep and stable pulse, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. The furnace lid creaked open amidst the hissing steam. No blinding light nor searing heat emerged. A warm, near-liquid mass floated at the center of the hearth. It exhibited an unusual, dark hue, so profound it seemed capable of absorbing all light. Yet within it, minute glimmers of golden red and gray-white, like twinkling stars, flowed slowly, flickering in and out of visibility. This was the alloy, perfectly melted, harmoniously coexisting with the osteoid and rock particles. The mass lacked a fixed shape, gently rippling with the residual energy flows within the furnace, its surface displaying a silk-like pliability while subtly revealing the weight and indestructible sharpness capable of bearing mountains with each undulation. Tai Xian extended his hand, and the dark mass, as if imbued with life, obediently flowed into his palm, its texture cool and supple, yet bearing the solid weight of a rock. "Is this your attire?" Bai Yuekai's voice brimmed with disbelief. She could distinctly sense the aura radiating from that mass, an extraordinary wave combining metallic defense, the resilience of life, and the solidity of the earth. "It is fabric," Tai Xian corrected, his eyes alight with the spark of creation, and also armor. He did not immediately shape the armor for himself. Instead, he manipulated the myriad law pivot system, projecting the programming core of the Thunder Rune Array onto the dark mass. Drawing again with his fingertips, countless intricate, flickering golden runes were woven into the dark foundation as if they were living entities. Subsequently, he stepped aside to retrieve a pre-prepared half-covered tactical glove base, constructed from high-strength polymers and a metal framework, which Bai Yuekai had found among her collected items. The dark mass seemed summoned, flowing automatically to evenly envelop the back and forearm extensions of the glove, under Xuan's precise control of the enigmatic energy at his fingertips. The material rapidly coalesced at the glove's palm, forming a perfect circular sigil area embedded with complex golden lightning patterns. At the center of the sigil, a point of deep blue electric light flickered like a living creature, radiating a heart-pounding energy wave. Lastly, he turned to the nearly intact tactical boots. Tai Xian repeated the process, covering the boot surface and shin guards with the dark mass. This time, he infused the programming array of the Xuanfeng step. As the runes completed, countless small, pale blue wind patterns suddenly appeared on the soles and sides of the boots, flickering in and out like a breath, the surrounding air seemingly warping and humming faintly. After completing all this, Taixian directed the remaining dark mass to envelop his torso. The material flowed like living water, extending and accurately adhering to every contour of his upper body. Beginning from below his neck, it covered his shoulders, chest, abdomen, and back, extending seamlessly to the elbows of his arms, perfectly connecting with the Thunder Rune gloves. As the last piece of dark coverage completed, the material instantly solidified, taking shape. A piece of dark armor covering his upper body and arms materialized dramatically. It was not a sharply defined heavy armor. Its lines were smooth and understated, resembling the most form-fitting attire, perfectly accentuating Xuan's athletic physique. The dark surface of the armor was as deep as ink, yet in the play of light. It subtly revealed points of golden red and gray-white brilliance within, along with the runic patterns that were intricately embedded deep within the texture of the armor. It combined the flexibility of fabric with the defense surpassing that of heavy armor, containing explosive power within its calm demeanor. Taixian gently clenched his fist. The muscles of his arm, covered in the dark armor, bulged without any sense of obstruction. He raised his left hand, the golden thunder rune sigil in his palm glowing slightly, as deep blue arcs of electricity silently danced and entwined among his fingers, the air thickening with a faint scent of ozone, heralding impending destruction. His feet stirred slightly, and the pale blue wind patterns on the side of his tactical boot suddenly brightened. With a whoosh, there was no violent sound of breaking air. His figure vanished like smoke blown away by the wind, leaving only a faint, distorted afterimage in the air. In the next moment, he had circled the not-so-small warehouse and returned to Bai Yuekai's side, his dark silhouette appearing ghostly under the light. Bai Yuekai's pupils constricted abruptly. Quick! It's beyond the limits of my visual capture. This was not merely speed. It felt more akin to a short-distance spatial shift, coupled with the unknown defensive dark armor and the thunder waiting to be unleashed from his palm. This was no longer merely protective gear, but resembled a mobile iron pagoda. Standing beside Bai Yuekai, Taixian felt every detail of the armor. The night breeze wafted through the back door, lifting his unarmored bangs, the cold dark armor gleaming with a dim sheen in the light. He slowly raised his armored left hand. The palm's thunder rune sigils glow shifting from deep blue to blinding white, as the violent energy compressed and roared within, awaiting the command to be released. In the next moment, it vanished like dark clouds dispersing, the thunder absorbed entirely into his left hand. What exactly is this attire? Why does it feel alive? Bai Yuekai could not help but reach out to touch Taixian's chest, or rather, the armor adorning him. It is not alive. Taixian shook his head. It merely extracts the life essence from the bones of the devouring beasts, endowing this armor with a semblance of biological activity, more akin to mechanical nanobots. Xuan's explanation brought clarity to Bai Yuekai. She understood nanotechnology well, yet witnessing a fusion of Taoist principles and technology in such a manner was a first for her. Ah, wait. Taixian suddenly recalled something, drawing the long spear from his waist and restoring it to combat form. Once again, a dazzling lightning light emanated from his left palm, as he replicated the programming core of the Thunder Rune Array and directly embedded it into the Spirit Pivot Spear. As a series of Thunder Rune Array symbols integrated into the spear's body, the spearhead instantaneously elongated over a meter, radiating astonishing lightning energy. Chapter 12. Test of Skill. What a fine spear. Even Bai Yuekai, accustomed to the various peculiar weapons on the ground, could not help but voice her admiration. This spear transcended the realm of cold weapons, resembling an artifact embryo that fused technology, Taoism, and violent energy. Taixian felt an unprecedented surge of power and spiritual resonance emanating from the spear in his hand. The Spirit Pivot Spear seemed to become an extension of his arm, the thunderous power coursing within its body intricately connected to the energy core of the Thunder Rune sigil in his palm, as if it were an extension of his very will. On the interface of the myriad laws, a brand new weapon module was rapidly generating, refining, and analyzing every energy node and rune combination of the Thunder Seal Spirit Pivot. Withdrawing his spear, Taixian glanced outside at the sky. The enormous beam openings providing illumination to Longbone Village were beginning to reveal a hint of light. Alas, a whole night had swiftly passed. Sleep, sleep, I am utterly exhausted. In an instant, Tai Xian transformed from an inscrutable Taoist master into an ordinary, unremarkable individual, a disparity that left Bai Yuekai momentarily bewildered. Why did you kick me again? Tai Xian clutched his knees, rubbing them incessantly, for Bai Yuekai had exerted considerable force. Because you disturbed my sleep. Bai Yuekai shot a disdainful glance at the grinning Tai Xian, irritably delivering another kick before locking the back door of the warehouse and ascending to her quarters. This woman, despite her age, still behaved like a young girl. She gets angry so easily. Tai Xian found himself perplexed, directly shedding his armor, discarding his clothes, hastily washing up before extinguishing the light, and lying down on the single bed to sleep. As dawn broke, piercing through the thin mist, the dew on the terraced fields of Longbone village sparkled like crystals. Tai Xian was roused by the urgency of nature's call, groggily searching the room. Alas, in his daze, he realized there was no restroom in the warehouse. With a resigned pat on his face, he walked to the back door and knocked thrice. What is it? Bai Yuekai, awakened by the knocking, regarded the intruder with a frown. I can't hold it any longer, Tai Xian exclaimed, urgency prompting him to push past Bai Yuekai into the living room, where he rushed into the bathroom. Ah, bliss. He splashed water on his face. And upon exiting the restroom, he was captivated by a striking sight. Bai Yuekai, clad in loose sleepwear with a facial mask adorning her face, had her long legs elegantly propped on the sofa, a sight most alluring. Most strikingly, her sleepwear was not long, allowing Tai Xian a glimpse of her flawless, jade-like thighs. Marvelous. Tai Xian couldn't help but exclaim, only to be met with a flying pillow that struck his face. Apologies. The view was simply too beautiful. I couldn't help but gaze. Tai Xian maintained an unabashed demeanor, infuriating Bai Yuekai, who rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hurry up and tidy yourself. We are going out for dinner, and I will introduce you to the young girl from yesterday. Bai Yuekai rose, removing her facial mask, and delivered a playful punch to Tai Xian before darting into the restroom. This little minx. I find her delightful, touching his not-so-pained abdomen. Tai Xian squinted at her vanishing figure, a smile creeping onto his lips. Moments later, the two strolled down the street, observing a group of elderly individuals engaging in morning exercises beneath a grand tree. Tai Xian was momentarily struck by the familiarity of it all, as if he were still on his original Earth. What? Are you captivated by the elderly? Bai Yuekai teased, her interest piqued. Tai Xian turned to her, surprised, then studied her intently before stroking his chin. Indeed, you have a point. As we age, we find it harder to connect with the younger crowd. There is a certain chemistry with peers. He spoke earnestly while scrutinizing her. Get lost. Bai Yuekai felt her cheeks flush, unable to restrain herself from delivering a solid punch to Tai Xian's abdomen. Ouch. Not painful at all, Tai Xian declared, a smug expression on his face as he dashed ahead. Just as they passed, an elderly figure with graying hair and a levitating old woman emerged from a nearby corner. Do you think the newcomer and boss Bai make a good pair? Xia Tianlai inquired, curiosity dancing in her tone. They do seem well suited, Qiu Shi observed, a maternal expression gracing her face as she watched the duo disappear into the distance. The newcomer was rumored to have survived from the old world, clearly a remarkable individual. Indeed, the energy from last night was simply terrifying. Xia Tianlai recalled the overwhelming energy wave that had radiated throughout Longbone village, a shiver running down her spine. In a blink, Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai had finished breakfast and were walking towards an open space. Wait here, I will fetch my duo for you, Bai Yuekai declared, striding towards the group practicing martial arts. Tai Xian surveyed the ample surroundings, noting the row of bamboo poles and wooden sticks positioned nearby. His gaze immediately fell upon a long, dark hardwood staff, over 12 feet in length and exuding a sense of solidity and simplicity. Before long, Bai Yuekai returned with two individuals. The first was a robust man with a resolute expression, bearing the marks of his years battling the extreme beasts. He was Ulan my duo's father, Ulan Ao Deng, the village's physical training instructor. Following closely was a petite yet agile girl, dressed in well-fitted gear, carrying a 3-section collapsible spear, its gleaming surface indicating years of use, its alloy tip glistening with cold light. The girl's bright, sharp eyes sparkled like mountain springs, radiating youthful vigor and defiance as she fixed her gaze on Tai Xian. She was Ulan my duo. Tai Xian, this is my daughter, my duo? Ulan Ao Deng's voice boomed with the hearty timbre characteristic of a prairie man, his gaze towards his daughter brimming with pride. Mr. Taishian. Ulan, my duo, greeted softly. Old Bai must have informed you. I witnessed your spear dance yesterday. It was impressive. However, if you wish to be my disciple, you must first prove yourself. Taishian stated candidly, holding great regard for the young girl, yet knowing he must demonstrate his own prowess to earn her respect. Please instruct me, my duo replied, her voice crisp, revealing her unbridled fighting spirit. With the spear still firmly in hand, her presence was imposing. Taishian nodded slightly, his eyes scanning Ulan, my duo, focusing on her grip and stance. Her fingers clutched the rear of the spear like iron pincers, the forward hand poised delicately. Her feet positioned firmly, her center of gravity grounded like a mountain, as if she and the spear had become one. This was the quintessential foundation of the Six Harmonies spear, embodying the essence of the foundational embrace of the infant stance. Well, Taishian uttered succinctly. His staff angled towards the ground, exuding a profound aura. He mirrored a basic spear-holding posture, yet it appeared more ethereal and restrained than Ulan, my duo's, as if all his strength was concealed within the staff, waiting to be unleashed. Without further ado, Ulan, my duo's eyes shimmered with determination as she called out, "Apologies." The first move, the middle flat point, surged forth like a torrent. With a sudden step forward of her left foot, her waist and horse united. Power emanating from the ground to her spine, surging to her shoulders. The spear shot forth like a coiled dragon emerging from the depths. Slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, its tip aimed directly at Taishian's chest. This was the essence of the Six Harmonies spear, embodying swiftness, precision, and ferocity, a thrust that was unyielding and direct, pressing forward with formidable force. A glimmer of approval flickered in Taishian's eyes. This girl had a solid foundation. Her thrust was remarkably swift, the spear tip unwavering, power concentrated at a single point. He chose not to meet it head-on, instead executing the wind step. His figure gliding like willow fluff blown by the breeze, effortlessly slipping to the left rear. Simultaneously, his staff moved like a nimble serpent, not to block, but to glide alongside the spear's shaft, employing a delicate entangling technique. The staff tip adhered to the spear, drawing a subtle circle. A wave of supple rotational force transmitted instantly, attempting to deflect the girl's relentless assault. Ulan, my duo, feeling the gentle entanglement, did not resist forcibly. Instead, she utilized the momentum, twisting her waist sharply, transforming her thrust from direct to lateral. The green dragon's tail. The spear moved like a giant python, sweeping fiercely across the ribs of Taishian with tremendous force. The swift transformation and seamless connection showcased the essence of the Six Harmonies Great Spear's 3 transformations. Chapter 13. Apprenticeship. The admiration in Taishian's eyes deepened. With a swift step, he advanced rather than retreated, daringly entering the inner circle of the opponent's sweeping spear in a split second. With the long staff raised from below, he executed a rapid and cunning strike akin to a phoenix nodding its head, targeting the wrist of Ulan Maiduo's leading hand with precision. This maneuver, reminiscent of the ancient flower spear's agility, possessed a strange angle and incredible speed, striking at vital points. Ulan Maiduo felt a jolt of alarm in her heart as a sense of crisis surged. She pushed off her back foot, retreating like a startled wild horse, while simultaneously transitioning her grip from a sweeping motion to an upward thrust. The spear, howling through the air, aimed fiercely at Taishian's staff tip, attempting to shatter his finesse with brute force. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound resonated as the staff and the lifted spear collided violently. Ulan Maiduo sensed an overwhelming force surging through the spear, numbing her grip, and she staggered back 3 steps to regain her balance. Taishian, utilizing the rebound from the collision, spun like a top, dissipating the force, and the long staff traced a perfect arc, pointing gracefully to the ground. His breath still steady and profound. Very good. Taishian nodded in approval, urging her to continue. In the second round, Ulan Maiduo took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of her energy, her gaze sharpening with focus. She understood she faced a rare and formidable opponent. His strength, speed, and skill vastly surpassed her own. Yet, the pride of a warrior compelled her not to falter. She thrust her spear forward once more, this time expanding her technique, no longer limited to straightforward thrusts and sweeps, but fully embodying the circular methodology of the Six Harmonies Great Spear. Before her, her arms turned like wheels, the spear drawing luminous circles in various sizes and angles. both horizontal and vertical. At times, she embraced the moon, contracting the circles to safeguard her vital points. At others, she unleashed a twisting motion, the circles rolling and constricting, sealing off all of Tai Xian's avenues of attack. Occasionally, the spear transformed into a pear blossom, the tip vibrating rapidly within the circle, resembling countless stars. Indistinctly striking at various points on Tai Xian's body, the spear wind howled, shadows of circles swirling. Ulan Maiduo appeared as a whirlwind of silver, showcasing the essence of intertwining strikes both within and outside the spear circle. Amidst this tempest of spear circles, Tai Xian stood firm like a rock in a raging sea. The long staff in his hands came alive, transforming into a thrusting spear, its tip striking with deadly precision to deflect the incoming spear points. At other times, it became a slicing weapon, crashing down on the weak points of her rotating spear, disrupting her continuous circle. Occasionally, he would employ a penetrating strike, the staff darting like a nimble shuttle, piercing through the gaps in her spear circles, aiming for vital spots, forcing Ulan Maiduo to retreat for self-preservation. His movements lacked the dazzling circle effects of Ulan Maiduo, but were far more succinct, efficient, and lethal. Each strike landed precisely at the pivot points of her spear transitions, each blow imbued with a premonition of foresight. This was the return to simplicity after the intricate mastery of the 24 styles of the Great Spear. A battle instinct forged through relentless refinement. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid-fire sounds of their clashes echoed throughout the training ground. Two figures danced swiftly, spears and staffs soaring. The dark staff shadows intertwined with the silver spear glimmers, at times resembling two dragons battling fiercely, at others like a dragon stirring the seas, creating a tempest. The energy surged, stirring up dust from the ground, forming small whirlwinds. Ulan Outing watched in awe, his clenched fists turning white with tension. He was not surprised by his daughter's adeptness in executing their family's spear techniques. What astonished him was Tai Xian's unfathomable mastery, effortlessly employing brilliant tactics. Bai Yuekai observed with keen insight, aware that Tai Xian was holding back. Otherwise, Ulan Maiduo would have already been defeated. After several rounds of combat, Ulan Maiduo was drenched in sweat, her breath slightly labored. Though her spear stance remained intact, her strength and speed were inevitably waning. In contrast, Tai Xian remained composed, wielding the long staff with ease. As Ulan Maiduo executed a move resembling a twisting dragon constrictor aimed at Tai Xian's lower body, a glint of brilliance flashed in Tai Xian's eyes. He ceased to block or evade, and with a sudden tremor of his staff, it emitted a resonant hum. "Watch closely," Tai Xian called out. The long staff transformed into a bolt of black lightning. There were no complex changes, no dazzling lights. Only the purest speed and the most precise strike. This blow surpassed Ulan Maiduo's capacity to react, embodying the swift and ruthless essence of the inch-hand spear from the 24 styles. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Ulan Maiduo felt her wrists go numb as if seared by a red-hot iron. An irresistible force surged forth, and she could no longer maintain her grip. The spear, which was as vital as her very life, slipped from her hands. The dark, silver-gleaming spear tumbled through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground several paces away. Ulan Maiduo stood frozen, her hands trembling slightly, her wrists burning with pain. She gazed at the fallen spear before lifting her eyes to Tai Xian, who stood confidently with his staff, exuding an imposing presence. Shock filled her eyes, but ultimately, all emotions transformed into an indescribable admiration and respect. Silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the gentle rustle of grass in the morning breeze. Tai Xian casually planted the long staff into the ground and approached Ulan Maiduo. His gaze was calm, yet imbued with a penetrating intensity. "Your Six Harmonies Great Spear is built on a solid foundation, strong yet somewhat rigid. While your circular technique is remarkable, it lacks fluidity and seamless transitions. Being a girl, agility and adaptability suit you best." Tai Xian's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "You possess exceptional talent, and your spirit is resilient. You are indeed moldable. Will you learn the spear from me?" Ulan Maiduo stared blankly at Tai Xian, then at the long spear that had accompanied her for years. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, she knelt without hesitation, clasping her fists together, bowing deeply. "Disciple Ulan Maiduo pays respects to the master. Please, master, Impart your skills. Her youthful voice rang out, strong and unwavering. Tai Xian nodded slightly, extending a hand to assist her. Rise. The spear is the courage of 100 weapons, yet also the thief of 100 weapons. As long as you can harmonize strength and gentleness, blending the tangible with the intangible, then you will grasp the true essence of the spear. Dedicate yourself to diligent practice in the future. Do not let this spear go to waste. His gaze swept over the spear that had fallen to the ground. Xuan Maiduo responded earnestly, yes, Master. As she rose, her eyes no longer held uncertainty, but were filled with a fervent desire for a higher realm and unwavering trust in her formidable new master. Xuan Outing observed this scene with a sense of gratitude and excitement, bowing deeply to Tai Xian. Thank you, esteemed sir, for nurturing this child. I am eternally grateful. Bai Yuekai wore a faint smile. Maiduo is indeed a rare gem. Tai Xian responded courteously, then turned to his new apprentice. You should return home and rest well today. Reflect on the techniques from our earlier spar. We shall commence formal training tomorrow. Yes, Master. Maiduo nodded dutifully before following her father home. Now I understand why you wanted me to teach her. This child truly has the potential to become the pillar of Longbone Village. Tai Xian murmured, watching the father-daughter duo depart. I do not know how long this current situation can be sustained. We must leave some hope for Longbone Village, mustn't we? Bai Yuekai revealed her feelings of helplessness for the first time in front of Tai Xian, gradually becoming accustomed to expressing her emotions before him. Everything will turn out all right. Tai Xian gently patted Bai Yuekai's shoulder before striding towards his residence. Chapter 14. Return to the ground in the following days. Tai Xian devoted his time either to teaching Xuan Maiduo the spear techniques or tinkering with various items at his residence. What have you been up to these days? It seems like every time you have a moment to spare, you dive back into your warehouse. Bai Yuekai, observing Tai Xian leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, asked with curiosity, I'm preparing a gift for my little disciple. As Tai Xian spoke, he retrieved an object from behind him and tossed it to Bai Yuekai. Bai Yuekai caught it with a perplexed expression. Isn't this your spear? Are you really giving your weapon to my duo as a gift? Sitting beside Tai Xian, she inquired. This spear is significantly longer than the one my duo uses. She might find it cumbersome. No, this is a specially crafted spear tailored to her preferences. Tai Xian explained, taking the spear back and adjusting its length to match my duo's. This weapon temporarily possesses only a plasma blade, as I lack suitable materials for some key components. It should suffice for now. You certainly care deeply for your little disciple. Bai Yuekai's tone was even, but Tai Xian sensed an underlying tension. You also have your share, he quickly retorted, gesturing towards the coat with a fur collar hanging on the wall. Try it on. I've added a layer of armor-like material to your attire. Bai Yuekai raised an eyebrow at this, strolling over to examine her coat closely, gently caressing the fabric. Why does this feel different from your armor? Of course, it's different. The material used for you required considerable effort to procure. It's softer and lighter. This single piece depleted all the materials I had gathered. Tai Xian reclined on the sofa, utterly exhausted from the lack of proper rest over the past few days. Thank you. Bai Yuekai smiled softly. What? Tai Xian didn't quite catch that and looked up at her. It's nothing. We're planning to head to the surface in a couple of days. You should accompany me. Bai Yuekai changed the subject, tilting her head towards Tai Xian. No problem. Tai Xian waved his hand and promptly fell asleep, clutching the pillow Bai Yuekai usually used. Days later, on the desolate and silent surface, the wind stirred up dark red sand, and a faint, sweet metallic scent filled the air, accompanied by an omnipresent sense of oppression. A mist formed by the essence of blood hung like a shroud over this land, which had been utterly twisted by mana ecology. Tai Xian, Bai Yuekai, and several elite members of her team, including the newly apprenticed, nervous yet excited Xuan Maiduo, were concealed behind a massive weathered rock ridge. Their mission was to search for remnants of medical supplies from the old world. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and the savage howls of the extreme beasts echoed from a distance. The intensity of the sounds was beyond ordinary. It's the sound of the Gravity Unit S cannons, and the standard weapons of the Lighthouse Scavengers. Fractured Star exclaimed, her expression grave. Let us take a look. Be cautious. Bai Yuekai decisively commanded. The group ghosted through the jagged rocks, swiftly approaching the source of the commotion. Upon cresting a ridge, the sight below left everyone gasping in shock. In a relatively open area strewn with rubble, specifically at the aerospace base previously visited by Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai. A team of lighthouse scavengers was embroiled in a fierce battle. Hold on. Team 2. Maintain formation. Keep the convoy safe. Do not let these extreme beasts near the supplies. The scene was brutal, with an increasing number of snake dogs flooding from the base. These were remnants of the king-class extreme beast that Tai Xian had slain, having migrated back. Several gravity units emblazoned with the lighthouse insignia were battered, as more and more snake dogs attacked the central defensive circle formed by human soldiers. Meanwhile, the elite members of Mark's squad were engaged in combat with the snake dogs, clad in gravity unit mechs. Be careful. There's a spine beast. Stay alert. Don't get parasitized, or we'll all be doomed. The human shouts and the sounds of gunfire were relentless. Everyone retreat. Mark shouted after rescuing 2 of his teammates. The extreme beasts here are about to regenerate. We must catch up with the convoy before they revive. Dressed in his gravity unit, Mark urged. Time is running out. Hurry up. Ran Bing revved her motorcycle and sped off, followed closely by 3 gravity units. Ran Bing and Mark were indeed an intuitive pair. One piloted a gravity unit while the other stood atop it, firing accurately. However, in the distance, a colossal creature loomed ominously closer. The beast resembled an exaggerated pangolin, its body covered in heavy, tank-like dark red armor, its head grotesque with protruding fangs, and a massive tail with a bone hammer at the end that crashed down, sending shards of rubble flying with each swing. More alarmingly, several enormous bone spines, reminiscent of cannons, jutted from its back, glowing ominously with red light, clearly preparing for a terrifying attack. This was a formidable, mutated extreme beast, the Earth Roar. Faced with the encroaching Earth Roar, despair filled everyone's eyes. Ran Bing and Fei Shui were desperately firing, attempting to halt the Earth Roar, but standard ammunition barely affected its heavy armor. We're doomed. Some terrified civilians shrieked in anguish. Roar. The Earth Roar let out a deafening roar, its spinal cannons glowing fiercely. Its enormous head turned towards the convoy, opening its gaping maw, as a visible, highly compressed scarlet energy shockwave rapidly coalesced within its throat. Just at that critical moment, prepare to strike. Bai Yuekai commanded, Xiado, get ready to control it. Watch me. Xiado immediately donned her mechanical goggles, while Fractured Star knocked an arrow, aiming the interference-tipped arrowhead at the gargantuan extreme beast. However, the arrow ricocheted off the beast's hide upon impact. No good. This extreme beast's defenses are too robust. Give it to me. Bai Yuekai snatched the interference device from Xiaodo's hands, leaping from the high ground at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, landing before the massive extreme beast. Bai Yuekai concentrated her power in her right hand, inserting the interference device directly into the beast's neck. Connected. Xiado immediately manipulated her game controller, her face contorted in pain, her body swaying backward. Xiado. Hold on. Fractured Star caught her, knowing they only needed to stall the pack of extreme beasts. I can endure. Xiaodo's nostrils bled. Yet she forced herself to maintain control over the gigantic extreme beast, which let out a thunderous roar. Bai Yuekai stood atop the extreme beast, witnessing the snake dog pack halt their pursuit due to the roar before she leaped down. Roar! Roar! The gigantic extreme beast roared again, the sound waves shattering the rock formations flanking the valley. I can't hold on any longer. Boss, hurry and go. Xiado had reached her limit, the giant extreme beast's consciousness gradually slipping from her grasp. Chapter 15. The gun emerges like a dragon. One, the colossal extreme beast broke free from Xiaodo's control, raising its claw like a looming storm cloud towards Bai Yuekai. Although Bai Yuekai faced away from the massive beast, her reflexes were instantaneous. She deftly shifted her weight, evading the giant extreme beast's attack with remarkable speed. Roar! The beast's breath, akin to scarlet sand, swept across the rugged rubble, sending energy waves crashing towards Bai Yuekai. The once retreating swarm of serpentine hounds has now transformed into a tumultuous gray tide, fervently roaring as they launch an assault on the already disrupted Bai Yuekai squad. The hastily formed defensive line of the squad members stands ready. Su Tong, riding a rocket-powered skateboard, descends from the heights, weapon in hand. With his bow drawn, he activates the source potential in his arm, and the arrow, shimmering with a faint white light, is loosed towards the foremost serpent hound. Let them taste the sting of electricity, scoundrels. Su Tong's attack follows swiftly, unleashing a torrent of plasma from his weapon that immobilizes the frenzied hounds, exposing their vital, hidden life sources. Beware! Shattered Star Mountain warns loudly. As multiple arrows find their mark in the hound's vital spots, Tai Xian and my duo remain stationary, both specialists in close combat, and currently too distant to engage. Tai Xian's focus is entirely on Bai Yuekai. With a thunderous roar, Bai Yuekai moves like a spectral white wraith through the throng of beasts. Wielding her Tang Dao, a lei, which carves a chilling arc of death, each flicker accompanied by a spray of foul blue-purple blood. Yet, in a fleeting moment, her movements reveal a subtle hesitation, not from exhaustion, but an inexplicable heaviness emanating from deep within her being, as if invisible shackles were tightening. In that instant of delay, the colossal beast, akin to a mobile fortress, keenly detects this fleeting vulnerability. Its massive bony spikes blaze with a piercing crimson light, and the highly compressed energy emits a disquieting hum. The target is not Bai Yuekai herself, but rather a towering boulder beside her. Boom! A beam of crimson energy, as thick as a barrel and as solid as reality, pierces through the boulder, evaporating it instantly. The terrifying shockwave crashes into Bai Yuekai's flank, like an unseen hammer. Ugh! She grunts, her white figure tumbling like a severed kite, violently propelled by the raging winds. Suspended in midair, she suffers minimal harm, her garments emanating an arcane and potent force that mitigates the external damage. Boss Bai! The squad members cry out in alarm. Just as Bai Yuekai is about to collide with the jagged stone wall behind her, Tai Xian, spear in hand, bellows, "You guard this position, scoundrel! Do not act recklessly." His voice resonates like thunder from the heavens, enveloped in a soul-piercing pressure that halts the charging hounds and disrupts the energy coalescing on the beast's back. A dark figure, akin to a black lightning bolt tearing through the crimson sky, descends from the ridge with unparalleled speed. The azure-white wind patterns on his tactical boots gleam brilliantly, trailing a long, distorted afterimage in his wake. Tai Xian's target is not Bai Yuekai, but rather the colossal beast that has just initiated its ambush. As Bai Yuekai nears the wall, Tai Xian's plunging form brushes past her. Without pausing, his armored left arm extends with prophetic precision, catching Bai Yuekai's rapidly retreating form with a gentle yet unstoppable force, deftly absorbing the impact and guiding her safely towards a relatively secure area. "Leave it to me." His 3 words resonate with gravitas, clearly reaching Bai Yuekai's ears. Using the momentum, Bai Yuekai executes a somersault, landing gracefully. Her eyes complex as they linger on the unwavering figure charging towards the beast. A decision crystallizes within her. Cover him. Clear the area. Her command is succinct and powerful. She suppresses the tumultuous energy within her, reigniting her Tang Dao, which gleams ominously as she plunges into the horde of advancing hounds. "Master!" Xuan my duo exclaims, her heart racing as she observes the dark figure immersed in the fray. Instinctively, she tightens her grip on the long spear crafted by Tai Xian. The spear, still dark and gleaming, now bears a barely noticeable narrow groove near the tip, embedded with a faintly glowing energy conduit. "My duo, don't just stand there. Stay close to me," Shonda shouts, wielding his warhammer with vigor, smashing the skull of a hound lunging at my duo. Her eyes sharpen with predatory intensity. Drawing a deep breath, the warrior blood within her ignites. "Charge!" she cries, her feet executing the swift steps of the Sun Wind technique. Her form darting forward like a leopard. With a fierce shake of her spear, she calls forth the power of the 6 harmonies, aiming true. As her spear thrusts forth like a dragon, the embedded energy conduit erupts in a brilliant surge of blue light. With a piercing hum, a scorching plasma blade, scarcely a foot long yet radiating an alarming heat, extends from the steel spearhead, resembling the fangs of a venomous serpent. The resilient silicon armor of the approaching hound yields effortlessly before the concentrated plasma blade, as if it were butter under a hot knife. There is no fierce clash, no jarring scrape, only a soft sound. The hound's savage head, along with a portion of its chest, is instantaneously vaporized, leaving only a charred opening and a pungent scent of singed flesh. "Well done," Chandra exclaims, unable to contain his admiration. This power far exceeds that of ordinary weaponry. Energized, Xuan my duo unleashes the full might of her spear, merging its brute force with the sudden sharpness of the plasma edge. The Azure Dragon's tail sweeps across, the fiery blade tracing a lethal arc, severing 2 hounds charging side by side. The pear blossom's head darts in a rapid thrust, the spear tip vibrating at high frequency. The plasma blade striking like a leaping white wasp, precisely penetrating the eye socket of a hound and instantly scorching its brain. Meanwhile, Xia Dou's petite figure flits along the chaotic edges of the battlefield, her face pale from intense concentration. With her eyes tightly shut, veins throbbing at her temples, her fingers dance as if playing invisible strings. Stop! She suddenly opens her eyes, her pupils flashing with data streams as she fixates on a particularly large elite hound lunging toward Tai Xian from behind. The hound freezes mid-motion, its frenzied and brutal gaze replaced by a bewildered stupor. Its massive form, as if pulled by unseen strings, abruptly shifts direction, not towards Tai Xian, but instead lunges toward a fellow hound charging alongside him. Roar! The ambushed hound, caught off guard, is knocked to the ground in a pained howl. Well done, Xia Dou! Shanda cheers, smashing the head of a hound with his heavy hammer. Xia Dou stumbles, nearly falling, the sudden drain on her mental energy causing her vision to darken, blood trickling from her nose. Hurry! She anxiously glances toward the core of the battlefield. Chapter 16. The spear emerges like a dragon too at the heart of the battlefield. Tai Xian engages in a titanic struggle with the rampaging earth roar. Roar! The beast's eyes blaze with vengeful bloodlight as it rises to its full height. Its tail, crowned with a massive bone hammer, tears through the air, striking down upon the rock where Tai Xian stands with immense force. Concurrently, the spikes along its back glow crimson, and several beams of highly compressed red energy are unleashed at close range. Boom! The rock shatters, dust billowing into the sky. Yet, in the instant before the dust engulfs the area, Tai Xian's figure darts forward like a wraith, skimming the ground. His dark silhouette nearly becomes a shadow, narrowly evading the devastating onslaught. Thunder's seal. The chilling command echoes like a death sentence. The dark purple lightning spear, imbued with indomitable sharpness, is propelled by formidable force, piercing into the exposed junction of the earth roar's chest and abdomen. Sizzle! The sound pierces the air. The resilient bone armor was torn apart as if it were mere paper, pierced through. Dark golden lightning burst forth from within, accompanied by a torrent of blue-purple tainted blood and shattered innards. A mournful howl erupted from the colossal beast, its massive body crashing to the ground. Yet, its ferocity surged forth with unrestrained fury. In that instant of falling, its gaping maw, filled with jagged fangs, lunged recklessly towards the nearby Tai Xian. The residual energy of the bone spikes ignited once more. In a critical moment, Tai Xian, move! Xia Dou's hoarse scream pierced the battlefield. The elite serpent hound she had briefly controlled charged ahead, like the most loyal steed, violently breaking through several of its kin that obstructed its path, bearing numerous wounds. It surged toward Tai Xian's flank with a fearless stance. The timing was perfect. A fierce glint flashed in Tai Xian's eyes as he activated the Su Feng step, his figure retreating with remarkable precision, leaping onto the broad back of the elite serpent hound. The elite serpent hound let out a roar of defiance, thrashing violently, while Xia Dou's face turned pale as paper, blood seeping from her 7 orifices, her mental fortitude on the verge of collapse. Stay still, Tai Xian commanded in a low voice, his armored left hand pressing firmly against the hound's spiked neck. The golden light of the talisman flickered. A weak current of paralysis and enforced calm surged into it, not to kill, but to temporarily suppress its will to resist. The elite serpent hound's movements abruptly stilled. Go! Tai Xian's legs clamped down hard, akin to a general commanding a fierce steed. With a pointed gesture of his Ling Shu gun, dark purple lightning flickered, aimed straight at the headless behemoth struggling to rise, the corpse of the earth roar that had been decapitated by Bai Yuekai behind it. There, a tide of serpent hounds surged forth, alongside a gigantic devourer beast, heavily wounded and teetering on the brink of madness. With a roar, the controlled elite serpent hound, spurred by Tai Xian's will and the faint electric current, unleashed a cry mingled with agony and brutality, truly charging like an arrow toward the tumultuous horde of beasts. A man and his mount, clad in dark armor, surged against the tide. Cover the master. Ulan Maiduo felt her blood boil, shaking her long spear. The searing white plasma blade igniting once more, cleaving a serpent hound in half that obstructed their path. The Bai Yuekai squad unleashed their fiercest firepower, carving a passage for Tai Xian. Standing firm atop the wildly galloping serpent hound, Tai Xian was as stable as a mountain. The fierce wind tousled his unarmored hair, revealing cold, star-like eyes beneath. Ahead lay dozens of serpent hounds, claws bared and howling as they charged. Further back, the heavily wounded earth roar, with its solitary eye filled with malice, struggled to realign its spine's spikes toward him. Kill! A long, resonant cry shattered the air. Tai Xian's Ling Shu gun moved. There were no intricate moves, only the purest speed and lethal efficiency. The dark purple gun shadow transformed into a tempest of death. The gun's 24 breaks. The gun barrel quivered like a spirit snake, its tip enveloped in dark golden lightning, accurately shattering the skull of an approaching serpent hound. The lightning exploding, instantly charring it. Piercing shot. The long gun, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, darted through the gaps between two serpent hounds, creating two bloody holes. Circular shot. The gun swept sideways, lightning forming a ring, cleaving three serpent hounds charging from the side in half. The elite serpent hound beneath him was also frantically biting and colliding, sharing the pressure with Tai Xian, the blue-purple beast's blood mingling with the hound's tainted blood, splattering onto Tai Xian's armor, then flung away by the rushing winds. A man and a beast, like a burning dagger piercing through congealed fat, carved a bloody path through the surging tide of beasts. Where they passed, severed limbs flew, beastly roars transformed into dying moans. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the serpent hound's blockade, facing the colossal beast now engulfed in its final frenzy. Roar! The gigantic devourer beast sensed the lethal threat. Disregarding the horrific wounds in its chest and abdomen, its massive head shot up, its remaining eye locking onto the figure standing atop the serpent hound, resembling a demonic deity. The residual bone spikes on its back glowed fiercely, energy gathering frantically. It sought to perish together. A chilling glint erupted in Tai Xian's eyes. Now was the moment. He stomped down forcefully. The controlled elite serpent hound let out a pained cry. Its forward momentum abruptly halted. The immense recoil surged through, and Tai Xian propelled himself into the air. His armored body unfurled in the air like a great rock. Lightning breaks the mountain. A cold voice echoed across the battlefield. He gripped the Ling Shu gun tightly, raising it above his head. Atop the gun, all the dark purple lightning patterns ignited to their utmost brilliance. The condensed dark golden lightning at the tips surged, compressing, then compressing again. Ultimately, it coalesced into a blade of plasma. Barely a meter long, yet as solid as a tangible entity, radiating blinding brilliance and destructive heat. This blade's form transcended that of a mere gunshot, resembling a colossal sword forged from pure thunder and extreme heat. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Tai Xian ascended to the apex, level with the giant head of the earth roar, poised to unleash its destructive energy. A furious roar erupted from Tai Xian's chest, reverberating through the entire valley. Downward slash. No embellishments. Only the culmination of all his strength, will, technology, and the essence of his principles in a single mighty strike. Buzz. An ear-piercing, high-frequency hum, as if space itself were being severed, drowned out all beastly roars. That white-hot plasma blade, imbued with the terror of annihilating all matter and severing all energy, tore through the air, tracing a perfect, lethal vertical trajectory. The target was the thick neck of the devourer beast, previously slashed by Bai Yuekai's blade, a horrific wound yet to heal. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an incredibly subtle, yet distinctly clear sound of cutting that resonated deep within the souls of all present. The white-hot blade penetrated the expansive, still curling blackened flesh of the wound without impediment. The violent thunder and extreme heat erupted instantaneously. The devourer beast's exceptionally resilient dark red bone armor, strong muscle fibers, and thick nerves and blood vessels, in the face of this devastating energy, dissolved and vaporized like snow under sunlight. The blade flashed past. Tai Xian's figure, like a meteor, crashed heavily to the ground, kneeling on one knee, the Ling Shu gun deeply embedded in the earth, the tip's white-hot blade slowly extinguishing, leaving only tiny arcs of electricity dancing along the dark purple gun body. Behind him, the enormous, hideous head of the earth roar, frozen in a look of incredulous astonishment, slid down the now completely expanded, smooth, blackened cut. Boom! The headless, massive body collapsed like a mountain stripped of all support, convulsing in despair as it fell, raising a cloud of dust mixed with bone powder and the stench of charred flesh. Blue-purple tainted blood gushed forth from the massive, severed neck, instantly staining the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the battlefield once more. All fighting ceased. The surviving serpent hounds seemed to have their throats gripped by an invisible hand, emitting fearful whimpers, hastily retreating with their tails between their legs, ultimately scattering into the scarlet mist. On the high ground, the squad members, including Shattered Star, Mountain Da, and Su Tong, stood as if frozen in place, staring blankly at the figure standing beside the giant beast's carcass, drenched in blood, the long gun propped against the ground, and the enormous beast's head rolling in the dust. A man, a gun, slaying a giant beast on the battlefield. Ulan Maiduo tightly gripped her long gun, the plasma blade still flickering, her chest heaving violently, her eyes filled with unparalleled shock and fervent admiration. Master! The young girl could no longer contain her excitement, shouting loudly. Xia Dou, exhausted on the ground, her pale face illuminated by Tai Xian's silhouette, revealed a relieved yet immensely proud smile. So cool. Xiao Dou gazed in awe at the retreating figure. Bai Yuekai slowly sheathed her sword, a faint smile gracing her lips, only to revert to her usual icy demeanor. A subtle, indescribable emotion flickered in her gaze as she looked at Tai Xian. He gradually rose, withdrawing the spirit pivot spear embedded in the ground. The dark purple weapon regained its somber hue as the lightning patterns faded away. He flicked the spear's tip, shaking off the blood that marred it, while the blue-purple stains on his armor slid off under the flow of energy, returning to a deep, shadowy state. He raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping across the desolate battlefield and the faces of the survivors, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. His voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, commanded, "We must leave immediately. This place is no longer safe." Chapter 17. The Devouring Yuan Talisman. Do not worry. Bai Yuekai's cold voice rang out, like a crystalline spring flowing into scorching gravel, instilling a sense of reassurance among her team members. Her eyes surveyed the survivors, settling particularly on Xiao Dou, who appeared thoroughly exhausted. Though drenched in blood, the lingering aura of the transformed beast still had not dissipated, making it unlikely for ordinary serpents or dogs to approach in the near future. We must act swiftly and search for resources. Her voice possessed a peculiar soothing quality, concise and direct, unequivocally guiding her team members. Shanda was the first to react, hoarsely shouting, "Su Tong, did you hear that? Move quickly. My duo. Take care of Xiao Dou, Sui Xing, come with us to search for supplies." The members of Bai Yuekai's team, seasoned and experienced, needed no further instruction. They adeptly began to clear the battlefield, collecting valuable materials from the devouring beasts, particularly the relatively intact heavy bone armor fragments and robust bone spurs from the earth roar. Ulan Maiduo dashed to Tai Xian's side, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration. "Master, you were incredible. That shot was like summoning the thunder from the heavens." Tai Xian shook his head slightly, the blood on his armor having largely washed away in the flow of energy, regaining its deep hue. His gaze fell upon Xiao Dou, who was squatting on the ground, her pale face looking much better, before finally resting on Bai Yuekai, who approached the colossal head of the earth roar, seemingly inspecting the incision. "Power is a tool. Wield it justly," he murmured. "Tend to Xiao Dou and remain vigilant for the escaping serpents and dogs." "Yes, master." Ulan Maiduo nodded vigorously and hurried towards Xiao Dou, who was seated on the ground. Bai Yuekai stood next to Tai Xian, their shoulders brushing. He glanced at her, lowering his voice so only she could hear. "How is your body? Are you injured? I noticed a pause when you struck." "I'm fine. Thank you for your gift." Although her expression remained cool, a hint of imperceptible fatigue lingered in her tone, which Tai Xian keenly detected. Each surge of extraordinary power she unleashed consumed the already dwindling essence of her life, akin to walking on thin ice. Tai Xian silently nodded, his fingers unconsciously tightening beneath his dark armor. The wavering essence within Bai Yuekai, like a candle flickering in the wind, lingered in his mind as an unshakable shadow. While the resources in Longgu village could prolong her life through the 9-turn pill refining elixir from the 2 instruments furnace, it merely scratched the surface, failing to address the root issue. A more direct and efficient method must be found to replenish her waning life force. "Do not fret. I will aid you. As long as I am here, your body will be safe." Tai Xian gazed steadily at Bai Yuekai, watching her cool visage transform under his fervent gaze, a blush gradually rising to her cheeks. "Thank you." Her voice carried a subtle emotional tremor as she turned away shyly, making her way towards Xiao Dou. Such a little vixen. How could she be shy? Tai Xian smirked, watching her retreating form with a whisper. After half a day's search, their findings exceeded expectations. The ruins, once occupied by devouring beasts, turned out to be a vital aerospace base from the old world, complete with a logistics supply station and a small research facility. Within the collapsed warehouse, they discovered several sealed crates containing military-grade alloy ingots and specialized engineering plastics, whose strength and resilience far surpassed the materials currently available in the lighthouse. Though several buried heavy machinery arms were damaged, their core micronuclear batteries and precise hydraulic servo systems had been fully disassembled. More precious still was the discovery in a fortified medical room, where vast quantities of still effective antibiotics, potent coagulants, cell repair gels, and even portable life support devices and neural connection surgical kits were found. To resource-strapped Longu village, these supplies were akin to a windfall. "We've struck it rich. This is truly a fortune," Xuan Dou exclaimed, carrying a massive alloy box, his grin wide. "Be careful. These precision instruments cannot withstand rough handling," Xuan cautioned, delicately cradling a few sealed medical boxes. "It's time. We must withdraw before sunset." Bai Yuekai gestured towards the sun's position, instructing the group. With that, her white figure flickered as she hastened towards the distant truck, and the others quickly followed suit. The fully loaded vehicle drove through the crimson sandstorm towards Longu village. Inside the truck, Tai Xian did not close his eyes to rest like the others. He leaned against the cold alloy box, his eyes partially closed. Yet his consciousness plunged into the torrent of data within the myriad mechanisms. Before him, the three-dimensional schematic of the spirit pivot sphere rotated slowly. Inside the sphere, the energy core, transformed by a mysterious entity and embedded with intricate lightning runes, was highlighted. Every data stream detailing its consumption and transformation of life essence during combat was being repeatedly analyzed, simulated, and deduced by the myriad mechanisms. Direct absorption and purification. Tai Xian's thoughts flowed through the data sea as a bold and audacious plan began to take shape. He required an independent vessel, one that could efficiently devour life essence like the devouring beasts and connect with the two instruments' furnace to purify the life essence akin to alchemical refinement. In Taoist scriptures, the purple gold gourd of the Supreme Lord can contain the universe and refine all things, its essence rooted in spatial constraints and the principles of yin and yang refinement. From a technological perspective, superconducting energy rings, strong confinement fields, and biological energy filtration membranes were essential. The computational power of the myriad mechanisms surged to its utmost limit. Countless rune arrays, energy models, and material structures collided, merged, and iterated within the virtual realm. The devouring Yuan core, plunder, was based on the energy core of the spirit pivot sphere, undergoing replication and enhancement. The core material was chosen from the newly smelted Xian steel rock cloth, rich in life essence, encasing the silicon bones of the devouring beasts. Etching more complex, spirit-attracting runic arrays to expand its range and efficiency in actively seizing life essence. The yin-yang filter, purification, drew inspiration from the two instruments' furnaces' Canley hexagram principles, constructing a miniature vortex force field within the container to simulate the dual energies of yin and yang. The chaotic life essence would first pass through this filter, where the high-velocity rotating force field would tear it apart, separating negative spiritual impurities, pain, fear, brutality, etc., and leaving only a relatively pure stream of life energy. The energy storage conduit, storage and output, would house the purified life energy within a superconducting ring core, akin to a battery. Materials needed for this would be dismantled from the equipment found in the old world. The storage core would connect to the output interface, allowing the pure life energy to be exported to the two instruments' furnace for secondary refinement or directly injected into the target. The container's form, purple gold gourd, would be designed in a gourd shape, symbolizing containment and refinement. The gourd's body would be crafted from high-strength titanium alloys sourced from their search, with the inner walls etched with stabilizing runes to maintain internal energy. The surface would be covered with a layer of smelted Xian steel rock cloth, enhancing defense and assisting energy conduction. The gourd's mouth would be embedded with a reinforced replica of the devouring Yuan core, serving as an entrance and energy sensor. while the gourd's base would feature the energy storage conduit interface. Chapter 18. Success. The process of deduction was not without its challenges. The vitality of the life essence is remarkably potent. However, how can one ensure that its life force does not dissipate while stripping away negative emotions? Furthermore, the life essence itself is intricately complex, encompassing not only the biological energy of the physical body, but also the higher energies of the soul, along with various other energies. In particular, Tai Xian plans to extract the life essence from the beast of devouring extremes, which involves the soul seed of the beast, a substance rich in crimson essence that could adversely affect human will and physicality if mishandled. Additionally, how can the miniaturized yin-yang force field be stabilized without collapsing? Can the superconducting energy storage ring endure the impact of high concentrations of life energy? How might countless technological barriers emerge, collide, and seek solutions through virtual simulations? Beads of sweat trickled from Tai Xian's forehead, the burden of his rapidly operating mind causing his temples to throb slightly. Yet, deep within his half-closed eyes burned an almost fervent dedication for that solitary white figure standing resilient against the sandstorm, sacrificing life to protect others. He must forge this purple-golden gourd. What's wrong? Bai Yuekai, driving, noticed the unusual demeanor of her companion and turned to inquire. Nothing, just pondering some matters. Tai Xian replied, adjusting his state and offering a gentle smile. Bai Yuekai gazed deeply at him and said, after we return, you should move to the first floor. The warehouse has already been transformed into a temple, and now even your sleeping space has been encroached upon. Indeed, Tai Xian responded, his gaze fixed on the window. I may be busy for a while after we return. I intend to take my duo to the surface for some practical training. She is a promising talent, and I wish for her to accumulate some combat experience early on. Should I accompany you? Bai Yuekai asked, a hint of concern in her voice. No need. Focus on restoring your health. If my current plan proceeds without incident, your physical issues should see significant improvement, though complete resolution will take quite some time. At least, I cannot achieve that now. Tai Xian did not conceal the truth, and Bai Yuekai understood that his forthcoming actions were aimed at mitigating her potential risks. Thank you. Bai Yuekai's voice held a tremor of emotion. However, Tai Xian did not hear her gratitude. The recent simulations had drained much of his mental energy, and he had already drifted into slumber, leaning against the car window. Upon returning to Longgu village, Tai Xian's presence nearly vanished within his temple. Bai Yuekai personally brought meals each day, delivering them quietly. The roar of the furnace resonated day and night, with azure-black energy flowing from the furnace mouth, casting an otherworldly glow upon the cliff's edge. Inside the workshop, various collected metallic materials, silicon bones, and cables filled every corner. Tai Xian resembled an indefatigable machine, executing intricate operations under the precise guidance of the myriad mechanisms. Utilizing the furnace's high-temperature plasma beam as a carving tool, he meticulously etched complex arrays of spirit-summoning runes onto the carefully selected silicon bones of the beast of devouring extremes, rich in life essence. Each stroke of the carving tool was accompanied by minute energy sparks and intense concentration of mental force. Titanium alloy ingots were melted and forged in the furnace, gradually shaping into the upper and lower halves of the gourd. The interior walls required meticulous etching of stabilizing runes, guided by mental energy. Any mistake would render the entire material useless. The miniaturized yin-yang force field generator posed the greatest challenge. He dismantled several devices from the old world, extracting the most precise superconducting coils and energy stabilizers, combining them with the refined steel fabric as an energy buffer, and harmonizing it with runic arrays of the Kamli hexagram. Each assembly and test was fraught with perilous energy fluctuations and unstable force field distortions, where a moment's inattention could trigger small-scale energy explosions. Ulan, my duo, would visit daily, quietly waiting at the temple's entrance. Besides practicing her marksmanship, she occasionally peered through the door's crack, catching glimpses of her master diligently working amidst swirling metallic dust and flickering energy arcs, his armored figure smeared with grease and metal shavings. Yet his gaze sharp as a blade. Bai Yuekai would come through the back door each day to deliver meals, silently observing. She did not inquire about the progress, but brought rare minerals or materials from the beast of devouring extremes, imbued with special energies. When she noticed the bloodshot hue in Tai Xian's eyes from excessive mental strain and the lingering fatigue that mingled the scent of metal and energy, Her serene countenance tightened slightly, ultimately leaving behind a simple remark: act within your capabilities. Her voice remained cool, yet it seemed to carry an imperceptible tremor. Finally, after the seventh day and night transitioned, the rampant energy fluctuations within the workshop gradually subsided, the sharp buzzing transforming into a deep, steady pulsation. Tai Xian stood before the workbench, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the creation that had just completed its final rune embedding an energy connection. It stood silently, cloaked in a profound, subdued black hue, its surface adorned with star-like patterns of glimmering crimson and gray, crafted from refined steel fabric. The gourd's curves were smooth and ample, exuding an ancient and mysterious charm. At the gourd's mouth, a fist-sized core, seemingly alive with flowing liquid purple-gold light, was embedded, the enhanced replica of the essence core, emanating a faint yet distinct energy-absorbing sensation. At the base, a circular interface made of superconducting materials, embedded with intricate runes, completed the entire gourd. It lacked dazzling brilliance, but imparted a weighty sense of depth, as if it held the universe within. Reminiscent of a slumbering beast awaiting awakening to consume the vitality of all, Tai Xian extended a gauntlet hand, his fingertips trembling imperceptibly as they gently brushed over the cool surface of the gourd. Myriad mechanisms, initiate final self-check, he commanded in a hoarse voice. Command confirmed. The Essence Core self-check initiated. Stability of the Essence Core rune array, 998. Synchronization rate of the Yin-Yang filter force field generator, 100. Fluctuation threshold below, alert line. Superconducting energy storage ring charging preparation status, good. Integrity of the external defense and energy conduction structure, 100. Self-check passed. The Essence Core awaits activation. The cold electronic voice announced the results. Tai Xian exhaled a long, drawn-out breath, as if expelling the fatigue accumulated over the past 7 days and nights. He grasped the gourd, a culmination of countless efforts, merging the pinnacle of technology and Taoist principles, and lightly tapped the base interface. Buzz. The essence core at the gourd's mouth suddenly brightened, producing a faint yet distinct pulling force. The workshop, filled with metallic dust and weakly radiating energy particles, seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, slowly converging towards the gourd's mouth, disappearing within. The entire gourd appeared to come alive, its internal energy flowing rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. It's done. Tai Xian clutched the essence gourd tightly, his chest heaving violently beneath his armor. He lifted his gaze towards the window of the temple. Under the azure sky, the lights of Longgu village had begun to twinkle. The next step was to reclaim the vitality that belonged to her from those beasts of devouring extremes. He turned, carrying this newly birthed creation, and strode through the back door into the living room. In the night, the starry patterns flowing across the surface of the gourd shimmered like a glimmer of hope pointing towards a brighter future. Chapter 19. An ambiguous dawn. Tai Xian entered the first-floor living room, weary after several days without rest. Yet he insisted on taking a shower to wash away the sweat and odor. By the time Bai Yuekai descended from the second floor, Tai Xian had already changed into a cool tank top and shorts, lying asleep on the sofa. On the tea table beside the sofa, a gourd of an enigmatic black hue quietly rested, emanating an arcane glow. Observing the deeply slumbering Tai Xian and the mysterious sounds he emitted, Bai Yuekai felt a surge of emotions, a sensation she had not experienced in nearly a century since the cataclysmic end of the world. Noticing the cushion that Tai Xian had knocked to the ground, she silently approached to retrieve it, gently lifting his head to place it beneath him. She activated the old gramophone on the windowsill, and the record began to spin, releasing a beautiful, archaic melody into the air. Who was that knocking at my window? Who is plucking the strings of my heart? That segment of forgotten time, gradually rising within my soul. Bai Yuekai settled beside Tai Xian, reclining on the chaise longue. The exquisite music mingled with the cool night breeze and the twinkling stars above, as if delicate hands were caressing the depths of her heart. As the night deepened, the music slowly faded, leaving only the gentle whispers of the breeze brushing against the face of the sleeping man. The following day, the sun ascended high in the sky. Rays of light filtered through several holes, casting a warm glow across the valley, and Longgu village regained its former liveliness. Tai Xian, in a daze, heard the commotion outside and could not resist the urge to turn over and sink back into sleep. However, it seemed he had forgotten he was on the sofa, and with a thud, He rolled off, his head striking the floor. Ouch! Ah, damn it! Tai Xian groaned in pain, rubbing his head. The sound alone indicating it had taken quite a hit. You're awake. Bai Yuekai's voice called from above. He quickly lifted his head to see a pair of long, fair legs resembling sheep fat jade right before him. His gaze traveled from the slender, smooth feet up to her thighs, obscured only by her nightgown. The sight mesmerized Tai Xian, rendering him spellbound. Noticing his gaze, Bai Yuekai playfully tapped her foot on his forehead. Wake up and get ready for breakfast. Don't let it cool down, or I'll have to reheat it for you. The sudden glimpse of spring caught Tai Xian off guard, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. Excuse me. He touched his nose, confirming there was no blood, and hurried to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. Phew, that was close. He patted his face to regain composure, pondering why Bai Yuekai had suddenly become so affectionate. Could it be that she was moved by him? The thought of her earlier actions and that faint smile made Tai Xian feel as though she was rewarding him. I must be losing my mind. Just a glimpse of her foot has me so excited. He scolded himself internally, adjusting his demeanor before stepping out of the bathroom. On the table, a steaming bowl of noodles awaited him, garnished with a few shrimp, making his stomach grumble in anticipation. Let us eat. Bai Yuekai was already seated at the table, delicately using her chopsticks to savor a crystal dumpling. Taking a deep breath, Tai Xian sat opposite her, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the flavorful soup noodles. Bai Yuekai gracefully enjoyed her dumpling, her feet in slippers extending straight beneath the table, her exquisite legs almost within Tai Xian's line of sight. When do you plan to head to the surface? She casually inquired. In a couple of days. I need to prepare a protective suit for the little girl as well. One with a heavy gun, just in case. Tai Xian replied, swallowing his noodles and leaning back in his chair, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her long legs beneath the table. I've been researching the long gun you had made for my duo. The plasma blade inside is significantly superior to the one that Belyankov previously forged. Do you think you could teach Belyankov? Bai Yuekai looked at him with eager anticipation, and Tai Xian did not refuse. No problem teaching him. However, it involves Taoist talismans, and those cannot simply be replicated. To put it bluntly, even if I drew the talisman for the plasma blade and instructed him to follow it, he still wouldn't be able to produce it. Bai Yuekai nodded, understanding. In that case, it's best to let him focus on what he can do, she replied, having witnessed the complexity of Tai Xian's equipment-making process. Actually, you could adopt a different approach. Those awakened individuals can provide materials, and I can craft bespoke equipment based on their needs. As for the general gear, let Belyankov handle that. Tai Xian mused, realizing he had been living off Bai Yuekai's generosity and feeling somewhat embarrassed. He thought about earning some crystal coins. All right, let us agree on that. Bai Yuekai readily acquiesced. Why do I feel like you're more excited than I am? Of course. After all, it's my support that helped you establish this dojo. When those awakened individuals come to forge equipment, I'll certainly be able to collect a referral fee. Bai Yuekai remarked with a knowing smile. Seeing this crafty young woman, Tai Xian suddenly recalled her betting with others at the start of the second season and couldn't help but feel speechless. As long as you're happy. He smiled at the astute Bai Yuekai. By the way, I'll be joining you when you go to the surface, she announced as she ascended the stairs. Are you not supposed to be recuperating in the village? What will happen here if you leave? Tai Xian called after her retreating figure. It's fine. She waved dismissively without looking back, disappearing at the top of the stairs. What a spontaneous little thing. Tai Xian shook his head, resigned. After tidying up the table, he stepped outside. A whooshing sound pierced the air as he found Ulan, my duo, diligently practicing with her long gun, each move radiating sharp intensity. Tai Xian could not help but applaud, recognizing her skill. Master, you're finally done, the young girl exclaimed, spotting her teacher watching her practice, and rushed over. Her excitement palpable. Your gunplay has improved. It seems you haven't been slacking off lately, Tai Xian said, beaming with paternal pride. Thank you for the compliment, master. My duo replied joyfully, as her little hawk, Shigai, flew over to perch on her shoulder, chirping enthusiastically. What are you going to teach me today? She asked eagerly. Today, we 1T practice with the gun. We'll continue learning the Sun Feng step, Tai Xian stated earnestly. You saw in the last battle that the Shijishi beasts come in hordes. The battlefield is complicated, and the Sun Feng step is perfectly suited for such situations. This technique requires you to be as elusive as the wind, moving gracefully and avoiding direct assaults, dodging sideways, and engaging in agile maneuvers. It also allows you to convert the wind as flow into energy through your breathing and intent, enhancing both your speed and perception. As Tai Xian explained, he demonstrated the movements, breaking them down step by step for the young girl. The two engaged in a dynamic exchange of teaching and learning as time seamlessly flowed by. Chapter 20. A unique teaching method. Tai Xian imparted martial skills to my duo, who was diligently absorbing the lessons. As noon approached, Ulan Outing arrived at the teaching area. Swaying slightly, "Sweetheart, it's time to come home for lunch," he called out upon spotting his beloved daughter practicing the Sun Feng step in the shade of a tree. "Dad," my duo exclaimed joyfully, waving her arms. "Mr. Tai?" Ulan Outing approached Tai Xian with a courteous greeting. It was already midday, and he suggested, "Why not join us for lunch? I'll have my son prepare a meal, and you can dine at my home." "Indeed. Master, please have lunch with us," my duo exclaimed, playfully tugging at Tai Xian's arm, akin to a daughter charming her father. "Haha, I appreciate your kind invitation, but old Bai has already prepared lunch. Perhaps another time," Tai Xian replied, catching the enticing aroma of Bai Yuekai's cooking, which, although not prepared by her own hands, promised dishes he relished, like mushroom shrimp noodles. "How about I invite Boss Bai to join us? I must express my gratitude," Ulan Outing suggested politely. He recalled how my duo had spoken of her experiences with reverence for her master. Ulan Outing recognized that his beloved daughter had found an exceptionally skilled mentor, one who cared deeply for her well-being, imparting martial arts and crafting her equipment personally. "No need, there will be other opportunities." Tai Xian shook his head. "I've been rather fatigued these past few days and intend to rest well. I will find time to prepare a fitting armor for my duo." Upon hearing that Tai Xian planned to take his daughter back to the surface, a flicker of worry crossed Ulan Outing's mind, despite knowing Tai Xian's formidable strength. Yet, the elder recognized that his daughter must inevitably face such challenges. "Thank you, Mr. Tai." Ulan Outing managed to suppress his concerns and maintained his courteous demeanor. "Rest assured, I will ensure Maidua's safety," Tai Xian assured earnestly. "Do not worry, Outing, I will accompany you." Bai Yuekai emerged from the house, her expression serious as she addressed Ulan Outing. "Thank you, Boss Bai." Ulan Outing expressed his gratitude solemnly before departing with my duo. "You must understand, a father will always worry about his daughter's safety," Bai Yuekai gently reassured Tai Xian. "I comprehend. If it were my daughter, I too would harbor such worries. I would willingly put myself in harm's way for her." Days passed, and Tai Xian crafted a set of armor that aligned with Maidua's aesthetic and daily wear. This armor resembled ordinary clothing, but possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Scarlet sand swirled at the edge of the mana ecological core zone, exuding a bizarre, viscous quality, as if countless invisible spores hovered in the air. The abandoned overpass lay like the skeleton of a colossal beast across the dark red earth, beneath which a modified all-terrain vehicle, cloaked in rugged armor plates, lay in wait. Tai Xian sat cross-legged atop the vehicle, his dark half-armor glinting with a cold light under the crimson sky. He caressed the newly formed soul-devouring talisman in his hand, where the purple-gold core resembled the eye of a slumbering beast, emanating a subtle, persistent pull that slowly drew in the surrounding thin scarlet essence and dissipating life source particles. With the potential of the source material igniting his focus, his gaze pierced through the swirling sand like a hawk, locking onto a relatively open gravel flat below. Beside him sat Bai Yuekai, occasionally glancing at the man engrossed in his thoughts. Standing at the center of the gravel flat was Ulan Maiduo, no longer clad in rudimentary garments, but adorned in fitted armor that protected her torso and vital joints. The armor bore a bright hue distinct from Tai Xian's dark gear, its smooth lines evidently inspired by the properties of Xian steel, melding flexibility with resilience. Though devoid of internal star-like luminescence, it exuded a weighty presence. Her feet were encased in tactical boots, which featured simplified azure-white wind patterns etched on the soles and sides. While not as swift as Tai Xian's wind step, they significantly enhanced her agility. In her grasp was the spear, modified by Tai Xian, with the blue energy conduits at the spearhead glowing steadily. "Prepare." Tai Xian's voice, though not loud, resonated like the clash of metal, cutting through the sand and reaching Maidua's ears. My duo inhaled deeply, suppressing her apprehension and the discomfort of her new armor. She stepped forward with her left foot, lightly touching the ground with her right, lowering her center of gravity. Gripping the spear with both hands, her front hand cradling it gently while the rear hand locked it firmly, embodying the foundational stance of the Six Harmonies spear. A potent aura began to coalesce around her. Remember, The spear is the heart of 100 weapons, yet also the thief among them. Tai Xian's voice rang out again. Imbued with an icy clarity, courage resides in the momentum, while deception lies in adaptability. Today, let us first cultivate your courage. As his words faded, a pair of crimson, beastly eyes glimmered from the shadow of the distant overpass. A low growl accompanied by rustling sounds indicated that 3 serpent hounds had caught the scent of human presence, launching toward Maiduo like gray lightning from 3 directions. A foul wind rushed toward her. Maiduo's pupils constricted, her heart racing. Centerline spear. Thrust. Tai Xian's command resonated like thunder. Instinct triumphed over fear. Maiduo pushed off with her back foot, her spine taut as a bowstring, channeling her energy into the spear. The weapon screamed through the air as she aimed it directly at the approaching serpent hound's chest. With a powerful thrust, the spear shot forth with unrepentant force. Buzz! The energy conduit within the spearhead surged with brilliant blue light. A radiant plasma blade extended, slicing through the air. Splat! The serpent hound was impaled through its chest by the spear, which embodied all of Maiduo's might and the razor-sharp plasma. Its hardened silicon armor crumbled like paper under the intense heat, the scent of charred flesh filling the air. However, the other 2 serpent hounds lunged at her flank. One clawed at her side, while the other opened its maw to bite her arm that clutched the spear. Crisis loomed. Lower your waist. Twist your hips. The Azure Dragon's tail. Tai Xian's command sliced through the chaos with swiftness and precision. Having just pierced the front adversary, Maiduo felt her strength waning. Hearing his command, she instinctively twisted her waist and hips as if a millstone turning, transforming her thrust into a horizontal sweep, the spear sweeping toward the serpent hound on her left. Azure Dragon's tail. Bang! The heavy spear struck the hound's shoulder with tremendous force, the sound of cracking bones echoing clearly. The serpent hound howled in agony as it was sent flying, but the right side hound was almost upon her. Maiduo could even smell its rancid saliva. Step back. Pear blossom flick. Tai Xian's voice was like a stabilizing anchor. Maiduo's tactical boot glimmered, and she quickly retreated half a step. Simultaneously, she flicked her wrist, propelling the spear forward. The spearhead trembled rapidly, tracing circles with a life of its own. Pear blossom flick. The spear unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the approaching hound's head. Puff, puff, puff. The plasma blade left deep, charred holes in the hound's skull as it rolled away, shrieking in pain. In the blink of an eye, the 3 serpent hounds had met their fates, 1 dead, 2 severely injured. Breathless and leaning on her spear, Maiduo panted heavily, her chest rising and falling, flecks of beast blood splattering her gray-black armor. Though the skirmish had been brief, it had nearly drained her of all energy. Each movement pushed to its limits under Tai Xian's stringent commands. The connection between your strikes was too slow. The power from your waist and hips diminished by 30%. The wrist flick lacked sufficient force for a deep puncture. Tai Xian's voice was cold, devoid of praise, only delivering the harshest critique. Remember, the spear is an extension of your body. Power rises from the ground, originating from the legs, governed by the waist, propelled by the shoulders, and culminates at the spear's tip. Break one link, and it becomes a flaw. Maiduo bit her lip, sweat mingling with dust on her face, yet her gaze grew sharper. Yes, master, she responded, grounding herself to regulate her breath and sense the flow of energy. Tai Xian commanded as he gracefully descended from the vehicle's roof, his armored form landing soundlessly. Instead of approaching Maiduo, he directed his attention to the 2 severely wounded snake dogs struggling nearby. Chapter 21. The initial trial of the Devouring Yuan Talisman. Tai Xian slightly lifted the Devouring Yuan Talisman in his hand, the purple-golden core glowing with a pulsating radiance. As he silently recited an obscure incantation, his fingertip touched the talisman's rune at the base of the gourd. Buzz! An invisible, potent force of attraction erupted instantaneously. The area precisely enveloped the 2 gravely injured, dying snake dogs. Visible to the naked eye, wisps of pale blue mist, infused with a faint luminescence, were forcibly extracted from the wounds, mouths, and even the very pores of the snake dogs' bodies. This was the essence of their life force. The snake dogs emitted heart-wrenching wails of despair as their bodies visibly shriveled, ultimately transforming into 2 desiccated carcasses clad in silicate armor. The extracted mist, a chaotic amalgamation of feral rage and anguished resentment, was greedily devoured by the purple-golden core of the Devouring Yuan Talisman, akin to rivers returning to the sea. Tai Xian distinctly sensed the tumultuous life essence surging into the talisman, where it was immediately captured by a miniature yin-yang energy filtration net. The swirling vortex of positive and negative energies spun rapidly, tearing away and annihilating the nearly imperceptible dark red impurities of negative mental essence. In the end, only a relatively pure stream of life energy, glowing softly with a golden hue, was directed into the superconducting energy storage ring at the base, quietly preserved. The entire process was efficient and ruthless, exuding an almost predatory dominance over the heavens and the earth. As Tai Xian felt the energy readings in the storage ring steadily rising, his expression remained inscrutable. For Bai Yuekai, this mere act of plunder was only the beginning. What overwhelming power! Bai Yuekai had appeared beside Tai Xian at some point, her eyes glimmering as she observed his actions. Indeed, it is formidable. Tai Xian explained to Bai Yuekai that the core of the talisman fundamentally operated similarly to the devouring beasts that consumed human life essence, capable of directly absorbing all life essence from a living creature and converting it into energy. However, he had modified the core talisman program to extract the life essence of the devouring beasts, including their spiritual seeds, and then decompose it to eliminate all negative influences such as sanguine elements. After completing this, the most refined energy still required refinement within the yin-yang melting furnace before it could be utilized. Bai Yuekai comprehended Tai Xian's explanation. As a top-tier scientific talent from the old world, she understood his intent to extract the purest life energy from the essence of the devouring beasts to replenish the energy within her body, which was on the verge of collapse, thereby repairing her cells. For a moment, neither spoke, both understood implicitly. After enduring in this apocalyptic world for so long, Bai Yuekai experienced the sensation of being protected for the first time. In the following days, the rocky beach and elevated bridge area at the edge of the core zone became the bloody trial ground for the master and apprentice. Bai Yuekai assumed the role of a mere witness while ensuring timely supplies of food and water. Tai Xian's teaching methods were simple, direct, and brutal. He deconstructed the might of the 6 harmonies spear and the cunning transformations of the 24 techniques into the most fundamental units of combat, relentlessly hammering them into Meido through practical application. Collapse the spear. It is not brute force. When it lunges, strike at its joint. You're collapsing its strength, not its armor. Pierce the spear. Be vicious. Your aim must be true. Your hand swift. Slip into the gaps when both snake dogs lunge, creating 2 holes with 1 strike. Hesitate for even a moment, and it will be your demise. Circle the spear. Attack while defending. The circle is not for your view. Make it come to you. Inside the circle is a domain of death. Outside, a realm of life. Under your spear, it has nowhere to escape. Each command was precise as a scalpel. Every demonstration as fierce as thunder. Soon, Meido's armor was riddled with claw marks and dents, and her tactical boots began to heat up from excessive use. She was thrown by the snake dogs' assaults countless times, her armor torn by their claws, leaving marks, and once, she was struck harshly by a snake dog's tail, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, each time she fell, under Tai Xian's cold gaze, she gritted her teeth and rose, propping herself up with her spear. The innocence and anxiety in her eyes were progressively replaced by a fierce resilience akin to a wolf cub. Her spear began to take on a spirit of its own. The black dragon twisting column. Faced with the encirclement of 3 snake dogs, she no longer panicked. The spear swept horizontally along the ground, the shaft twisting like a venomous dragon, and the scorching plasma blade swiftly severed the front limbs of 2 snake dogs. The third was ensnared by the spear shaft around its neck and slammed to the ground. The monster python rolled. At the moment she was knocked down by an elite snake dog, she exerted her core strength, akin to a giant python breaking free, and her spear arced upward in a fluid motion. The blade pierced through the snake dog's jaw, emerging from the top of its skull. The phoenix nods. Seizing the moment when the snake dog lunged and missed, she thrust the spear's tip like a lightning strike, precisely shattering its spinal cord. Her spear technique rapidly fused in combat. The foundation of the 6 harmonies spear endowed her with strength and presence, while the intricacies of the 24 techniques allowed her to find opportunities to slay adversaries in the tightest of spaces. The spear, exuding plasma blades, gradually became an extension of her will. Meanwhile, Tai Xian remained the calmest observer and harvester. He lingered at the battlefield's periphery, the purple-golden core of the devouring Yuan talisman a ravenous abyss. Each time Meido severely injured or killed a snake dog, He appeared like a shadow, the talisman slightly raised. Incantations softly murmured. The invisible force of attraction precisely enveloped the target, extracting the pale blue mist containing the feral life essence along with the struggling animalistic resentment, devouring it whole. The yin-yang filtration net within the talisman operated with the precision of the most sophisticated alchemical furnace, stripping away and annihilating impurities. Within the superconducting energy storage ring, the pure, pale golden life essence accumulated continuously like liquid gold, radiating warmth and vibrant vitality. On one occasion, after executing a fierce fire-burning heaven strike to eliminate a snake dog that had ambushed her from behind, Mado leaned on her spear, gasping heavily. Her armor was marred with deep claw marks, and several wounds on her legs bled profusely, yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, exuding a sharpness forged in blood. Tai Xian's figure appeared spectral beside the fallen snake dog, as the purple light of the devouring Yuan talisman flickered, swiftly siphoning the pale blue life essence mist. He assessed Mado's condition before glancing towards the depths of the elevated bridge, where a cacophony of roars had intensified, accompanied by a palpable tremor. That will be all for today, Tai Xian stated flatly. Mado was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with reluctance as she gazed into the depths of the bridge. Master, I can still fight. Do not overexert yourself. Bai Yuekai gently supported Mado, urging her to heed Tai Xian's counsel. Tai Xian likewise disregarded her eagerness for battle, his gaze lingering on the blood seeping from her leg and sweeping over her trembling arm from exertion. Your spear technique is beginning to take shape, embodying your own understanding and insights. However, your energy flow remains sluggish, making you susceptible to collapse against formidable foes. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. He approached Mado, extending his armored left hand, the palm inscribed with a shimmering lightning seal. A gentle yet potent current surged into Mado's body. Mado shuddered, feeling a soothing warmth dispelling her muscle aches and fatigue, invigorating her spirit. Get in the vehicle, Tai Xian ordered. Retracting the devouring Yuan talisman and turning towards the all-terrain vehicle, reflecting on the day's gains and losses during the return journey, Mado watched her master's dark figure, then glanced down at her long spear, stained with blue-purple blood, ultimately nodding resolutely. Yes, master. She climbed into the back seat, her weary yet empowered body moving with purpose. The engine roared as Bai Yuekai steered the all-terrain vehicle away from the training ground, a place soaked in blood and sweat, leaving behind a grim tableau of shattered remains and desiccated flesh that silently narrated the exploits of the master and disciple, forged through the might of firearms and the power of the soul-devouring talisman. The talisman, hanging from Tai Xian's waist, swayed gently amid the jostling ride, its gourd concealing a reservoir of pale golden life essence, akin to a slumbering sun, harboring the hope of rejuvenation. Chapter 22. Life Elixir and Massage. As the vehicle, swirling with crimson dust, came to a halt at the precipice, Bai Yuekai swiftly opened the heavy safety door. The last remnants of twilight were consumed by the encroaching night. The flickering lights in the terraced fields of the village resembled scattered stars, imparting a sense of warmth after the calamity. The soul-devouring talisman at Tai Xian's side radiated a faint warmth. Within the gourd, the pale golden life essence, refined through countless bloody raids and initially purified by the yin-yang filter, settled quietly in the superconducting energy ring, exuding a robust yet gentle vitality. This was the culmination of the days spent battling on the brink of hell. At last, they had returned. Maiduo shook off the weariness that had plagued her, her spirits soaring as she stood on the lift, gazing at the beauty of Longgu village, her heart brimming with joy. Bai Yuekai's eyes swept over the scars on Maiduo's legs. You should head to the apothecary first, and let Su Tong tend to your wounds. Rest well. Tomorrow, take a break. Maiduo straightened her back, despite her aching body, and replied with a spirited, yes, boss Bai. She glanced gratefully at her master before departing with a heavy gait. Inside the Taoist temple, the two instruments' furnace lay dormant for days, its walls cold. Without delay, Tai Xian connected the energy input port of the soul-devouring talisman to the furnace's designated energy input. With a touch of his fingertip on the rune interface, he recited the incantation. Buzz. The purple-gold core of the soul-devouring talisman shimmered, releasing a flow of pure, sunlight-like pale golden energy, imbued with an invigorating life force, which surged through specially designed conduits into the core reaction area of the two instruments' furnace. The silent furnace seemed to be infused with a soul. The scarred walls, reminiscent of battle scars, began to glow faintly with golden light. Deep within the furnace, a low, steady hum of energy arose, no longer a chaotic roar, but a vibrant pulse of life. Tai Xian sat cross-legged before the furnace, the interface of the myriad mechanisms unfolding in his vision, torrents of data cascading before him. He concentrated fully, akin to the most skilled alchemist, deftly controlling the energy flows within the furnace. The Kan and Li energies intertwined, harmonizing yin and yang. Inside the furnace, the frigid energy signifying water and the searing heat of the furnace core swirled in counter-rotating vortices under Tai Xian's precise rune guidance. The pale golden life essence was drawn into the heart of this yin-yang vortex, undergoing a deeper refinement as if placed within the crucible of heaven and earth. The golden light on the furnace walls intensified, illuminating the temple in a resplendent glow. The air was infused with an unusual freshness, lang of rain-soaked grass and budding shoots, invigorating to the senses. This was the essence of life energy, released after extreme refinement. However, Tai Xian's brow furrowed deeper. The monitoring data of the myriad mechanisms clearly indicated that while the life energy became increasingly pure and potent under the Kan and Li refining, deep within its core, a subtle vitality belonging to the soul and consciousness was evaporating slowly and irreversibly, much like dewdrops in sunlight. This pale golden life water could mend the body, prolong life, and even awaken latent potential, yet it could not reach the essence of the soul, unable to restore the divine spark that had been consumed by excessive power usage. Time slipped away between the low humming of the furnace and Tai Xian's furrowed brow. Days turned to weeks, and soon over a month had passed. The workshop became cluttered with empty potion bottles. Tai Xian's dark armor was smeared with furnace ash and condensation, the shadows under his eyes deepening, bloodshot with fatigue. He had attempted numerous methods, adjusting the rotation speed and temperature gradient of the Kan and Li vortex, adding rare mineral powders imbued with spiritual vitality, and even trying microcurrent stimulation with thunder talismans, yet the results remained minimal. A vial emanating a rich life essence, a pure emerald green liquid, was carefully extracted by Tai Xian from the furnace's output. This latest batch boasted an unprecedented purity of life energy, its mere aroma capable of accelerating the healing of an ordinary person's chronic wounds. Gazing at the enticing green liquid in the vial, Tai Xian's expression was one of disappointment and exhaustion. He pushed his weary body into the living room, where Bai Yuekai was seated at the computer, engrossed in her research. He approached and handed her the vial. Bai Yuekai opened her eyes, her icy lake-like gaze sweeping over the emerald liquid. Without question, she accepted it and drank it in one gulp. The overwhelming life energy instantly unfurled within her, like a warm current washing over her limbs. Her previously pallid cheeks flushed visibly, and the waning source of her vitality, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, stabilized and became more robust. Her cells revitalized as if nourished. Even the lingering fatigue and heaviness in her deep-set eyes diminished significantly. Setting down the empty vial, she looked at Tai Xian. Her voice light, "The effects are remarkable. My physical burden has alleviated considerably." Pausing, she met Tai Xian's bloodshot gaze. "You should rest. You've hardly had any sleep this past month." With that, Bai Yuekai rose and, wrapping her arm around Tai Xian's, guided him toward the bathroom. "You should wash up properly. I'll give you a massage and cupping afterward." Tai Xian remained silent, his jaw clenched. The weight of frustration from the past month pressed heavily upon him. "Don't think too much. This vial of elixir has resolved many issues. I can already feel my body healing. With the elixir, my body won't be so easily overwhelmed." Bai Yuekai's voice soothed the troubled heart of the man before her. Then she entered the bathroom, preparing a bath for him, gently pushing the weary Tai Xian inside before closing the door behind her. "Take your time," she called out, while Tai Xian, with great effort, responded, "Mem." He shed his clothes and sank into the bathtub, the hot water enveloping him, dissipating his fatigue. Time passed, and suddenly, Tai Xian sat up in the tub. He had dozed off, the water now lukewarm. Hastily washing himself, he dressed and stepped out. In the living room, incense wafted softly, filling the air with a delicate sandalwood fragrance. Bai Yuekai sat on the sofa, her face adorned with a mask. The window was slightly ajar, the night breeze playing with her silvery hair, rendering her particularly enchanting in the stillness of the night. "My apologies, I must have dozed off. You are simply too exhausted. Come here, lie down." Bai Yuekai gently patted the chaise lounge beside her, inviting Tai Xian to recline. Obediently, he complied, and she lifted his shirt. Her hands, smooth as white jade, began to press and knead his broad back. Perhaps feeling it more convenient, Bai Yuekai positioned herself atop Tai Xian's lower back, her hands tenderly yet firmly massaging the two major tendons along his back. As her hands worked, Tai Xian felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. Just as he was about to succumb to sleep, he felt her delicate feet resting on his back. The gentle pressure brought an unparalleled comfort, prompting a soft groan of pleasure to escape his lips as he reveled in the sensation. The delicate feet danced lightly upon the broad back, each gentle movement precisely landing on the rigid muscles, transforming the weariness of the body into a profound comfort. After a while, Bai Yuekai gracefully leaped to the ground, donned her slippers, and turned to retrieve the tools resting on the coffee table. "Remove your upper garment," she instructed, as Tai Xian lay down to comply. Bai Yuekai, holding a lit alcohol lamp, gently rotated a glass bowl over the flame before pressing it onto Tai Xian's back, soon leaving his skin covered. Chapter 23. The secret of the hidden source. Tai Xian was unaware of when he drifted back to sleep. When he awoke, the dawn of the next day greeted him. Having spent the night on the sofa, he felt a stiffness in his neck. As he closed his eyes to stretch, Bai Yuekai approached from behind, her hands gently kneading his shoulders. "Does this feel better?" "Much better," he replied, eyes closed in bliss as he leaned back against her, their shared atmosphere thickening with unspoken tension. "Let us prepare for breakfast. Afterward, I shall take you somewhere special," Bai Yuekai said, wrapping her arms around Tai Xian's neck, drawing him closer as she whispered softly in his ear. Suddenly, she released him and, with a buoyant step, made her way to the table, picking up her chopsticks to savor the meal before her. With a smile, Tai Xian joined her at the table, where a bowl of steel noodles awaited him. Truth be told, the plump cook's noodles were delightful, and he could never seem to get enough. Once they finished their meal, Bai Yuekai stood up and took Tai Xian by the hand, leading him out of the room towards the depths of Longgu village. "Where are we headed?" he inquired, somewhat puzzled. Although he had been in Longgu village for over a month, he had only explored the streets by the stream and the training grounds, with many places remaining unfamiliar. "Follow me," Bai Yuekai replied, her tone imbued with an unprecedented solemnity. Taken aback for a moment, Tai Xian followed her. Rather than venturing into the village, she guided him around terraced fields and houses nestled against the mountains, heading towards the steep cliff at the back of Longgu village, regarded by the villagers as a forbidden zone. As they ventured deeper, the air thickened with a natural essence, intertwined with an ancient, heavy energy that pulsed with an unusual rhythm. The cliff was cloaked in thick vines, revealing faint signs of human excavation. Eventually, they arrived at an artificial lake surrounded by towering stone walls. Intricate, ancient, and unfamiliar patterns adorned the stone, resembling neither known script nor runes, but rather a chart of energy pathways. Bai Yuekai approached the entrance, extending her right hand to press her palm against an inconspicuous groove in the stone wall. She closed her eyes, her lips moving silently. A wave of pure, vast, and ineffably ancient mental energy rippled from her palm into the stone. With a deep hum, resonating as though from the depths of the earth, the ancient patterns, dormant for countless ages, awakened like a starry river, glowing softly with golden light. The radiance flowed, ultimately converging at the center of the lake. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently, as if something were striving to emerge from the depths below. A peculiar light ascended from the lake's bottom, casting a mysterious shadow upon the surface. A circular platform, carved from solid white jade, rose gently, its surface not smooth but rather crisscrossed with countless delicate grooves, within which flowed an energy akin to liquid luminescence, converging upon a suspended dark golden metal sphere. The resonating bowl. Next to the resonating bowl stood a filled container, the soul storage jar, a specialized vessel developed by Longgu village, designed with unique technology to prevent the loss of source material. Its purpose was to preserve the essence of life over the long term, averting its return to the earth or consumption by the mana ecology. However, fragmented source material could not be stored and required repair through a life iteration system. "This is..." Tai Xian's voice emerged, laced with a hint of hoarseness. The myriad laws of the universe flooded his vision, signaling the unimaginably high concentration of life essence fluctuations and a more profound, primordial rule. The place of source material preservation, Bai Yuekai's voice echoed in the vast space, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. The true core of Longgu village, our final reliance in this desolate land. She approached the edge of the platform, gazing up at the suspended dark golden resonating bowl, her eyes reflecting a complex light. The source preservation ceremony was an endeavor by the world's foremost scientists and certain unique entities on the eve of cataclysm, aiming to construct an ultimate life essence cycle and sanctuary by integrating human collective consciousness with the energy of the earth. It could forcibly stabilize, purify, and even reverse the encroachment of the mana ecology within a certain range, preserving the last sanctum for humanity. The souls of those sacrificed from Longu village must be separated through the resonating bowl, purified, and then stored in the soul storage jar. She pointed at the suspended dark golden sphere. This is the core resonating bowl of the ceremony. It emits a unique resonance frequency that directly affects the core layer of life essence. This resonance can strip away the polluted imprints imposed by the mana ecology, soothe turbulent mental impurities, and even, under specific conditions, guide and reshape the wounds of the soul. Tai Xian's breath caught sharply, his gaze fixated on the slowly rotating dark golden resonating bowl, stripping imprints, soothing impurities, reshaping soul wounds. Is this not the key I have long sought? Yet, Bai Yuekai's voice carried a weight of sorrow. The ceremony remains incomplete. The cataclysm struck too swiftly, and this resonating bowl has suffered irreversible damage. Most of its core soul frequency tuning matrix functions have been lost. We can only barely maintain its basic preservation and purification capabilities to safeguard this area of Longu village. She turned to face Tai Xian, her eyes like glacial lakes. The life water you concocted lacks this final step, the tuning and awakening at the soul level. This resonating bowl may hold your answers, but its damage and the loss of technology present significant obstacles. Bai Yuekai raised her hand, pointing to the energy nodes on the stone wall. These are the energy nodes of the ceremony, the key to resonating with the resonating bowl. The patterns on the stone wall are not mere decoration. They serve as a special energy guiding and amplifying structure. Their resonance frequency is fundamental to activating and stabilizing the deep functions of the resonating bowl. And this. She walked to a corner of the platform, where an unassuming stone slab held a largely fragmented, cracked dark golden metal plate etched with an intricate web of minuscule patterns and symbols. This is a fragment of the core control panel of the source preservation ceremony, containing the crucial frequency codes for the resonating bowl and the activation sequence for the dragon column resonance. Alas, it is too severely damaged. Her fingertips lightly traced the cracks, tinged with regret. Tai Xian stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a precision scanner, surveying the entire realm of source preservation. The suspended resonating bowl, the luminescent grooves of the altar, the resonating energy nodes, and the cracked control panel fragment all captured his attention. The myriad laws of the universe were constructing an energy model of the entire space at an unprecedented speed, analyzing the fragmented information contained within the ancient patterns. An unparalleled sense of challenge, intertwined with immense opportunity, surged through him like an electric current. At that moment, Tai Xian's eyes sparkled with near-manic fervor. "Leave it to me." His voice was low and resolute, like a rock. "I will analyze it, repair it, and complete it. This final step, I shall take." He approached the remnants of the control panel, his armored fingers delicately hovering above the minute cracks and patterns. His mental focus was intensely concentrated, the computational power of the myriad laws surging forth like a torrent into the ancient and incomplete arcane device. The ultimate creation of technology and the Tao, poised to collide with the enigmatic rituals of this old world, which touched the very essence of the soul, was about to unfold in the deepest sanctum of Longu village. Time slipped away unnoticed as Tai Xian emerged from his concentration, rubbing his temples. Any progress? Bai Yuekai remained by his side, her presence a comforting constant. Some, however. Analysis is a protracted endeavor, not something to be accomplished in a day. Tai Xian sighed, his eyes glinting with renewed vigor as he continued. "I will gradually resolve the issues with this resonator, but I have another matter I wish to pursue." Chapter 24. The domain of the prism soared as Xuan's words faded. The interface of the myriad laws flickered to life before him. Chilling data streams cascaded down like a waterfall, ultimately coalescing into two extraordinarily complex energy structure diagrams, shimmering with arcane brilliance. The life source energy cycle system was detected to be initially stable and showing early signs of success, unlocking advanced talisman arrays. 1. The Duality Sword Array Talisman, integrated offense and defense, a small-scale application, programmable to a microplasma sword core, generating dual swords, the Qin sword of Xianming and the Li sword of Qishao. The dual swords automatically coordinate their offensive and defensive maneuvers through the duality array trajectory, weaving sword light into a self-contained domain. In a large-scale application, it can be established over energy nodes or high-intensity energy sources, creating a coverage-type sword array. Upon completion, the sword energy would crisscross like a net, unleashing a barrage of swords when attacking and providing an impregnable defense when needed. 2. The Golden Light Spell Talisman, absolute defense for individual use. It can be inscribed onto clothing, armor, or specialized talisman paper, forming a personal golden light shield upon activation, capable of resisting physical, energy, and mental incursions. For domain application, it can be combined with specific site nodes to establish a large-scale golden light barrier, offering impenetrable protection. Xuan's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze fixated on the diagram of the large duality sword array talisman. The core principle of the talisman was to project the Qan and Li energy cycle of the duality furnace into vast space in the form of a talisman array, utilizing the resonance and flow between energy nodes to create a perpetually flourishing sword energy domain. However, to drive such an immense sword array required an extraordinarily formidable and stable energy source. A plan that had long been swirling in his mind suddenly crystallized. Old Bai. Xuan's voice brimmed with excitement as he turned to Bai Yuekai, who stood beside him. What is it? Have you thought of something else to do? Bai Yuekai tilted her head, her voice laced with warmth. Do you recall the colossal photovoltaic array we passed on our way back from the rift? How could I forget? A significant portion of Longgu Village's power generation and lighting comes from that energy source. Xuan's enthusiasm was palpable. I wish to construct an integrated offense and defense sword array there. The Taoist duality sword array and the golden light spell. I plan to build a prism tower utilizing photovoltaic panels, deploying the talisman programming and equipment for the duality sword array and the golden light spell, thus providing an outer layer of defense for Longgu Village. Bai Yuekai's brow arched slightly. She was well aware of Xuan's capabilities and had been researching Taoist knowledge during this time, gaining some understanding of talismans and formations. The massive photovoltaic array was a relic of the old world, though it lay in ruins. The core light energy conversion array and superconducting energy storage unit skeleton remained intact. Originally, a prism tower stood at its center, but it collapsed during the cataclysm. Yet, the base still existed. Bai Yuekai clearly endorsed Xuan's plan, her eyes gleaming with determination as she contemplated whether such formations could also be established on the shielding and defense towers surrounding Longgu Village. Listening to Bai Yuekai's insights, Xuan's eyes sparkled with near-manic calculations, using the photovoltaic array as a foundation, with the prism tower as the focal point, etching the core nodes of the duality sword array talisman into the entire matrix skeleton and the interior of the prism tower, completely transforming and activating it. In due course, the entire photovoltaic array region will evolve into a domain of integrated offense and defense, where sword energy emerges autonomously. It will be sufficient to shield the entire perimeter of Longgu Village. Taishan was not mistaken. The location of the massive photovoltaic power station was indeed near the main entrance of Longgu Village. Once the gigantic sword array was activated, it could effectively cover the core area of the village. He paused, his voice growing deeper and more resolute. By coordinating the golden light spell talismans at critical nodes within the village, we would achieve a dual offensive and defensive strategy, making Longgu Village as secure as a fortress. It would be capable of withstanding large-scale tides of devouring beasts, even the onslaught of mutated giants. Bai Yuekai listened quietly, her eyes, like icy lakes, gazing into Xuan's burning fervor, then turned her gaze to the distance. Although Longgu Village was concealed from sight, it faced the increasingly frenzied expansion of the mana ecosystem and the formidable mutated devouring beasts. The existing defensive capabilities were indeed inadequate. Xuan's plan was audacious, bold, yet pointed directly at the heart of the matter. What do you need? Bai Yuekai's voice remained cool, yet carried a decisive firmness. People, materials, time, Taishan replied succinctly. The scale of the project was immense, requiring extensive etching, wiring, and installation of energy conduits within the matrix skeleton and prism tower. Insulating materials capable of withstanding high-voltage arcs and energy radiation, vast quantities of superconducting alloy cabling, and personnel to stabilize the formation and clear external disturbances were essential. Understood. Bai Yuekai exhibited no hesitation as she turned to stride back into the village. Prepare yourself. I will gather everyone. Shanda, Suishing, Su Tong, Xiado, and also Meido and Tasia. Bring all tools and stock of high-strength insulating materials and superconducting alloys. We shall construct the sword array you envisioned together. With that, she moved swiftly ahead with her long strides. Wait for me, Taishian called after the excited Bai Yuekai, hastily following. He threw an arm over her shoulder. Once the large sword array is set up, I will begin crafting small golden light spell talismans and life potions. These can serve as strategic resources for the awakened within the village. Bai Yuekai smiled and nodded, then seized Xuan's arm with a deft grip, executing a joint lock that sent him sprawling. 2 days later, the gates of Longgu village swung wide open. Bai Yuekai led the charge, her white coat with suede accents billowing in the wind and sand. Behind her stood the elite of the ground team. Shanda hoisted his signature alloy warhammer. Suishing carried a composite bow along with a quiver full of specialized arrows. Su Tong bore a massive medical kit and toolbox, and Xiado, her face taut, was equipped with her neural interface device. Ulan Meido gripped her plasma spear tightly, clad in gray-black armor, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Tasia and several other young villagers who had awakened special abilities were also brought along as support. Taishian walked amidst the group, clad in dark armor, with the devouring talisman and the Ling Shu gun hanging from his waist. He held a specialized alloy tablet displaying the real-time 3D model of the photovoltaic array and the energy node distribution of the duality sword array talisman. Let us board and set off. We may need to stay in the wild for a while, so everyone must be careful, Bai Yuekai declared as she was the first to board the truck, with Taishian following closely. Shanda and Su Tong settled into the truck bed, while the others climbed aboard as well. Under Bai Yuekai's guidance, the truck sped toward the enormous photovoltaic array. Entering this realm filled with solar panels felt entirely different. The vast array of photovoltaic panels was largely operational, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust due to the insufficient manpower in Longgu village, where the shielding zones and defense towers needed constant oversight. The rusted steel skeletons towered into the clouds, groaning like a lament in the wind. The central prism tower base, standing over 10 meters high, resembled a broken sword pointing skyward, silent and desolate. Let us get to work, Taishian commanded without further ado. Utilizing instruments, the model of the sword formation was projected into the air, creating a magnificent holographic image. Su Tong, take Tasia and the others, and proceed to clear the rust and attachments from the matrix skeleton in zones 3, 7, and 2, as indicated in the diagram. Ensure the metallic substrate is exposed. Shanda, Suishing, you are responsible for laying the superconducting alloy cables along the main beams of the passage to the base of the light prism tower. Be cautious to avoid the high-risk fracture zones. Xiado, attempt to sense the residual energy flow and structural weaknesses within the base of the light prism tower using your abilities, and mark them on the model. My duo, let Shigai take flight. Ensure vigilance. Do not stray too far. The commands were issued clearly and efficiently. The entire team operated like a finely tuned machine, instantly springing into high-speed action. Chapter 25. The sword formation arises. Su Tong, accompanied by Tasia and others, ascended the immense steel framework with the agility of nimble monkeys. High-pressure water guns blasted away thick layers of dust and rust, while the grinding machines emitted piercing shrieks, sending sparks flying. After Tasia set up the transmission device, she meticulously began to remove the debris lodged in critical gaps. Shanda and Suishing advanced along the stout main beams. Shanda wielded a heavy hammer to break apart the obstructive rusted metal plates, while Suishing, like the most precise threading device, gradually constructed the metal structure, securely laying the shimmering superconducting alloy cables into the designated grooves. The heavy metal structures and cables seemed featherlight in their hands. Xiado sat cross-legged at the enormous entrance of the light prism tower's base, with wires from the neural interface device pressed against her temples. Her eyes were tightly closed, her face pale, as her mental energy delicately probed the interior of the silent steel giant like invisible tendrils. The intricate energy circuits within, the fractured conduits, and the residual energy accumulation points resembled a blurred star map, which she struggled to perceive and mark on the shared model of the iron alloy. Ulan, my duo, along with several awakened individuals, cleared weeds and parasitic spores around the edges of the photovoltaic matrix. Her plasma spear occasionally flared to life, incinerating the stubborn spores into ashes. Each discharge was executed with the precision and ferocity honed during their time on the brink of hell. Iron Xian served as the core processor of the entire operation. He climbed to the highest steel beam, surveying the entire matrix. The computational power of the myriad mechanisms was fully engaged, monitoring in real time the cleaning progress of each node. The precision of cable layout and the structural information relayed by Xia Do from within the tower. His hands never ceased their activity. In his right hand, he wielded a specially crafted rune-etching pen resembling a welding gun, its tip emitting a highly concentrated plasma beam mixed with the powdered essence of mystic steel and energy conduits. With his finger as the pen, the plasma beam as ink, and the massive steel framework as the canvas, he etched complex and profound runes filled with the essence of the Canly truth at the designated nodes. These runes were not mere patterns. They were three-dimensional energy channels, penetrating deep into the steel and perfectly integrating with the laid superconducting alloy cables. His left hand continuously sketched, clicked, and adjusted the model parameters of the myriad mechanisms, dynamically matching the structural weaknesses reported by Xia Do with the core attack nodes of the two instruments' sword formation, optimizing the design. Sweat soaked his undershirt, evaporating within the confines of his armor. The high-intensity expenditure of mental energy and precise operations caused his temples to throb. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes only intensified. The vast, abandoned photovoltaic matrix was gradually awakened under his will, and the calculations of the myriad mechanisms, infused with a new, destructive vitality. Time flowed amidst the roaring steel, the crackling arcs of electricity, and the distant, sporadic beast roars. With the setting sun and rising moon, the moonlight draped a shimmering cloak over the solar panel matrix. The monumental project spanned an entire week. When the final core rune was etched upon the energy-focusing chamber wall at the innermost part of the light prism tower's base, Iron Xian retracted the etching pen and gracefully descended from the towering steel structure. Countless newly etched runes emitted a faint, shifting white glow against the night, akin to the awakening meridians within a slumbering giant beast. The laid superconducting alloy cable network glimmered with a ghostly blue light at the energy flow nodes. The central light prism tower also subtly emanated restless energy fluctuations. All nodes had been etched. The superconducting network was fully deployed. The critical structural reinforcements within the light prism tower were completed. The reports from various teams conveyed fatigue, yet were laced with undeniable excitement. Iron Xian entered the control room of the enormous base of the light prism tower, filled with thick cables and hastily erected control consoles. He connected the main control module of the myriad mechanisms to a dusty old-world interface, initiating the final array programming of the myriad mechanisms, loading the core talismans of Consort Xianin and Li Sword Qi Xiao, activating energy circuit self-check. Iron Xian's voice was hoarse, yet resonated like a drawn sword. Command confirmation, main control authority obtained, core talismans loading, energy circuit self-check initiated. Nodes 1 to 547 connectivity, 100. Energy conduit efficiency, 987. Superconducting energy storage units charging. Preparing light energy conversion array. Foundation framework of the two instruments' sword formation talismans completed. Awaiting activation. The cold electronic voice reverberated throughout the control room. Iron Xian took a deep breath, his armored fingers hovering above the enormous red activation talisman. All eyes were fixed upon him, holding their breath. Just as he was about to activate it, he paused and turned to Bai Yuekai. You shall do it. Activate this sword formation. Bai Yuekai was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly grasped Iron Xian's intention, stepping forward without hesitation. She extended her fingertip, channeling her source potential. A glimmer of white light flickered at the tip of her slender finger, and upon contact with the red talisman, the entire beam was absorbed, followed by a flash of red light. Hum. A resonant humming sound filled the air as a golden light flashed before their eyes, and the entire colossal photovoltaic power station seemed to come to life. The towering light prism in the center flickered with two blue lights, representing the core attack power of the two instruments' sword formation, Consort Xianin and Li Sword Qi Xiao in their plasma manifestation. It worked, Iron Xian exclaimed, gazing at the faint glow outside, unable to contain his joy. Wonderful. Oh, whoa. My duo and Xia Do erupted in excitement. with Xiado unleashing her fierce wolf-like roar once more. At last, we have completed this. Su Tong stretched languidly, speaking with a sense of relief. Indeed. Now, the core area of our Longu village finally has adequate protection, Tasia remarked, gazing at the imposing blue lights, then turning to Iron Xian with a question. Mr. Iron, can this sword formation be deployed elsewhere? Tasia's inquiry stemmed from her upcoming duty at the outer defensive tower. She had been unaware of such equipment until now, and naturally, she wanted to ask. Yes, Iron Xian initially nodded, then shook his head. However, creating something of this magnitude is not easy. After all, the sword formation requires a continuous energy supply to unleash its maximum destructive potential. But fret not. If we cannot construct a large one, we can create smaller versions. We can also devise ones that can be recharged repeatedly. In such instances, each of you can carry a golden light talisman and a module of the two instruments sword formation, providing additional assurance when encountering the devouring beasts. Really? We can indeed create smaller versions? Tasia asked excitedly. Absolutely. Once we return to the village, I will prepare some for you to use. Iron Xian affirmed with a determined nod. That is simply splendid. Tasia exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm. Not only are there weapons, but also potions that can instantly heal your injuries. Tai Xian once again revealed a thrilling piece of information, igniting excitement among everyone. Thank you. Observing the immensely thrilled team members, Bai Yuekai gently leaned against Tai Xian's back and whispered softly, "There's no need for formality." Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Tai Xian reached back to grasp Bai Yuekai's delicate, boneless hand. Bai Yuekai was utterly exhausted. She had nearly single-handedly supported Dragonbone Village. Despite now having many helpers, few could truly share her burden. With Tai Xian's arrival, the pressure weighing on her was completely lifted. At this moment, Bai Yuekai was finally able to express a touch of feminine emotion. Chapter 26. Forging armor and sharpening blades. No one noticed the two figures nestled together in front of the control panel. Tai Xian stood tall and steadfast, his dark armor resembling a guardian rock. Bai Yuekai leaned slightly against him, her silver hair cascading down to obscure her features. The only visible sign of her inner softness and tranquility being the cool hand held tightly in Tai Xian's grip. Atop the prism tower, the brilliance of the dual swords Can and Li flowed quietly, resembling two enormous, cold stars gazing down upon the land they safeguarded. Inside the control room, the lights shone brightly, and voices echoed with the joy of survival and renewed hope. Amidst this confluence of light and sound, two hearts, drawn close amidst the dust of a post-apocalyptic world, glowed like softly ignited lamps, dispelling the chill of the vast darkness. Tai Xian felt the warmth of her hand gradually returning, sensing her leaning against him with complete trust. He tightened his grip slightly, his gaze directed towards the holographic screen displaying the stable energy flow of the sword domain, his voice low yet clear as it reached Bai Yuekai's ears. Akin to a promise made to himself, "Here will be my home in the future. I will shoulder this peace alongside you." Never had Dragonbone Village experienced such a fervent night. When Bai Yuekai's team and Tai Xian returned with the successful news of the Prism sword domain and their bountiful supplies, the entire village erupted like dry kindling ignited by a spark, bursting into a fervent cheer and a blazing flame of hope. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the highest houses in the terraced fields. Men, women, and children rushed out of their homes, gathering in the central square of the village. As they listened to Su Tong passionately describe the Can and Li dual swords piercing the heavens from the top of the prism tower, and learned that the entire photovoltaic array area had transformed into a death zone for the devouring beasts, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. It worked. It really worked. With the sword domain protecting us, Dragonbone Village is finally safe. Long live Boss Bai. Long live Mr. Tai. No longer did they have to live in fear of those monsters appearing unexpectedly. Children excitedly wove through the crowd, screaming with joy, while elders wiped away tears of excitement. Men pounded their chests in celebration, and women tightly hugged their children, their faces adorned with smiles of reassurance that had long been absent. Tasia and several awakened individuals were surrounded by enthusiastic villagers, all eagerly inquiring about the small protective gear and healing potions, their eyes shimmering with fervor. The brightly lit village radiated a tremendous joy akin to survival after a calamity. This joy was the first solid barrier and hope they had witnessed after Bai Yuekai led them in their struggle for existence on this wasteland for so many years. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Tai Xian's dark armor glimmered in the flickering light of the bonfire. He observed the fervor before him and listened to the heartfelt cheers, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was the essence of guardianship. As the clamor gradually subsided, the crowd dispersed in satisfaction and anticipation. Tai Xian did not linger. He turned and walked towards his temple. There, the low hum of the two instruments' furnace awaited him, and he had much work to do. Inside the temple, the dark azure light of the furnace flowed steadily, casting a bizarre illumination throughout the space. Tai Xian, like a finely tuned machine, commenced the creation of promised equipment. First, he began with the Golden Light Spell Single-Person Protective Talisman. On the workstation lay the carefully selected materials, several pieces of dense, resilient silicon bone plates sourced from elite snake dogs, high-strength titanium alloy sheets dismantled from old-world devices. And most importantly, a few thumb-sized marrow crystals radiating a soft, milky white glow, possessing excellent energy storage and conduction properties. Tai Xian activated the furnace loading arm, sending the silicon bone plates and titanium alloy sheets into the furnace according to a specific ratio and structure. Universal mechanism. Initiate the casting program. Parameters. Temperature gradient 7. Pressure index 3. Energy flow guidance mode. Can and Li intertwined. Command confirmed. Casting program initiated. The azure black light within the furnace surged, as if an invisible giant hand kneaded the materials. The biological activity of the silicon bone merged with the metallic rigidity of the titanium alloy in the violent energy field. The final product emerged as a composite sheet displaying a deep gray hue, with a surface bearing intricate biological patterns and a metallic sheen. It combined the toughness and energy affinity of silicon bone with the solidity of titanium alloy. Tai Xian retrieved the cooled composite sheet and, using a specially designed plasma engraving knife, began to etch with precision. His fingers were as steady as a mountain as the tip of the knife emitted fine, yet highly condensed plasma streams, traversing the surface of the sheet to leave behind intricate, dense golden runes embodying the core array of the Golden Light spell. The etchings penetrated deep into the material, forming a three-dimensional network of energy channels. The final step, the most crucial one, involved placing a warm marrow crystal precisely into the reserved groove at the center of the sheet. His fingers swiftly traced the edges of the groove, tapping to activate the microprogramming function of the universal mechanism. Delicate strands of energy guiding threads, formed from dark steel powder, surged forth from his fingertips, seamlessly connecting the marrow crystal with the engraved array of golden runes, embedding it perfectly. Buzz. As the last strand of energy flow completed, the surface of the deep gray talisman instantly illuminated with a gentle yet stable golden light. The marrow crystal, akin to a lit heart, radiated a warm white light that intertwined and flowed with the golden glow. A resilient, stable protective force field began to emanate. It was complete. A palm-sized, ancient token-like golden light spell single-person protective talisman lay quietly on the workstation. Its core marrow crystal structure could absorb the life energy dissipating from the wearer or be externally charged through the furnace, storing energy within. Upon an attack, the array of golden runes would instantly activate the marrow crystal's energy, forming a protective shield. Next was the small two instruments sword array destruction sword box. Tai Xian took another composite sheet, this time etching a more complex and aggressive array of runes. With his left hand, he engraved the destruction rune, and with his right, he inscribed the miniature two instruments sword array rune. The two runes were not independent, but were interwoven within the energy circuit of the sheet, forming a core that integrated both offense and defense. After completing the etchings, he carefully embedded the rune-adorned composite sheet into a palm-sized rectangular metal box constructed from high-strength engineering plastics and superconducting alloys. One end of the box was open, its internal structure intricately designed. Then, he retrieved two straight, transparent crystal columns made from special crystals and superconducting materials, each approximately 10 centimeters long, resembling two laser pointers. These would serve as the sword embryos for the sword array. Tai Xian used his fingers as a pen, etching the condensed plasma blade energy circuit and sword energy guidance runes into the interiors of the two crystal columns with micron-level precision. The final step. He carefully inserted the two processed sword embryos into the reserved slots at the front end of the metal box. Instantly, the composite rune substrate inside the box emitted a faint glow, and the superconducting energy flow surged into the two crystal columns along the framework. Buzz. The tips of the two transparent crystal columns each glimmered with a faint blue light, Qin Sword Xian Ming, and a fiery red light, Li Sword Qi Xiao. Though the radiance was faint, it emanated a sharp aura akin to a blade's edge. Tai Xian grasped the rectangular metallic box. Its design simple, yet reminiscent of a futuristic storage container, with two pins at the front, each shimmering with distinct hues. His finger gently pressed an inconspicuous rune button on the side of the box. Whoosh, whoosh. Two concentrated beams of light shot forth from the tips of the crystal columns. One was a chilling azure, the other a searing crimson. The beams, slender as chopsticks yet tangible, exuded a keen edge capable of slicing through metal. Rather than shooting straight out, the two beams traced intricate, spiraling paths as if imbued with sentience, weaving an interlaced dance within a few meters of Tai Xian. As the blue and red lights intertwined, they formed a microcosmic sword formation, approximately 3 meters in diameter, continuously swirling. Within the formation's radius, the air was sliced, emitting a faint, shrill whine. The sword lights lasted about 3 seconds before retracting back into the crystal columns. The box's glow dimming as its energy was expended. Accomplished. Tai Xian surveyed the seemingly toy-like, yet lethally potent sword box in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The core within the box could also be recharged, allowing for several quick activations of the sword formation, sufficient to address sudden crises or to break through small packs of beasts. Chapter 27. A continuous stream the following morning. In the village's training ground, when Tai Xian presented the first batch of 10 golden spell talismans and 5 sword boxes to the assembled crowd, even Bai Yuekai's eyes flickered with surprise. The efficiency and craftsmanship exceeded all expectations. Tasia and several awakened individuals poised to take their turn at the outer watchtowers were flushed with excitement, nearly holding their breath as they carefully accepted their respective talismans and sword boxes. The talismans, when worn, could activate shields with focused intent, requiring recharging once the core's energy was depleted. Tai Xian briefly explained that the sword box should be worn at the waist, activated by pressing the rune button on its side, with a range extending 3 meters ahead for approximately 3 seconds, cautioning that it consumed a significant amount of energy. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Tai. Tasia tightly gripped the warm, deep gray talisman and the cold metal sword box, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. To verify the effectiveness, Su Tong volunteered for a demonstration. He donned a golden spell talisman and stood in the center of the arena. Shonda grinned, hefting his alloy hammer, of course. He restrained 90% of his strength and swung it down with a whistling wind towards Su Tong, just as the hammer was about to make contact. Buzz. A soft yet incredibly resilient golden shield erupted from the talisman worn by Su Tong, enveloping him entirely. Clang. The hammer struck the shield, producing a sound like a resounding bell. The shield quivered violently, golden light swirling, yet it steadfastly absorbed the tremendous force of the blow. Su Tong was merely pushed back 2 steps, unharmed. The glow of the core visibly dimmed slightly. Such formidable defense. Shonda retracted his hammer, marveling. Next came the demonstration of the sword box. Tasia held the box and pressed the button against a decayed wooden post, roughly the width of a bowl. Set up for testing. Whoosh, whoosh. 1 blue and 1 red beam of concentrated sword light shot forth, instantly intertwining to form a rotating micro-sword formation before the post. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The harsh sound of cutting filled the air. Within the 3 seconds that the sword formation enveloped the sturdy wooden post, it was as if thrown into an invisible meat grinder, instantly shredded into countless strips the width of fingers. The cut surfaces were smooth as mirrors, even bearing scorch marks. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped. This power was more than sufficient to deal with the armored bones of snake dogs. Remarkable. Tasia gazed at the compact sword box in her hands, then at the pile of splintered wood, her voice trembling with excitement. This is truly a life-saving and enemy-slaying artifact. My duo and Xiado also received a golden spell talisman each, carefully stowing them away. My duo looked at her master, her eyes filled with admiration. Xiado, meanwhile, couldn't he help but fondle the talisman's smooth surface. Bai Yuekai observed the distribution of equipment and the genuine exhilaration and sense of security on her team members' faces. A faint smile curling her lips, she approached Tai Xian, noting the fatigue that could not be concealed beneath his armor and the bloodshot in his eyes, softly saying, You've worked hard. Please return and rest. Tai Xian shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the excited team members familiarizing themselves with their new gear. This was merely the beginning. The talismans and sword boxes needed to be mass-produced, healing potions required immediate attention, and research into the repository of source materials must not cease. His gaze was profound. The restoration of the soul was the ultimate fortress. Bai Yuekai followed his gaze, refraining from further urging. She silently stood beside him, like a shadow at his side. The wind stirred their garments, and the village's clamor, along with the excitement in the training ground, seemed to fade into the background. Behind the temple, the furnace's eternal azure-black flames flickered, illuminating the thorn-laden path leading to the repository of souls. Yet, at this moment, with him by her side, the journey ahead no longer felt desolate. Life in Longu village appeared to have been infused with an unprecedented vigor and urbanity due to the new equipment brought forth by Tai Xian. As the first batch of 10 golden spell talismans and 5 sword boxes were treasured and carefully concealed by Tasia and the other rotating team members. Accompanied by Su Tong and Tasia's astonishing demonstrations in the training ground, news spread like wildfire, igniting the desire of all awakened individuals and even ordinary villagers. Safety. Who wouldn't crave it? Especially in this precarious wasteland. Soon, a long line formed outside the temple. Awakened individuals gazed longingly at the tightly shut temple doors, clutching their best bargaining chips. A few meticulously polished, life-source-rich silica bones from the devouring beasts. A small pouch of relatively pure superconducting alloy fragments salvaged from the ruins of the old world. Some even produced rare ores, faintly glowing. Collected near the mana blossom, these were all core materials for Tai Xian's creation of talismans and sword boxes. Bai Yuekai stood at the entrance, observing the lively yet somewhat ludicrous scene, a faint, almost mischievous smile gracing her lips. She walked slowly to the front of the queue, her cool voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Mr. Tai crafts the equipment with great care, refining rare materials. To obtain a talisman or sword box, please provide a primary material, either silica bone, alloy, or an equivalent source crystal. Additionally, a processing fee of 50 crystal coins is required. Those with insufficient or subpar materials will need to make up the price difference. She paused, adding, please queue to register and collect in order, and refrain from making noise. Crystal coins? Someone gasped softly. Crystal coins were the hard currency circulating within Longu village, typically acquired through rare resources brought back by hunting teams or exchanged for completing significant tasks. 50 was no small sum. Moreover, one had to provide their own primary materials. Some looked at the mediocre silica bone in their hands with troubled expressions. Boss Bai, could you perhaps lower the price? Someone attempted to haggle. Bai Yuekai merely cast a cold glance at the individual, her icy lake-like eyes revealing no emotion. The would-be negotiator immediately fell silent. Rules were rules, especially when it concerned powerful equipment vital for survival. The clear pricing and acquisition methods were already a great boon. Before long, Su Tong set up a small table, taking out paper and pen to begin registering. Some gritted their teeth, pulling out their saved crystal coins and cherished materials, while others hurried home, rummaging through their belongings to gather what they could. Some began calculating how much extra effort they would need to exert in the next hunt to gather enough. The crystal coins and materials flowed like water into Bai Yuekai's hands. She weighed the heavy pouch of coins and the assorted materials, feeling quite pleased. This price difference would sufficiently support the procurement of special supplies for the village's important workshops and compensate the injured for some time to come. Tai Xian's skills had unexpectedly become a strategic resource for Longu village. Within the temple, Tai Xian remained blissfully unaware of this. He was facing another pressing issue. The devouring talisman floated at the energy input port of the furnace, the purple-gold core at the opening dimming. The data from the myriad mechanisms indicated that the once plentiful, lightly golden life essence within the energy reservoir had dwindled to a mere remnant. Previously, a significant amount had been expended to stabilize the body of the White Moon Queen. Cautiously, he directed the last trace of this essence into the furnace, initiating the refining process. The bluish-black flames swirled, the Canley vortex repeatedly tempering and purifying the final vestige of life energy. Ultimately, 9 vials emerged, each exuding a rich vitality and radiating a pristine emerald hue. The liquid within the vials gently rippled, reminiscent of the concentrated vigor of spring. 9 vials, for the vast Dragonbone village. This scant quantity was but a drop in the ocean, insufficient against the looming threat of battle and invasion. Iron Xian gazed at the vials, his brow furrowed. The lack of raw essence rendered even the most skilled craftsman powerless. He meticulously sealed the potions and affixed labels. Myriad mechanisms, record, secondary healing potion, life essence, inventory, 9. Priority allocation, perimeter patrol, high-risk area exploration, emergency for the severely injured. The cold command issued forth. The potions would be reserved for those in the most perilous situations. Those in dire need. Chapter 28. Meow Meow Hammer. The dual scarcity of equipment and potions propelled Iron Xian's reputation to unprecedented heights. He was no longer that mysterious and formidable outsider, but had become the esteemed Master Iron, sought after by all in Dragonbone Village. A steady stream of awakened individuals queued, with workshop orders extending into the next month. Iron Xian, functioning like the most efficient assembly line, repeated the processes of etching, embedding, and energizing with the aid of the furnace, crafting talismans of golden light and demolishing sword boxes in exchange for mountains of materials and crystal coins. The White Moon Queen had transformed into the shrewdest proprietress, methodically managing orders and supplies. On one particular day, a remarkably burly figure blocked much of the light at the workshop's entrance. Xuan, tousling his closely cropped hair, wore a sincere yet slightly awkward smile. Tightly clutching a bulging burlap pouch, the sound of clinking crystal coins emanating from within. Behind him trailed his signature alloy hammer, dragging heavily along the ground. "Hey, Brother Iron." Xuan's booming voice startled those nearby, causing them to wince. "Look at this hammer of mine. It's been with me for many years, and I've crushed at least 800 snake dog heads with it. But lately, it just doesn't feel right. Especially when I see that little girl Tasia flaunting your glowing pen case. It just gnaws at my heart like a cat's claw." "Whoa, Xuan, when did you learn to boast?" Su Tong teased from the crowd, clearly aware that Xuan was envious of others' gear. Go away, you're everywhere." Xuan waved impatiently at Su Tong, then placed the heavy pouch with a clatter on Iron Xian's workbench, crystal coins nearly spilling out. "I know the rules. I don't have any particularly good materials, but I have plenty of crystal coins. This is my hard-earned savings. No, my activity funds. Brother Iron, can you bless this old friend of yours? I want something flashy and loud." Xuan patted his beloved hammer, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Much like a child awaiting a new toy, Iron Xian's gaze swept over the battle-worn, dented alloy hammer and then to Xuan, whose robust physique resembled that of a bear, his vitality far surpassing that of an average individual. The myriad mechanisms instantly activated, conducting a rapid scan of Xuan. The data revealed that his life essence strength was over 3 times that of a typical awakened being, akin to a walking miniature reactor. Furthermore, his bioelectricity was exceptionally active, with muscle fibers harboring explosive power. An idea rapidly took shape in Iron Xian's mind. "Very well," Iron Xian stated succinctly, gesturing to the side. "Leave the hammer. Take half the crystal coins. The remainder will serve as your prepayment for the next energization." "Huh, half? Brother Iron, you're too generous," Xuan exclaimed, both astonished and elated, quickly pouring half of the crystal coins onto the workbench, gleefully clutching the remaining coins as he dashed away, leaving behind his cherished hammer. "Now I can afford to play mahjong again. I can finally take my wife for a few rounds." Iron Xian approached the hammer, his armored palm gliding over its cold, rough surface. He closed his eyes, his mental energy probing like a precise instrument, delving into every molecular structure of the hammer. The myriad mechanisms whirred into high gear, analyzing Xuan's body data to devise a transformation plan. The core concept crystallized in an instant: summon lightning, store lightning, explosive lightning. The hammer of thunder, let's see what it can do. Xuan himself was a powerful biological battery and source of strength. His weapon required no elaborate ranged attacks, but rather needed to convert his brute force and volatile bioelectricity into a more direct and devastating melee explosion. The transformation commenced in the afternoon. The first step entailed reshaping the hammer's handle. Iron Xian removed the original wooden grip, replacing it with several superconducting alloy rods salvaged from ancient machinery and fragments of lightning-infused strike stones. Utilizing the furnace's power, he melted, forged, and embedded these materials into the hammer's core. The new alloy grip was entirely black, forming an efficient energy conduction network, with a micro-lightning summoning talisman etched at the end of the handle. The second step involved empowering the hammerhead, while retaining the primary structure. Iron Xian etched intricate lightning runes and explosive talismans within its core. At the heart of this array lay a lightning-attracting marrow crystal, refined from marrow essence, possessing exceptional affinity for lightning energy. The third step was to connect the energy circuits. Using energy-guiding silk spun from mystic steel, he perfectly linked the superconducting network within the handle, the lightning talismans, and the core lightning marrow crystal, forming a complete cycle for storing and unleashing bioelectric energy. Finally, Iron Xian meticulously etched delicate, flickering azure lightning runes into the deepest dents and edges of the hammerhead's surface. These runes were not mere embellishments, but conduits and amplifiers for energy overflow. The transformation process lasted for a full day and night. When the final energy circuit activated, the entire hammer seemed to come alive. The previously dull alloy surface now glimmered with a profound, subdued iron sheen, and the azure lightning runes pulsed faintly in the dim light. The lightning summoning talisman at the grip exuded a faint attraction. At the core of the hammerhead, the lightning marrow crystal lay dormant, resembling a slumbering eye of thunder. Iron Xian grasped the revitalized hammer. It felt heavy as ever, yet the grip resonated with an unusual, tingling sensation that echoed with his palm's bioelectricity. He tentatively channeled a weak current into the grip. Buzz! The azure runes on the hammerhead ignited suddenly. Delicate, leaping arcs of blue and white electricity danced across the surface, entwining like living creatures. The air filled with a faint scent of ozone. A surge of chaotic, destructive power pulsed through the handle, as if he were grasping a bound tempest. It was complete. This was no ordinary alloy hammer. It had become the Meow Meow hammer, capable of summoning the power of thunder. After the transformation, Iron Xian took a day of rest. Initially reluctant to pause, he was compelled by the White Moon Queen to remain indoors for recuperation. However, this respite was not merely idle. Iron Xian had the pleasure of experiencing her massage and cupping techniques, which brought him such comfort that he couldn't help but emit sounds of bliss. Yet, those sounds were easily misinterpreted, prompting a swift slap to the back of his head from the White Moon Queen, which promptly silenced him. On the third day, when Iron Xian presented the transformed hammer to the eagerly awaiting Shanda, the entire training ground was bustling with onlookers. Shanda, flushed with excitement, trembled as he received his old companion. The moment he held it, he sensed the difference. Within the weight lay a wild, eager pulse. Gripping the handle felt as if it resonated harmoniously with the power surging within him. "Brother Iron, how do I use this?" Shanda's voice quivered with anticipation. Tightly gripping the hammer, he activated his strength and struck with force. Iron Xian's words were succinct. Shanda inhaled deeply, a fervent battle spirit igniting in his eyes. He roared, his muscles taut, the essence of life surging within him like boiling magma. A wild current of bioelectricity coursed through his arm, unreservedly channeling into the hammer. Boom! In that instant, as he swung the hammer towards a half-human tall, solid granite boulder in the center of the training ground, the hammerhead's azure lightning patterns erupted with a blinding blue-white radiance. Countless arcs of furious electricity, like unleashed serpents of thunder, burst forth from the hammerhead, entwining and converging. The entire heavy hammer seemed to transform into a falling thunderball. Bang! A terrifying roar, far surpassing any previous strike, erupted like the thunder of the heavens. The blue-white lightning instantly engulfed the boulder. The searing light compelled everyone to instinctively close their eyes or turn their heads. Instead of shattering, most of the stone vaporized instantly under the terrifying heat and impact. What remained was a massive, nearly 2-meter-wide charred pit, its walls smooth as glass, still crackling with arcs of electricity and curling wisps of smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of char and ionized atmosphere. Shanda maintained the pose of striking down, his eyes wide in disbelief at the horrifying scene he had created, glancing down at the hammer in his hand. Still crackling with residual electricity, emitting a deep, resonant hum, his mouth agape in wonder. Silence. The entire training ground fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone was stunned by this strike, reminiscent of a thunder god descending. Moments later, the air was filled with gasps and exclamations. "My heavens! The hammer of the thunder god! Shanda, have you ascended to godhood?" Su Tong, closest to the epicenter, was knocked over by the shockwave. Scrambling to his feet, dirted and astonished, staring at the still smoking glassy pit, his eyes nearly popping out. "By my word, Brother Tai, what on earth have you equipped Shanda with? Is that a hammer or a railgun? Tasia covered her mouth, gazing at the fearsome weapon in Shanda's hand, entwined with residual arcs of electricity, and then glancing at her own petite sword box, suddenly feeling inadequate. Bai Yuekai stood outside the crowd, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She looked at Iron Xian, who stood with his deep, dark armor, hands clasped behind his back, devoid of any pride, only a calmness that seemed entirely natural. Yet Bai Yuekai knew that beneath this calm lay a terrifying power capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, turning stone into gold. Iron Xian's gaze swept over the astonished crowd, finally resting on the Miao Miao hammer. This was merely the beginning. The armed forces of Longu village were gradually undergoing transformation in his hands, and Shanda's hammer was but a resounding declaration. Chapter 29. The bloodied whirlpool shadow within the Taoist temple. The dark blue glow of the furnace continued to flow steadily, reflecting the intricate metallic sheen of Iron Xian's armor. On the workbench, a new batch of golden spell talismans and the prototype of the slaying sword box lay neatly arranged, awaiting the final etching of runes and infusion of energy. However, Iron Xian's attention was not on these soon-to-be-completed orders, but rather fixated on the silent, suspended Yuan-devouring talisman beside the furnace's energy port. The purple-gold core at the gourd's mouth flickered dimly like a candle in the wind. The interface of the myriad mechanisms clearly displayed: Energy Core, Life Essence 003. This meager amount of energy could not even sustain half a bottle of secondary healing potion. Outside the workshop, the faint sounds of awakened individuals conversing while waiting to collect their gear could be heard, their excitement intermingled with thirst for life potions and inquiries. Tasia's team was about to take their turn at the outer watchtower, and 9 bottles of potions had already been distributed, merely a drop in the bucket. The new injuries and the new threats of erosion created an insatiable demand for pure life energy, like an invisible whip striking at Iron Xian's nerves. He set down the rune-etching pen, extinguishing the plasma beam. His chest, covered by armor, slightly heaved, and an uncontrollable restlessness began to brew within him. A skilled chef cannot cook without rice. Equipment can wait, but life potions cannot afford to. Iron Xian strode out of the Taoist temple, ignoring the eager gazes outside, heading directly towards the dwelling of Bai Yuekai. The sunlight filtered through the azure sky, casting mottled shadows on the terraced fields of Longu village. Yet it could not disperse the gloom in his heart. Bai Yuekai was in the open space in front of her house, watching my duo practice a more intricate and complex set of gun techniques. Upon seeing Iron Xian's serious expression, she gestured for my duo to pause. "What's wrong?" Bai Yuekai's voice carried its usual coolness, yet her keen eyes detected the urgency beneath Iron Xian's calm facade. "The source essence is depleted." Iron Xian's voice was low. "The Yuan-devouring talisman is empty. Life potions cannot continue to be produced. I need to go out." "Out." Bai Yuekai furrowed her brow slightly. "The serpent dog pack outside our defensive perimeter is insufficient for large-scale collection of source essence. The efficiency is too low, and the risks do not match." Iron Xian paused for a moment, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Then we shall go to a place of sufficient scale." Bai Yuekai momentarily hesitated, instantly understanding Iron Xian's intent. A location deemed sufficiently large by this man, who was usually calm to the point of coldness, was exceedingly rare in this wasteland. "Where do you intend to go?" Her voice grew somber. "The core area of the mana ecosystem. We previously visited the aerospace base. The serpent dog pack there was quite large, but I believe it is not deep enough." Iron Xian's gaze shifted towards outside the village, or perhaps to a more central area. There, the concentration of life essence far exceeds imagination. "More central?" A hint of chill crept into Bai Yuekai's voice. "Are you referring to the bloodied whirlpool?" The mere mention of those 2 words seemed to carry a taboo power, causing the air to thicken. Even Ulan, my duo, who was listening intently, tensed up, fear etched on her small face. "The bloodied whirlpool?" Iron Xian keenly caught the weight of that term and the gravity in Bai Yuekai's tone. Bai Yuekai fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly organizing her thoughts, or perhaps weighing her options. She sat by the stream, gazing into the distance. That is the true heart of the mana ecosystem. Her voice remained as it always was, yet it conveyed a multitude of emotions, unlike any place we encountered previously, where the concentration of crimson essence is 100 or 1,000 times greater than the outside world. The spatial structure is extremely unstable, filled with turbulent energy flows and incomprehensible rule distortions. What lurks there are no ordinary serpent dogs or earth roars. Bai Yuekai's gaze seemed to penetrate space, envisioning a nightmarish scene of true, sovereign-level entities, even more terrifying beings. Their forms and abilities far exceed our understanding of the devouring beasts. Products of ecological distortion to the extreme. Their life essence is like boiling toxic oil, furious, chaotic, and riddled with destructive mental pollution. Ordinary awakened individuals approaching the periphery could be eroded into monsters or directly turned into flesh and soil. She abruptly turned her head, her icy gaze fixed on Iron Xian. Your Yuan devouring talisman can strip away the chaotic impurities. But how confident are you in facing the level of pollution at the core of the bloodied whirlpool and the consciousness impact of sovereign-level beings? Your ecological disguise talisman can deceive the serpent dogs on the outskirts, but can it deceive those who perceive distorted space and directly lock on a life essence? Bai Yuekai's questioning was like cold arrows, piercing straight to the heart. She was not denying Iron Xian's abilities, but rather stating a brutally despairing fact. The bloodied whirlpool is a forbidden zone of life, a deathly place even she would not dare to tread lightly. Iron Xian listened quietly, his armor glimmering with a cold sheen under the sunlight. The dangers Bai Yuekai described were sufficient to deter any rational person. The myriad mechanisms were also frantically processing the information in her words, simulating various possible dangerous scenarios, with success rates plummeting to suffocating lows. However, the sharp glimmer in his eyes did not wane in response to Bai Yuekai's words. Rather, it became more refined. Absolute certainty? No. Tai Xian's voice was calm. Any venture into the unknown lacks complete assurance. Yet, I am aware that without life potions, should an unexpected breach occur in our outer defenses amidst the onslaught of beasts, those warriors may never return. Without pure source material, I fear your body may not withstand until the day we restore the sanctuary. His gaze fell upon Bai Yuekai's face, her exquisite features, and the worry in her eyes compelled him to gently caress her cheek. Risks, I understand, but it is worth a gamble. He raised his armored left hand, lightly tapping the dark armor on his chest with his fingertips. The subtle starlight on the surface of the dark steel fabric quickened, and a faint energy wave, nearly indistinguishable from the environment, enveloped his entire being. This was the activation of the ecological camouflage optical charm, a fusion of technology and mysticism. The charm could mimic mana ecological fluctuations, evading detection by ordinary beast hordes, which was our advantage. Tai Xian regarded Bai Yuekai. As for the existence of lord-level beings and spatial anomalies, I possess methods for early warning. If we cannot fight, I am confident in our ability to retreat. Bai Yuekai grasped the large hand that had caressed her face, her expression still filled with concern as she looked at Tai Xian. He stood there, cloaked in dark armor, tall and imposing, his gaze devoid of fervor or recklessness, embodying a resolute determination born of meticulous calculation. He was acutely aware of the perils ahead, yet he chose to advance. For the sake of the potion, for his comrades. And for her, this calm madness was more impactful than any grandiose rhetoric. The air fell into a hush. Only the sound of the mountain wind rustling through the terraced fields could be heard. Ulan Maiduo anxiously observed her master and elder Bai, not daring to breathe. Bai Yuekai's lips were pressed into a thin line. How could she not recognize the truth in Tai Xian's words? The defenses of Longgu village were being fortified, yet the core life support system exhibited a critical shortcoming. Tai Xian's plan was the only avenue to swiftly and massively replenish high-purity life source material, even though it led to the gates of hell. As time passed, Bai Yuekai's gaze lingered on Tai Xian for an extended period, as if she were evaluating, weighing, and struggling. Ultimately, the tumultuous waves in her ice lake-like eyes gradually calmed, transforming into a profound, resigned serenity. When shall we depart? Her voice regained its coolness. Yet beneath that chill lay an indescribable weight. Now, Tai Xian's reply was devoid of hesitation, seizing the daylight when energy disturbances were relatively stable. Bai Yuekai silently nodded, refraining from further protest. She turned to Maiduo, instructing her to gather the team and bring all the equipment. Also, the golden light charms and the 2 instruments sword box that have already been prepared in the temple. Hurry. Yes, Boss Bai, I'm on it. Maiduo felt as though she had been granted a reprieve and immediately dashed away. Bai Yuekai approached Tai Xian, the distance between them minimal. She extended her hand, not to obstruct, but to firmly grasp his large hand, and Tai Xian sensed the coolness and a barely perceptible tremor transmitted through her fingertips. I will go with you. Chapter 30. The Blood-Red Library. The modified heavy truck, under the guidance of Bai Yuekai, drove from the core area of Longgu village towards the northeast. The sun would set in 2 hours, and we would spend the night at the shield tower in Area B. Bai Yuekai glanced at the sun and made her assessment. Done. I'll follow your lead. Tai Xian had no objections. Mobilizing the entire team was no simple task. Especially as this time they were entering the heart of the mana ecosystem, where preparations were far more intricate than any previous outing. After all, it concerned the safety of all lives. The shield tower in Area B was situated in a deserted amusement park, with the shield installed at the highest point of the park. By the time everyone arrived, darkness had already descended. Several awakened individuals stationed at Area B helped settle the group. Take this equipment. I trust you are already aware of its purpose. Let Xiao instruct you on its usage. Bai Yuekai handed out several sets of golden light charms and 2 instrument sword boxes to the awakened guardians. I will demonstrate how to use them. Xiao exclaimed excitedly as she leaped from the vehicle and approached the guardians. Xiao, don't get too carried away and drain the energy, Xuan remarked, unable to restrain herself from offering a reminder at Xiao's exuberance. Understood. Xiao replied with a hint of exasperation, clearly planning to enjoy herself during this opportunity. I believe we should establish a safe house on the periphery of Xuan. Tai Xian, holding the map Bai Yuekai had provided, furrowed his brow at the vast red area. Bai Yuekai lifted her coat, her slender waist and curvaceous figure undeniably visible as she seated herself closely beside him. Let us set it here. Bai Yuekai pointed at a location on the map, perfectly aligned with their route. I recall there being a library here. Though it has been destroyed, the main structure remains intact. It should provide a temporary refuge. Tai Xian regarded the area she indicated, close to Xuan, and wondered if it might be too near. The distance seemed to be merely a few kilometers. Should the beast horde detect them, escape could prove challenging. It's fine. The vehicle we're using is equipped with a shield that can disperse the beast horde. Bai Yuekai replied softly. For the sake of this collaboration with Tai Xian to collect life source material, she had brought forth the best vehicle from Longgu village. The darkness deepened, enveloping the surroundings of the shield tower in Area B, leaving only the faint glow of the shield amidst the enveloping shadows. After a night's rest, Tai Xian, Bai Yuekai, and the team set forth once more. Leaving the protective confines of Longgu village, the environment suddenly turned treacherous. No longer were they traversing lush landscapes, but rather desolate wastelands fraught with peril. The air was thick with a nauseatingly sweet stench, and the drifting sanguine essence seemed to writhe like living creatures, attempting to penetrate their pores. As they advanced, the surroundings grew increasingly hostile. Light was distorted, visibility obscured by swirling sand, and their sense of direction diminished. Fortunately, the vehicle was equipped with autopilot, and the heads-up display on the windshield provided navigation. Outside the vehicle, hills had transformed into lowly remnants of buildings, and carcasses frequently came into view. The truck roared across the broken roads, its engine echoing like a beast of steel in the wilderness. The exterior was coated with a rough armor composed of alloys and special coatings, while the shield within the cargo area intermittently emitted waves of energy. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. Bai Yuekai drove cautiously, her expression serene. Xuan clutched his meow hammer, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the thunder sign on the handle, as if drawing power from it. Xuan polished the limbs of her composite bow, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Su Tong held his medical kit, murmuring as he recounted the emergency supplies. Xiao curled up in a corner, her neural interface device pressed against her temple, presently dozing in her seat. Ulan Maiduo sat closely beside Xiao, her body tense beneath her armor, her eyes peering through the observation window, fixated on the increasingly abundant mantle vines outside, resembling coagulated blood. The nauseatingly sweet aroma and the omnipresent low growls made her fingers gripping the plasma spear turn pale. Damn it, this cursed place. The air is saturated with that sanguine essence. Su Tong couldn't help but curse softly, breaking the oppressive silence within the vehicle. Focus, monitor the shield's load. Bai Yuekai's cold voice rang out, carrying an unmistakable authority. Tai Xian sat in the passenger seat like a statue of cold armor. The interface of the myriad law hub flickered rapidly before his eyes, monitoring in real time the status of the truck's shield, environmental parameters, and the energy readings of the devouring talisman. Outside the core of the bloody whirlpool, in the ancient city of Xuan from the old world. They ultimately discovered the library amidst the ruins, as guided by the old map in Bai Yuekai's possession. This immense edifice, constructed of robust, reinforced concrete, had remarkably withstood the ravages of the cataclysm. It stood like an island, encircled by the frantically proliferating dark red mantle vines and grotesquely twisted silicate plants. The truck crushed the last obstructing, serpentine vine, akin to a massive black blood vessel, before coming to a sudden halt in front of the library's vast, cracked steps. The heavy metallic roll-up door, long rusted and distorted, left only a narrow gap for a single person to pass through, emanating a peculiar odor of decayed paper mingled with moss. This was it. Bai Yuekai gazed upon the dilapidated structure. Move. Shanda, break the door. Sui Xing, Su Tong. Keep watch. My duo, Xiado, clear the entrance with me. Bai Yuekai's commands were concise and forceful, her figure sweeping down from the truck like a specter. Shanda let out a low growl, hefting the meow-meow hammer. With a thunderous crash, the hammer, enveloped in subtle arcs of electricity, struck fiercely at the joint of the rusted roll-up door. The deafening sound of tearing metal accompanied by dazzling sparks erupted. The sturdy door was as if bitten by a colossal beast, forcibly creating a larger opening. Sui Xing's compound bow was drawn to its full tautness. A specially modified explosive arrow aimed like a venomous snake at the undulating silicate vines lurking in the shadows to the left. Meanwhile, Su Tong held a plasma gun, vigilantly scanning the writhing dark red moss to the right. Iron Xian was the last to disembark, landing silently in his dark armor. He raised his hand, and several illumination talismans emanating a faint white glow floated into the library's pitch-black entrance like fireflies, instantly dispelling much of the darkness beyond the door. The sight before them was disheartening. The grand hall had long lost its former majesty. Tall bookshelves had mostly toppled, decayed, and countless books had transformed into a pulp-like mixture with moss, blanketing the floor and the remaining furniture. The air was thick with the musty scent of mold and dust. The immense glass dome was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, allowing the sun's rays to filter through with difficulty, casting an eerie crimson hue over this graveyard of knowledge. Establish a temporary defense node. Bai Yuekai's voice echoed in the desolate hall. The team members sprang into action like finely tuned gears. Shanda and Sui Xing were tasked with clearing debris and suspicious silicate root systems from the central area of the hall. Su Tong and Xiado quickly inspected the load-bearing structures and ventilation ducts, eliminating potential structural risks and safety blind spots. Chapter 31. Clearing Iron Xian did not participate in the specific clearing tasks. He moved to the relatively open central area of the hall, retrieving several palm-sized composite substrates with a metallic sheen from his toolkit. These substrates were already etched with intricate arrays of runes. His fingers danced as he precisely embedded these substrates into designated positions on the hall's four-corner support pillars and several key nodes on the ground. Myriad Law Hub. Initiate the layout program for the 2 instruments Sword Formation Microguardian node. Load the foundational defense runes of the Kin Sword and the low-power alert runes of the Li Sword. Energy circuit connection is prepared. Command confirmed. Node positioning complete. Energy circuit connection in progress. Can and Li foundational defense alert array deployment complete. With the cold electronic voice, the embedded rune substrates emitted a gentle white glow before fading away. An invisible force field, carrying a slight energy flow, quietly enveloped the entire hall of the library. Although it was far inferior to the might of the light prism sword domain, it was sufficient to instantly activate a small area of frost delay, can, or a low-power plasma cutting beam, Li, in the event of an ambush, buying precious time for defense. Simultaneously, Iron Xian set up a reinforced golden light spell area defense talisman inside the library's only intact main entrance, the opening smashed by Shanda, forming a stable energy barrier to further seal the entrance. The embryonic form of a temporary safe house was painstakingly established amidst the ruins of the blood-colored library. Once the safe house was preliminarily secured, the operation to replenish the energy of the devouring talisman could not be delayed. Iron Xian's plan was simple yet efficient. Centered around the library's safe house, they would systematically eradicate the wandering, devouring beasts from the periphery while selectively harvesting their life essence. This would serve to replenish energy, eliminate potential threats surrounding the safe house, and provide the most rigorous practical training for Ulan Mai Duo. The action team consisted of Iron Xian, Bai Yuekai, and Ulan my duo, while Shanda, Sui Xing, and Su Tong remained behind to reinforce defenses and care for the less combat-capable Xiado. The three moved like hunters, seamlessly merging with the crimson shadows, quietly departing from the library. Iron Xian's ecological camouflage talisman suppressed the fluctuations of their presence to a minimum. The myriad law hub functioned as the sharpest radar, marking nearby life essence fluctuations within Iron Xian's shared vision. The first target was quickly locked in, a pack of over 20 mutated snake dogs and several larger, spiny eels with bone-like spikes resembling spears. Wandering amidst the ruins of a collapsed shopping center on the library's west side, tearing at several remains that had long since turned to bone. My duo. Iron Xian's voice directly reached my duo's ears through the earpiece. 3 o'clock, 2 snake dogs. Use the 6 Harmonies penetrating gun with the pear blossom head. Make it swift. Understood, master. There was no trace of fear in my duo's eyes, only a suppressed fervor for battle. The azure-white wind patterns on her armor glimmered faintly as her form darted out like a leopard, silently advancing. The plasma lance in her hand thrust forward in her charge. Penetrating gun. The gun struck like a venomous dragon. The blazing white plasma blade accurately pierced through the necks of the 2 snake dogs that were wandering side by side. Poof, poof. The light blade instantly penetrated the relatively fragile neck connections of the 2 snake dogs, releasing a burnt odor. Pear blossom head. The gun tip did not hesitate, vibrating at high frequency the moment the corpses fell. Points of scorching white stars rained down like a tempest, enveloping the head of a startled eel that had just begun to roar. Poof, poof, poof. Several deep, charred holes appeared, and the eel's roar was stifled in its throat as it collapsed with a crash. Clean, swift, without a trace of hesitation. This period of honing on the brink of life and death had truly transformed her marksmanship into an art of slaughter. A glimmer of approval flashed in Iron Xian's eyes, yet his movements did not falter. At the moment my duo struck, he and Bai Yuekai had already cut into the beast pack like phantoms. Iron Xian targeted the largest eel, seemingly the leader. His form was like lightning, the sound of his armor slicing through the air perfectly absorbed by the talisman. His armored left hand raised. The Thunder Seal rune suddenly glowed. Thunder Seal break. A concentrated beam of blazing white lightning tore through the scarlet mist, striking precisely at the head of the eel that had just lifted to sound the alarm. Boom. The eel's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Blue-purple blood and shattered bones splattered. Bai Yuekai became a white whirlwind of death, her Tang Dao Alay unsheathed silently, each flicker bringing forth a spray of red rain. Her movements, though lacking Iron Xian's thunderous explosiveness, possessed an exquisite precision and efficiency wherever the blade passed. The joints of the snake dogs and the roots of the eel's spines were swiftly severed, akin to a butcher expertly carving meat. The trio functioned like 3 searing blades piercing through butter, their coordination impeccable, their slaughter efficient. In less than a minute, the pack of over 20 beasts was entirely annihilated. Limbs and charred corpses littered the ruins. Iron Xian did not linger, the devouring talisman appearing instantly in his hand, the gourd's purple-gold core glowing. Initiate directed absorption. Range, battlefield core. An invisible, powerful suction field enveloped the freshly deceased, their life essence rapidly dissipating. Threads of pale blue intermingled with dark red, filled with pain and brutality, were frantically drawn in, flowing into the talisman. The yin-yang filter operated at high speed. Impurities were stripped away and obliterated. A pure flow of pale golden energy surged into the energy storage ring, registering a reading of 15. The area was cleared, transitioning to the next target. Iron Xian's voice was cold as he retracted the treasure talisman. The 3 figures seamlessly melded back into the blood-red mist, akin to tireless harbingers of death, darting towards the next energy fluctuation point. Within the library's safe house, the remaining members shared visuals through the drone controlled by Xiado, witnessing the chilling efficiency of slaughter and plunder unfolding outside. Shanda smacked his lips, weighing the thunder hammer in his hand. Goodness, Iron Brother. Together with Boss Bai and Xiaomai, their clearing speed is swifter than mowing grass. Meanwhile, Sui Xing fixated on the scene of the treasure talisman devouring the source essence. His expression grave. The efficiency was alarmingly high, but wouldn't this plunder attract something far more terrifying? Su Tong observed Iron Xian's actions, then glanced at the desolate landscape outside the library, letting out a sigh. Whatever. First, I need potions to preserve my life. This cursed place. Every extra day spent here was torment. The blood-red library stood as a temporary island amidst the storm, while Iron Xian and his companions transformed into the most perilous scavengers, cultivating a path to survival through slaughter and plunder, accumulating strength to delve deeper into the heart of hell. The true horror of the blood whirlpool had yet to reveal its fangs. After a day of cleansing, the group had eradicated the entire horde of devouring beasts surrounding the library. Bai Yuekai, having replenished her body with a large bottle of life potions, was now able to unleash her abilities without restraint, the previous burdensome pain no longer afflicting her. As night fell, the group utilized the truck's power to illuminate the safe house. The first floor of the library was divided into several areas by Shanda and the others, with each person assigned their own sleeping space. Su Tong had also managed to drain all the crimson essence from the previously empty, blood-soaked library floor. The night deepened, and everyone had succumbed to sleep, save for Iron Xian and Bai Yuekai. The two sat at the library's entrance, where the large opening had been blocked by the truck, leaving only a narrow passage for one to enter and exit. They gazed at the moonlight above in silence. After a while, Iron Xian spoke softly, "Tomorrow, I will venture inside alone. You stay here and wait for me." Chapter 32. Venturing alone. Bai Yuekai wished to voice her thoughts, but upon seeing Iron Xian's resolute expression, she swallowed her words. The moonlight streamed through the entrance, casting a pale glow upon them. Bai Yuekai gently rested her head on Iron Xian's shoulder. "I will wait for your return." Lacking grandiloquent phrases or emotional entreaties, those few words were imbued with profound sentiment and hope. Iron Xian gazed at her delicate features, reaching out to gently smooth the slight furrow of her brow. Under the moonlight, her face appeared exceptionally beautiful, her expressive eyes prompting him to lean closer. Without evasion or rejection, the two shared a kiss, yet it was fleeting. A rosy blush instantly adorned Bai Yuekai's previously pale face, her gaze unwavering, fixed upon the man before her. "Here, take this." Ultimately, she succumbed under Iron Xian's earnest gaze and gentle insistence, breathlessly retrieving a small electronic device from her pocket. "What is this?" Iron Xian inquired, embracing Bai Yuekai while fiddling with the small gadget. "It's an artifact from the old world, likely used by firefighters. It functions normally as long as it's in motion, but will sound an alarm if it remains stationary for too long. I have another one that can receive the signal from yours," Bai Yuekai explained, producing her own device. "Rest assured, I will return alive." Iron Xian gently kissed Bai Yuekai's forehead, and they nestled together, savoring the rare moment. The following morning, after satisfying his hunger, Iron Xian shouldered a box measuring 2 feet long, 8 inches wide, and 4 inches thick, along with a golden talisman distinct from those of the others. Embarking on the path into the blood whirlpool, his silhouette, nearly invisible beneath optical camouflage, blended seamlessly with the environment, swiftly navigating through jagged rocks and twisted deadwood. The Wanfa Shijiji operated at full power, projecting a barely clear terrain outline and energy flow map, processed through complex algorithms. Countless dark red patches, signifying the concentration of crimson essence, marred the scanned view like festering wounds. Warning: environmental crimson essence concentration has reached critical threshold. Ecological camouflage talisman load increased to 78 and continues to rise. Just after entering the city, the Wanfa Shijiji's alarm sounded incessantly. High-activity life source fluctuation detected. Direction: northeast 37. Distance: approximately 15 kilometers. Energy map: anomaly consistent with small aggregate characteristics. Small aggregate? Iron Xian's heart stirred as he adjusted his course, silently creeping toward the source of the disturbance. He circumvented a massive structure resembling a colossal rib, and the sight before him made his pupils constrict. In a relatively open depression, dozens of uniquely formed devouring beasts were clustered together. They were no longer the familiar snake dogs or spiked eels, but rather more grotesque. Their siliconized exoskeletons exhibiting an eerie purple-black hue as a result of mutation. These creatures seemed entranced in some sort of ritual, their bodies prostrate, jaws agape, as blue life essence slowly oozed from within them. At their center stood a bizarre plant, approximately half a human height, resembling an enlarged dark red meatball, pulsating subtly. Tentacle-like flesh tendrils writhed, continuously absorbing the surrounding life essence. Those that came into contact with the crimson meatball seemed to be drawn in like living beings, while the peculiar plant, having absorbed the life essence, became increasingly vibrant. The mana flower. The Wanfa Shijiji swiftly identified. It enticed nearby devouring beasts to gather by disseminating potent mental allure and crimson essence to absorb the life essence they had harvested. It was akin to collecting rent. The concentration of source essence in the depression was indeed far superior to that of the periphery. The crimson essence was rife with ferocity, chaos, and the burdensome spiritual impurities of pain and madness, surging like a tangible tide of filth. In this moment, the devouring beasts were oblivious to anything else, completely immersed in their state of being harvested. An opportunity. A glint of cold light flickered in Iron Xian's eyes. Like the most patient of hunters, he lurked in the shadow of a weathered boulder, quietly retrieving the treasure talisman. The purple gold core within the gourd sensed the rich and chaotic life essence ahead, glowing with a faint yearning light. Initiating directional absorption mode. Range, core of the depression. Target, mana flower, devouring beast horde, and their dissipating life essence. Command confirmed. Spirit returning talisman array activated. Yin-Yang filtration net preparing energy confinement field. Iron Xian silently recited the incantation, his fingertips rapidly tapping the rune interface at the talisman's base. Buzz. An invisible, precise, and powerful pulling force erupted instantly. The range was strictly controlled by Iron Xian, enveloping only the pulsating mana flower and the area of the most concentrated dissipated essence. Visibly, wisps of pale blue intertwined with rich dark red, resembling a viscous toxic mist, were being forcibly extracted from the tendrils of the mana flower and the mouths of the devouring beasts engaged in the exchange. The mana flower seemed to sense a threat, its pulsations intensifying as numerous tendrils quivered violently, emitting silent shrieks and expelling spores at a faster pace. However, in the face of the talisman's formidable directional plundering field, its struggles were in vain. The essence, mixed with feral violence and anguished resentment, was drawn forth as if captured by an invisible hand, rushing madly toward the treasure talisman in Iron Xian's grasp. Within the talisman's interior, the yin-yang filtration net spun into motion at breakneck speed. The swirling vortex of opposing energies acts like a grinding wheel, ruthlessly tearing and pulverizing the influx of tainted essence. Threads of visible malignancy, exuding ominous, dark red spiritual impurities, are forcibly stripped away and obliterated. Ultimately, what remains is a relatively pure stream of life energy, radiating a soft, pale golden hue, directed into the superconductive energy storage ring below. The readings of the storage ring begin to steadily rise. The chaos in the depression reaches its zenith. The mana flower, mercilessly stripped of its essence, withers rapidly, while the once docile devourers instantly turn feral, their heads snapping towards the iron-blackened figure that is plundering their life source. In a heartbeat, dozens of devourers charge towards the massive rock where the figure hides. Warning: the outer beast pack exhibits increased agitation. Signs of spreading towards the concealed position detected. The target's life essence extraction rate has reached 92 and is on the verge of depletion. Iron Su makes a decisive choice. Continue absorption. The two instruments, sword formation. The radiance of the Devourer talisman suddenly intensifies, and the pulling force escalates dramatically. Iron Su's figure, cloaked in optical camouflage and the shadow of the giant rock, seamlessly melds into the surroundings. Behind him, the sword box releases two beams of cold light. The two instruments' sword unsheaths, forming a Taiji diagram before the throng of devourers, swiftly charging towards them. With the two instruments' sword, empowered by Iron Su, the moment it contacts the devourers, it slices through them like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, dismembered limbs and blood scatter. And within the blink of an eye, dozens of devourers lay lifeless. However, the dense crimson essence gradually flows into the remnants of the devourers. Attempting resurrection? Not even inquiring if I consent. Iron Su scoffs coldly, and the brilliance of the devourer talisman surges once more, extracting the life essences from the remains. The depression is left strewn with the corpses of beasts and the utterly desiccated mana flower, resembling charred remains. Iron Su quietly emerges from his hiding place. Glancing at the reading of the Devourer Talisman's energy ring, 178. A successful plunder. Though the quantity is not vast, the purity is exceptionally high, validating the feasibility of targeting specific objectives at the periphery of the core area. More importantly, throughout the process, the outer chaotic beasts remained oblivious to his presence. He gazes towards the deeper abyss, where the swirling crimson resembles the breath of hell. The Lord of the Core area and the even more terrifying Source Essence Devourer Talisman's purple-gold core flickers slightly, as if sensing that lethal temptation. Iron Su's figure once again cloaked in optical camouflage, like a drop of ink cast into a blood-red sea, continues to stealthily advance towards the center of the all-consuming vortex. The true challenge is only just beginning. Chapter 33. Sudden change. The purple-gold core of the Devourer Talisman greedily ingests the last remnants of golden essence extracted from the withered mana flower. With the energy rings reading ultimately stabilizing at 673, the battlefield is now littered with charred remains and silence. Under the optical camouflage, Iron Su's figure resembles a wraith, silently departing this fleeting hunting ground, advancing towards the deeper crimson, thick as congealed blood, in search of the next hunting ground. The deeper he ventures, the more bizarre and terrifying the surroundings become. The air is viscous, akin to glue, each breath accompanied by a searing pain in the lungs. The crimson essence flows almost like liquid, adhering to the twisted remains of silicon structures and the gnarled giant vines, pulsating slowly. The light is entirely consumed, and the terrain outlines projected by the myriad mechanisms are violently distorted and flickering due to the rampant energy interference, obliterating any sense of direction, leaving only the Devourer Talisman core's instinctive craving for high-concentration essence to guide him. Warning: the concentration of crimson essence has breached the critical threshold of 90. Ecological camouflage suit load at 97. Strong spatial distortion field detected. Terrain modeling error rate has risen to 35. Recommended to reduce movement speed. Warning: detection of ultra-high intensity life essence fluctuation clusters. Position: directly ahead. Distance: less than 1 kilometer. Energy spectrum highly synchronized. Command node signal detected. The cold electronic voice carries an unprecedented urgency. Iron Su's steps instantly falter. He hides within the shadow of a partially collapsed overpass, resembling the rib cage of a colossal beast. The optical camouflage operates at full capacity, the starry patterns on his armor swirling frantically. He slowly peeks out, gazing towards the source of the fluctuations. What unfolds before him sends a chill, even to his iron will, coursing up his spine. It is a city plaza, utterly flattened. Yet, it is not a chaotic pack of beasts that fills the square, but an army. Hundreds of devourers, far larger than the serpentine hounds, arranged like trained soldiers. They possess elongated bodies covered in thick, dark purple-black bone armor, their heads resembling twisted flower buds, with maws lined with fangs exhaling crimson mists. Their limbs are disproportionately robust, ending in massive bone blades and hammers that glimmer with metallic coldness, their joints encased in structures reminiscent of exoskeletal armor, coursing with ethereal blue energy patterns. This is the terrifying amalgamation of the agility of the serpentine hound and the formidable defense of the flowerbud beast, the thorned war beast. At the center, surrounded by the war beast legion, hovers a figure that evokes dread. Standing approximately 15 meters tall, it boasts an almost perfect human upright silhouette. Its exterior is not encased in bone armor, but enveloped in a layer of translucent energy shell, flowing with deep blue and purple energy patterns that outline its muscular form. Its face retains a vague semblance to human features, but its eyes are replaced by two diamond-shaped energy crystals emanating cold white light, and its mouth and nose are concealed beneath a smooth, obsidian-like bone mask. Its limbs are long and powerful, their joints covered in even thicker blue and purple energy armor. Most astonishingly, a pair of colossal wings, composed of pure ethereal blue energy, unfurl from its back. The wings gently flap, allowing it to hover several meters above the ground, exuding an aura of divine pressure and inhuman terror. The king-level devourer, the ethereal lord. The myriad mechanisms scramble to piece together fragments of information from the frenzied data stream. Highly anthropomorphized, with intelligence nearing that of a human, possessing tactical command capabilities, its energy defense field can only be breached by weapons of immense power. At this moment, the dual eyes formed of energy crystals scan its legion, and its mouth mask opens, emitting a deep, distorted, yet discernible cadence of human language, resembling a blend of metal grinding and wails of the damned. Roar. With its command-like roar, a squad of thorned war beasts immediately steps forward in unison, their blue and purple energy patterns lighting up in synchrony, producing a low hum akin to a war machine primed for battle. Above the entire plaza, a highly concentrated, tangible crimson vortex pervades, the essence density suffocating. Wild, chaotic, yet imbued with a sense of forcibly imposed order. Iron Su's heart feels as if gripped by an invisible hand. To confront this army led by a lord head-on, it would be a death sentence. Yet, the Devourer Talisman's thirst for that vast essence has nearly transformed into a tangible flame, searing his nerves. That pure life energy is the key to mending the soul's wounds of the White Moon's queen and supporting the future of Dragonbone Village. There can be no retreat. At the very least, he cannot return empty-handed. A cold glint ignites in Iron Su's eyes, akin to a tempered blade. An exceedingly bold, almost reckless plan takes shape in his mind. Capture the leader first. Disrupt their command. Sow chaos amidst their ranks. Seize the opportunity to plunder. Target locked. The right flank of the formation, a particularly massive thorned war beast, whose back glows brightly with energy patterns, seemingly serving as a small command node. It is situated relatively far from the hovering Eamon and near the ruins of a collapsed billboard. Iron Su, like the most patient of geckos, clings to the cold steel structure of the overpass, utilizing the shadows of the ruins and the residual concealment effect of his camouflage suit, moving ever so slowly towards the target area. Each step is as light as a feather, every breath suppressed to the bare minimum. The air was thick with an oppressive terror, and Eamon's chilling mental skin loomed like an invisible millstone, grinding down his will. A mere 30 meters separated him from his target. The heavy armor of the thorned war beast and its exhalations of crimson breath were distinctly audible. Now was the moment. Tai Xian sprang into action. His speed surged to its zenith in an instant. The optical camouflage shimmered slightly due to the abrupt movement. He thrust his right hand forward, and the Ling Shu gun at his waist leapt into his grasp as if it were a living creature. The dark purple barrel flickered with golden lightning patterns, and the gun's tip glowed with an intense dark golden radiance. Simultaneously, a clear hum resonated from the metallic sword sheath at his back. The two instruments, sword formation, surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh. The Kan sword Xianming, dark blue, and the Li sword Qishao, crimson, shot forth. Yet, they did not strike the target directly. Instead, they swirled around Tai Xian at high speed like two sentient dragons, intertwining. They formed a blue-white Tai Chi sword array phantom, measuring roughly 5 meters in diameter, continuously rotating. The brilliance of the swords forced several startled thorned war beasts, attempting to pounce, into retreat, shattering their armor. Tai Xian himself darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, aiming straight for the massive beast that served as the nexus. The Ling Shu gun emitted a piercing shriek that tore through the air, targeting the relatively vulnerable junction of the beast's neck. Roar! The gigantic creature reacted swiftly. Its massive bone blade swung down violently towards Tai Xian with a ripping sound. At the same time, radiant energy lines on its back flared brightly, and a faint purple energy shield materialized around its body. Thunder breaks the armor, Tai Xian shouted. The dark golden lightning at the gun's tip suddenly compressed and erupted. It was akin to a condensed bolt of destructive thunder. Boom! The thunderous gunfire struck the faint purple shield. The shield vibrated violently, emitting a groan under the unbearable strain. While it did not penetrate instantly, the ferocious impact and highly concentrated destructive force diverted the beast's bone blade, causing its massive body to stagger. In that fleeting moment of rigidity, Tai Xian extended his left hand like a flash of lightning. Clutched in his grip was a portable neural pulse generator, given to him by Xia Dou, intended for emergency communication and mental disruption. The device resembled a spiked metal cylinder. With a thrust, Tai Xian brutally pierced the sharp probe at the end of the pulse generator into the relatively weak joint of the beast's neck. He simultaneously pressed the activation button at the top. Whir! A powerful, directed pulse targeting the neural nodes of the devouring beast erupted instantly. Accompanied by the flickering of the lightning pattern in his left palm, the energy of the thunder surged through the probe and violently injected into the beast's body. Arg! The beast emitted a twisted howl of agony. Its massive form convulsed violently. The consciousness, dominated by the king-level devouring beast, was instantly disrupted and overridden by the violent neural pulse. The frenzy and brutality in its crimson eyes were replaced by a vacant stupor. The energy shield surrounding its body collapsed in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Xian capitalized on the momentum, leaping onto the broad, bone-spiked nape of the giant beast like the most skilled of riders. His armored left hand clutched tightly onto a protruding bone spike, while his right hand reversed the Ling Shu gun, delivering a fierce strike to the beast's crown. Move, commanded an icy directive, mixed with the interference signals continuously emitted by the neural pulse generator, forcibly flooding the beast's chaotic consciousness. This temporarily hijacked giant beast, under the dual stimuli, let out a roar that blended pain and confusion, charging wildly away from Eamon in a frenzy, as if it were a stallion tethered by reins. Its colossal form barreled through, like an out-of-control heavy war vehicle, violently colliding with and trampling several of its kind that obstructed its path. You despicable insect! Stealing my creation? The king-level devouring beast, suspended in midair, roared in fury. Its twisted human language was laced with a rage that felt sacrilegious. The azure wings on its back flared dramatically. Its form seemed to teleport, appearing above Tai Xian's mount. A colossal hand, clad in blue-purple energy armor, reached down from the sky. The fingertips coalesced into a highly compressed sphere of destructive energy, radiating waves of annihilation. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under the pressure. The terrifying weight bore down like a mountain. Tai Xian, riding on the bucking beast, gazed up at the descending hand and the gathering destructive energy, his eyes devoid of fear, embodying a near-manic calm. The two instruments, sword formation, entwine. The Kan and Li dual swords, circling beside him, abandoned their defensive formation, transforming into two interwoven rings of death, shrieking through space as they charged toward the colossal hand of the king-level devouring beast. At the same time, the pulse generator in Tai Xian's arms had been fully activated, seizing the moment while Eamon was distracted by the dual swords, and as the battle formation plunged into chaos due to the beast's reckless charge. The gourd's mouth erupted with unprecedented purple-gold radiance. A powerful gravitational field, akin to a black hole, accurately enveloped several Thorn War beasts nearby that had been injured or even killed in the collision, along with the life essence they had released, akin to liquid gold. Return the spirit to the source. Activate. Yin-Yang filter. Maximum power. Tai Xian roared amid the tumult. Buzz. A torrent of golden life essence surged into the talisman. The Yin-Yang filter's energy whirlpools spun to their limits, emitting a shrill screech. They crazily stripped away and annihilated the dark blue mental imprint of Eamon from the life essence. The readings of the superconducting energy storage ring skyrocketed. 80, 90, 100. Overload flashing. Seeking death. The roar of the king-level devouring beast echoed through the heavens. Its descending hand crushed the entwining Kan and Li dual swords, their phantoms dissipating. And the condensed blue energy sphere plummeted toward Tai Xian and his massive mount like a falling star. The speed was too great to evade. Warning. Energy storage overload. Filter overload. Fatal attack locked. Tai Xian's eyes filled with blood vessels. He swiftly stowed the overloaded talisman into his embrace, simultaneously clamping his legs tightly around the neck of the mount. His left hand, crackling with electricity, pressed against the control panel, cranking the output of the neural pulse generator to its maximum, forcing the beast to unleash one final burst of strength. Jump. Under the pain and pulse stimulation, the enormous beast erupted with its last vestige of life, its hind leg muscles bulging, leaping desperately towards the second-floor platform of a partially collapsed office building. Boom! The blue energy sphere crashed into the ground where the beast had stood a moment before. The terrifying energy explosion instantly melted a pit several meters in diameter into the earth. The violent shockwave spread like a tsunami. The massive body of the beast was hurled through the air like a rag doll, crashing into the office building. At the last moment before impact, Tai Xian activated the Sun Wind Step, launching himself off the beast's back like a hawk, narrowly breaking through the second-floor window and rolling into the darkness within. Boom! The beast's body slammed heavily against the exterior wall of the building, bones snapping and sinews tearing, utterly devoid of life. Tai Xian tumbled several times across the dust and shattered glass strewn on the floor before finally coming to a halt, his dark armor dented in multiple places, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, his mental energy throbbing painfully from overexertion. Yet, the talisman he clutched tightly radiated a victorious hum of overload. 100, perhaps even more. He dared not linger for a moment, forcing himself to rise and dart toward the broken window on the opposite side of the floor. Behind him echoed the furious roars of the king-level devouring beast, along with the tumultuous howls of the entire legion in the plaza. The explosions of energy projectiles and the crashing sounds of collapsing structures pursued him relentlessly. The heist was successful, but the wrath of the king was just beginning. Tai Xian's figure darted through the crimson ruins, racing toward the safe house, expending the last ounce of his strength. The talisman in his arms blazed like a scorching sun, bearing the hope of survival and the overwhelming fury of the king-level beast that followed him like a shadow. The ruins at the core of the beast horde collapsed chaotically behind him. The roar of the king-level devouring beast resonated like a tangible sonic cannon, shaking the already precarious skyscraper framework, causing the vast silicon glass curtain walls to rain down like a torrential storm. In the midst of falling debris and turbulent energy currents, Tai Xian darted for his life, his figure marred by countless scratches on his dark armor, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, creating elongated crimson trails in his rapid flight. Clutched in his arms, the devouring rune pulsated like a searing iron, its overloaded hum resonating within his chest. The terrifying energy within surging violently, yearning for release. Yet, this power was not a weapon, but rather the flickering flame of hope for revival, which must not be ignited at this moment. However, the shadow of death that loomed behind him offered no respite. Human thief, surrender the source material. Transform into flesh and soil. The distorted, chilling tongue of the king-level devouring beast echoed through the ruins like a death knell. With a sudden flap of its ghostly blue wings, its speed surged. The 15-meter-tall armored body tore through the thick crimson mist, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. A colossal hand, clad in blue-violet energy armor, descended from the sky, its fingertips coalescing into a heart-stopping sphere of ghostly blue energy, radiating waves of destruction. The target was Tai Xian's vulnerable back. Evade was impossible. To withstand meant certain death. Bloodshot eyes widening, Tai Xian's pupils constricted to pinpoints. In this life-and-death moment, the instinct of battle honed through countless skirmishes overwhelmed all fear. Rather than attempt to evade the terrifying strike capable of vaporizing him, he twisted his waist and spun, confronting the descending hand head-on. Golden light charm, guard the soul. Activate. His thunderous shout erupted like a clap of thunder. The specially crafted charm, several times thicker than an ordinary talisman, unleashed an unprecedented brilliance of gold. Countless intricate golden symbols erupted around him, weaving and swirling to form an incredibly solid, almost tangible golden light dome. Clang! The king-level devouring beast's hand, imbued with destructive energy, crashed against the golden dome. The terrifying sound of impact resonated not like metal clashing, but as if a grand bell reverberated deep within the soul. The chaotic, ghostly blue energy collided violently with the concentrated golden light, annihilating all in its wake. The blinding radiance instantaneously consumed everything around. Tai Xian felt as though he had been struck by an invisible hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The golden light dome trembled violently, its surface instantly adorned with a web of cracks. The glimmer of the core crystal embedded in the talisman dimmed at a visible speed. The subsequent mental assault from the king-level devouring beast, akin to a million ice needles piercing the brain, was significantly mitigated by the golden light that steadfastly shielded his soul. Despite this, Tai Xian still felt a splitting headache, darkness swirling before his eyes. Clearly, this king-level devouring beast was far mightier than the one he had previously faced alongside Bai Yuekai, likely surpassing it by several tiers. The dying struggle of an ant. The white light in the energy crystal eyes of the king-level devouring beast surged, and its other massive hand, accompanied by a shrieking tear through space, once again coalesced ghostly blue energy, striking down with ferocity. It sought to utterly crush this pesky insect. In this critical moment, two instruments, sword formation, calmly returning flow lock. Chapter 35. Life and death struggle. Tai Xian gritted his teeth against the soul-rending agony, urging his spirit to surge. The sword box behind him emitted an unbearable hum under the strain. The Camly dual swords, previously shattered by Eamon, reappeared in an instant. However, this time, the twin blades did not attack. Instead, they transformed into two colossal energy chains. One was an icy blue chain, Consort Xianming, and the other, a blazing white chain, Li Sword Qi Shao. The chains, as if endowed with life, immediately coiled around the wrist of the king-level devouring beast's descending hand and its energy-concentrating arm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The extreme cold and searing heat energies fiercely corroded the blue-violet energy armor on the beast's arm. The sound of frost spreading and energy burning erupted simultaneously. Although unable to fully restrain the king-level power, it momentarily diverted the trajectory of the impending strike. That terrifying ghostly blue energy sphere grazed Tai Xian's body, crashing into the debris behind him, erupting into a shower of shattered rocks. In that fleeting moment, less than half a second gained. A frenzied light ignited in Tai Xian's eyes, akin to burning his very life. The azure-white wind patterns on his tactical boots glimmered intensely, nearly melting through the soles. Sun Wen's step, stunning Xuan. His figure blurred in an instant, vanishing from sight. Not retreating in a straight line, but transforming into a tearing black lightning bolt. He surged upward at an unparalleled speed, targeting the head encased in obsidian armor of the king-level devouring beast. The Ling Long gun had long been gripped in his hand. The dark purple gun barrel, adorned with golden lightning patterns, now radiated a brilliance akin to a searing iron. At the tip of the gun, the previously fluctuating dark gold lightning surged, compressed, and further compressed. Its color shifted from dark gold to blinding white. More terrifyingly, within the gun barrel, the destructive energy, already boiling from absorbing the vast life essence of the devouring beast legion, was being injected recklessly and fervently into the gun's tip by Tai Xian. Buzz! The entire Ling Shu gun emitted a terrifying hum, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. The gun trembled violently, the surrounding air becoming highly ionized. Countless tiny blue-white arcs erupting from the gun, writhing and hissing like a frenzied swarm of serpents. The pinpoint of blinding white at the gun's tip had condensed to the core of a supernova, emanating an aura of annihilation potent enough to obliterate all. This was no longer merely a spear, but a spear forged from pure thunder and the life essence of a king-level being, designed to slay kings. The king-level devouring beast seemed to sense the imminent threat. Its eyes, formed from energy crystals, expressed shock and rage for the first time. It thrashed violently, its ghostly blue wings flaring with blinding light in an attempt to break free from the canly chains. With utter disregard, its other hand lunged toward the oncoming black lightning. Too late. Under the utmost propulsion of Sun Wen's step, Tai Xian had already appeared before Eamon's massive head, as if teleporting. They were mere inches apart. Tai Xian could even clearly see his blood-stained, deathly cold visage reflected in Eamon's energy eyes. Thunder rune annihilation. A roar that seemed to emerge from the depths of the abyss drained Tai Xian of his final strength and will. He poured all his essence, along with the overloaded, unrefined violent source material from the devouring rune, into this one shot. Gripping the gun tightly, his spine arched like a dragon, he infused all his might into the gun. The Ling Shu gun let out a terrifying shriek as it tore through space, aiming directly at the obsidian-covered core of Eamon's forehead, thrusting forth with tremendous force. The shot was like a dragon. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The point, condensed with supernova-like energy, made contact with the obsidian armor covering Eamon's brow. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an incredibly faint sound that seemed to resonate throughout the entire city, a soft sizzle, as if a red-hot steel needle pierced through thin ice. The energy armor of the Ghost Energy Lord, deemed impervious without an ultra-high-power electromagnetic cannon, was instantaneously penetrated as if it were mere paper, before the spear forged from all of Tai Xian's strength, the pinnacle of technology and mysticism, and the essence of a king-level life. The searing white spear tip penetrated effortlessly. The unimaginable violent thunder and annihilating energy erupted within the head of the king-level devouring beast, like a flood unleashed from a dam. The colossal beast's body stiffened abruptly. Its ghostly blue wings, which had been flapping madly behind it, extinguished like a power outage. Its energy crystal eyes flickered violently, the cold, blinding white light resembling a flickering candle in the wind, unstable and erratic. The blue-violet energy patterns covering its body pulsated like a shattered circuit, flickering and jumping, ultimately fading into darkness. The massive hand reaching for Tai Xian fell limply to the ground. It is impossible. That distorted human language, imbued with incredulous astonishment and a trace of imperceptible fear, became its final farewell. Boom. The 15-meter-high energy shell, like a mountain stripped of all support, collapsed to the ground in a desperate convulsion. The tremendous impact created a deep crater in the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust mingled with spores and remnants of energy. The king has fallen. As the colossal beast collapsed, Tai Xian's figure plummeted from midair like a severed kite. The spirit pivot gun in his hand had long regained its obsidian hue. The brilliant white lightning at its tip had completely extinguished, and the gun's body was covered in fine cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. He fell heavily to the ground beside the beast's carcass, his armor shattered in multiple places, blood gushing from the fissures and staining the charred earth beneath him. The overstrained eruption drained him of his last vestige of strength and vitality, and darkness engulfed his vision. The devouring Yuan talisman in his arms, with its purple gold core, dimmed as it lay quietly in the pool of blood. The entire battlefield descended into a profound silence, interrupted only by the faint crackling of tiny energy arcs still dancing upon the beast's corpse, sounding like a silent elegy for this regicide. Beep! A piercing buzzing echoed through the library, and Bai Yuekai suddenly sprang to his feet, pulling out a wildly beeping device from his pocket, his face changing drastically. "What's wrong, boss?" Shattered Star, seated beside Bai Yuekai, had never seen him so flustered and could not help but inquire. Tai Xian might be in trouble. Bai Yuekai's voice trembled, his entire being slightly swaying. "Boss, what happened to Master?" Ulan Maiduo leapt up from the ground and rushed anxiously to Bai Yuekai. Not just Maiduo, but several others gathered around, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at Bai Yuekai. "Don't panic." Bai Yuekai struggled to suppress his anxiety. "He may be injured, hiding somewhere to evade the beasts. Gather all equipment immediately. We must rescue him. Rest assured, boss. This time, I, Shanda, will take the lead." Shanda declared seriously, thumping his chest before turning to organize his gear, while others nodded solemnly in agreement. Soon, the modified heavy truck burst out of the library, with all defensive equipment from the original safe house loaded into the cargo area. Under Shanda's adept driving, the truck raced swiftly into the bloody fray. "You must not be harmed." Bai Yuekai's gaze was fixed on the shattered scenery outside the window, his palm tightly gripping the alarm device. His eyes filled with worry and urgency. Chapter 36. Rescue. The ruins at the battlefield's core lay in eerie silence, save for the occasional flickering blue electric arcs upon the massive carcass, emitting a sorrowful crackle that illuminated the blood-stained dust swirling amidst the crumbling walls. Tai Xian lay upon the cold, scorched earth, each feeble breath tugging at the agony of his shattered organs. The blood seeping from the cracks in his armor pooling beneath him in a dark crimson puddle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The devouring Yuan talisman in his grasp remained restless despite the death of the colossal beast. Its purple gold core, though dimmed, vibrated with a more urgent and piercing buzz, as if the feral energy sealed within had lost its suppressive target and was frantically seeking a new outlet. This tremor penetrated the damaged armor, reaching Tai Xian's nearly exhausted heart, sending waves of alarming palpitations coursing through him. Cough, cough. Tai Xian suddenly expelled several mouthfuls of congealed blood mixed with internal fragments, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous surge of energy that threatened to plunge him back into darkness. Struggling, he lifted his leaden arm, groping for the tactical pack at his waist. Retrieving a bottle the size of an egg, his last vial of life potion, brought along before departure. Without hesitation, he bit off the seal and poured the viscous emerald liquid into his mouth. A gentle yet overwhelming surge of power flooded through his limbs, akin to parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain. Torn muscles began to painfully knit together, shattered bones realigned through unseen force, and damaged organs initiated their repair, rekindling a flickering vitality like a flame being reignited. The effects were immediate. The excruciating pain diminished significantly the moment the potion was consumed, and Tai Xian, leaning on his cracked spirit pivot gun, struggled to rise. The gun's hum intertwined with the talisman's buzzing, resonating like two heavy hammers striking at his fragile nerves. He glanced down at his companion, the gun that had been by his side since the beginning. The once smooth ebony shaft now bore a web of cracks, alarming to behold. At the tip, where the brilliant white lightning had once erupted during the king's slaying, only charred remnants and a faint aura of destruction remained. This gun needs to be reforged. Silently, he returned the spirit pivot gun to its sheath on his back, moving slowly and with care. He then took the restless, devouring Yuan talisman in hand, gently tapping it until it gradually calmed. Removing the sword case from his back, He aligned the talisman with the energy interface on the case. The previously dormant energy flowed directly through the interface into the case, reviving the two instruments' sword, which once again emitted a captivating radiance. The excess energy from the devouring Yuan talisman was infused into the sword case and the golden spell talisman, causing its storage capacity to decrease by a segment after the release. Tai Xian aimed the talisman once more at the colossal beast's carcass, absorbing the terrifying energy once again. The talisman filled anew. Casting a glance over the massive corpse and confirming that its core energy source had been extinguished, Tai Xian began to hurriedly organize his tattered gear, preparing to depart. Roar, hiss, gurgle. The silence did not last long. Surrounding the ruins, chilling low roars, sharp shrieks, and rumbling sounds akin to grinding stones surged closer, enveloping this deathly realm that had just witnessed the fall of a king. The horde of devouring beasts, once scattered by the terrifying aura of the beast's demise, now, upon sensing the absence of the king's oppressive presence, were drawn back by the lingering essence of potent life force and the scent of blood, surging forth once more. In the crimson mist, countless shadowy figures of the devouring beasts emerged, no longer charging recklessly, but instead circling the ruins with instinctual caution and greedy desire. Low growls and piercing shrieks exchanged among them. Though the beast's corpse no longer emanated a formidable deterrent, the blood-soaked figure standing beside it still radiated a dangerous aura, instilling fear in the horde. Tai Xian's residual king-level life force and the weapon that had just slain a king evoked a primal dread rooted deep within their genes. Leaning against a shattered concrete pillar, Tai Xian's icy gaze swept across the surroundings. The beast horde was thick, surrounding the area tightly. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fleeting comfort brought by the life essence, which was soon overshadowed by a more intense wave of weakness. To charge through? In his current state, it would be tantamount to suicide. He must buy time, even if it is just to regain a sliver of strength. He fixed his eyes on a nearby building. Severed in half, its entrance narrow and internal structure complex, a position easy to defend but difficult to attack. Without hesitation, he gathered his strength. Though his movements were nowhere near as swift as before, his actions triggered the horde's instincts. Several agitated serpent-like, devouring beasts lunged forward, only to retreat with shrieks upon nearing the beast's carcass, startled by the residual aura of destruction. Seizing this moment, Tai Xian darted into the entrance of the half-collapsed building, vanishing into the shadows. Several kilometers away, a heavily modified, steel behemoth-like heavy truck tore through the crimson mist at an astonishing speed, racing through the ruins littered with debris and colossal bones. Its body was encased in thick welded steel plates, the front adorned with fearsome ramming horns, while the rotating machine gun on the roof glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the setting sun. Inside the cabin, Bai Yuekai gripped the alarm device tightly, her knuckles turning white with pressure. Her exquisite face was etched with worry, her thin lips devoid of color. Just moments ago, the buzzing sound had pierced her heart like a cold dagger. The man who had stirred ripples in the lake of her long-frozen emotions was now facing a perilous situation that she could scarcely comprehend. Faster! Bai Yuekai's voice, as sharp as tempered ice, roared at the driver. Shanda boss, the energy turbulence ahead is too strong. The terrain Shanda anxiously observed the distorted space and massive obstacles ahead. Smash through. Bai Yuekai's eyes held no trace of hesitation, only a near-manic determination. Without a moment's pause, Shanda slammed the accelerator, the massive engine roaring like thunder. The modified truck charged forward like an enraged rhinoceros, crashing through the enormous concrete block in its path. The vehicle jolted violently, the steel plates screeching as they scraped against one another, while the rotating machine gun under Su Tong's control unleashed a torrent of lethal fire upon the low-level devouring beasts that surged toward them, shredding them to pieces. The dying rays of the sun bathed the ruins in a haunting blood-red hue. The heavy truck, akin to a bolt of lightning tearing through the twilight, plunged recklessly into the core of the bloody maelstrom. Boss, the alarm has stopped. Xiado looked at Bai Yuekai with concern, having never seen her so anxious before. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuekai abruptly turned her gaze to the alarm device in her hand. The once flashing red light and incessant buzzing had now fallen into an eerie silence, leaving only the green light flashing rhythmically. A smile broke through her previously worried expression at the sight of the green light. He is still alive. Bai Yuekai spoke as if to comfort everyone, but the words were meant more for herself. Within the debris of the buildings, Tai Xian leaned against the cold concrete wall, breathing steadily. The effects of the life elixir continued, yet the fatigue deep within his body had hardly diminished. This was the aftermath of a fierce battle. His body drained, and the supply of life potion scant. Outside, the roars of the devouring beasts grew closer and more intense, as they seemed to overcome their fear. Preparing for an all-out assault, he slowly looked outside, his gaze sharpening with a cold, murderous intent. The two swords, Kan and Li, within their sheath on his back, were poised to unleash bloodshed at any moment. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to charge out of his temporary refuge to face the final bloody battle, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted like a clap of thunder, followed by the terrifying sound of the steel beast crashing through obstacles and the rapid, precise gunfire akin to a metallic storm. Chapter 37. Breakout. Tai Xian suddenly lifted his head, peering through the gaps in the building. He witnessed a heavily modified truck, resembling a mobile fortress, engulfed in a cloud of dust, charging into the encirclement of devouring beasts as if descending from the heavens. The fire from the rotating machine gun on the roof swept through the front ranks of the beasts, turning them into mere chaff. The enormous wheels crushed bones and remnants with unstoppable momentum, heading straight towards the building where he was hiding. The cabin door burst open. A figure, lithe as a silver fox, leaped from the roof of the truck before it had fully come to a stop. Her silver hair traced a breathtaking arc against the blood-red sunset, and her icy gaze instantly locked onto the entrance of the dilapidated building where Tai Xian concealed himself. It was Bai Yuekai. The Tang sword in her hand was drawn, its cold blade reflecting a chilling light in the dusk. And any beast that approached her was instantly cleaved in two by her blade. She uttered no extraneous words. Her eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the colossal, lifeless body of a king-level devouring beast before locking onto Tai Xian with an undeniable urgency and a hint of unspoken dread. Tai Xian. Her voice pierced through the roars of the beasts and the rumble of the engine, clear and cold, carrying an unprecedented tension. Come out. Get in the truck. Simultaneously, the rear door of the truck swung open with a clang, revealing Xuan Da's imposing figure, wielding a massive alloy tower shield that crashed to the ground. While the bowgun in Xing Tong's hands swiftly targeted several high-level devouring beasts attempting to flank them, creating a crossfire net that suppressed the advancing horde. In the direst of circumstances, salvation arrived, stepping through the blood-tinged twilight as promised. Tai Xian gazed at the figure standing amidst the smoke and roars of beasts, carving a path for him, and the tension in his body suddenly relaxed, a weary yet relieved smile gracing his lips. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fatigue, and stepped out from the shadow of the wreckage towards the steel fortress and that figure. His steps faltered slightly, yet his spine remained straight. The last rays of sunlight painted his bloodied silhouette and that beautiful figure, stretching them into a long, poignant image. Behind them lay the fallen king and the surging, roaring horde of beasts. Old Bai Tai Xian's voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible, but he knew she had heard him. Bai Yuekai watched him approach, blood-soaked and unsteady, yet still resolute, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her sword until they turned white. Without speaking, she slightly lowered her blade, quickly moving forward to support him. Get in the truck. Take that corpse. Tai Xian did not budge, instead pointing at the corpse of the king-level devouring beast. A highly valuable trophy. Shanda, Bai Yuekai shouted. Watch me. With all his might, Shanda activated his source potential, and the Meow Meow hammer in his right hand crackled with lightning. Accompanied by an overwhelming power, he smashed it down into the horde of devouring beasts. Boom. It was not an explosion, but pure, unadulterated thunderous might. The moment the hammer struck the ground, a blinding blue-white light erupted like a miniature sun. Countless destruction arcs, as thick as a thumb, surged forth from the point of impact, fanning out wildly. Zzz, 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 roar. Where the arcs passed, the tough-skinned devouring beasts were pierced and torn apart as if they were made of paper. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. The front ranks of the beasts barely had time to scream before being reduced to ash in the violent plasma. Even the more distant beasts were caught off guard by this sudden, terrifying lightning strike, shrieking in paralysis, convulsing, and rolling, as the once dense encirclement was torn open, exposing a large, smoking gap. Even the crimson mist in the air was briefly dispelled by this overwhelming thunder. Shanda, go help move the corpse. Tai Xian. Suppressing the fatigue that threatened to engulf him, called out to Xuan to once more. He understood that the opportunity was fleeting. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce light flashed in Tai Xian's eyes. The sword sheath behind him emitted a clear, dragon-like cry. The previously dim silhouettes of the Kan and Li swords, having received a surge of energy, soared into the sky once more. But this time, they were no longer meant for binding. The yin-yang wheel of the two instruments' sword formation began to turn. Tai Xian's spirit surged. The Qin sword, Xianming, transformed into a tempest of icy blue sword energy, while the Li sword, Qi Xiao, erupted with a fierce white flame capable of incinerating everything. Ice and fire, yin and yang. These two extreme attributes of sword energy did not negate each other. Rather, under the intricate workings of the sword formation, they spiraled together like two colossal, intertwined wheels of destruction. Buzz, hiss. The sword energy surged and intertwined. Wherever the icy blue sword energy passed, the devouring beast's movements instantly slowed, freezing its form, which became encased in a thick layer of frost. Following closely, the searing white flames mercilessly licked upward, igniting the frozen body in an instant, incinerating it. The interplay of ice and fire continued, an endless cycle, like a tremendous, swiftly rotating vortex of death. It relentlessly drew in the devouring beasts that attempted to fill the breach created by Shanda, shredding them to pieces. Severed limbs and broken arms mixed with shards of ice and shard remained scattered everywhere. The area covered by the sword formation instantly transformed into a purgatory of ice and fire. This furious slaughter bought invaluable time for Shanda. Without hesitation, Shanda stowed away the meow hammer and unleashed an astonishing speed that belied his massive form, charging toward the carcass of the colossal beast. His muscular arms bulged as he infused his essence into them, letting out a low roar as he managed to lift a corner of the king-level corpse, which weighed as heavily as a mountain. Stardust and Shutong immediately provided cover, unleashing a barrage of explosive arrows and a storm of metallic bullets from their rotating guns, precisely eliminating the scattered threats that approached Shanda. Go! Bai Yuekai commanded as she saw the carcass being moved. One hand tightly gripped a Tang Dao, its blade shimmering like a silken ribbon, slashing through any remaining threats nearby, while her other hand steadily supported the faltering Tai Xian, quickly retreating toward the open door of the heavy truck. Tai Xian's face was as pale as paper, having nearly exhausted his last ounce of strength by forcibly activating the two instruments' sword formation to slaughter the beast horde. Shanda roared, bearing the heavy corner of the king's corpse, and with the cover of Stardust and Shudong, he struggled but swiftly moved toward the rear compartment of the heavy truck. Shudong expertly maneuvered the lifting arm to secure the corpse. Mai Duo stood atop the truck, relentlessly wielding her spear, piercing any devouring beasts attempting to leap onto the vehicle. Get in. Bai Yuekai thrust Tai Xian into the truck, leaping in right behind him. Inside the truck, Xiado grasped Tai Xian's arm, pulling him inside. Shut the door. Charge out. Shanda was the last to dash in, forcefully slamming the door shut. Hold on tight. Shudong shouted from the driver's seat, and the heavy truck's engine roared to life with a deafening growl. The gigantic wheels spun wildly, crushing the scorched earth and the remains of the devouring beasts as they surged toward the breach maintained by the two instruments' sword formation, darting out like an arrow. The two instruments' swords swiftly returned to its sheath. With the continuous slaughter of the sword formation ceased, the devouring beasts, regaining their senses, unleashed a furious roar of defiance, flooding in from behind and both sides like a breached dam. However, the truck's speed had already increased. Its massive horns and armored shell forcibly pushed through the sporadic obstacles, breaking free from the core area of the ruins. Outside the window, the twisted silhouettes of skyscrapers rapidly receded, the crimson mist torn apart and then reformed by the speeding truck. The roars of beasts behind gradually faded beneath the rumble of the engine and the rush of wind. Yet the sense of threat remained sharp as a thorn in their backs. Inside the truck, the violent jolting continued. Tai Xian could no longer endure. His body slumped forward. He did not crash against the cold wall of the truck, for a slender yet strong arm securely wrapped around his shoulder, enveloping him in a faint, cold yet fragrant aura. He was gently guided to lie down. Instead of the hard steel plate beneath his head, he found something astonishingly soft and warm. In his hazy consciousness, the final image was of Bai Yuekai's elegantly defined jawline, and a few strands of hair, tinged with smoke yet still gleaming silver, cascading down. His heavy eyelids could no longer be lifted. His body, pushed beyond its limits, finally surrendered to the depths of darkness, resting his head naturally on Bai Yuekai's firm yet yielding thigh. The truck's interior fell silent, save for the roar of the engine and the shaking of the vehicle. Shanda leaned against the wall of the compartment, breathing heavily as he gazed at the king's corpse secured in the center, still emanating faint energy waves. He opened his mouth to say something but glanced at Bai Yuekai instead, wisely choosing to remain silent, merely inspecting the dents on his tower shield. Stardust quietly wiped down her bow and arrow, occasionally glancing at Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian, a smile gracing her lips, before returning her attention to the vigilance outside. Xudong's voice echoed from the driver's seat, tinged with fatigue and excitement. "Boss, we've shaken them off. For now, we're safe. Heading to Longgu village." Bai Yuekai did not respond. She lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a small shadow in the dim light of the truck. Her cold visage was now shrouded in an unprecedented softness. She looked down at the man resting on her lap, breathing steadily. "Boss Bai, how is my master?" My duo, seated in front, turned around with concern, asking about the sleeping Tai Xian. "He is fine, just exhausted." Bai Yuekai gently shook her head, reaching out to caress the face of the person in her arms, her expression softening into a relaxed and tender smile. Chapter 38. Analysis. Bai Yuekai held the man quietly, using her body to shield him from the jolting movements of the truck. Outside the window, the remnants of the setting sun sank below the horizon, casting deep twilight over the desolate land. The modified heavy truck, like a solitary steel beast, carried weary warriors and precious spoils through the night winds of the wilderness, heading toward the distant flickering lights. On the shielding tower of Zone C, the vigilant awakened saw the approaching headlights from afar and prepared to welcome the group. The wheels rolled over the barren ground, kicking up clouds of dust. With a screech of brakes, the heavy truck came to a halt at the sentinel's camp. The high shielders kept the devouring beasts at bay, concealed from human sight. Inside the truck, Bai Yuekai maintained her previous posture, with Tai Xian's head resting on her soft thigh, soundly asleep. She lowered her eyelids, her fingertips unconsciously and gently entwining a damp strand of his black hair, a gentle breeze from her breath brushing against his cheek. Her cool features appeared significantly softer in the dim light. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tai Xian's thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, slowly opening. As consciousness returned, a wave of intense soreness and bone-deep fatigue overwhelmed him, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips. Yet, the astonishing softness beneath his head and the unique fragrance, tinged with a hint of smoke, swirling around his nostrils, instantly revived him slightly. He slightly turned his head, his gaze hazily meeting the pair of eyes that were fixed upon him. "You're awake?" Bai Yuekai's voice was soft, carrying a hint of hoarseness, significantly warmer than usual. Tai Xian's voice was dry and raspy. He attempted to move, but found his body weighed down as if it were not his own. Scanning the truck's interior, he realized Shanda, Stardust, and Xudong were absent, leaving only the two of them. "They've disembarked. We've arrived in Zone C," Bai Yuekai explained, gently applying pressure with her hand on his shoulder to prevent him from rising. "Stay still. You need to rest a bit longer." Tai Xian abandoned his plan to rise, his gaze returning to Bai Yuekai's face. In that moment, she had shed her usual decisiveness, her brow adorned with gentleness, yet radiating an astonishing beauty. He could distinctly feel the warmth and elasticity emanating from her thigh and the stability of her hand resting on his shoulder. The truck's interior fell into a brief silence. No words were exchanged, only the intertwined sounds of their breathing and the monotonous wind outside. A sense of unspoken understanding and deep affection flowed through the confined space, a bond forged from their survival. Tai Xian gazed at her close visage, observing the softness in her eyes that seemed to be born for him, and he raised his hand gently to caress her exquisite face. Feeling the gentle caress of a hand on her face, Bai Yuekai softly lifted her own hand to grasp it, her delicate visage brushing against the palm, before leaning down to tenderly kiss the person in her embrace. In that moment, time seemed to thicken and slow. The serene warmth was shattered only by the deliberate light footsteps and subdued murmurs of Xia Do and my duo outside the vehicle. Bai Yuekai swiftly concealed her emotions, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. She gently withdrew her hand, carefully adjusting Tai Xian's head, and released him from her lap. "They have arrived." Her voice regained its customary clarity. A flicker of regret passed through Tai Xian's eyes, Yet he understood that this was not the moment for tenderness. Taking a deep breath, he straightened himself, leaning against the wall of the compartment. Bai Yuekai stood, smoothing out the creases in her combat uniform, her softness vanishing. Returning to the composed leader she was known to be. The door opened, and Xia Do and my duo entered in succession, bringing with them a chill reminiscent of the wilderness at night. Noticing that Tai Xian was sitting up, Xia Do chuckled. Old Tai, how do you feel? Not crushed by the boss, I hope? The words had barely left his mouth when he was met with a sharp glare from Bai Yuekai, prompting him to retract his neck sheepishly. Master, you're finally awake. That is wonderful, exclaimed my duo, her face alight with excitement as she looked at Tai Xian. It's all good, Tai Xian replied with a smile, then turned serious, asking, are you all right? We're doing well. My duo and I came just to see if you were awake. We've prepared some food. My duo said cheerfully. Let us go. I'm hungry too. Tai Xian patted his belly, realizing he hadn't eaten or drunk anything since taking down the king-level beast. Mr. Tai, you're finally awake, Shando exclaimed, looking at Tai Xian, who still appeared somewhat weak, with joy. You've worked hard. If it weren't for you, I might have truly perished this time. Tai Xian said, addressing Shanda, Su Tong, and Sui Xing, who were seated nearby. That is hardly the case. Shanda quickly waved his hand. Did you discover anything upon entering the abyss? Tai Xian shifted the topic, inquiring about their findings in the abyss, eager to learn if they had encountered a new horde of beasts like he had. Aside from the new horde we encountered while meeting up with you, we haven't found any large-scale groups for now, but sporadic high-level and new types have begun to emerge, Sui Xing responded, his tone grave. Before we entered the shielded zone, I observed several previously undocumented forms of beasts. One type was exceptionally agile, covered in camouflage scales reminiscent of a chameleon. Another, though small, emitted a high-frequency shriek that interfered with mental energies. They seemed attracted by the presence of the king-level beast, or perhaps were indicative of some new evolution. Everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on the massive corpse of the king in the center of the compartment. Even in death, it exuded a faint yet chilling energy and pressure. Tell us about your encounter with that giant. Bai Yuekai directed her sharp gaze at Tai Xian. How powerful was it? Tai Xian nodded, steeling himself as he recounted his experiences in the core ruins of the abyss, detailing the terrifying powers exhibited by the king-level beast, including its energy attack patterns, mental assaults, and the chilling words it spoke, culminating in the brutal battle that ensued. As he spoke, the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. Shanda clicked his tongue in disbelief. Su Tong's eyes betrayed a hint of unease, while Sui Xing furiously jotted down key information on a portable terminal. Bai Yuekai's fingers absently tapped the hilt of her knife, her expression pensive. The intelligence regarding the king-level beast possessing heightened intelligence and the ability to utilize human language, mastering both ethereal energy and mental attacks, far surpassed that of previous king-level beasts, carrying an impact comparable to the fall of a king itself. Based on what you've said, Bai Yuekai murmured, is it possible that these king-level or even higher beings are not acting independently, but rather are under the dominion of a unified will, or perhaps the core will of the ecosystem itself? We've known for a long time that the mana ecosystem is constantly evolving. Bai Yuekai's complexion darkened, realizing the rapidity of the changes. This line of speculation sent chills down everyone's spines. If the beasts were not merely instinctive monsters, but possessed a higher, more intelligent command core, humanity's plight would be more desperate than they could imagine. Let us return to Longgu village. Bai Yuekai suppressed the tumult within her, issuing a decisive order. The corpse and the information Tai Xian had brought back were of utmost importance. They needed to return to the village immediately to digest the information and gather strength. Chapter 39. Returning to the village for rest the following morning, everyone hurriedly finished breakfast and departed from District B. As the modified heavy truck passed through the enormous Liangyi sword array, the silhouette of Longgu village's entrance emerged in the soft morning light, prompting a collective sigh of relief from all. The guards at the village entrance, upon seeing the iconic heavy truck and the unmistakable outline of the massive corpse atop it, immediately signaled, and the heavy gates slowly opened. Returning to the familiar and secure village, their taut nerves finally had a moment to relax. Bai Yuekai directly pressed Tai Xian at home, administering a bottle of life potion to ensure he could recuperate. The corpse of the king-level beast was carefully placed in Tai Xian's Taoist temple, guarded by my duo and Sui Xing, awaiting further research. Su Tong compiled the report from their outing and accompanied Bai Yuekai to meet with the village elders. The evolution of the beasts must be reported to everyone without delay. We must reignite our assault plan, Bai Yuekai declared, surveying the elders, all of whom she had nurtured. Her words carried weight, and they listened intently. I concur. Nanji Xing nodded gravely. However, we are still faced with a formidable challenge. How do we access the core of the abyss? Indeed, Xiaodou chimed in. We all know that the abyss is composed of countless crimson essences, and since that incident, the only one in Longgu village who is unafraid of the crimson essences is Su Tong, yet we are all aware of his limitations. Now we have Mr. Tai, but relying solely on him will make it difficult to accomplish our assault plan. Qi Shi remained as usual, legs crossed and floating in the air. This time, he faced the beast army alone, including an unprecedented king-level beast. Although he ultimately slayed it, he sustained injuries. Bai Yuekai furrowed her brow upon mentioning Tai Xian's injuries. The other elders exchanged glances, each one revealing a hint of joy. They all knew that Bai Yuekai had something more to say. While the high-level meeting in the village continued, Tai Xian was also restless. The physical wounds and fatigue had been dispelled by the life potion. Yet an urgent desire for power drove him to dive straight into work. He sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind's sea. Initiate the mechanism. A cold mechanical voice resonated. Host status. Light injuries, recovering. High-value king-level biological sample detected, king-level beast. Special energy container detected, essence gem, status. High energy concentration. Unstable. Please provide instructions. Prioritize analysis of the king-level sample, focusing on energy core structure, shell material composition, residual mental fluctuations, and source material characteristics. Tai Xian commanded. Instructions confirmed. Analyzing analysis complete. Eamon Corp's report generated. Core structure. Highly condensed crystal core remnants discovered, containing pure destructive energy and faint mental imprints. Its structure embodies advanced energy compression and transformation technology, beyond current human technology, suspected to be a solid crystalline form of highly purified mana ecosystem source material. Shell material. The primary components consist of high-strength biogenic silicate skeletal and energy-conducting metal, temporarily named ethereal alloy, symbiote. The ethereal alloy possesses exceptional energy conductivity, physical strength, and certain energy absorption and reflection characteristics. The obsidian faceplate serves as the core protective component, with the highest purity of ethereal alloy. Residual mental fluctuations reveal intense feelings of resentment, astonishment, and a profound fear imprinted by the will of the main brain. Fragments of residual information point towards a potential dominance by a higher ecological will, probability 874. Intrinsic properties indicate that its ethereal crystal core exhibits an extreme affinity and desire for the life essence absorbed by the Devourer talisman. Preliminary assessment suggests that the life essence absorbed by the Devourer talisman represents a primordial or enriched form of mana ecological core energy, possessing higher plasticity and vitality, far surpassing ordinary life essences. Gazing at the waterfall-like influx of data and analysis reports, Tai Xian felt a weight in his heart, yet it ignited a flicker of hope. Value signifies usability. Activate the two instruments furnace. With a focused thought, Tai Xian initiated the process. Within the Taoist temple, the yin-yang fish representing the forces of Kan and Li slowly rotated above the furnace. Objective 1. Remnants of the king-level devouring beast's obsidian faceplate, core protective component. Refinement target. Extract pure ethereal alloy. Repair and enhance the spirit pivot long gun. The mechanical arms of the furnace began to move. Several cracked, yet still glowing obsidian-like fragments, detached from the brow of the colossal beast, were fed into the furnace. The refining commenced. Input: king-level ethereal alloy core fragments. Inside the furnace, the leaf fire, Qi Xiao, surged. The temperature rapidly escalating to a fearsome degree. Flames capable of melting steel struggled to immediately liquefy the obsidian-like material. The Qin water, Xianming, force surged in, creating a profound balance between the extreme heat and cold, purging impurities through intense oscillation and the flow of yin and yang. The obsidian material began to soften and flow, ultimately transforming into a deep, night sky-like liquid metal, shimmering with ethereal blue starlight, a pure ethereal alloy. Concurrently, The cracked spirit pivot long gun was also placed into the furnace. The leaf fire burned, and the kin water tempered. The liquid ethereal alloy, seemingly animated, actively infused itself into every crack of the gun's body. The fissures sealed at a visible speed, the darkened gun body deepening in its subtlety, golden lightning patterns appearing more vibrant and intricate, faintly revealing an ethereal blue undertone. At the tip of the gun, the charred marks vanished, replaced by an exquisitely refined dark golden edge, seemingly capable of devouring light, occasionally flickering with ethereal blue arcs, emanating a far more restrained, yet exponentially terrifying aura of destruction. Refinement completed. Spirit pivot long gun, repair enhancement material enhancement. The body fused with king-level ethereal alloy, significantly increasing strength, resilience, and energy conductivity. The gun's edge was reforged. Its sharpness and armor-piercing capability underwent a qualitative transformation, effective against energy shields and exoskeletons. The repaired and enhanced spirit pivot gun automatically returned to Tai Xian's hand. It felt slightly heavier, yet resonated with a stronger connection, as if bloodlines intertwined. The gun's body was cool to the touch, harboring explosive power within. A glimmer sparked in Tai Xian's eyes as he gently caressed the smooth, renewed body of the gun. His heart settling. Old friend, not only have you returned, but you are also stronger. Objective 2. The life essence energy concentrated within the Devourer talisman. Status: highly concentrated, unstable. Refinement target: purification, stabilization, and generation of an efficient life restoration potion. He placed the Devourer talisman, still radiating a faint glow and unstable fluctuations, onto the energy interface of the two instruments' furnace. A pure, majestic purple-golden energy flow was carefully guided out and fed into the furnace. Refinement began. Input: high-purity life essence, king-level concentrated state. Warning: energy is extremely active, with a risk of loss of control. This time, the refining process was entirely different. The leaf fire's burn became incredibly gentle, akin to sunlight's caress, while the kin water's tempering felt like nourishing rain. The forces of yin and yang no longer clashed violently, but harmonized and guided exquisitely. The raging energy, under the mysterious operation of the two instruments' furnace, was forcibly organized, purified, compressed, and stripped of the king-level ferocious will and destructive traits, leaving only the purest, mildest, and life-imbued essence. Ultimately, the purple-golden ferocious energy vanished, replaced by a liquid floating in the center of the furnace, as pure and translucent as liquid jade, emanating a gentle yet powerful life wave. Refinement completed. Obtained: high-efficiency life essence, king-level purified. Effect: rapidly repairs bodily injuries, including deep internal organs and meridians, replenishes substantial life force, and slightly nourishes the soul's essence. No overexertion side effects. The emerald-like life essence fell into a bottle Tai Xian had prepared. Just the emanating fragrance made him feel lighter. This truly is a miraculous life-saving elixir, far more potent and pure than the previous life potions. Chapter 40. Confession. The furnace's hum gradually subsided, and the final trace of emerald life essence was perfectly sealed. Tai Xian held the bottle containing the resplendent liquid, feeling the renewed pulse of the spirit pivot long gun, now even more powerful, and his heart calmed slightly. Just then, a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. Detection complete. Host has accomplished high-intensity material refinement and high-value energy purification, meeting the criteria for the achievement of breaking stars. Reward issued: Taoism Ascension. Blueprint and analysis permission for Golden Light Talisman Core Armor. A vast and intricate stream of information surged into Tai Xian's mind. Unlike the pure energy force field formed by the basic Golden Light Talisman, this Ascension blueprint depicted a composite armor system that perfectly integrates talismanic techniques, life essence sensing, and cutting-edge optical technology. Its core is the ultimate upgrade direction for his existing ecological camouflage optical talisman robe. Analysis: core technology of ecological camouflage optical talisman robe. Optical camouflage layer. The surface is covered with special nanoscales, whose refractive index is not fixed but dynamically adjusted by an embedded microhexagram algorithm core. This algorithm calculates the surrounding environmental spectral information, including visible light, infrared, and some ultraviolet, in real time, driving the nanoscales to undergo fine deformations and angle adjustments, nearly perfectly simulating environmental light. achieving visual invisibility. Its efficacy far exceeds that of the old era's optical camouflage. Talisman Sensing Net. The inner lining is not ordinary fabric, but is woven with exceptionally fine superconductive capacitive threads. These threads are not haphazardly arranged, but are interwoven in a specific latitude and longitude, forming a miniature and precise bawah array covering the entire body. This talisman net can passively sense sound wave vibrations and changes in environmental thermal radiation, infrared, with its core function being the detection of life essence fluctuations. It can capture and preliminarily analyze the life essence characteristics exuded by nearby living beings, especially devouring beasts, providing early warnings. The Golden Light Talisman core armor is based on this talisman robe, deeply integrating the core talisman of the Golden Light Talisman and incorporating life essence sensors. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Tai Xian's eyes. The reward from the myriad mechanisms came at the perfect time. This not only significantly enhances his survival capability, but is also crucial in combating the erosion of the scarlet substance. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Xian sprang into action. Material preparation. Tai Xian retrieved relatively intact fragments of the ethereal alloy shell, non-core faceplate, slightly lower strength but adequate, peeled from the king-level devouring beast's remains, along with previously collected high-purity energy crystals. He then removed his ecological camouflage optical talisman robe and armor, casting everything into the furnace. Activating the two instruments furnace. Objective: refine ethereal alloy fragments and high-energy crystals, integrating the blueprint for the Golden Light Talisman core armor and the ecological camouflage optical talisman robe for a composite upgrade. Tai Xian's voice resonated in the Taoist temple. Blueprint injection. He directed the detailed blueprints and data streams provided by the myriad mechanisms into the furnace core. The two instruments furnace immediately activated, intertwiningly fire and can water once more. Ethereal alloy fragments were refined and purified, transforming into a liquid ethereal blue star-like metal flow. The high-energy crystal was decomposed into pure energy, as the original ecological camouflage optical cloaks began to disassemble and reconstruct under the enveloping forces of yin and yang. New nanoscales were printed within the mysterious force field of the furnace, each one smaller and more intricate, embedded with miniature He-Luo algorithm units and the foundational runes of the Golden Light spell. The capacitive threads were rewoven, and the intricate 8 trigrams talisman array became even more complex, intertwining with the core rune network of the Golden Light spell that enveloped the self. Life source quality sensors were seamlessly integrated into the nodes of the talisman network. The furnace glowed as a brand new piece of armor was slowly taking shape. It was no longer merely a robe or hard armor, but a composite armor that shimmered with a restrained, ethereal light, covered in finely detailed scales that appeared to pulsate with life. In the core area, the protective heart mirror revealed a more refined and complex core rune of the Golden Light spell, outlined in ethereal alloy. Just as the upgrade reached a critical moment, the door of the Taoist temple was gently pushed open. Bai Yuekai entered, enveloped in a cool night aura, holding a lunchbox in her hand. A hint of fatigue from the meeting lingered on her face, but upon seeing Tai Xian, who was focused in front of the furnace, and the powerful, mysterious aura emanating from within, a flicker of surprise and understanding crossed her eyes. "Are you still tinkering with your treasures?" Her voice carried a subtle relaxation. Tai Xian, hearing her voice, momentarily diverted a fragment of his attention to control the furnace, transitioning it into the heat preservation and shaping phase. He turned around and noticed the weariness etched on by Yuekai's brow, stirring something within him. He stepped aside and picked up a vial emitting a gentle emerald glow, the highly efficient life essence he had just refined. "Finished with your tasks? Have a drink." Tai Xian offered the vial, which was no ordinary life potion, but a newly concocted elixir beneficial for the soul. Bai Yuekai gazed at the vial, which was as pure as liquid jade and radiated a magnificent, gentle life aura. Her pupils slightly constricting. She could vividly sense the unparalleled vitality contained within, far surpassing any previous potion, even faintly touching the realm of the soul. Without hesitation, she accepted the vial, uncorked it, and a refreshing scent of life burst forth. She tilted her head back and drank it down. A warm current surged from her throat into her limbs and bones, soothing the fatigue and old wounds deep within her spirit. She felt as if she were immersed in a spring of life, every cell rejoicing, her soul enveloped in a warm, gentle light, nourished. The emptiness brought on by days of mental strain and exhaustion was swiftly filled, giving rise to a long-lost sense of fulfillment and tranquility rooted in the essence of life. She exhaled softly, feeling considerably lighter and more transparent. "This is wonderful," she said, looking at Tai Xian with tender eyes. "Thank you." Seeing Bai Yuekai, revitalized by the life potion, Tai Xian couldn't help but be captivated. He instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Bai Yuekai's arms naturally encircled his neck, and they shared a kiss. Tai Xian's hands began to wander across Bai Yuekai's form, their breaths becoming slightly hurried. Just as they were on the verge of a critical moment, Bai Yuekai pressed down on his hand. "Wait a moment," she gasped, her face flushed. "I have something to discuss." Gazing into Bai Yuekai's eyes, Tai Xian could only hold back, conceding. He understood that there was no rush. Their relationship had already been clarified, and Bai Yuekai showed no signs of resistance. "Are you crafting new equipment?" Bai Yuekai asked, tidying her clothing as she removed her fur coat and opened her lunchbox. Tai Xian nodded, his gaze returning to the gradually forming armor in the furnace. Envisioning the new armor blueprint that was currently being upgraded, the advanced version of the Golden Light spell, combining the camouflage of the talisman cloak and the sensing of source quality, along with the armor's defense, should be better equipped to resist the Crimson Essence. Bai Yuekai approached the furnace, observing the prototype of the armor that melded technological cold light with the profundities of Taoism, particularly the profound Golden Light spell rune at its core, nodding in approval. "Today, I discussed with several merchants in the village about the previous plan aimed at the Crimson Beasts. Although it failed, we wish to continue pursuing it." As Bai Yuekai's words fell, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The night deepened, and outside the window, silence reigned, broken only by the low hum of the furnace. Although Tai Xian had not fully read the manga Spirit Cage before crossing over, he had seen various short videos and analyses and was aware of the Crimson Beast plan, yet he remained ignorant of the specifics. Looking at Bai Yuekai, he slowly inquired, "Could you elaborate on this Crimson Beast plan?" Bai Yuekai paused for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts, as if recalling heavy memories. She approached the window, gazing at the quiet village outside, the moonlight illuminating her silver hair. Chapter 41. The past Xingxian is the core area where the Crimson Essence is highly condensed, forming an energy vortex. Its center is known as the Spring Eye. Bai Yuekai's voice was low and clear. "That is the source of the Crimson Essence, the place where the power of the mana ecology surges most directly and theoretically. It is a passage that can reach the core consciousness of the mana ecology, the center of the mana ecology." Tai Xian's heart trembled. "Core consciousness of the ecology?" "Yes," she affirmed. "We believe that behind the entire mana ecology, there exists a unified, powerful core consciousness, which we refer to as the mana will or the ecological mother body. Its tangible manifestation is the mana flowers that permeate the world. Its consciousness continuously radiates Crimson Essence and ecological directives globally through the Xingxian Spring Eye, nurturing and controlling the devouring beasts." Bai Yuekai turned, the moonlight outlining her profile, pale and translucent. "Many years ago, we organized a Crimson Beast plan." She sat by the window, lost in painful memories. Once, Bai Yuekai was a brilliant neuroscientist in Xuan City, wholly devoted to the research of brain transplantation and life extension technologies. To save her mentor, Horn, she undertook a bold brain transplantation surgery, implanting Horn's brain into the body of the death row inmate, Shifu. However, this operation triggered a series of tragedies, as Shifu's lingering consciousness eroded Horn, leading to irrevocable consequences. Bai Yuekai's family was also steeped in tragedy. Her father, Bai Jingyu, was the mayor and founder of Xuan City, obsessed with artificial intelligence and immortality technologies. Her mother died in a medical dispute, possibly related to brain experiments. Her brother, Bai Yuetian, was a police officer who tragically perished in the early days of the apocalypse. Bai Yuekai preserved his brain and carried it with her. Fortunately, advanced technology allowed Bai Yuetian's consciousness to be preserved, granting him a form of immortality as a robot. In anticipation of the apocalypse, Bai Yuekai injected herself with miracle and angel potions. Although her physical abilities were enhanced and aging was slowed, the first Crimson Beast plan had left her body damaged by the Crimson Essence. While she survived, the price was the accelerated deterioration of her cells. Combat would further shorten her lifespan, and her hair had turned from black to white as a result. After the disaster caused by the earth vines, Bai Yuekai struggled to survive in the ruins with an infant and a cow. She encountered assaults from thugs, but exhibited combat capabilities far beyond the ordinary, swiftly dispatching the robbers and evading bullets. Eventually, she ascended to the lighthouse with the infant, becoming a member of the scavenger group, while also seeking to recover her brother Bai Yuetian's body and consciousness. However, due to her opposition to the 3 laws enforced by Morgan, she clashed with the lighthouse and ultimately left, establishing a survivor tribe on the surface. In her struggle against the mana ecology, Bai Yuekai met Master Lai, along with the entity known as Skullborn, which was birthed from the left brain of the initial form of mana. Skullborn was an ecological amalgamation of the mana ecology and humanity. Crucially, Skullborn could briefly resist the erosion of the crimson essence and establish a mental connection with the mana flowers, becoming the only biological key capable of penetrating the Xingxian Spring Eye and locating the core of the mana ecology. Bai Yuekai and Master Lai became acutely aware of the uniqueness of Cushing, and they resolved to harness his abilities to execute the inaugural assault on the primordial plan. Their aim was to disrupt the will of the mana flower through a mental link, thereby stalling the expansion of the ecosystem. Cushing willingly volunteered as the experimental subject, believing Bai Yuekai to be the beacon of hope for humanity. The first assault on the primordial plan commenced within the mind control chamber of the ancient ruins. However, the consciousness of the mana's ecological core proved to be far more formidable than they had anticipated. It instantly detected the anomalous mental link, and a torrent of immense psychic pollution and destructive will surged back through the connection. As a result of the corruption inflicted by the mana's ecological core consciousness, Cushing suffered an irreparable blow to his psyche, and the portion of him fused with the mana ecosystem underwent uncontrollable mutations, transforming him into a hybrid of human and primordial beast, assimilated by the mana ecosystem. This catastrophe led to the obliteration of the original Longu village, resulting in countless lives lost. The mana ecosystem was accelerating its evolution, heralding the emergence of more powerful king-tier primordial beasts. If left unchecked, it could give rise to horrors beyond our imagination. The only hope to delay or even reverse the ecological devouring lay in destroying, or at least severely wounding, the Mana Flower Queen. This constituted the core objective of the assault on the primordial plan, penetrating the abyssal spring and striking at the heart of the enemy. Bai Yuekai exhaled deeply, as if all her strength had been drained, and slumped against the chair by the window. The name Cushing was unfamiliar to Taishian, yet he possessed some knowledge of the infant nurtured within the left brain of the mana giant, which piqued his curiosity. Bai Yuekai sensed the underlying meaning in Taishian's words, gently rising to embrace the man standing beside her. He could indeed be regarded as a child she had raised herself. A subtle tremor and a hint of nostalgia crept into her voice as she spoke. He was not entirely human, but rather an ecological hybrid. His body could endure scarlet essence and establish a shallow mental connection with the mana flower without being completely assimilated or destroyed. He was akin to a living ecological key, bestowed with our hopes. On that occasion, we planned for Cushing to enter the mind control chamber, amplifying his mental connection ability through the equipment inside. We sought to guide his consciousness along the torrent of scarlet essence, delving back towards the abyssal spring to locate the Mana Flower Queen and attempt to interfere with or transmit information to her. Her tone grew heavy. The plan was fraught with peril, yet we had no alternative. The initial stages proceeded smoothly, as Cushing successfully forged the link. His consciousness seemed to carve a faint passage through the ocean of scarlet essence, directing towards the depths of the spring. We even caught a fleeting glimpse of the colossal, eerie, and terrifyingly vibrant illusion of the mana flower. However, Bai Yuekai's voice suddenly turned somber. In the end, we failed. Perhaps it was human greed that awakened an insidious thought deep within Cushing's heart. We paid a grievous price. Bai Yuekai closed her eyes, her clenched fists turning pale. Taishian remained silent, feeling the weight of that sacrifice. Bai Yuekai lifted her gaze to the man she held, imploring him to believe in her. I have never intended to exploit you, nor did I wish for you to brave the dangers alone. I hope that the other village leaders will support you, using your skills to empower the awakened, and when we have amassed sufficient strength, we shall confront the mana ecosystem in a decisive battle. A flicker of concern shone in Bai Yuekai's eyes. She feared her candidness might be misunderstood by Taishian, creating a rift between them. The temple was enveloped in silence. broken only by the low hum of the two instruments' furnace. Tai Xian's gaze drifted to the night outside the window, then back to Bai Yuekai, whose delicate features appeared particularly fragile under the moonlight. He understood that Bai Yuekai had been seeking redemption for herself and her family's past actions, searching for hope for humanity, and embarking on a journey of her own salvation. Despite knowing that a clone of Cushing remained at the lighthouse, he recognized that he was the only one who could support Bai Yuekai in this endeavor. I understand now. Tai Xian's voice was calm and resolute, like a rock, as his hand gently caressed Bai Yuekai's silvery hair. I will accompany you to the abyssal spring. Thank you, Tai Xian. Thank you. Bai Yuekai's troubled expression vanished instantly at his promise. Thank you for being by my side. Bai Yuekai buried her head deeply in Tai Xian's clothing, her arms tightly embracing the man who provided her solace. Chapter 42. The ripple. As the night deepened, the lights of Longgu village gradually dimmed. After confiding her long-held secrets, perhaps freed from the weight of her own heart, or perhaps due to the life elixir derived from the essence of king-tier primordial beasts nourishing her soul, Bai Yuekai fell asleep in Tai Xian's embrace. He lifted her gently, carrying her into his room on the first floor, laying the slumbering figure upon the bed. Sleep now. Everything will be all right. He placed a soft kiss on her forehead, closed the door, and returned to the temple. Inside the two instruments' furnace, the refining process continued. Observing the green data stream in his eyes, Tai Xian furrowed his brow. The refining was not progressing favorably. Analyzing the situation regarding the crafting of the Golden Light Spell Essence Armor, the system was currently analyzing the blueprint for the Golden Light Spell Essence Armor, along with the detailed parameters for the ecological camouflage optical clothing and the structural materials of the armor. It indicated that the latest generated Golden Light Spell Essence Armor possessed insufficient physical defenses and required reinforcement with the femur of a king-tier primordial beast. Clearly, it had been overly optimistic to think that merely utilizing fragments of ghost energy alloy shell would suffice to upgrade the defenses. Tai Xian muttered self-deprecatingly, then drew the long spear he had just repaired from his waist and unleashed a flurry of destruction upon the corpse of the king-tier primordial beast. Under the sharper spearhead, the corpse, while not as soft as butter, proved to be far from resilient. The alloy shell clinging to its exterior held up for only a second or two under the plasma blade. The new materials were fed into the two instruments' furnace, and an immediate transformation occurred within. Seeing the furnace glow brightly once again, Tai Xian's previously anxious heart finally settled. From this point onward, there was nothing more for him to do. The two instruments' furnace would operate autonomously according to the established process. Tai Xian retrieved his original small bed, lay down fully clothed, and gradually drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, the terrace system spiraled up the cave walls, light streaming through several massive apertures. Life began to stir within the village, the music of a square dance resonating, and the sounds of morning exercises awakening all of Longgu village. Amidst this commotion, Tai Xian continued to sleep, caught in a haze between wakefulness and dreams. Half awake, he heard the sound of a door opening, followed by a gentle brush against his face, and the soft sound of breathing near his ear. He felt a body pressing down upon him. Tai Xian groggily opened his eyes to see Bai Yuekai clad in a refreshing athletic outfit, her midriff exposed by a fitted sports tank top, and tight shorts accentuating her long legs. You're awake. Bai Yuekai, sitting upright, looked down at the man beneath her and playfully asked, Do I look good? MHM. You look stunning. Quite alluring. Tai Xian playfully replied, gazing at Bai Yuekai atop him with a mischievous glint in his eyes, his hands roaming over her long legs in a gentle caress, gradually exploring higher. His hands traversed the smooth expanse of Bai Yuekai's thigh, moving slowly upwards to her waist. Bai Yuekai squirmed slightly, unable to withstand the stimulation, and playfully protested, Stop it. I'm ticklish. Such a movement ignited the already smoldering desire within the man. And with a low growl, Tai Xian flipped Bai Yuekai beneath him. Truly, a golden sword piercing through the heart of the peach blossom. Daring not to speak too loudly while furrowing one's brow, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as the ethereal glow of the duality forge gradually dimmed, culminating in the final nanoscale scale embedding itself within the intricate hexagram of the armor's lining. A soft notification chimed in Xuan's ears. Struggling to rise, he caught sight of the still sleeping Bai Yuekai, a smug smile playing on his lips. However, the moment he stepped off the bed, A wave of fatigue surged through his waist, nearly causing his legs to buckle. No. This enchanting creature has bewitched me. I must replenish my strength. He gently massaged his lower back and slowly approached the duality forge. The new armor had been retrieved from the forge, and Xuan's fingers glided over the cold, smooth surface of the armor, where the golden runes of the core shimmered subtly against the backdrop of the azure alloy. This armor, a harmonious blend of arcane truths, sovereign-grade alloy, and ecological camouflage technology, had finally been forged. It was not merely protective gear, but rather a living, flowing barrier of enchantments. "It's complete," Taishian pronounced, his voice resonating with a metallic finality. The armor enveloped his form, and as the optical camouflage activated, it seamlessly merged with the environment, leaving only the core runes casting a faint golden trail in the air before swiftly vanishing. The lining's rune-sensing net functioned as a second skin, relaying every rustle of wind, every shift of heat sources, and even the distant, murky life force fluctuations of the voracious beasts, all clearly transmitted to his consciousness. At that moment, Bai Yuekai awoke, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Taishian, who appeared to flicker in and out of existence. "Can't you rest a bit longer?" she asked lazily, her gaze filled with a hint of allure as she reclined on the bed. "Come lie down." She gestured to the empty space beside her, her cheeks flushed, and the blanket slipping from her shoulders, creating an enticing tableau. Taishian inhaled sharply, glancing outside to see that it was already noon. "I'm a bit hungry. I didn't eat breakfast, and I feel like I could devour a whole cow. Shall we go eat first?" he suggested, surreptitiously rubbing his lower back. "All right. Pull me up." Bai Yuekai extended her hand, signaling for Taishian to assist her. He approached without a second thought to help her up, but to his surprise, she suddenly yanked him forward, vaulting onto his back. "This time I'm on top, but my armor isn't off yet." "Doesn't matter. Yours is only half armor." "That's dangerous." Taishian sighed in resignation, watching Bai Yuekai prepare to act. By the time they stepped out of the room, dusk was already settling. "Let us go eat. I'll ask the plump chef to whip up something special for you." Bai Yuekai beamed at Taishian. "Hurry. We're pressed for time. We have much to do later." "What? We still have more to do?" Taishian halted abruptly, pulling back his foot mid-stride. "I meant to introduce you to those few who oversee matters. It's been so long, and you haven't been formally introduced yet. We should also discuss our next steps," she explained, linking her arm with his. "The plump chef might take a little while to prepare the dishes, but I've heard this meal is particularly beneficial for men." "Really? Then I must try it." Xuan's interest piqued. "Once we finish eating, discussing matters with those old fellows won't take too long. We can return early to focus on our tasks." "Wait. I think we should discuss things a bit longer, as it concerns our future survival," Taishian began, but was promptly silenced by Bai Yuekai, who pulled him towards the plump chef to fortify her man. "I never expected my master would truly win over Boss Bai." As they wandered away, Maiduo and Suishing appeared at the entrance of the temple, having come to tend to the remains of the sovereign-grade voracious beast. Observing the departing figures, Maiduo remarked with a hint of intrigue, "Who captured whom is still up for debate. TSK, the scent of love is in the air." Suishing, having spent considerable time with Bai Yuekai, was quite familiar with her character. "Huh, what do you mean?" Maiduo inquired, puzzled. "You'll understand when you grow up," Suishing replied, not elaborating as she pushed open the temple doors and stepped inside, with Maiduo following closely behind. However, as soon as they entered, Maiduo sensed something amiss. "Sister Suishing." Maiduo's voice trembled slightly as she pointed at the remains of the sovereign voracious beast. "There's something wrong. It seems to be moving." Suishing immediately tensed, her sharp gaze fixed on the remains. "On a physical level?" "No." Maiduo shook her head, tapping her temple. "It's faint, chaotic, like a dying candle in the wind. Yet there are indeed mental fluctuations." It whispers. Chapter 43, The Siege. Mr. Taishian, Bai Yuekai announced as they entered the Elder's meeting room in Longu village, where Ulan Odin quickly rose to greet them. "Odin, it's been a while." Taishian replied with a smile. "Mr. Taishian, it is an honor to finally meet you." Xia Tianlai chimed in, grinning. "We three are often away from the village, so it's rare to have this opportunity to interact with you up close." Qiu Shi and Nan Jixing approached to greet Taishian as well. "Mr. Taishian, congratulations," Qiu Shi said, her keen observation surpassing that of the three elder men. "This is the first time in years that Boss Bai has shown such interest. You two truly make a perfect pair." "Ah, Thank you for your kind wishes, Taishan responded, feeling a bit bashful under Qiu Shi's teasing gaze. All right, Bai Yuekai declared from her position of authority, let's skip the pleasantries. We will have plenty of time for that later. I've already briefed him on the attack plan. Now let us discuss our future actions. In fact, we have considered this among ourselves. Xia Tianlai, hunched over, began. The influence of the voracious beast is growing stronger. We cannot afford to remain passive. However, our current strength is insufficient to launch an assault on the core of the mana ecology. Therefore, we unanimously believe we should start at the periphery of the voracious beast, gradually weakening the mana ecology's development. Qiu Shi continued, I propose that Longgu village organize a hunting party, expanding your team, boss, and begin hunting the voracious beasts along the outskirts of the old world cities. Mr. Taishan can harvest the life essence of the voracious beasts, refine life essence water, and craft even more formidable equipment, allowing us to proceed with our plan. Nan Jixing articulated, his dialect bringing a sense of familiarity to Taishan. Yes, I concur. This aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Bai Yuekai nodded. The timing is ideal. The density and aggressiveness of the voracious beasts at the outskirts are escalating. We must weaken their strength and gather resources before they launch a large-scale assault. Bai Yuekai paused. Moreover, we need to train our team. The potential of the awakened villagers can only be fully realized through the crucible of life and death trials. The group's sentiments aligned harmoniously. Taishan did not oppose this notion, as he too required a substantial amount of life essence and high-grade materials to concoct more powerful potions and forge sharper weapons. Amassing resources for the ultimate battle at the Springhead, Bai Yuekai required a force capable of operating under the high-pressure environment of the Crimson Essence, with a will as resilient as steel. Clearing the periphery, hunting colossal beasts, and training troops would yield triple benefits. As for the hunting party, Taishan and I will lead, with Shanda, Su Tong, Suishing, Xiado, Maiduo, and Tasia at the core, and we will recruit some recently outstanding awakened individuals. Bai Yuekai began to organize the subsequent matters, just as Maiduo suddenly burst through the door. Boss, Master, something's wrong. Darling, what brings you here? Olan Odin asked, concern etching his features. Dad. Maiduo greeted her father, her expression serious. Master, just moments ago, that king-level devourer beast skeletal remains suddenly exhibited a surge of psychic energy. This revelation caused a palpable tension among the crowd, compelling everyone to hasten towards the Taoist temple. Observing the murmuring corpse, Bai Yuekai furrowed her brow, an ominous premonition rising within her. This psychic wave was subtle yet formidable. Qiu Shi, suspended in midair, grimaced as he spoke. I sense that this fluctuation bears a striking resemblance to that generated by our shielding tower. We can initially suppress it using the Golden Light Charm's protective field, which is quite effective against psychic waves. Taishan chimed in, and upon hearing her master's words, my duo promptly activated the Golden Light Charm talisman she had brought. A radiant beam of golden light instantly enveloped the enormous corpse. As Bai Yuekai sensed the waning psychic energy, her expression eased considerably. She turned to my duo and urged, quickly find Su Tong and instruct him to immediately inquire about the status of the shielding towers. Before Bai Yuekai could finish her sentence, an ear-splitting alarm, signaling the highest level of alert, shattered the tranquility of Longgu village. The communication from the outer defense tower flickered frantically in the command room at the village's center. To the command room, Bai Yuekai was the first to dash out, with the others swiftly following. Inside the command room, Su Tong, responsible for monitoring, pointed gravely at the display screen. From the northeast and southwest directions, the interference bands of the shielders have been forcibly neutralized. According to reports from the station personnel, a large number of devourers are gathering at an astonishing speed. Their numbers are at least 10 times greater than usual. Moreover, the energy readings are mixed, indicating the presence of large individuals, including potential king-level sources among them. What? Bai Yuekai's eyes narrowed sharply. While large-scale assaults by beast hordes were not uncommon, the precise simultaneous breach of 2 shielding towers, led by a suspected king-level creature, was no natural occurrence. Taishan gazed at the display screen, where countless luminous points, representing the devourers, surged like a boiling tide from both the northeast and southwest. Some of these points were particularly massive. Could it be that the skeletal remains of that king-level devourer still harbor the core consciousness of the mana ecosystem? Taishan's voice turned icy. This consciousness-induced psychic fluctuation had drawn the attention of the mana ecological awareness within the abyss, triggering this assembly of devourers. Bai Yuekai swiftly connected the two events, the unusual psychic wave emanating from the corpse and the current, unusually targeted onslaught by the beast horde. She fixed her gaze on Tai Xian, insisting, "We cannot allow that corpse to continue emitting waves. We must neutralize it at once. Let us go." Tai Xian nodded without hesitation. The golden light charm's protective armor activated instantly, its camouflage layer refracting light as he transformed into a shadow, seamlessly blending with the night. Racing towards the Taoist temple, Bai Yuekai followed closely, her speed ghostly, her silver hair trailing behind in the night wind. Within the temple, Sui Xing had already drawn his bow, the sharp arrow fixed on the crystalline core location within the corpse's forehead. My duo appeared tense yet resolute, her hands gripping the long spear, positioned before the control center of the restraining field. The fluctuations are intensifying. It's as if it's responding to something, my duo exclaimed urgently. When Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai reappeared at the temple, the two vigilant individuals finally exhaled in relief. "Master," my duo cried out excitedly. "You two step back. Leave this to us," Tai Xian commanded, directing his young apprentice and Sui Xing to exit the temple. He then grasped his long spear, activating the plasma blade and thunder talisman in an instant. Bai Yuekai coordinated with Tai Xian to deactivate the golden light charm's protective shield. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by violent ripples of energy and blinding flashes of light. The giant beast's corpse shattered under the might of Tai Xian's spear. "Activate the two-element melting furnace at full power," Tai Xian bellowed, stowing his spear as the two-element melting furnace sprang to life, glowing with an enigmatic radiance. Mechanical arms began to seize the shattered remains and feed them into the furnace. A powerful wave of energy radiated from the two-element melting furnace, enveloping the entirety of Longgu village. "Old Bai, prepare some marrow crystals. We need more energy transmission to fuel the two-element melting furnace," Tai Xian instructed while managing the furnace. "I'll have them ready," Bai Yuekai replied before swiftly departing. She glanced back at Sui Xing and my duo still outside the temple. "You two remain here and ensure no one disturbs us." "Understood, boss." Sui Xing nodded solemnly. Soon, a large quantity of marrow crystals was delivered to the temple by Xia Tian and others, and the melting process continued through the night. "Boss, the situation is becoming increasingly dire," Su Tong exclaimed, arriving in the command room on his rocket hoverboard, a tablet in hand. More and more devourers have appeared at the perimeter of the shielding tower, and the ones from the two original directions have converged. They have set their sights on us. Chapter 44. One-time equipment. Bai Yuekai frowned deeply as she turned to Tai Xian, who was still tirelessly refining the remains within the temple. "Su Tong, immediately assemble the team members, including Tasia stationed outside, and head to the southwest direction, Area D2, to assist them in defense. Bring all the equipment you can carry." "Yes." Su Tong nodded. "Boss, what about you?" "I'll remain here and wait. Once Tai Xian finishes refining, we will head over immediately," Bai Yuekai said, her gaze fixed on Tai Xian at the two-element melting furnace. "Before we arrive, you must hold the line. Do not act recklessly." "Rest assured, boss," Su Tong affirmed, signaling to Sui Xing and my duo to gather the others. After the three departed, Bai Yuekai approached Tai Xian. "How much longer will it take?" "Almost there," Tai Xian replied succinctly. "I am preparing to forge new two-element sword caches. In the face of this large-scale devourer assault, we must be better prepared. When the time comes, I will show those beasts what sword cultivator techniques truly are." Despite his full focus on operating the two-element melting furnace, Tai Xian had heard their conversation clearly. Given the current situation, he was ready to take a risk and experiment with the ideas brewing in his mind. He began analyzing the two-element sword formation and the two-element sword cache, attempting to deduce the programming and crafting techniques for flying sword talismans. Tai Xian once again concentrated on the two-element melting furnace while issuing commands to the universal mechanism system within his mind. Initiating analysis of the two-element sword formation and the two-element sword cache. A cold mechanical voice resonated in Tai Xian's mind, and a cascade of green data appeared in his vision. Upgrade direction. Two-element quantum sword cache. Core of Taoist technique. Dual swords divide yin and yang. Operating according to the principles of the I Ching's two-element formation. When the sword formation expands, yin and yang energies cycle, forming a dual-purpose domain for offense and defense. Enhancement method. The sword cache contains a source-quality resonance chamber, dynamically adjusting the electromagnetic polarity of the dual swords by analyzing the fluctuation frequency of the Devourer's spirit seed. The Yang sword creates high-frequency oscillations to pierce armor, while the Yin sword generates low-frequency interference to resonate with life source quality. The sword body is made of marrow crystal memory alloy, capable of absorbing marrow crystals after slaying Devourers, automatically repairing damage and enhancing sharpness. Tactical application. When facing a horde of Devourers, the dual swords can separate into a mother-son sword formation, with the mother sword suspended to release interference waves, while the child sword automatically seeks and pierces vital points using the Yubu trajectory. Flying sword. Thunder talisman exorcising flying sword. Core of Taoist technique. The sword body is inscribed with 5 thunder talisman, summoning the power of heavenly thunder to exorcise evil. Referencing Taoist thunder techniques to instill fear in demons and ghosts. Technological enhancement. The flying sword's power source is a biological electric propulsion device, which reads the user's brain waves through an implanted neural interface, enabling thought-controlled flight trajectories. The thunder talisman, drawn with superconducting quantum ink, automatically activates an electrolytic reaction when encountering scarlet contamination, releasing purifying arcs. When used in conjunction with Yubu, the flying sword can absorb ambient static electricity during the user's steps, amplifying its power by 300. The cold mechanical voice continued to resonate in his mind, and as he gazed at the cascading data in his vision, Tai Xian found himself lost in contemplation, recognizing that these concepts were far from complete at present. Continue the simulation of the flying sword. In his mind, Tai Xian once again issued commands. The flying sword upgraded, with myriad swords returning to their origin, a quantum sword formation coordination system. Hardware components. Master Control Sword Box, a titanium alloy base embedded with 108 superconducting quantum bits, real-time battlefield data analysis. Subsword units. Swarm-like floating swords, 30 in total. Inscribed with 5 thunder talismans, with the sword tips integrated with biological electric thrusters. The myriad laws mechanism once again provided simulation data. In his mind, the data waterfall from the myriad laws mechanism surged endlessly, sketching a grand blueprint for the quantum sword box and the return of myriad swords to their origin. But it required time, rare materials, and meticulous processing. The imminent crisis allowed him to undertake only one gamble: to create a disposable myriad sword box that would extract all potential, merge multiple functions, but could only be used once. It seemed he had no choice but to stake everything on this. Tai Xian glanced at the data and various talisman programming already provided. Frowning. Old Bai, I need all your source resonance device fragments, as well as some high-purity marrow crystals. Tai Xian's voice bore an almost frenzied calm. His gaze fixed intently on the swirling molten metal and the yet-to-be fully refined essence of the devouring beast's bones within the furnace. Bai Yuekai showed no hesitation, swiftly darting out. And upon returning, she brought several shards of crystals shimmering with a ghostly blue light, covered in cracks. Simultaneously, she quickly ordered through the communicator, Qiu Shi, deliver the high-purity marrow crystals from the warehouse to the Taoist temple immediately. The materials soon arrived, several broken fragments of the source resonance device, a small pile of silver marrow crystals glimmering faintly, a few refined alloy ingots, and the essence of the devoured beast's bones. The skeletal remains of the king-level devouring beast had been entirely refined. Apart from what I have left, the rest you should have someone collect. Tai Xian took out his own 2E sword box and, controlling the mechanical arm, placed all the prepared materials beside the furnace. What are you planning to do now? Bai Yuekai inquired, concern etched on her face as she noticed the sweat beading on Tai Xian's forehead. This situation has arisen suddenly, and the dangers are more severe. I must prepare equipment that can decisively determine victory, Tai Xian replied without turning his head. The 2E furnace, under his control, had begun to operate once more. The first step was to reshape the core of the sword box, a pseudo-source resonance cavity. Tai Xian's hands moved rapidly over the 2E furnace. The furnace's flames abruptly shifting from crimson to ghostly blue, the temperature surging. The mechanical arm deposited refined alloy ingots into the furnace while guiding the not yet fully solidified essence of the devouring beast's bones into the mix. The alloy and biological bone crystals forcibly fused, forming a dark, intricate, highly durable, but brittle special alloy substrate. He then added the fragments of the source resonance device into the furnace again. The fragments did not melt under the high temperatures. Instead, under Tai Xian's precise mental guidance and the furnace's array formation, they were drawn to specific positions on the dark alloy substrate like magnets. The fragments embedded into the substrate, with molten bone crystal alloy flowing through the cracks, forcibly welding them in place, forming a rough, crack-filled, highly unstable energy core. This was the pseudo-source resonance cavity he had hastily constructed, capable of barely analyzing the fluctuations of the devouring beast, but with low efficiency and a high risk of overload collapse. Next came the reinforcement with marrow crystals. The high-purity marrow crystals were turned into dust, evenly sprinkled over the surface of the core substrate. The dust melded into the substrate and the cracks of the fragments under high temperatures, emitting faint crackling sounds, temporarily enhancing the structural stability and energy conduction efficiency of the core. Thus, a sword box base was completed. Shortly thereafter, Tai Xian directed a small amount of molten metal, infused with bone essence, alloy, and minute marrow crystal dust from the furnace. He had no time to meticulously forge standard flying swords. Instead, he forcibly divided the molten metal into dozens of rudimentary sword embryos, each only the length of a finger and as slender as a steel needle. These sword embryos took on a rough shape, resembling elongated triangular pyramids. Then came the inscribing of the thunder talismans. This was the most perilous step. His fingers moved swiftly in the air, his mental energy highly concentrated, utilizing the energy nodes within the 2E furnace to forcefully inscribe a simplified version of the 5 thunder talismans, derived from the myriad laws mechanism, onto each small sword embryo. The ink-black runes were imprinted onto the dark golden surface of the sword embryos, flickering with dangerous arcs of electricity. This was not superconductive quantum ink, but a simple application using powdered superconductive material. Though it could be barely utilized, it posed a significant burden on both the sword embryos and the wielder, with the runes certain to collapse upon activation. There was no time to create biological electric thrusters. Tai Xian mixed the last bit of marrow crystal dust, transforming it into tiny energy nodes, forcibly embedding them into the tails of each sword embryo, simultaneously using a mental interference device for control. This was akin to a disposable, rudimentary mental rocket booster, capable of providing short-range explosive acceleration and basic directional guidance, but with poor precision and endurance. Chapter 45. Testing without pausing to rest. Tai Xian immediately began constructing the myriad sword box and coordination system. The outer shell of the disposable myriad sword box had already taken shape. He meticulously arranged the dozens of disposable flying swords inscribed with blood thunder talismans, the slender sword embryos, within the crude slots of the sword box, much like loading ammunition. The bottom of the slots was simply connected to the pseudo-resonance cavity core. Lacking standard interfaces, Tai Xian tore off several wires from his backup neural interface device, crudely soldering one end to an energy node on the core of the sword box, while wrapping the other end directly around the neural interface patch at his temple. This meant he would rely entirely on his brain to directly endure the energy feedback from the sword box and control the massive data flow of the swarm of flying swords. A highly risky endeavor. On either side of the sword box, he quickly sketched 2 simplified runes representing yin and yang with the last of the superconductive powder. These 2 runes connected to the pseudo-resonance cavity core within the box, capable of instantly invoking energy within the box to create a disposable, small-scale yin-yang energy disturbance, simulating the momentary field effect of the 2E sword formation, interference, deflection of attacks, but it could not be sustained. Tai Xian suddenly snapped the rough sword box shut, pressing both hands firmly against the sides of the box, murmuring incantations, pouring his surging source potential and mental energy into it without reservation. Buzz. The sword box activated. Vibrating violently, the ink-black runes and yin-yang symbols inscribed on its surface suddenly illuminating, emitting blinding light and unstable energy fluctuations. The pseudo-resonance cavity core emitted a painful hum, forcibly beginning to analyze the preset wave patterns of the devouring beast's spiritual aura seeds. The disposable flying swords arranged within were activated, their rudimentary marrow crystal dust thrusters flickering with faint light, the thunder talisman runes on their blades glowing ominously, with fine arcs of electricity leaping between the gaps of the sword box. The veins on Tai Xian's temple bulged, his complexion turning pale in an instant. The forcibly established mental direct connection brought immense strain. He could clearly hear the core of the sword box nearing collapse and the bloodthirsty agitation of the swarm of flying swords. At last, the disposable myriad sword box was completed. It could momentarily trigger a small-scale yin-yang energy field, briefly interfering with defenses. The Thunder Talisman exorcising flying swords, swarm, could be mentally controlled to launch dozens of disposable thunder flying swords for cover strikes, each sword containing a single powerful lightning strike, purifying the crimson substance pollution. The pseudo-myriad swords returning to their origin through the direct neural connection, forcibly coordinated the swarm of flying swords for simple coordinated attacks, such as concentrated fire or dispersed targeting for piercing critical points. But the precision and flexibility were far below ideal conditions. Its power was immense, with the explosive force far exceeding that of conventional weapons. However, the cost was exorbitant. After use, the pseudo-resonance cavity core would inevitably overload and burn out. All disposable flying swords would be consumed, and the sword box itself might also disintegrate. The neural direct connection imposed a significant mental burden, potentially causing mental shock, headaches, or even temporary confusion of consciousness. Forcibly driving the Thunder Talismans and pseudo-core would consume a large amount of his own source potential. Simultaneously, the structure was extremely unstable, with violent energy fluctuations, posing a risk of premature detonation if targets were missed or core control was lost. Tai Xian abruptly opened his eyes, the data streams within his pupils still lingering. He grasped the rough sword box, vibrating with a dangerous hum, and turned to Bai Yuekai, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet resolute. Let us proceed. To the Southwest District 2. Let them taste the potency of this one-time weapon. The arcs of electricity dancing across the surface of the sword box illuminated his determined visage. It was a wild amalgamation of technology and mysticism, a desperate gamble. Outside, the sky had darkened once more, the night surrounding Longgu village fraught with peril. Yet to Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian, such danger was trivial. The compact all-terrain vehicle blazed ahead, its headlights cutting through the darkness, while several triangular drones circled above. Drink this. Bai Yuekai presented a vial of life potion to Tai Xian. Why should I drink this? Tai Xian, somewhat bewildered, accepted the small vial, ultimately consuming its contents under Bai Yuekai's watchful gaze. You've gone a whole day and night without rest. You've expended so much energy. Just drink some life potion to replenish. Bai Yuekai chided, retrieving a thermos from the back seat. This is turtle soup made by the plump chef. Drink it while it's hot. You need to restore your strength. Tai Xian's eye twitched at her words. You little vixen, why do I feel like you have ulterior motives? We're still driving and about to face a great battle. Rest assured, this vehicle is on autopilot. Bai Yuekai shot him a charged glance, causing him to nearly spit out the turtle soup he had just sipped. Cough, cough. Don't mess around. Tai Xian instinctively shrank back, feeling a bit vulnerable. Look at how easily you're frightened. Bai Yuekai rolled her eyes at him. I've been awake all day alongside you. I need rest too. With that, she reclined her seat, extending her long legs onto the dashboard and closed her eyes to rest. Rest well. Rest well. Tai Xian wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, gulped down the turtle soup, and leaned back in his seat, succumbing to sleep. In the Southwest District 2, Su Tong and the others had already prepared. Max out the power of the jamming device. A colossal entity is approaching. It's a king level. It's using mental fluctuations to counter our jamming. Su Tong's voice crackled over the intercom, filled with dread. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a powerful sonic wave. The heavy alloy gates outside the defense tower twisted and contorted as if made of paper, struck by an invisible force. This was not a physical impact, but a pure sonic assault. The violent sonic turbulence surged forth like a tangible hurricane, imbued with an intense crimson aura and a terrifying will for destruction. Quick, everyone get ready. Golden light talismans, prepare the two instruments, sword boxes. Suishing's face paled as he spoke into the intercom, then turned to Shanda and my duo beside him. You two, brace yourselves for the impending onslaught. Before his words could settle, a horde of derivative extreme beasts, significantly larger than the snake dogs, charged forward. Block them. My duo stepped forward, raising her weapon, a gun that appeared in her hand in an instant. The blade tearing through the air and unleashing a devastating blue arc of electricity as she thrust it towards the oncoming beasts. The gun glimmered with blue light, piercing through the foremost extreme beast. Little my duo, get back! Shonda bellowed, charging forward like a living shield, brandishing his alloy shield. Thud! The tremendous force of their collision sent the extreme beasts reeling as if struck by a heavy truck, momentarily freezing in midair before being hurled backward, colliding with several others. Huh! Shonda's latent potential erupted explosively, his meow-meow hammer crackling with electricity, and he struck down upon the mass of extreme beasts with immense force. In an instant, countless currents surged through the horde, creating a powerful electric field that incapacitated several extreme beasts, with the foremost one succumbing to the lethal electricity. Suishing's arrows screamed through the air, piercing the immobilized extreme beasts, striking their vital points where the life essence seeds were hidden. Bang! 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 Tasia appeared beside Suishing, her large-caliber revolver firing in rapid succession, shattering the skulls and vital points of the extreme beasts with pinpoint accuracy. Filthy creatures, taste the might of your grandfather. In the skies above, Su Tong descended on a rocket skateboard, unleashing a barrage of fire from his plasma gun upon the extreme beasts. A high-pitched howl followed, as a massive extreme beast with antennae radiating blue light began to wreak havoc among its kin, mercilessly tearing them apart. From the defense tower, explosives rained down, all landing among the horde of extreme beasts. Boom, boom, boom. A man clad in alloy gauntlets and armor surged from behind. Each punch he threw resonating with a powerful shockwave. Do not charge. Hold the entrance and await support from the boss and Mr. Tai. Suishing, acting as temporary commander, shouted to the team after dispatching one extreme beast. This is merely a probe by the extreme beasts. Fall back to the entrance. Chapter 46. The confrontation. Southwest District 2 had metamorphosed into a blood-soaked battleground. The alarmed voice of Su Tong echoed once more within the defense tower. The jamming device has been neutralized. It's a king-level entity. It has locked onto us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a soul-rending, terrifying roar shattered the night sky. Roar! The furious sound waves coalesced into visible crimson ripples, crashing against the defense tower like a tsunami. Boom! Creak! The heavy alloy gates crumpled as if struck by a colossal hammer, twisting and tearing, creating a massive, irregular breach. The suffocating crimson aura and will for destruction surged forth, accompanied by debris and metal fragments, violently flooding into the interior of the defense tower. Retreat. Fall back to the inner defense circle. Activate the golden light talismans. Suishing's voice rang out in desperation over the communication channel, her complexion as pale as paper. The mental pressure from the king-level entity bore down upon them like a tangible mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Almost simultaneously with her command, the inner walls of the defense tower erupted with dozens of brilliant golden shields. The warriors unhesitatingly activated the golden light talismans affixed to their chests, enveloping themselves in a resilient golden armor, their last line of defense against physical and energy impacts, albeit with a limited duration. However, the onslaught was far from over. Bang! 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 The dull yet relentless pounding echoed like a heavy drum against each heart. The alloy exterior of the defense tower shuddered violently. Through the gaping hole in observation ports, they could glimpse the silhouettes of countless derivative extreme beasts, larger and more grotesque than the snake dogs, charging fearlessly against the structure with their bodies and claws. Further afield, massive figures, resembling small mountains and emanating terrifying source energy fluctuations, the flower stamen beasts and jaw beasts, advanced with heavy steps, their maws coalescing destructive source beams. 2 instruments, sword boxes. Prepare to intercept the source beams. Shonda roared, slapping a palm-sized sword box at his waist. My duo, Su Tong, Tasia, and others swiftly activated their small 2-instrument sword boxes. Faint yin-yang energies swirled across the surfaces of the sword boxes, forming small interference fields that barely deflected several crimson beams aimed at the vulnerable points of the defense tower. Explosions erupted nearby, shaking the tower to its core as debris rained down. Hold the line. The boss will arrive soon. Suishing shot an arrow through the skull of an extreme beast attempting to squeeze through the breach, her voice revealing a barely perceptible tremor. The pressure was overwhelming. The presence of a monarch-level entity instills a sense of ferocity and fearlessness in the lesser devourers, as the radiance of the golden light spell flickers violently under relentless assaults, threatening to shatter at any moment. The energy of the small 2-pronged sword box is depleting rapidly. just as the inner shield of the defense tower teeters on the brink of collapse. The massive claws of a two-jawed beast are about to smash through the observation port's armor. Suddenly, two beams of light tear through the sky, descending like meteorites. Boom! One of the silver beams strikes the side of the two-jawed beast with pinpoint accuracy. The violent force sends the colossal creature hurtling away, crashing heavily into the horde of beasts and crushing a swath of snake dogs beneath its bulk. As the light dissipates, the cold visage of Bai Yuekai is revealed. Her elongated tang knife, Alea, exuding a chilling brilliance. The other beam, dark gold in hue, pierces the air like a stabilizing needle, embedding itself firmly before the breach in the defense tower. As the light retracts, the figure of Tai Xian appears, his back laden with a rough, disposable multidimensional sword box that hums ominously, arcs of dangerous electricity dancing across its surface. His gaze is as sharp as an eagle's, a fierce murderous intent enveloping the swarm of devourers surrounding the defense tower. Retreat inside the tower. Leave the outside to us. Tai Xian's voice, though not loud, carries an undeniable authority, echoing across the battlefield. Boss, Mr. Tai? The defense tower erupts into cheers of survival. Master, I'm coming with you. My duo grips her long spear and rushes to Tai Xian's side. You and them hold the entrance. I'll handle the outside with Lao Bai. Tai Xian shakes his head, unwilling to let his disciple take unnecessary risks in such a situation. Bai Yuekai does not pause for a moment, her gaze locking onto the distant monarch-level devourer radiating the most terrifying psychic waves. The giant creature resembles a colossal lizard covered in thick bone armor, with 3 pairs of crimson claws. It raises one massive claw, gathering destructive source energy, targeting the core of the defense tower. That big one is mine. Bai Yuekai exclaims, her figure transforming into a silver flash, ignoring the approaching devourers and charging straight at the behemoth. Her speed surpasses that of her earlier approach, her strength no longer restrained. The ground beneath her shatters as she launches forward. Lao Bai, be careful, Tai Xian warns, unable to suppress his concern for Bai Yuekai's unrestrained fervor. Leave those 2 flower beasts and 2-jawed beasts to me. You all deal with the smaller monsters. Don't let them interfere with Lao Bai. Tai Xian bellows to the others, his gaze fixed on another monarch-level creature, sleekly armored and emitting ultra-high-frequency sound waves, accompanied by several charging giant flower beasts and 2-jawed beasts. He must create space for Bai Yuekai to confront the giant lizard-like devourer while simultaneously preventing the other monarch-level beast and its large allies from wreaking havoc on the defense tower and his comrades. Sutong, coordinate with me. Tasha, my duo, clear the minions near the defense tower. Shanda, guard the entrance. The temporary commander, Chui Xing, issues concise and effective orders, completing the deployment in an instant. Bang! A horrifying explosion silences the battlefield. Bai Yuekai's fist, charged with compressed kinetic energy, collides violently with the giant bone claw of the monarch-level devourer, capable of shattering mountains. A visible white circular shockwave erupts. The creature's claws, harder than steel, emit a sickening crack, its massive body staggering back, trampling a multitude of lower-tier devourers. Roar! Enraged, the giant beast unleashes a destructive crimson energy beam from its maw. Yet, Bai Yuekai vanishes like a specter, the energy beam melting the ground behind her into a deep crater. Her true form reappears at the side of the beast, the tang knife Alea transforming into a cold crescent arc that cleaves savagely at the relatively vulnerable joint of its knee. With a slash, the hard armor is deeply marked, dark red blood spraying forth. Meanwhile, Tai Xian finds himself in a slaughterhouse of his own. You rabble. Your opponent is me, he bellows, utilizing the full power of his Gale step, his form vanishing from sight, leaving behind phantoms to confuse the giant beasts. He reappears, now akin to a parasite clinging to the monarch-level devourer, thrusting his spear forcefully into the crevice of its armor, electrifying sparks and blood erupting. The spear's plasma blade pierces through the beast's body, the flickering lightning rendering the monarch-level devourer temporarily immobile. Tai Xian, like a tiger among sheep, charges toward the poised flower beasts and 2-jawed beasts. Open the devouring talisman. The talisman at his waist bursts with radiant light, an invisible vortex forming instantly, drawing in the mixed source energy permeating the battlefield as if attracted by a black hole. This overwhelming force field extracts the life source from the flower beasts and 2-jawed beasts, disrupting their coordinated attack against him. However, this also grants the monarch-level devourer a moment of reprieve, its massive claws swinging down ferociously. Tai Xian evades with his gale step, dodging swiftly. Roar! The interrupted flower beast bellows in fury, an endless surge of energy coalescing in its mouth. Spirit Breaker. Tai Xian roars, activating the golden light spell to withstand the monarch-level devourer's physical assault, his spear transforming into a dark gold thunderbolt that tears through the air. The spear pierces the mouth of a flower beast that has just opened to unleash a source energy beam. Boom! The interior of the flower beast's head explodes violently, showering the area with gore. Chapter 47. The Return of 1,000 Swords. The remnants of the flower beast rain down like droplets, the stench of source steam pervading the air. Leaning on his spear, Tai Xian breathes heavily, the impact from the monarch-level devourer's claws causing the golden light spell to flicker intensely, his vitality surging, yearning for respite. Yet, just as he neutralizes one threat, an even greater crisis looms. Roar! The monarch-level devourer emits a high-pitched shriek, its crimson compound eyes fixed menacingly on Tai Xian. Filled with rage from being wounded by an ant, no longer attempting to shred this slippery foe with its claws, it abruptly raises its streamlined, armored head, unleashing an invisible psychic wave that sweeps outward. Buzz! The golden light surrounding Tai Xian feels as though struck by a hammer, vibrating violently. The afterimages of his gale step momentarily halting. More terrifyingly, this psychic wave is not an attack directed at him, but a command. The once deterred lower-tier devourers, intimidated by Tai Xian's aura and the power of the devouring talisman, suddenly surge forth with frenzied aggression, their crimson eyes locking onto him. Snake dogs, earth howlers, and even some smaller derivative species, disregarding Shanda and the others at the entrance of the defense tower, charge at Tai Xian like a black tide from all directions. Their singular aim, to overwhelm this most threatening human with their bodies and claws. Master! My duo cries out from within the tower, her eyes wide with despair, as she readies her spear to rush out. Stay back. Hold your ground. Cui Xing commands sharply, her arrows shooting like a barrage in an attempt to relieve Tai Xian. But the number of beasts rushing toward him is simply overwhelming. Tai Xian finds himself in a perilous predicament. Before him looms the monarch-level devourer, while a two-jawed beast lurks to the side, surrounded by an endless tide of frenzied beasts. The golden light spell dims under the relentless bites and claw strikes, and the force field of the devouring talisman fails to repel these devourers. Old Tai, catch! A clear, slightly cracked female voice rings out over the chaotic battlefield. Tai Xian looks up abruptly, spotting Xia Dou controlling a massive, blue-glowing dog-like devourer, barreling through the horde like an out-of-control heavy tank, carving a bloody path toward him. The devourer's jaws still clutch half a snake dog's body, fierce and unyielding. Good girl. With a surge of indomitable spirit, Tai Xian resolutely abandoned his stalemate with the king-level devourer beast. He unleashed the full power of the Xuanfeng step, narrowly evading a vicious bite from the dual-jawed beast, his body tracing an elegant arc as he deftly leapt onto the broad back of the colossal creature. Charge in, great beast. Bite them, Xia Dou exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she directed the massive devourer beast. With a ferocious roar, the beast accelerated, crashing into the heart of the encircling horde like a heavy battering ram. The sounds of bones snapping and sinews tearing filled the air as the serpentine hounds blocking their path were obliterated. What a thrill! Tai Xian shouted joyfully, his spear transforming into a deadly tempest of thunder. Spirit Pivot, vanquish the 8 realms. The dark golden spear danced like a whirlwind. The ethereal blue arcs of lightning no longer mere embellishments, but instead violently erupted outward. Wherever the spear struck, the devourer beasts fell like harvested wheat. No longer confined to precise kills, he now sought to maximize area damage and efficiency in clearing the battlefield. Each thrust, sweep, and smash of his spear unleashed torrents of blood and shattered carapaces. Alone, armed with a spear and accompanied by his beast, he carved a bloody path through the surging tide of black beasts, resembling a legendary warrior charging into battle, his spear shadow dancing like a dragon, unstoppable. From a vantage point atop a defensive tower, Xia Dou maneuvered her mount left and right, deftly avoiding the strikes of larger foes. Her face flushed with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Not fast enough. Tai Xian sensed the pressure of the golden incantation and the rapid depletion of his internal essence. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Sword box, activate. Duality sword formation, annihilate. With a thought, he summoned forth the humming, vibrating, arc-jumping disposable sword box from his back. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of finely crafted flying swords, inscribed with blood lightning seals, burst forth like a swarm of awakened hornets, screeching and crackling with crimson arcs of electricity. They did not scatter, but instead formed a swirling storm of blades around the devourer beast he rode, a deadly cyclone of slashing winds. The crimson flames of the leaf fire and the eerie blue light of the kin water intertwined to create a lethal halo of death. Where the leaf fire swords passed, the serpentine hounds were reduced to charcoal. The kin water swords exuded a chilling aura, freezing any enemies in their path, which were then easily shredded by subsequent flying swords or the rotating sword formation. Within the coverage of the sword formation, it was as if a merciless meat grinder had been unleashed. Lower-tier devourer beasts were sliced, incinerated, and frozen in droves. Devouring talisman, drain them dry. Tai Xian simultaneously activated the gourd at his waist with all his might. An invisible field of absorption instantly expanded to its limit. The massive and murky life essence released by the devourer beasts that had been slaughtered by the sword formation and swept away by the spears surged into the talisman like rivers returning to the sea. The runes on the surface of the gourd glowed like a small sun, emanating a heart-pounding energy wave, even producing a faint, overwhelming hum. Yet it provided Tai Xian with a continuous flow of sustenance. He was unconcerned that the talisman might burst from the sheer volume of life essence prior to his departure. He had constructed a conduit to connect the talisman to the sword box, allowing it to supply energy. In that moment, a vortex of death formed around Tai Xian. The devourer beasts charging forth were like moths to a flame, turning to ash in the face of the frenzied spear shadows, the lethal sword formation, and the terrifying suction. Becoming nourishment for the sword box, he resembled an unyielding killing machine at the center of the battlefield, staunchly resisting the onslaught of the beast tide. However, the intelligence of the king-level beasts should not be underestimated. The king-level devourer beast trailing behind Tai Xian scanned the battlefield with its crimson compound eyes, taking note of his unstoppable advance through the throng and glancing at Bai Yuekai, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Bone Crusher. Although she held the upper hand, she was also being restrained. It emitted a sharp, incomprehensible screech, abruptly altering its course, no longer paying heed to Tai Xian. The hard nut to crack. With a powerful jet of pressurized air from its tail, it surged forward, targeting Bai Yuekai's vulnerable back. Oh no, it's going to flank the boss. Su Tong cried out in alarm. The giant lizard-like, king-level devourer beast seemed to receive a signal, disregarding the deep, bone-exposing wounds Bai Yuekai had inflicted upon it. It suddenly abandoned its defense. Its 3 pairs of scarlet claws slashing toward Bai Yuekai with a reckless intent to ensnare her. Bai Yuekai's expression sharpened. The Alea vision blade surged forth, severing 2 of the claws, but her movement was momentarily hindered by this desperate assault. It was in that very instant that the other king-level beast charged forward. It did not unleash a sonic energy attack, but instead opened its tooth-filled maw, capable of shredding high-frequency alloys, and lunged at Bai Yuekai's exposed side with the stench of blood. The speed was blinding, the angle devious. She had no way to evade. Old Bai. Tai Xian's eyes widened with fury. He witnessed the deadly fangs and the perilous situation Bai Yuekai found herself in. An unprecedented rage and determination surged forth, obliterating all reason and concern. What restraint? What cost? What a waste! Stop! Tai Xian roared, his voice a guttural cry. He abruptly stood from the beast's back, retrieving the disposable sword box that vibrated violently and emitted a piercing, dying wail. Channeling his consciousness, he ordered the devouring talisman to pour all its energy, without reservation, into the sword box. The immense mental pressure caused the veins at his temples to bulge as if they would burst. Blood seeped from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. His mind felt as though it were being pierced and stirred by countless scorching steel needles, drowning in a sea of crimson and chaotic data. The terrifying backlash surged in response to the overexertion. Pseudonym Sword Return. Annihilate. Chapter 48. Thunderous might with this furious shout. The disposable sword box, a culmination of Tai Xian's blood, sweat, and a brutal fusion of technology and mysticism, exploded. not a physical explosion, but rather the dozens of disposable flying swords within, forced beyond their limits by the core of the pseudo-harmonic cavity, were incinerated in a brilliant flash. The blinding white light from the overloaded core engulfed the sword box shell, vaporizing it. Following this, a resonating roar erupted. It was as if only one sound remained in the universe, the lament of space being torn apart by high-frequency vibrations. Dozens, no, hundreds of streams of blue lightning, entwined in dazzling brilliance and purging all evil, erupted from the explosion like a world-ending beast breaking free from its cage. They transformed from mere needles into whips of blue thunder, slicing through the battlefield with Tai Xian's fury as their driving force, their target unmistakably clear. The first target, the king-level devourer beast lunging at Bai Yuekai, over a third of the thunder swords, arriving first, bore down with purifying lightning, appearing as if teleporting to the beast's gaping maw and its relatively vulnerable neck joint. There was no sound of penetration, only the deafening crack of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The king-level devourer beast's massive form was impaled by the cascading blue lightning, tearing it apart. Its sleek shell shattered under the purifying blood lightning like paper, turning charred. Its biting motion froze in an instant, emitting a short, piercing wail of despair, while its upper body was obliterated into a storm of charred debris and foul liquid. The remnants of its lower body convulsed and fell. The second target, the giant lizard-like king-level beast, entangled in a life-or-death struggle with Bai Yuekai. A similarly dense stream of thunder swords ignored the blazing essence flames and the thick bone armor, accurately targeting its severely injured knee joint, the gaping wounds on its chest and abdomen, and its relatively weak eye sockets. Puff, 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 puff. The concentrated explosions detonated in rapid succession at its vital points. The azure electric serpent swiftly enveloped the massive creature, wreaking havoc upon all semblances of life. The behemoth emitted a final, anguished roar, filled with defiance and torment, before collapsing as if all its bones had been extracted, crushing a horde of voracious beasts beneath its weight. The flames surrounding it were instantly extinguished, and the essence of life dissipated rapidly. The third target, the remnants of the battlefield, the remaining thunderbolts of the flying swords, akin to the scythes of death, swept through the fan-shaped area before Iron Xian with devastating arcs of electricity, indiscriminately obliterating all in their path. Whether it was the double-jawed beasts attempting to assault the defensive tower or the surging tide of low-tier beasts, they were all reduced to ashes in the face of this torrent of destruction. Where the thunder passed, only charred earth remained, with rising smoke and the instant purification and annihilation of crimson essence. Time seemed to freeze across the entire battlefield. The blinding blue light and the deafening thunderclaps became the sole dominators of the scene. Within the defensive tower, all present were rendered speechless. Captivated by the apocalyptic spectacle outside, the ground, ravaged by blue lightning, resembled a hellscape. In mere moments, the lightning faded. The one-time, universal sword box, along with its internal pseudo-resonance core, had completely vanished, leaving behind only a small pool of molten, rapidly cooled, charred metallic residue and wisps of smoke. Iron Xian maintained his position of control atop the giant beast's back, his body violently shaking. The crimson hue and data streams in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by an emptiness and confusion. Blood gushed from his nostrils, dripping down his chin. The excruciating pain in his brain peaked, transforming into an abyss of agony and buzzing. He could not even muster a groan, his body akin to a marionette with severed strings, toppling backward. "Master!" A terrified scream erupted from my duo, who frantically attempted to rush out to catch Iron Xian. Yet, a silver figure was faster, appearing as if by teleportation on the back of the giant beast, steadying him just before he was about to fall. Bai Yuekai, her coat stained with the dark red blood of the voracious beasts and the dust of battle, bore a disordered breath, yet her gaze conveyed deep concern and care. She looked down at Iron Xian, whose face was contorted in pain, blood streaming from his nose, then raised her eyes to survey the hellish scene before her, mountains of charred corpses, the acrid scent of burnt flesh and ozone, alongside the massive carcasses of the two king-class voracious beasts, now utterly lifeless. Outside the defensive tower, the remaining scattered voracious beasts had been terrified into retreat by this divine retribution, emitting fearful whimpers as they fled into the night. Silence enveloped the entire southwestern Ding district too. Only the faint glow of the inner shield of the defensive tower illuminated the ground outside, resembling land scorched by heavenly fire. And the silver-haired woman cradling the unconscious man upon the giant's back. Bai Yuekai's gaze finally returned to Iron Xian's face. Observing his painful countenance and the charred remnants symbolizing the complete destruction of the sword box, her heart trembled. She reached out, her movements imbued with infinite gentleness, wiping away the blood that continued to spill from his nostrils, holding the man tightly in her embrace. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. Just a severe headache. Too much mental exertion." Iron Xian's hoarse voice resonated across the silent battlefield, yet it reached each person's ears with clarity. "As long as you're fine." Bai Yuekai sighed deeply with relief, leaning down to gently stroke his forehead. "Rest well, we'll head home tomorrow." Bai Yuekai, like a mother soothing her child, gently patted Iron Xian's back while softly humming a lullaby. "Boss, how is my master?" My duo, the little apprentice, looked at Iron Xian, furrowing her brow in concern. "He's fine, just a bit mentally drained. A good sleep will do him wonders." Bai Yuekai reassured the young girl and handed Iron Xian over to the rushing Shanda and Su Tong. "Get him settled to rest, everyone else. Immediately repair the defensive tower." Bai Yuekai resumed her authoritative demeanor, efficiently assigning tasks. "Su Tong, remember to give Iron Xian a life potion and those medicines you prepared for Xiado." "Understood, boss." Su Tong acknowledged with a gesture, assisting Shanda in carrying Iron Xian into the defensive tower. "Incredible. The equipment Mr. Iron devised is truly exceptional, and with a few more such sword boxes, we wouldn't need to worry about any more voracious beasts." Sui Xing stood beside Bai Yuekai, gazing at the battlefield littered with the remains of voracious beasts, his astonishment reaching unparalleled heights. "It is indeed formidable. However, this sword box is unstable and poses significant risks to the body, particularly to the brain and spirit." Bai Yuekai expressed her concerns with a grave expression. "Is the boss feeling sympathetic?" Xiado teased, her eyes sparkling with excitement and mischief. "Of course I care." Bai Yuekai did not conceal her feelings, boldly admitting it. "Wow." Xiado made an exaggerated face, astonished that the usually cold, noble, and captivating boss had fallen in love. Enough of that. No more distractions. Casting a serious glance at the playful Xiado, Bai Yuekai turned her attention to the others. "Hurry up and repair the defensive tower before nightfall. Xiado, collaborate with Su Tong to check the status of the shield generator. This incident was too sudden. We cannot afford a repeat." "Understood, boss. I'll head there at once." Xiado nodded, promptly seeking out Su Tong. "You all get busy too. I'll check on our great contributor." Bai Yuekai, still worried about Iron Xian, remarked before making her way back into the defensive tower. "Oh, the changes love brings. I hardly recognize her." Sui Xing rolled his eyes, unable to tolerate the scent of romance, and took the bewildered my duo to work. Chapter 49, Aftermath. Longu Village, Core Research Laboratory. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air. A colossal holographic projection repeatedly showcased the final images captured by the defensive tower in southwestern Ding District 2, alongside the signal fluctuation graph of the shield generator. At the moment of the King-class beast's demise, its massive carcass retained invisible spectral frequency patterns, and the contrasting waveforms of the shield generator signals were peculiarly neutralized. Su Tong's fingers flew over the holographic keyboard, his expression grave. "Boss, Brother Iron, the results are in, aligning with our preliminary hypotheses. The direct cause of the shield generator's failure appears to be linked to the death of that King-class voracious beast. Specifically the unique psychic fluctuations emanating from the remnants of its essence core. No, more precisely, the residual olfactory information deep within the core." He called up another complex data stream, captured by a highly sensitive source detector. "This fluctuation is incredibly subtle, with a peculiar frequency, exhibiting strong characteristics of mana ecological collective consciousness. It is not an active attack. Rather, it resembles a post-mortem pheromone or coordinate broadcast, instantly covering and neutralizing our shield generator's specific frequency bands, akin to a key incorrectly inserted into a lock, causing the entire system to temporarily falter." Xiado interjected from the side, her usually cheerful face devoid of mirth. "The most troublesome aspect is that this neutralization effect is not a one-time occurrence. The faint waves emanating from the carcass continue to persist for several hours, albeit with diminishing intensity, but enough to severely compromise the effectiveness of the shield generator in certain directions. The outer voracious beasts were drawn in by this vulnerability. The holographic projection switched to a three-dimensional map of Longgu Village and its surrounding areas, with southwestern Ding District 2 marked in red, alongside several yellow dots indicating the previous points of the shield generator's brief failures. Su Tong pointed to these points, correlating them with the recorded activities of the beast tide. We have discovered a pattern. The interference with the shield generator likely occurred around the time my duo and Sui Xing detected the vibrations from the skeletal remains of that king-class voracious beast, perhaps even earlier. It is worth noting that there are no high-tier voracious beasts, at least of the metamorphic variety or higher, near our shield tower or close to the edges of significant olfactory activity. In these locations, the awareness of the mana ecosystem remains dormant. Tai Xian reclined in a comfortable engineering chair, his gaze weary, with a soothing gel patch pressed against his temple. With eyes closed, his fingers lightly tapped the armrest as his mind raced, processing a multitude of information. Bai Yuekai stood beside him, a hand resting naturally on his shoulder, conveying unspoken concern. Gradually, Tai Xian opened his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse yet clear in thought. Our shield generator essentially simulates a benign or similar source signal, deceiving the mana ecosystem as perception. However, the consciousness fluctuations of the mana ecosystem itself, particularly the primal information released upon the death of high-tier entities, function as a superior key, capable of directly interfering with or even temporarily overriding our deceptive signals, thereby revealing our location. This recent massive invasion by the extreme beasts likely stems from the mental waves emitted by the king-tier extreme beast we retrieved from the Bloodstar, which attracted those hordes, subsequently influencing the signal of our shielding tower and leading them to our position. Astute. Su Tong snapped his fingers. That is precisely it. Our previous shielding technology was effective against ordinary extreme beasts and lower-tier command nodes, yet it falters when confronted with such high-tier information pollution originating from the ecological core. It's akin to our firewall being ineffective against the highest-level commands from within the system. A brief silence enveloped the research room. The problem had been identified. But how to resolve it? Upgrading the shield against such a level of information pollution is no trivial task. It is nearly tantamount to confronting the very ripples of the mana ecosystem as consciousness. In truth, our shield fundamentally relies on the consciousness fluctuations of the mana ecosystem to deceive surrounding mana entities, ensuring that Longgu Village remains safe from their invasions. As the group fell into contemplation, Bai Yuekai's words detonated like a bomb in water, leaving everyone astonished. Tai Xian was learning this for the first time. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense regarding the invasion of the extreme beast horde. Yes, this is the only explanation for why the mana ecosystem as consciousness fluctuations can neutralize the shield signals. At their core, these two elements are intrinsically linked, Tai Xian exclaimed, a look of understanding dawning upon him. Indeed, the danger we currently face lies in how to resolve the issue of the homogeneity of these signal fluctuations. Bai Yuekai's expression turned serious, and the senior officials present wore somber faces. Perhaps we should explore alternative methods. We cannot remain passive. Xia Tian's expression reflected deep contemplation, yet the elder members of the group found themselves at a loss for words. Tai Xian also felt a headache brewing, rubbing his forehead while his gaze inadvertently fell upon his arm. There, a barely discernible layer of pale golden light shimmered. A manifestation of his golden light curse source armor actively functioning, passively absorbing and bending the faint radiation of source material in the environment. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning through his still aching mind. Su Tong, Tai Xian's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible excitement. The core principle of our shield generator involves actively emitting specific bands of camouflage signals, correct? Yes, Su Tong nodded. But my golden light curse source armor. Tai Xian raised his hand, a thread of pure golden source material swirling at his fingertips. Its active defense mechanism does not merely deflect attacks. It is also capable of perception. It can acutely detect the most subtle life source fluctuations emanating from all surrounding entities, be they human, extreme beast, or even a mutated plant. Based on these characteristics, it automatically adjusts the armor's energy frequency for optimal defense or deflection. He gazed at the complex spectrum of mental fluctuations displayed on the holographic projection. What if we integrate this passive perception and adaptive mechanism into the design of the shield generator? Su Tong's eyes lit up instantly. Tai Gu, Are you suggesting we transform the shield generator from a mere emitter into a comprehensive system capable of perception and learning camouflage? Exactly. Tai Xian's thoughts became increasingly lucid, his speech quickening. The first step involves upgrading the sensing array of the shield generator, enabling it to passively and accurately capture all life forms in the surrounding environment, particularly the life source characteristics emitted by extreme beasts, including their mental fluctuation frequencies, energy intensities, and information patterns, thereby establishing a dynamic, real-time database of source material environmental characteristics. The second step, Tai Xian pointed at the section of the projection representing the mana pollution waveform. When detecting a special pollution fluctuation akin to that released upon the death of a king-tier entity, or any abnormal, high-intensity mental disturbance bearing the characteristics of the mana ecosystem, the shield generator should no longer merely resist or amplify its output. Instead, it must immediately activate an anti-jamming mode. The essence of this mode lies in utilizing the established database of source material environmental characteristics in conjunction with the captured features of the interference source for rapid computation and simulation. This allows the shield generator to instantaneously adjust its emitted camouflage signals, proactively mimicking the most common, benign source material characteristics in the current environment, or even simulating a portion of the interference wave's characteristics for deceptive integration or feature cancellation. It's akin to a chameleon blending into its surroundings or using noise to mask specific sounds. Excitement sparkled in Tai Xian's eyes. Thus, the shield generator evolves from a passive defense mechanism to one endowed with the capabilities of active learning and deception. In the face of high-tier information pollution, it no longer merely withstands interference, but actively adapts and camouflages itself. We can elevate it from a firewall to intelligent camouflage. Brilliant! Su Tong exclaimed, nearly jumping with enthusiasm. Passive perception establishing a database, actively analyzing interference source characteristics, dynamically adjusting camouflage signals for deception and integration. This idea is extraordinary. Taigu, how does your mind work? Even with such a headache, you conjured this genius solution. His gaze towards Tai Xian brimmed with admiration. Xiaodou clapped and laughed. Old Tai is impressive. Now, even if those hulking beasts perish, we need not fear their foul emissions disrupting us. Bai Yuekai regarded Tai Xian with unabashed pride, though a hint of concern lingered beneath. She understood that this moment of inspiration stemmed from his overtaxed mind and unhealed spirit. Gently squeezing Tai Xian's shoulder, she whispered, "The idea is remarkable. However, the actual implementation, particularly the core algorithm for high-speed computation and simulation deception, as well as ensuring the equipment can stably capture and analyze such complex source characteristics, poses immense challenges." Tai Xian nodded, massaging his still-throbbing temple. "I understand. This requires the full cooperation of the command division, the most advanced computational support, and a deeper reverse engineering and hardware implementation of the Golden Light Curse Armor's source perception principles. Most importantly, a vast array of source characteristic samples from various types of extreme beasts is necessary for learning and testing, which necessitates time and the risk of venturing out to collect data." Chapter 50. Challenges. Risks and opportunities coexist. Bai Yuekai's voice was resolute. Su Tong immediately organized Tai Xian's proposal into a detailed report, marking technical challenges and required resources. Convene the command division and all relevant field leaders for a meeting in an hour. We must mobilize the entire village to conquer this anti-jamming intelligent shielding system. She turned to Tai Xian, her tone leaving no room for debate. "As for you, the proposal's originator, return to rest immediately. You are not permitted to enter the laboratory or that Taoist temple without my consent during the upcoming technical validation and initial design." Su Tong and the command division personnel would first undertake preliminary theoretical deductions and feasibility analyses. Tai Xian opened his mouth to assert his stamina, but upon meeting Bai Yuekai's concerned yet resolute gaze, coupled with the throbbing pain in his mind, he could only smile helplessly. "As you command, my esteemed boss." "That is a good boy." Bai Yuekai's lips curled into a faint yet captivating smile as she assisted the man to his feet. "I shall escort you home." Xiaodou, gazing intently at him, added, "Drink your medicine before you sleep. I assure you, I will complete the task." With a cheerful grin, Xiaodou followed suit. Observing Bai Yuekai carefully supporting Tai Xian's departing figure, Su Tong sighed and shook her head, lamenting, "Why is it that no one cares for me? Is it because I am uninjured?" I believe it would be more prudent for you to first visit my place to assess your mental state. Xiao Tianlai shot Su Tong a disdainful glance. What a waste of time. Get to work. Nan Jixing maneuvered his mechanical legs with a rhythmic clatter, advancing to the console to begin his tasks. Work, work. Su Tong shrugged and immediately immersed herself in the intense workload. On the holographic projection, the framework for the new design began to take shape rapidly, with cursors blinking to represent modules such as passive perception, feature library, dynamic simulation, and deception integration. More than a week passed in the blink of an eye, and the preliminary design model for the new shielding system in Longgu Village had been established. They were now awaiting Tai Xian to deliver the relevant models of the Golden Light spell source armor for testing. Although Tai Xian had been resting for the past few days, he had simply refrained from his usual busy activities at the temple, often lying on the sofa with his eyes closed to recuperate. Primarily, it was Bai Yuekai's vigilant oversight that prevented him from engaging in mentally taxing projects. This woman has completely transformed since we started dating. She treats me as if I were a child, he thought, reflecting on how she frequently monitored him. Yet, there were some matters that Tai Xian could accomplish without any effort. At this moment, he reclined in a lounge chair, eyes closed in concentration. The throbbing pain deep within his brain had significantly subsided, with each jolt serving as a reminder of the cost incurred from forcibly activating the disposable myriad sword box. However, he did not disregard everything. Instead, he delved into the depths of his consciousness, reaching the cold and efficient realm of thought constructed by the core of the myriad mechanism system. Activate the myriad mechanism. Retrieve the complete technical tree and core Taoist principles for the Golden Light spell source armor, and proceed with analysis and deduction. Tai Xian's intent issued commands within the cognitive space. In an instant, a vast stream of data unfolded like a constellation in his awareness. It was no longer merely a simple sketch of runes and energy circuits, but delved into the quantum level, with interactions of source fields, information perception, and adaptive feedback forming a complex model. The Golden Armor's phantom was deconstructed layer by layer within the cognitive space. The analysis and deduction commenced with a chilling mechanical voice resonating in his mind, as data information manifested directly within his pupils. Passive perception layer. Simulate spiritual senses to extend. Construct a supersensitive source field reception array and analyze the environmental source frequency spectrum, including frequency, intensity, information entropy, and phase shift. Feature extraction and pattern recognition. The core algorithm is based on a simplified version of Taoist telepathy and neural network learning, swiftly distinguishing between harmless background sources, threatening source attacks, and special information fluctuations, such as mental impacts. Adaptive feedback layer, drawing from the principles of yin and yang circulation and the 5 elements. Establish a dynamic energy matrix that adjusts the armor's energy frequency, phase, and density distribution in real time based on recognition results, achieving optimal defense or deflection. The essence lies in integration and deception of the environmental source field, rather than sheer resistance. Analyzing the core technology above, the feasibility of systematically transplanting, optimizing, and integrating it into the existing large-scale source shielding platform was deduced. Tai Xian continued to issue commands. The core of the myriad mechanism system glowed with intensity, and the cold logic began to operate at high speed. The feasibility assessment was being generated. Advantages. The passive perception layer could perfectly replace the existing shield's active scanning, providing greater concealment and lower power consumption. The feature extraction and pattern recognition algorithm, integrating Taoist logic, is the core of interference resistance, with the potential to handle high-level mana consciousness fluctuations. The dynamic simulation deception concept of the adaptive feedback layer is the key breakthrough, theoretically capable of countering information pollution. Challenges and risks. Hardware limitations. The supersensitive passive perception array requires special spiritual materials, such as high-purity marrow crystals and active biological crystals, and intricate rune crafting techniques, making manufacturing difficult and costly. The existing shield platform interface requires extensive modifications. Computational power requirements. Real-time analysis of complex source environments and dynamic generation of optimal deception signals demand computational power far exceeding that of current processors. A completely new architecture for the quantum spiritual energy hybrid computing core is needed. Algorithm depth. The current feature library for the Golden Light spell armor is solely optimized for individual defense. lacking recognition and deception models for mass or high-level mana consciousness fluctuations, such as blood vortex levels, necessitating vast amounts of data training. Stability during the dynamic simulation of deception. Any algorithmic error or reverse analysis by higher authority fluctuations could lead to signal chaos in the shield itself, potentially becoming a more conspicuous beacon. The system, after thorough analysis and deduction, concluded the theoretical direction is correct, the technological path is clear, and it possesses revolutionary potential. However, the difficulty of implementation is exceedingly high, requiring breakthroughs in materials, computational power, and algorithms, along with extensive high-risk empirical validation. Taixian silently absorbed the feedback from the mechanism, his brow furrowed. The challenges were greater than he had anticipated, especially concerning computational power and materials. Yet, the confirmation of feasibility provided him with immense confidence. Meanwhile, in the core decision-making chamber of Longgu Village, a massive circular light screen displayed Taixian's proposal, disassembled into hundreds of modules, scrutinized, deduced, and debated by several individuals clad in silver-gray uniforms alongside a few composed awakened ones. The air grew thick with tension. The material list for the passive perception array includes high-purity active marrow crystals. That is no easy feat to acquire. Xia Tianlai shook his head, pointing to a highlighted data point on the screen. The current quantity of high-purity marrow crystals is far too limited, and our stock of ordinary marrow crystals lacks sufficient purity. The computational power requirements are an insatiable abyss. Nan Jixing pointed at the simulation progress bar, which indicated that the resource usage of Longgu Village's existing processors had soared to 97, yet even simulating a simplified scenario was severely lagging. With the processors already operating at overclocked capacities, to sustain real-time full-area shielding, we need at least 3 larger processors, or the most advanced supercomputers. The algorithm model is a stroke of genius, Qiushi interjected, his eyes filled with awe. But to simulate mana consciousness fluctuations for deception with our current computational capabilities? That is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A slight misstep, and we are not hiding. We are broadcasting to the entire ecosystem that there is a delectable cake here. Bai Yuekai sat at the head of the table, her silver hair billowing gently in the breeze, her gaze calmly sweeping across each speaker. She did not interrupt the debate, allowing the technical challenges to be fully exposed. Once the clamor subsided, she slowly began to speak, her cool voice silencing the cacophony. I have heard the challenges, and I have seen the costs. But tell me, esteemed colleagues, do we possess any alternatives aside from this path? She gestured towards the harrowing images on the screen depicting the Southwest's last catastrophic events. Relying on outdated technology. We are merely lambs on the butcher's block. The death of a king-level devourer is a signal flare. Will the next arrival be a true monster crawling out from the core of the blood vortex? How many more of such assaults can we withstand? The decision-making chamber fell into a profound silence. The difficulty of Taixian's proposal was immense, and the operational challenges were numerous. Yet clinging to outdated technology would inevitably lead to annihilation. These 2 formidable obstacles weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. Chapter 51. Biological Intelligence Brain. Taixian's proposal is the only path that can lead us from passive concealment to active deception, granting us genuine space for survival. Bai Yuekai's voice was resolute. No matter how challenging, we must proceed. For materials, exhaust our inventory and concentrate all resources on the priority breakthroughs. For computational power, freeze non-essential projects and optimize the architecture with full force. Simultaneously, initiate the relic exploration plan. Gather processors from the old world that may still be intact. For the algorithm model, let Taixian take the lead. With all awakened ones in the village specializing in spiritual and informational systems cooperating fully to prioritize the construction of the core framework, testing and iterating as we go. This is the only way forward. Xia Tianlai nodded. I will handle the computational power issues. And as for the equipment needed to seek out the remnants of the old world, that will be your responsibility, boss. That is only natural. Bai Yuekai responded naturally. In the living room of Bai Yuekai's residence, Taixian's consciousness had just exited the cold and efficient simulation space of the myriad laws mechanism. Lingering echoes of vast data and waves of sharp pain still resonating in his mind. He slowly opened his eyes. And before him sat Bai Yuekai on the edge of the bed, carefully holding a cup of warm water and a calming medicine. Awake? Bai Yuekai's voice bore a trace of barely perceptible fatigue. yet mostly conveyed concern. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Tai Xian propped himself up, accepting the medicinal water to swallow the bitter concoction, wrinkling his brow at the taste, yet acknowledging the efficacy as it soothed the nerve's sharp pangs. Not too bad. I was just rethinking how to extract the core model of the golden light spell source armor. He glanced at Bai Yuekai, keenly detecting the hidden worry in her brow. What's wrong? Have you encountered difficulties? Bai Yuekai did not respond immediately. She placed the cup aside and paused in silence. Looking at Tai Xian, she ultimately decided to be forthright. The plan itself is sound. The village's several leaders and awakened ones unanimously regard it as highly innovative and of strategic value, crucial for future survival. Bai Yuekai's voice was calm, but Tai Xian could sense the weight behind it. However, the obstacles of reality are quite severe. She extended 2 fingers. The first challenge is computational power. Su Tong and the others conducted preliminary simulations, and merely constructing a small-scale perception-deception model covering the core area of Longgu village required real-time computations that would overload existing supercomputers. We need a computational core far exceeding current capabilities. Design, materials, and manufacturing each present insurmountable barriers, making short-term realization nearly impossible. The second issue is materials. The high-purity active marrow crystals required for the passive perception array nearly brought that fellow to tears this summer. The stock of ordinary marrow crystals has a maximum purity of only 897, falling vastly short of the 99999 required by the mechanism's simulations. Bai Yuekai concluded, and the room fell into a brief silence, the low chirping of insects outside sounding particularly clear. Leaning against the head of the bed, Tai Xian's fingers unconsciously tapped his knee, yet his gaze was remarkably bright, devoid of any hint of frustration over the difficulties. He observed Bai Yuekai's worried expression and gently took her hand. Is that all? Tai Xian's tone even carried a hint of lightheartedness. Bai Yuekai was taken aback. Is that not dire enough? Computational power and materials are the bottlenecks choking all advanced technologies. As for the computational issue, I thought of a quantum psychic energy hybrid computing core. Tai Xian's eyes sparkled with intellectual brilliance. The core algorithm for extracting features and pattern recognition of the golden light spell source armor can instantaneously process vast amounts of source material information and provide optimal feedback. What does it rely on? Bai Yuekai, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped the crux. Are you suggesting that the armor itself contains a biological neural network? Indeed. Tai Xian nodded. It is not merely an energy circuit. It is a highly miniaturized biological intelligence brain deeply coupled with my nervous system. Its efficiency in processing source material information far exceeds any silicon-based chip. I have already analyzed the signal transmission and parallel processing mechanisms of its biological neural synapses. Although I cannot completely replicate the mysteries of the human brain, using this as a foundation, combined with existing quantum computing architectures, I can design a simplified version of a biological neural quantum hybrid coprocessor, serving as a powerful external aid specifically responsible for the resource-intensive real-time source material feature analysis and deception signal generation. This will be the key to breaking through the computational bottleneck. Bai Yuekai's breath quickened slightly. Tai Xian's ideas were always so imaginative and incisive. Applying the most sophisticated biological neural network technology of the human body to enhance cold machine computation was nothing short of genius madness. Is this also a Taoist way of thinking? She inquired, her voice unwittingly laced with anticipation. But what about the materials? High-purity active marrow crystals? These can't be conjured merely by thought. Tai Xian's smile broadened, even carrying a hint of mischief. As for the materials, old Bai, have you forgotten what my Liangyi furnace is for? Bai Yuekai's pupils dilated. The Liangyi furnace. It can purify marrow crystals. In theory, yes. Tai Xian's tone brimmed with confidence. The essence of marrow crystals is a highly condensed, life-source material-rich special crystal. Its internal energy structure and impurity distribution align with the principles of the dual energies of yin and yang and the interaction of the 5 elements. Ordinary marrow crystals' insufficient purity is merely due to excessive impurities, negative, and a lack of core source material, positive, refinement. The core of the Liangyi furnace manipulates extreme yin-yang energies, simulating the heavens and earth's furnace to decompose and reconstruct matter, with the fire of Li to burn away impurities, and the water of Can to refine and solidify. Supplemented by the furnace's own Taoist array for energy guidance on a microscopic level, I am 70% confident that I can purify ordinary marrow crystals to above 999. Although there remains a gap to the ultimate 99999 as the core material for the perception array, combined with our designed redundant algorithms and parallel array structure. Initial tests will absolutely suffice. 70% confidence, Bai Yuekai murmured, her heart involuntarily racing. This far exceeded her expectations. Tai Xian's Liangyi furnace, which she had primarily associated with forging weapons and concocting special potions, could indeed be utilized for such precise material purification. This was akin to a miraculous transformation of stone into gold. Thus, Tai Xian, seeing the renewed glimmer of hope in Bai Yuekai's eyes, smiled. Computational power and materials are no longer insurmountable barriers. The design blueprints and core algorithms for the biological intelligence coprocessor can be generated immediately by the myriad laws mechanism. As for high-purity marrow crystals, give me sufficient ordinary marrow crystal raw materials and a few days, and I will refine them for you. A wave of immense joy and relief instantly enveloped Bai Yuekai. She gazed at this man, whose spirit had yet to fully recover, yet seemed capable of anything. Feeling an indescribable warmth and pride swell within her. Not only had he proposed a plan, but he had also personally shattered the most formidable barriers standing in its way. Bai Yuekai suddenly leaned forward, tightly embracing Tai Xian, burying her face in his neck. You are simply amazing. With you willing, miracles can always happen. Tai Xian gently patted her back, feeling her body tremble slightly from excitement, whispering, Indeed, you should consider who I am. However, I am more curious about what you mean by amazing. Tai Xian looked at Bai Yuekai with a playful glint. But little did he know. Bai Yuekai showed no hint of shyness and directly took action. Why don't you try and see for yourself? No. My head. It hurts terribly. Tai Xian quickly pleaded for mercy, realizing this was not something to be done at the moment. Bai Yuekai rolled her eyes at Tai Xian. I will inform those old fellows of your plan. Then, let Su Tong bring everyone to deliver all the ordinary marrow crystals and spare quantum computing units to your workshop. The village's leaders and awakened ones are at your disposal. Whatever you need, Longbu village will spare no effort. She stood up, her cold and noble demeanor as the queen returned. As for you, Engineer Tai, she tapped Tai Xian's forehead, her tone thick with concern. Once the design for the biological intelligence brain is generated, hand it over to Su Tong and the others to implement the hardware architecture. Your current task is to rest and recuperate, then proceed to refine the crystals. Do you understand? At your command, boss. Tai Xian responded with a smile. Chapter 52. The furnace casts wisdom after several days of recuperation, under the influence of Su Tong's medicine and Bai Yuekai's nearly enforced rest. The sharp pains in Tai Xian's spiritual consciousness had finally subsided significantly. Although the profound burden imposed by the force drive of the one-time 10,000 swords return to one has not yet been entirely alleviated. The excruciating pain that felt as if his brain might split has receded, sufficiently allowing him to undertake high-intensity forging work. In the core workshop area of Longbu village, the largest forge room has been completely cleared, leaving only the ancient and weighty two-element furnace at its center, adorned with intricate yin-yang runes and energy circuits. Originally intended to be conducted in the Taoist temple, Bai Yuekai, upon observing the heap of materials and the increasingly cramped space of the temple, decided to relocate the iron furnace along with several other items to this location. The temple now contains only the 3 pure ones painting and incense burners set up by Tai Xian himself. As for a place to sleep, Bai Yuekai unceremoniously overturned the bed on the first floor, leaving Tai Xian to share her quarters on the second floor each night. Surrounding the furnace, mountains of ordinary marrow crystal or shimmer with an ethereal blue glow. Nearby, several sealed alloy containers preserve the most refined portions of the 2 skeletal remains, containing vast life essence and fragments of unique biological vitality, along with resilient nerve bundle cores and specific bone structures. Outside the alloy containers, a few golden talismans pulsate with light, suppressing the mana ecological consciousness fluctuations that might emanate from the skeletal remains of the royal-level devourer. Tai Xian stands before the furnace, his expression focused and solemn. He is clad in a specially designed Taoist robe that boasts excellent energy conduction properties, inscribed with miniature runes to facilitate energy flow. Bai Yuekai, Su Tong, Xia Tianlai, and several core technical experts from the village stand in the observation area outside, holding their breath in anticipation. Let us begin. Tai Xian's voice resonates within the quiet workshop, bearing a metallic timbre. He slowly raises his hands, palms facing down, directed at the yin-yang eye of the two-element furnace. A torrent of source potential intertwines with pure mental energy, akin to a tangible warm current, pouring into the furnace's base. Buzz. The once silent furnace awakens, emitting a deep, resonant hum as it comes to life. The runes along the furnace walls illuminate one by one, and the energies of the crimson fire and azure water begin to circulate, collide, and merge within the furnace chamber, forming a stable microcosmic furnace with precise control over its internal temperature and energy field. First step, refine high-purity marrow crystals. Water of Can. Tai Xian gestures with his left hand towards the flickering talismans above the furnace. The temperature within the chamber plummets as the azure can water vapor envelopes the first batch of ordinary marrow crystal, ore, instantly encasing it in a massive crystalline sphere of ice. Inside the ice, the structure of the marrow crystal becomes fragile and distinct under the extreme cold. Fierily, his right hand moves in unison, tapping a rune anew. The crimson fire, akin to a spirit serpent, deftly penetrates the ice crystal's interior, not melting the ice, but transforming into countless minuscule fire threads that swiftly sweep through every piece of marrow crystal. Under Tai Xian's exquisite control, the fire only scorches the loose, impurity-laden, negative portions of the marrow crystal structure. Visible black smoke impurities are incinerated in an instant, dissipating as blue vapor from the special exhaust vent at the top of the furnace. Yin and Yang flow. The five elements return to their positions. Tai Xian manipulates with dexterity, guiding the intricate energies beneath the myriad runes within the furnace, orchestrating the pure Yin and Yang energies to operate in accordance with a specific Taoist formation trajectory. The refined essence of the marrow crystal, freed from impurities by the fire of Li, begins to reconstitute and crystallize under the pressure of the Can water vapor and the cyclical flow of Yin and Yang. This process continues for several hours. Batch after batch of ordinary marrow crystals are introduced, undergoing extreme refinement and guided by the Taoist formation, with impurities eliminated and structures optimized. Ultimately, as the furnace's flames gradually extinguish and the furnace door swings open, what is revealed to the assembled onlookers is no longer azure ore, but a small pile of crystals shimmering with pure, profound light, reminiscent of shards of starlight. Each crystal is thumb-sized, translucent, and appears to have a liquid golden halo flowing gently within, radiating a powerful and pure wave of life essence. Su Tong scans the crystals with a specialized purity detection device, his voice trembling with excitement. 998. The activity index has skyrocketed. Brother Tai, it worked. It truly worked. Although the purity has not reached the theoretical maximum of 99,999, it far exceeds expectations, and the activity is astonishing. Bai Yuekai gazes at the invaluable high-purity active marrow crystals, her tightly clenched fist finally relaxing, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Let us conclude for today. Tai Xian should take a rest, and we shall continue tomorrow. Upon hearing Bai Yuekai's words, Tai Xian wishes to say something, but upon meeting her fierce glare, he instantly swallows his words. Let us go. You need to rest well. I've instructed the plump cook to prepare soup for you, using 3 times the usual amount. Bai Yuekai directly links her arm with Tai Xian's, leaning against him intimately. 3 times the amount. That is far too much. It's going to be too rich. Tai Xian feels a reluctance to return home for rest. No worries. Bai Yuekai whispers in his ear, you've already rested for several days. Observing their close interaction, Xia Tianlai cannot help but click his tongue. Mr. Tai certainly has some skills. He managed to win over the boss so quickly, but it seems Mr. Tai is a bit afraid of the boss. Ulan Outing comments quietly while stroking his beard. You don't understand. Xia Tianlai shakes his head. It seems I need to prepare something special for Mr. Tai. Otherwise, if he wakes up without energy, it will delay our work on upgrading the shield tower. The next morning, Tai Xian arrives at the core workshop with somewhat unsteady steps. As soon as he enters, Xia Tianlai pulls him aside. Upon seeing what Xia Tianlai presents, Tai Xian's eyes light up. Old Xia, you truly know me. Rest assured. From now on, if there is anything I can help with, I will not hesitate. Tai Xian exclaims excitedly, patting his chest. All right, let us get to work. Bai Yuekai strides in with a spring in her step, her previously cool and transparent visage now flushed and radiant, exuding charm. Tai Xian tosses a pill into his mouth. Swallowing it with the water Xia Tianlai hands him. Let us work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. The process of forging the biological neural network core is perilous yet intricate. Tai Xian takes a moment to adjust, his expression serious. He carefully opens the container that preserves the essence of the royal-level skeletal remains, extracting the nerve bundle cores and fragments of life essence that exude powerful and chaotic source fluctuations, imbued with the ferocity of the royal level. Fire of Li. Refine the form. Water of Can. Shape the spirit. Tai Xian calls out, his hands becoming ethereal as he points towards the two-element furnace. Within the furnace, the fire of Li transforms into a warm, life-filled crimson flame, gently yet firmly forging the nerve bundle cores, purging them of the residual chaotic will and harmful impurities while retaining only the purest biological active matrix and nerve signal transmission characteristics. Simultaneously, the can water vapor transforms into the most precise carving knife, guiding the matrix to grow and take shape according to the biological neural network blueprint derived from the golden light talisman armor, in conjunction with the fire of Li. A wondrous scene unfolds within the furnace chamber. The previously lifeless neural tissues, under the combined influence of the fire of Li and the water of Can, begin to writhe, extend, and intertwine, gradually forming an exceedingly intricate three-dimensional neural network prototype that glimmers with faint biological fluorescence. Its structure is exquisitely complex, far surpassing the most precise silicon-based chips known to humankind. Tai Xian takes a deep breath and adds the high-purity active marrow crystals into the furnace. His mental energy moves with the finesse of a master weaver, directing the marrow crystals to precisely embed themselves at critical nodes within the forming biological neural network. Buzz. The moment the marrow crystals make contact with the biological network, a powerful resonance erupts. The pure energy of the marrow crystals flows into the biological network like a sweet spring, providing it with a robust energy source and amplifying signal nodes. The vitality of the biological network imparts a spiritual essence of perception and learning to the marrow crystal array. Under the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, and bound by the principles of Taoist alchemy, a profound fusion begins to unfold. This intricate process demands absolute focus and a steady output of energy. Sweat beads form on Xuan's forehead, his mental acuity taut like a tightly strung bow. The energy fluctuations within the furnace oscillate between ferocity and gentleness. As if nurturing a nascent life, time becomes an abstract concept, and when the flames extinguish completely, all light within the furnace converges to a singular point. There, a fist-sized core emerges, resplendent in deep, dark gold, its surface adorned with intricate silver biological neural patterns and embedded with twinkling star-like marrow crystals. Gently suspended in the core of the furnace, it emanates a unique oscillation, a blend of the pulse of life and the cold precision of computation. The core resembles the human brain, yet it embodies 100% development potential, successfully forged as the biological intelligence core. Chapter 53. The Shield Tower Core. The entire process has now reached its most critical juncture, constructing the supercomputing entity and loading the system. While this step is relatively conventional, the engineering demands are monumental. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the technical team led by Su Tong and Xia Tianlai, a massive metal cabinet, based on a quantum computing framework and reserved for the biological core interface, has been assembled. Tai Xian cautiously places the dark gold biological core into the designated slot at the center of the cabinet. Countless fine connections, crafted from superconductors and active biological materials, extend automatically, aligning perfectly with the biological patterns on the core. A deep hum resonates as the activation sound echoes. The indicator lights on the metal cabinet illuminate sequentially. Like a constellation of stars, the biological core at the center radiates a soft golden glow, and the internal silver neural patterns and star-like marrow crystals begin to flow and shimmer, resembling a pulsating heart. Initiate self-check. Load the core algorithm model for perception and learning of the golden light armor's deception. Tai Xian commands with a steady voice. Self-check initiated. Quantum unit operations normal. Biological core activity stable. Neuronal signal synchronization rate at 997. Source material perception module activation. Algorithm model loading. A cold electronic voice accompanies a faint, buzzing consciousness seemingly emanating from the biological core itself. On the holographic screen, An avalanche of data cascades down, its processing speed and volume rendering the adjacent supercomputer instantly dim in comparison. Model loading complete. Adaptive deception logic initialization in progress. Establishing initial source material environmental characteristic database. The glow of the biological core stabilizes as the internal neural patterns and marrow crystal stars flow in accordance with some arcane principle. We succeeded, Xia Tianlai exclaims, tears of joy streaming down her face. Su Tong, brimming with excitement, gives a hearty slap to a nearby companion. Bai Yuekai approaches Taixian, gazing at his fatigued yet accomplished profile, and softly suggests, let us name it. Taixian contemplates the core, an exquisite artifact that merges Taoist principles, technology, and the essence of royal-level biological mastery. He senses the immense computational power and unique spirit contained within and deliberates for a moment. It originates from the golden light armor, forged in the yin-yang furnace, inheriting the bones of a royal-level devourer, and awakened in the sea of source material. I shall call it Jiajiao, symbolizing the illumination of wisdom in darkness. Jiajiao, Bai Yuekai softly repeats, nodding in approval. A splendid name. Taixian turns to Su Tong. Su Tong, immediately connect Jiajiao to the main control system of the shield generator in Defense Tower No. 2 in the southwest. Conduct a full power test run. Objective, simulate the spiritual pollution waves post-royal death, testing the effects of dynamic deception. Yes, Brother Taixian. Su Tong replies, invigorated, and promptly directs the team. The massive metal cabinet hums with a deep resonance as Jiajiao's glow remains stable and profound. An invisible perceptive field quietly expands around the defense tower, akin to an imperceptible, highly vigilant network of awareness, enveloping the surrounding area. It no longer simply emits camouflage signals. Instead, it attentively listens and analyzes every whisper of source material in the environment, awaiting the simulated pollution to descend, preparing for its inaugural deception performance. The era of proactive deception in Longgu village officially commences with the birth and activation of Jiajiao. The successful integration and initial stable operation of the Jiajiao biological intelligence supercomputer in Defense Tower No. 2 in the southwest instills a sense of relief in the higher-ups of Longgu village. Yet this is merely the beginning. The core algorithm for countering royal-level death pollution, along with the key deceptive capabilities to confront potential sanguinary consciousness, still require validation in the most extreme environments. Days later, as Xuan's mental state has fully recovered, Bai Yuekai has insisted on his enforced rest, seemingly with something significant in store, yet no action has transpired. Until a week passes. I am prepared to take you to a place, she speaks gently. It is the true foundation of Longgu village and our final trump card against the mana ecology. Only there can we truly test the limits of the Jiajiao core algorithm. Taixian realizes she refers to the source of the shield tower's true power. A specially modified all-terrain vehicle, entirely enveloped in dark wave-absorbing materials and nearly silent in its engine, emerges from the core area of Longgu village without disturbing anyone. Bai Yuekai takes the wheel, with Taixian seated beside her. The vehicle ventures deeper outside the village, following a remarkably concealed path. Along the way, there are no traces of mana creatures, only lush trees and grass, as if traversing a quaint country road. As the vehicle progresses, the once quaint path transforms into a dark corridor. The corridor's sides are lined with cold alloy walls, etched with engineering runes and energy conduits from the old world. The air thick with a mixture of aged oil, disinfectant, and a faint yet unsettling pulse of life. The further they advance, the more intense the sensation becomes. Is this an old-world research base? Taixian inquires, gazing at the enormous alloy gate at the corridor's end, adorned with intricate energy patterns. As he senses the overwhelming and oppressive source material fluctuations emanating from beyond the door. Indeed, Bai Yuekai responds, halting the vehicle. She presses a hidden biological scanner on the inner side of the door, and a faint glimmer crosses her eyes. The heavy alloy gate silently slides open, revealing an even deeper space behind it. This was the original containment and research base for the mana life forms, giants. It miraculously survived the Great Catastrophe, becoming our battleground against the mana ecological invasion. This is also the core of the shield tower. As the vehicle enters the space beyond the gate, Xuan's gaze is instantly captivated by the scene before him. Even as one well-versed in the world, his spirit trembles. Before him lies an unimaginably vast underground space. with a soaring dome, its height exceeding 100 meters. At the center of this space stands an indescribable colossal entity. It is a gigantic humanoid biological being, composed of a substance that is neither metal nor stone, shimmering with a blue sheen and bizarre fleshy textures. The entire entity is secured by intricate alloy frameworks and substantial energy conduits. The surface of its body is covered with various biological materials, resembling a massive giant's corpse. Yet Taishian can distinctly sense that this being retains a pulse of life. Most terrifying of all is its head, which bears a completely human visage, eyes tightly shut, yet exuding a profound, heavy, and sorrowful essence, imbued with the will of annihilation. Merely gazing at it sends shivers through the soul. The Mana Giant. One of the sources of the old world's calamity and now the cornerstone of Longu Village's shield against mana biological invasion. Wow, what brings you here today? And with a stranger no less? Something must be afoot. Suddenly, a rather cheeky voice echoed throughout the vast space, and immediately, Taishian beheld a robot with a round, plump head and 4 elongated mechanical arms emerging from the cranium of the Mana Giant. The robot appeared damp, resembling something recently expelled. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Yuekai could not help but sigh, utterly unable to bear the sight. "This is my brother, Bai Yuetian." Bai Yuekai introduced the robot to Taishian with a tone laden with exasperation. The electronic screen flickered to life, revealing Bai Yuetian's face, which was rendered in a simplified and slightly mocking expression. "A rare guest. Brought a friend, have you?" The synthesized electronic voice carried a hint of mischief, and the term friend was laced with sarcasm. Bai Yuekai, unable to tolerate her brother's demeanor, rested her forehead in her hand and sighed. "Do introduce your friend." Bai Yuetian continued to jest at his sister's expense. Without hesitation, Bai Yuekai responded candidly. "He is not merely a friend. He is my boyfriend, Taishian." "Brother, he is one of us." She clasped Taishian's hand tightly, conveying her trust. Taishian sensed the viscous and chaotic emanation within the stasis chamber. A wave of destructive intent that seemed to momentarily stagnate. On the screen, the electronic expression shifted to one of raised eyebrows. "Oh, a boyfriend? Well, you've finally come to your senses. This lad appears far more intriguing than those wooden researchers from Dragonbone Village. That fireworks display in Southwest District 2, was that your doing?" The screen turned to Taishian. Taishian nodded lightly. "Indeed, it was me, dear brother-in-law. I aim to resolve the shielding failure caused by the king-level death. You certainly know how to take advantage of a situation." Bai Yuetian maintained his cheeky demeanor. "But the cost must be substantial." As I felt the mental shockwave from that sword box explosion, his tone bore a hint of scrutiny. "However, eliminating 2 king-level entities is no small feat. Your methods are ruthless enough to be worthy of my sister." Bai Yuekai interrupted her brother's assessment, addressing the matter directly. "We have developed a new biological intelligence core named Zhu Zhao, a next-generation smart core based on biological neural networks and principles of Taoism. It can passively sense the source material environment and dynamically simulate to deceive the consciousness waves of mana. The subsequent defense validation in Southwest District 2 was quite successful, but it requires the most extreme testing environment to truly assess its capacity to combat core contamination." She gestured towards the stasis chamber. "The emanations from the Mana Giant are the closest sample to the essence of the abyssal consciousness. We need to simulate a mental shock at the level of the mana ecological core here to test Zhu Zhao's limits." The screen reflected a serious electronic expression. "Simulating core consciousness shock? Your idea has merit. While the equipment here can mimic the mana ecological core consciousness, simulating such a magnitude of fluctuation carries considerable risk. It may provoke it." He referred to the remains of the giant. "I am aware of the risks, but this is the only way to verify whether Zhu Zhao can genuinely protect Dragonbone Village in the future." Bai Yuekai spoke with unwavering determination. "We must take this risk." After a moment of silence, the electronic voice resumed, "Very well. For the sake of Dragonbone Village, and to ascertain the true quality of what this lad has concocted." The screen turned to Taishian. "Young man, the connection port is over there. Be swift. I do not wish for the Mana Giant to endure such a high-energy state for too long." Taishian promptly acted, connecting the remote access module for Zhu Zhao to the designated high-privilege data port beside the stasis chamber. Bai Yuekai synchronized her operations. "Connection complete. Zhu Zhao's core consciousness is online and stable," Taishian reported. "Excellent. Activate the energy core resonator," setting the frequency to mimic the mana ecological core consciousness fluctuations. Bai Yuekai commanded. A low hum resonated throughout the space. The mana giant seemed to awaken, releasing a wave of source material fluctuations that were far more expansive, ancient, and imbued with an endless compassion and icy will than anything emitted by king-level devourers. This emanation was drawn forth from the depths of the giant's remains, amplified and simulated by the instruments. This was no longer chaotic contamination. It was an attempt to replicate the core consciousness fluctuations of the mana ecology. The air felt as if it had solidified, an invisible pressure causing both Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai to momentarily struggle to breathe. Zhu Zhao. Initiate the highest level passive perception, encountering simulated attacks of core-level consciousness fluctuations. Activate dynamic deception mode. Tai Xian commanded without delay. The instruments connected to Zhu Zhao erupted with intense computational brilliance. On the holographic screen, data streams cascaded like a waterfall. The biological neural network representing Zhu Zhao flickered rapidly, its internal mycelium nodes swirling frantically. An invisible battlefield unfolded at the level of source material. Zhu Zhao's perception array functioned like the most intricate radar, capturing every subtle characteristic of the simulated core fluctuations, frequency, intensity, information entropy, and the fragments of ancient will contained within. Simultaneously, its deception module commenced operation. Rather than confronting the divine-like whispers of these fluctuations head-on, it adapted like the most cunning chameleon, instantaneously adjusting its emitted camouflage signals. It began to imitate, mimicking the source material background noise of the giant's remains, the faint fluctuations of other dimensional devices in the space, and even cautiously blending in a hint of harmless rhythm from the simulated core fluctuations, reminiscent of a natural ecosystem. Its signal was no longer an anomaly. It transformed into an integral part of the ecological fabric of the environment, requiring no further attention. Time seemed to freeze. Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai fixated on the screen, their palms slightly moist with perspiration. Bai Yuekai's mechanical form remained vigilant, uncertain of how this high-precision energy output would affect the mana giant. Minutes passed, feeling like centuries. Finally, a green indicator on the screen, signifying successful deception, stabilized. The simulated core consciousness fluctuations swept over Zhu Zhao and the area it encompassed, eliciting no abnormal reactions, as if it were merely an ordinary ecological zone. It worked. Tai Xian's voice brimmed with elation. Deception rate 987. The fluctuations were flawlessly integrated into the environmental background. Zhu Zhao has passed. Bai Yuekai's tense shoulders instantly relaxed, her eyes igniting with joy. Tai Xian exhaled deeply, a relieved smile gracing his face. However, Bai Yuekai's electronic expression on the screen bore no trace of happiness. Rather, it was marked by an unusual gravity. As the simulated fluctuations ceased, he promptly severed the connection with the giant's body. The test results are excellent, even exceeding expectations. Bai Yuekai's electronic voice conveyed unprecedented seriousness. However, I oppose the permanent integration of Zhu Zhao's core system into the original device network, and I strongly oppose allowing it to have deep contact with the source material field of the giant's body. Why? Bai Yuekai inquired, perplexed. Its capabilities could perfectly compensate for the shortcomings of the existing shielding system. That is precisely the issue. Bai Yuekai's tone bore a warning. Zhu Zhao's core is based on biological neural networks, possessing the ability to learn and evolve. The giant's body is not an inanimate object. The consciousness fragments belonging to the mana giant linger within it. Though suppressed, they have never truly perished. It is akin to a magnet steeped in poison. He directed the screen to display the scan of the giant's body, highlighting the nodes connected by energy conduits. Allowing Zhu Zhao to be exposed to the source material field of the giant's remains for an extended period could very well lead to its biological neural network being assimilated or contaminated by the consciousness fragments of the remains. More terrifying is that once it establishes some form of profound deceptive link with the core consciousness of the mana ecology, who can guarantee that this link will not be exploited by the core consciousness? Perceiving Zhu Zhao as a node, and perhaps even mimicking and learning Zhu Zhao's deceptive logic to evolve, Bai Yuekai's electronic eyes glowed red. Do not forget, the mana ecology has always been learning and evolving, while we deceive it using the residual consciousness fluctuations of the giant. It is equally eager to understand us through the giant, binding an evolved intellect to a colossal form imbued with ancient consciousness, which inherently serves as the ecological nucleus, is akin to constructing a precarious bridge at the precipice of an abyss, poised to topple at any moment. The risk is insurmountable. I shall never consent. The expressions of Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian grew grave. Bai Yuetian's concerns were not unfounded. The tenuous connection between the giant's body and the mana ecology loomed as a Damoclean sword above Longu village. Chapter 55. New pathways. The heavy radiation-proof alloy door creaked open, releasing a chill laced with a faint metallic rust scent. Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai emerged side by side from the immense laboratory, the weighty doors sealing them away from the terrifying force contained within the dormant remnants of the giant. The soft illumination of the laboratory corridor replaced the blinding energy radiance inside, allowing their taut nerves to ease slightly. In the small command room beyond the laboratory, the electronic screen of Bai Yuetian's mechanical form flickered with a stable, yet somewhat somber blue glow. How do you feel now? Is your mind clearer? The mechanical arm supported the circular head, and Bai Yuetian's electronic voice was notably graver, yet seemed to carry a hint of relaxation. I do not wish to dampen your spirits. The Zhuzhou system is indeed an excellent tool, but it is overly vibrant and novel. Akin to a magnificent sword yet to be sharpened, misuse could lead to self-harm. Bai Yuekai leaned against the platform, the chill of the metallic surface sharpening her thoughts. I understand your concerns. The potential hazards of the giant cannot be overlooked. She exchanged a knowing glance with Tai Xian, a silent understanding forged through shared trials. Your phased plan possesses high feasibility. By utilizing the existing shielding towers surrounding Longu village as a foundation, we can gradually replace them with new barriers equipped with Zhuzhou core nodes. This would harness the advantages of Zhuzhou's perception and deception while maintaining a safe distance from the giant. Indeed, Bai Yuetian's screen lit up with an approving expression. The outer barriers serve as the first line of defense, and they are the areas most susceptible to assaults from the devourer beasts. Deploying Zhuzhou nodes in the periphery would not only subject them to practical tests, but also collect data on mana ecological disturbances across various regions, facilitating their growth and optimization. Once all nodes in the core facility of Longu village are networked and their computational power integrated, we can truly establish a dynamic, adaptive, invisible protective net encompassing the entire area. This step is crucial. It forms the core of our security, and we must ensure that each node is mature and stable before proceeding with the final coupling. Tai Xian's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the exterior of the reinforced container housing the Zhuzhou core. This will require significant engineering efforts. The construction of peripheral nodes, optimization of the data transmission network, and deep learning and debugging of the new intellect will demand time. Time is an indispensable cost. Bai Yuetian's mechanical arm gestured towards an independent signal receiver on the command platform, as lines of encrypted information swiftly scrolled across the screen. Moreover, we cannot focus solely on the path beneath our feet. Master Lai has sent further news. The lighthouse. Bai Yuekai's alertness surged instantaneously. Yes. The electronic expression shifted to a smirk. The same old refrain, with particular emphasis on Mark. Something seems to be transpiring at the lighthouse. Mark is orchestrating a crucial search for ground supplies. Master Lai has never relinquished his ambition to cultivate him as a weapon of ultimate potential. Bai Yuetian paused, his tone dripping with disdain. Even if that body is merely a clone of the core cranial progeny from the initial assault plan, and regardless of the calamity that progeny once wrought upon Longu village, Tai Xian's gaze sharpened. It is no wonder that the progeny clone is so fixated on Mark. Does Master Lai still firmly believe Mark can unlock the keys to our counteroffensive? Indeed, at the end of his message, he still advised us to closely monitor Mark's movements and provide strategic support when necessary. Bai Yuetian's electronic voice carried a hint of sarcasm, but to me, it sounds like attempting to shatter an egg against a stone. How cunning and treacherous is the core consciousness of the devourer. The progeny, a grotesque offspring birthed within the left hemisphere of the mana giant, poses no threat to the core consciousness of the mana ecology. To rely on a highly unstable clone to assail the core? Such idealism is naive. He maneuvered the mechanical arm across the virtual map, marking extensive red zones around Longu village. I prefer your approach. Hunting. We shall enhance our strength through practical engagement, step by step. First, we will eliminate the massive devourer beasts on the periphery, targeting isolated king-class creatures, thereby gradually expanding our safe boundaries and weakening the Devourer's influence in the region. Each King-class slain equates to severing an essential energy collection point for the Devourer, allowing us to accumulate invaluable energy cores and biological materials. We shall nurture our strength through warfare, steadily augmenting our forces. Tai Xian nodded, his thoughts crystallizing. Hunting not only yields resources, but also clears obstacles for deploying new nodes. Simultaneously, we shall monitor the activities at the lighthouse, particularly concerning Mark. This serves both as a precaution and for intelligence gathering. He looked at Bai Yuekai. Master Lai's plan is fraught with peril, as your brother pointed out. The progeny is a prime example. We must not allow ourselves to be ensnared. Yet, Mark's information is vital. Although he is a clone, he is also an ecological chimera. Each of his ground actions may reveal new patterns regarding the Devourer. Bai Yuekai's gaze was resolute. Agreed. The deployment of Zhu Zhao in the periphery shall commence immediately. The hunting operation will unfold simultaneously, prioritizing the clearance of the Devourer swarms surrounding the defense towers, as well as those massive Devourer beasts. As for the King-class Devourers, I believe we should prepare adequately. As for the lighthouse, we must continue to intercept and analyze information. Mark's whereabouts must be monitored in real time. Not a problem. I'll handle the situation at the lighthouse. Bai Yueqian's screen flashed with a work schedule. He expressed confidence. I am not concerned about the swarms of Devourers or the massive ones. Your team is more than capable of managing them. However, the mana ecological core consciousness fluctuations carried by the King-class Devourers pose a significant headache. Rest assured. Tai Xian replied confidently, there is still time. I have ample opportunity to create a new blade sheath while upgrading the existing equipment. When the time comes, we shall test those formidable foes. Then it is settled. Bai Yuekai turned towards the exit, declaring, the first step begins with the outer shielding towers. Before Master Lai's gamble unfolds, we must be our own strongest card. Love truly transforms a person. Bai Yueqian observed his sister's confidence, the electronic expression shifting to one of playful mischief before teasingly glancing at Tai Xian. Tell me, brother-in-law, how far have you two progressed? Why has her temperament changed so drastically? She used to be in a constant state of hormonal imbalance. You mentioned she was previously unbalanced. Naturally, she is now in harmony. Tai Xian murmured to the mechanical head beside him. Oh, Bai Yueqian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Well done. The mechanical arm patted Tai Xian's shoulder. In this state, for her to find a man like you, our father in spirit must find solace. All right, let us hurry. The sooner we return, the sooner we can begin preparations. Bai Yuekai's voice echoed from ahead. Coming. Tai Xian quickened his pace, turning back to wave at Bai Yueqian's mechanical head. Farewell, big brother-in-law. Chapter 56. The mysterious pivot on the journey back to Longgu village. Darkness had completely descended. Despite Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian driving through the core area of the shielding towers, it did not guarantee absolute safety. Why have we stopped? Tai Xian inquired, puzzled. As Bai Yuekai halted the vehicle. Are you foolish? Bai Yuekai stretched lazily and turned her head to look at him. It was quite late, and after a long day of running around, she felt more exhausted than he did. In front of Tai Xian, Bai Yuekai increasingly embodied the demeanor of a delicate woman. The all-terrain vehicle was currently parked within the confines of an abandoned building. She reclined in the back seat after laying down the driver's seat. You come over here. Bai Yuekai gestured to Tai Xian, then took out her thermos and pulled a bottle of pills from her pocket, pouring a few into her palm. Take these. What? Tai Xian froze momentarily at the sight of the familiar pills, suddenly feeling averse to moving. These are the pills that Xiatian gave you. I brought them. Bai Yuekai wasted no time, pulling him closer and directly placing the pills into his mouth. After running around all day and sitting in the car for so long, prolonged sitting isn't good for your back. You should lie down and rest. At this moment, Tai Xian quickly pretended to sleep. You rest. Bai Yuekai had already turned to straddle Tai Xian, declaring, I'll give you a massage. Tai Xian gasped, unable to withstand the sudden pressure. Before long, the all-terrain vehicle began to sway rhythmically in the desolate wilderness. The heavy alloy doors of Longgu village's core workshop slid open silently, and Tai Xian stepped into the brightly lit area pulsating with energy. The air was infused with faint energy fluctuations. In the two instruments furnace, the biological neural network pathways representing the core of Zhu Zhao flickered like breath, while nearby, several completed biological brain cores were neatly arranged. This was the culmination of several days of work following Bai Yuekai's assembly of the village's leaders after their return from the shield tower's core. With the full support of the leaders, they had sequestered themselves for days to achieve this outcome. Su Tong and the others were now prepared to transport the biological brain cores and all new devices to an external shield tower for installation. As the key figure in the activation of the shield tower, Bai Yuekai's genetic material was required for the reactivation of all external shield towers. Thus, she led the operation. Once all the biological brain cores were transported, several independent supercomputing systems were escorted away from the village by Bai Yuekai's team. Initiate the Wanfa Hub. Objective: deep optimization and redesign of the equipment system. Tai Xian's voice echoed in the vast machine room, tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet primarily brimming with focused excitement. A hum resonated in his mind as the data streams generated by the Wanfa Hub system reappeared before his eyes. Countless fine beams projected into Tai Xian's consciousness, instantly constructing an exceedingly intricate holographic three-dimensional model. At the center of the model were the three core pieces of equipment he currently possessed: an archaic-looking sword box, the personal absorbing Yuan talisman, and the prototype of the golden light spell source armor enveloping his combat suit. First step: analyze the existing equipment structure, energy circuits, Taoist inscriptions, and technological module collaboration efficiency. Tai Xian commanded. The Wanfa Hub system activated once more, deconstructing the holographic model layer by layer. The sword box's yin-yang flow trajectory of the two instruments array was accurately captured. The vibrational frequency of the source quality resonance chamber was amplified for analysis, and the repair mechanism of the marrow crystal memory alloy was simulated and deduced. The separation, collaboration, and energy loss data of the mother-son sword array cascaded like a waterfall. The absorbing Yuan talisman had its internal compressed space structure clearly marked, along with the saturation limits of the energy storage medium and the bottlenecks of absorption and release efficiency. The golden light spell source armor had its intensity distribution of the golden light field, the optical camouflage refractive index of the nanoscales, the response threshold of the life source sensors, and the wave resonance efficiency of the golden light spell audio meticulously quantified. Analysis complete. Efficiency bottlenecks, excessive energy transfer loss between equipment, insufficient storage capacity, absorbing Yuan talisman, armor mobility restricted by non-adaptive structure, 0. 7-second delay in the quantum collaboration of the sword box. The cold electronic voice of the Wanfa Hub listed dozens of points for optimization. Very well. A gleam shone in Tai Xian's eyes as he initiated the optimization simulation module, targeting the creation of a triune, energy interconnected, highly integrated equipment system that aligns with modern tactical ergonomics. Codename: Xianshu Series. The optimization simulation commenced, the cold mechanical voice resonating again. Absorbing Yuan talisman modified, abyssal C. Core upgrade, spatial expansion, and energy cubification. The Wanfa Hub deduced a geometric expansion of the internal space of the absorbing Yuan talisman using high-dimensional space folding technology, combined with the Taoist concept of the pot heaven, and a new biological source quality crystal, extracted from the purified essence of a king-level devouring beast spirit seed, increasing its energy storage capacity to over 10 times the original limit, sufficient to support prolonged high-intensity combat. Key design: energy matrix and docking ports. The core of the talisman was restructured into an efficient energy matrix converter, embedded with multiple high-strength, low-loss energy docking ports, designed for rapid insertion and removal similar to spinal nerve ganglia. These ports would become the energy heart and blood vessels of the entire Xianshu system, directly connecting to the sword box and armor through specially crafted high-conductivity source-quality fiber bundles. Ergonomics. The form was optimized from the traditional rectangular talisman to a streamlined armor plate that fits the curvature of the spine, significantly reducing weight, with the fastening method changed to a dual security system of magnetic attraction and bioelectric locks, ensuring stability and comfort during vigorous movement. 2 instruments: quantum sword box modified, yin-yang fish. Core upgrade, quantum collaboration optimization and integration of the 10,000 swords uniting system. Retaining the essence of the original 2 instruments array, the superconducting quantum processor of the sword box core was deeply optimized by the Wanfa Hub, enhancing computation speed and reducing collaboration delay to 0.01 seconds. Most critically, The design of the 108 quantum floating swords of the 10,000 Swords Uniting System was perfectly integrated. The internal space of the sword box was meticulously calculated to accommodate the storage, charging, release, and recovery units of the floating swords, forming a composite attack system with the main sword, Yang sword, and Yin sword, and the swarm of floating swords. Energy docking. The bottom of the sword box reserved a rapid energy docking port compatible with the Abyssal Sea Talisman, ensuring energy supply during intense operations of the floating sword swarm. The shell of the sword box was constructed from a lighter yet sturdier composite marrow crystal alloy, optimizing grip feel and weight distribution. Tactical design. The form became more compact and sharp, adhering to aerodynamic principles. Tactical rails were added for mounting small sensors or auxiliary devices. The thought control interface was deeply bound to the self-destruct command of the floating swords, ensuring absolute efficiency in tactical execution. Golden Light Spell Source Armor Modified, Golden Scales. Core Upgrade, Adaptive Structure, and Energy-Conducing Defense. The Wanfa Hub completely reconstructed the armor structure, employing a liquid metal memory alloy skeleton to cover critical areas, while the outer layer consisted of upgraded optical camouflage nanoscales. Energy Conduction. The inner layer of the armor was laid with an energy pathway network connected to the Abyssal Sea Talisman. When subjected to high-intensity attacks, it could instantly draw on the source-quality energy stored in the talisman, creating a significantly reinforced golden light spell field at the point of impact, maximizing point defense. Dynamic Enhancement. The life source sensors were upgraded to a multi-zone array monitoring system, allowing for more precise predictions of the user's state fluctuations. The Golden Light Spell audio resonance system was also upgraded to directional brainwave intervention, providing stronger effects with lower energy consumption. Incantation Manifestation. The optical camouflage scales, when attacked or actively triggered, not only formed illusory incantations, but could also dynamically adjust the density and coverage of the illusions based on the attack intensity, serving defensive, alerting, and deterrent purposes. Ergonomics. The overall design adopted a modular approach, with bionic structures at each joint, significantly enhancing flexibility, making it feel like a second skin. Weight distribution was meticulously calculated to greatly reduce fatigue. The appearance was streamlined and simple in a non-combat state, while in combat, it radiated with golden light and formidable scales. Chapter 57. An unexpected turn. As the Triune Energy Network system was being generated, the cold mechanical voice continued to resonate, accompanied by the entire integration system appearing in Tai Xian's mind. The abyssal treasure is akin to a heart and blood reservoir, while the specially crafted high-conductivity fiber bundles serve as blood vessels. These fibers are intricately woven into the armor's lining and the sword sheath strap, achieving a seamless connection. The core protocol, designed by the grand mechanism of all methods, functions as the nervous system. It operates within the microprocessors of three pieces of equipment, ensuring that energy flows intelligently, efficiently, and without loss among the abyss, the yin-yang fish, and the golden scales, according to the demands of combat, be it attack, defense, or maneuverability. When the sword sheath unleashes its full power, summoning a multitude of swords, the golden scales will actively reduce energy consumption in non-critical areas, prioritizing energy supply to the offensive end. In moments of heavy impact on the armor, requiring instant defensive reinforcement, the attack frequency of the yin-yang fish will adjust intelligently, ensuring a sufficient energy supply. With the iron and Kappa's mental control, the holographic model swiftly glides, adjusts, and confirms. The grand mechanism faithfully executes each of his concepts, conducting billions of simulations to eliminate conflicts and optimize details. New designs gradually take shape on the luminous screen, characterized by sharp lines and exquisite structures, embodying a captivating fusion of technology and philosophy. The materials list confirms the core rune array's re-engraving plan. The energy-conducting network topology optimization is complete, and ergonomic stress simulations are reported continuously by the grand mechanism. Iron and Copper inhaled deeply, gazing at the soon-to-be-born model of the grand mechanism battle armor system. His eyes ablaze with fervor. This is not merely an upgrade of equipment. It represents a revolutionary reconstruction of his combat system. With this system, alongside the forthcoming deployment of the candlelight nodes and the imminent hunting operations, the defensive power of Longu Village and personal combat capability will undergo a qualitative leap. Prepare the materials. Initiate the forging process. Iron and copper declared resolutely. Grand mechanism system. Commence forging. Within the machine room, the hum of the dual elements furnace abruptly intensified. As specially crafted alloy ingots and energy-emitting biological source crystals were fed into the inlet. Iron and copper stood before the dual elements furnace. Akin to a master artisan poised to wield a brush and forge divine weaponry, wholly absorbed in this creation that pertains to the future. Meanwhile, at the other end of the village, Bai Yuekai stood atop the shield tower connecting to the candlelight system, surveying the desolate land ravaged by mana ecology. The first batch of new defense towers, equipped with a simplified version of the candlelight biological intelligence core, were being installed and debugged under the diligent supervision of Su Tong and others. In the core workshop of Longgu Village, the dazzling glow of the furnace gradually dimmed, leaving the air filled with high-energy particles and the unique hum of special alloys cooling. Iron and copper stood before the dual elements furnace, a hint of fatigue in his gaze, yet overwhelmingly satisfied with the completion of his masterpiece. Suspended before him was the rejuvenated component of the grand mechanism combat system. The abyssal treasure snugly adhered to his spine, its streamlined shell concealing energy as profound as the abyss itself, latent yet potent. The yin-yang fish sword sheath was slung across his back, its sharp lines and the ethereal blue glow of the quantum core pulsating through the seams, hinting at the dormant swarm of floating swords within. The golden scales armor enveloped his entire being, the liquid metal memory alloy sculpting perfect arcs at the joints, while nanoscaled plates absorbed all luster, presenting a matte black surface, with only the occasional glint of gold along the edges of the incantation patterns, attesting to its extraordinary nature. Yet, this was not the entirety of his recent achievements. On the tool bench beside him lay 2 additional items. A set of 9 delicate flying swords, each no longer than an adult man's palm, with blades as slender as willow leaves, radiating a light, silvery hue. Embedded in the crossguard were miniaturized source resonance crystals, and the ends of the grips featured exceedingly fine neural interface contact points. They were housed within a similarly compact and futuristic sword sheath. This was the Sparrowhawk, a long-range weapon meticulously crafted for Xiaodou. The design concept was derived from the Thunder Seal's evil-exterminating flying sword and the floating swords of the grand mechanism, yet significantly simplified in power, while enhancing agility, stealth, and ease of mental control, making it more suited to Xiaodou's psychic characteristics and supportive positioning. Additionally, there was a pair of temple patches, as thin as a cicada's wing, made of soft material, embedded with precise biological electric sensing arrays and miniature wave stabilizers. This was the divine consciousness amplifier that Iron and Copper prepared for himself. It does not directly control the sword sheath, but instead enhances brainwave signals, stabilizing mental fluctuations and substantially reducing the mental burden of simultaneously controlling the main sword, the yin-yang twin swords, and the 108 quantum floating swords, thereby improving control accuracy and response speed. Xiaodou will surely be overjoyed upon seeing the Sparrowhawk, Iron and Copper mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he carefully stowed away the Sparrowhawk sword sheath and the divine consciousness patches. At that moment, the portable communicator on his wrist vibrated urgently, indicating a call from Bai Yuekai, who was at the outer shield tower. At the installation site of the new candlelight shield tower, designated number 07, the crew, including Guo Yin and Su Tong, were busily making final connections and adjustments to the biological intelligence core at the tower's apex. Bai Yuekai stood on a makeshift command platform, her sharp gaze scanning the movements of the surrounding wasteland. The energy field of the new tower was gradually expanding, rippling through the environment as if merging with it. Suddenly, the distinctive electronic voice of Bai Yuetian, devoid of jest, echoed in her communication headset, the signal fortified by multiple encryptions. Yuekai, urgent situation. Anomalous signal fluctuations from the right hemisphere of the mana giant at the lighthouse have been decoded, confirming that the former city Lord Morgan is critically ill, and the life support system's energy consumption has surged. The lighthouse's energy reserves have dropped to a dangerous threshold, with an expected support duration of less than half a month. Bai Yuekai's expression tightened as she gripped the railing. The energy crisis of the lighthouse had finally reached a critical point. Is there any further information? She promptly inquired. Mark has been urgently appointed as the acting city lord, also serving as the commander for this hunting operation. The elite hunters are mobilizing. targeting the site of Medical Station 17. Bai Yuekai electronic voice paused, seemingly retrieving more precise information. It's located approximately 50 kilometers northeast of the last fireworks display, southwest Ding District 2. Coordinates have been sent. Most critically, that area is less than 10 kilometers away from a known small-scale vortex core that has recently exhibited unusually high activity. Master Lai's message followed closely. Bai Yuekai tone carried a hint of resignation and gravity. He strongly advises us to maintain observation in the nearby area during Mark's mission. The reason remains the same. Mark is a pivotal element of the plan, and his safety is crucial for the future counteroffensive. Does he still intend to use Mark as a substitute for his so-called plan? Bai Yuekai's voice turned icy. Both, perhaps, Bai Yuekai sighed. But it cannot be denied that Mark's actions will indeed stir the mana ecology in that region. Observing him closely, as well as the responses of the vortex core, will hold direct significance for our understanding of Mark as an ecological amalgam, evaluating the feasibility of Master Lai's plan, and even predicting the movements of the vortex. Furthermore, should Mark encounter unforeseen circumstances, leading to the collapse of the lighthouse and the exposure of numerous humans on the surface, the ensuing chain reaction would pose a significant threat to our deployment of the candlelight nodes. Bai Yuekai swiftly weighed the pros and cons. She was acutely aware of Master Lai's intentions, which still rely on the life amalgam to serve as a weapon against the ecology. Yet, the intelligence value analyzed by Bai Yuekai was undeniable. Deep within her heart, she yearned to witness firsthand the remarkable Mark, whom Master Lai had high hopes for, and who bore a clone connection to the source of calamity, to see if he could indeed shoulder such heavy expectations. With clarity, Bai Yuekai made her decision. After the installation of Tower Number 07, she left behind necessary guards and technicians. Suishing, Shanda, Su Tong, Xiaodou, and my duo set off with me towards the pre-established observation point on the periphery of Medical Station 17, maintaining stealth and refraining from intervening in the lighthouse operation unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Real-time monitoring and intelligence support will be my responsibility. Bai Yuekai promptly responded. By the way, my brother-in-law should be finishing up soon. In Chapter 58, Crisis of the Hunter, the sound of a motorcycle slicing through the air echoed from a distance. A figure approached rapidly, riding Bai Yuekai's motorcycle, which had been preserved since the old world. The motorcycle halted beneath the shield tower, revealing a silhouette clad in understated matte armor, bearing a sword case, akin to a shadowy cheetah. With a few agile leaps, he landed firmly on the command platform. It was the newly equipped Tai Xian. Having just completed his gear assembly, he rushed over upon receiving Bai Yu's message. In the throes of passion, the lovers could hardly communicate, as one simple inquiry, "When can you come?" had compelled Tai Xian to hurry. However, there was a mission. He glanced at the finishing touches of the shield tower and the assembled team of Shanda, Su Tong, Xiaodou, and his own apprentice, whose eyes brightened upon seeing him. "Master," my duo exclaimed, dashing towards the freshly equipped Tai Xian. "Master, you got new gear." "Indeed. When we return this time, I'll upgrade your equipment too." Tai Xian affectionately tousled his apprentice's hair. "You arrived just in time." Bai Yuekai succinctly conveyed the unexpected developments at the lighthouse, the Mark operation, and Master Lai's information to Tai Xian, concluding, "We are ready to depart to the observation point outside 17. Will you join us?" Tai Xian's gaze swept over Xiaodou's eager expression, feeling the pulsing energy from the quantum floating swords in the shadowy fish sword case behind him, as well as the surging power beneath the golden-scaled armor. The perfect opportunity to test the Xiansu system in real combat lay before him. A grin spread across his face, revealing his pearly whites. Absolutely. It's a perfect moment to assess this new gear and catch a glimpse of the legendary acting city lord. He tossed the compact Jinkei sword case to Xiaodou. "Here, try it out and see how it fits." Xiaodou received it with delight, and as her spiritual energy brushed against it, 9 silver-gray small swords fluttered from the case, dancing joyfully around her like returning spirits. "Wow. Thank you, old Tai. This is fantastic." Xiaodou's cheeks flushed with excitement. Tai Xian pressed the Shinsu patch to his temple. A soft glow illuminated as it adhered perfectly. "I am ready. When shall we depart?" "Now," Bai Yuekai stated plainly. Without further ado, the 8-member team departed from the installation site, driving the modified truck towards the shadowy and perilous region surrounding Medical Station 17. The ruins of Medical Station 17 exuded an oppressive, dim atmosphere, permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the stench of blood and decay. Massive cultivation tanks lay shattered, their viscous contents long dried and blackened. The hunter team led by Mark, including Rand Bing, Emo Chung, Jeff, and Erica, found themselves embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. Their objective, valuable medical supplies and potentially available energy cores, was encircled by a surging tide of serpentine dogs. These creatures were more frenzied than ever, their movements swifter, as if provoked by some unseen force. Even more terrifying, in the depths of the hall, a small core pulsating like a colossal heart, composed of countless crimson vines and shattered cultivation tanks, radiated a disquieting energy, casting a red glow upon the desperate faces of the hunters. In the original narrative, this small core did not exist. However, the prior actions of Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai had disturbed the consciousness of the mana ecological core, introducing unpredictable variables. Captain Mark, there are too many. Our ammunition is running low. Mo Chung shouted amidst the hail of gunfire from his heavy machine gun, its fiery muzzle flashed stark against the shadowy hall. Clad in gravity armor and wielding a heavy double-headed sword, Mark cleaved through an attacking serpentine dog, but more surged forward relentlessly to fill the void. His shoulder armor had been torn, blood staining his combat suit. Rand Bing fought valiantly beside him, covering his flank, yet the number of serpentine dogs seemed inexhaustible. In addition to the seemingly endless horde of serpentine dogs, countless spines lurked in the shadows, threatening the team. The logistical personnel, composed of common folk, had suffered significant losses. The hunter squad had also sustained casualties. Hold firm. We must locate the energy core and the medicines before we retreat. Mark's voice was hoarse yet resolute. He had spotted their target, a faint blue glow emanating from a half-open alloy cabinet beneath the core. Yet the path to it was choked with frenzied serpentine dogs. Suddenly, the red glow of the core surged violently. An intangible mental shockwave radiated outward, causing all hunters to experience a sharp pain in their heads, their movements momentarily sluggish. In stark contrast, the serpentine dogs, as if under a stimulant, emitted even sharper, more piercing shrieks, their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied and organized. Several larger, dark red elite serpentine dogs sprang forth from the pile of corpses, lunging directly at Mark. "Captain, be careful," Rand Bing cried out. But her firepower was ensnared by other serpentine dogs. Mark swung his sword to block, only to be staggered backward by the immense force of an elite serpentine dog. Another elite serpentine dog opened its tooth-filled maw, exuding a miasma, and lunged viciously at his neck. The specter of death loomed ominously around him. In that critical moment, woof, 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 the double-headed sword, wielded by Mark with fierce momentum, sliced the serpentine dog into pieces. Just as the hunter team retreated into a massive structure, releasing a breath of relief, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal flower-scalloped beast moved slowly across the ceiling, its gaze fixated on the hunter team below. Its enormous maw lined with razor-sharp fangs poised to strike at the third team of hunters. This battle marked the most harrowing encounter the hunter team had ever faced, as they confronted the most formidable adversary in their history. The flower-scalloped beast before them was evidently a transformed extreme beast, nearing the existence of a king-level extreme beast. Members of the third hunter team were devoured before they even realized what was happening. This flower-scalloped beast differed from other extreme beasts in its method of attack. Its feeding apparatus was internal, and after absorbing the life essence of its prey, it would expel the remains in a compact mass. Simultaneously, it released bromine mist, enveloping its body in a protective layer. Upon sighting this flower-scalloped beast, the hunter team immediately opened fire in a concentrated attack. Yet ordinary firearms proved utterly ineffective against the colossal creature. Simultaneously, more extreme beasts, shimmering with bioluminescence, crawled forth from the shadows. As the number of emerging beasts increased, the hunter team hastily retreated to find cover, for these extreme beasts belonged to the long-range attacking type, capable of launching penetrating spines from their mouths. Should they be struck, their life essence would be swiftly absorbed. As the extreme beasts proliferated, the third hunter team faced near-total annihilation, and members of the second team were also rendered powerless. All contemplated retreating to evade the imminent danger. However, during their withdrawal, a female hunter was suddenly pinned to the ground by a flying spine. Helplessly witnessing the nearest extreme beast opening its gaping maw to devour her, when a massive sword, crackling with blue arcs, whirled towards her. It was Mark who rushed to save his teammates from imminent danger, discarding his double-headed sword and swiftly slaying the monstrous devourer. The moment he arrived, the morale of the entire team surged dramatically. The others promptly retreated, with all gravity units unleashing a barrage of fire to cover their escape. Under Mark's meticulous strategy, the scavenger squad methodically counterattacked the devourer. Snowpeak, deal with the smaller ones, the modified gravity units. Follow me, Mark commanded, piloting the modified gravity unit, wielding his double-headed sword. As the rocket launcher on his back unfurled and unleashed a relentless barrage of fire upon the colossal blossom beast. Deep within the medical station, the stench of blood, smoke, and the decay of source material permeated the air. Mark's orders ignited the last flicker of resolve within the gravity unit squad. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as the modified gravity units unleashed their firepower. The heavy-caliber machine guns and rockets weaving a dense net of destruction against the advancing horde of serpentine dogs and the massive, mist-emitting blossom beast. Metal projectiles tore through flesh, explosions scattering limbs, transforming the confined space into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The beast, towering over 8 meters and exuding toxic bromine mist, was undoubtedly a transformed entity. Mark's voice resonated through the communication channel, steady and authoritative, as he observed the battlefield, making final adjustments to the modified gravity unit. Ready, he declared. Received. The gravity unit pilots responded in unison, engines roaring as their massive metallic forms maneuvered through the rubble, establishing a formidable steel barrier. Open fire, Mark bellowed. The firepower intensified, driving back the serpentine dogs that charged at the forefront. The blossom beast roared deafeningly, its crimson compound eyes locking onto Mark, the source of life emanating from him like a beacon in the night. Heavy units provide ground cover. Snowpeak, coordinate with me for a long-range strike on vital points. Mark ordered decisively, activating the rocket boosters on his gravity unit. Fiery jets propelled the heavy machine upward, narrowly evading the massive forelimbs of the blossom beast. Understood, came Snowpeak's cold reply, her gravity unit already positioned advantageously atop a height. The heavy sniper rifle's muzzle steadily tracking the beast's relatively vulnerable joints and the suspected location of its life seed. Everyone, maintain formation and retreat. Lure it into the narrow corridor, Mark commanded, deftly dodging the bromine mist and energy beams while directing the ground troops. The scavengers displayed remarkable tactical acumen, advancing and retreating in precision, their firepower and the heavy gravity unit's cover forcing the massive creature into a confined space created by collapsed pipelines and debris. Now, concentrate fire. Mark seized the opportunity. Instantly, a deluge of fire poured forth. Rockets, armor-piercing rounds, and the lethal shots from sniper rifles all struck true against the immobilized blossom beast. The air was filled with the sounds of violent explosions and tearing metal as the ferocious transformed blossom beast fell in despair, its colossal form twitching a few times before falling silent. Heavy breaths of survival echoed through the communication channel. Mark landed his gravity unit with a heavy thud. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the supply depot, 4068 was enduring another nightmare. "Ah, I found the medicine," he exclaimed, raising the first aid kit triumphantly to his companions. However, his joy was abruptly frozen. A shrill, piercing scream erupted from the rear of the team. Panic-stricken, they turned to see a female teammate with a viscous, pitch-black tentacle protruding from her mouth. In the next instant, an irresistible force dragged her into the half-open, rusted heavy gate behind her. "Help!" came the chilling wails from beyond the gate, accompanied by bone-chilling sounds of gnashing. "Essence Clay! It's Essence Clay! Run!" A seasoned team member screamed desperately. The deadly black clay surged from the gate's crevice like a waking tide, ravenously pursuing the scent of fresh blood, the source being the blood that had dripped from 4068's recently wounded arm. "Retreat! Get out of its range!" The team members fled for their lives. The attack range of the Essence Clay was limited. As long as they escaped this area, there was hope for survival. A deadly chase unfolded through the dim corridor. The Essence Clay coalesced into tentacles, moving with incredible speed. A gravity unit warrior lagging behind was ensnared by several tentacles and forcibly dragged from the cockpit. His desperate cries were instantly drowned out by the oncoming clay, leaving only the mech to futilely tremble in place. "Use grenades," a team member roared, throwing a demolition grenade. Boom. The explosion temporarily cleared the advancing tentacles, buying the squad precious seconds as they sprinted toward the metallic door leading to the main corridor. "Wait for us." 4068 and another teammate were at the rear. Just as the door came into view, the others rushed ahead in fear, the heavy metal door slowly closing. "No." 4068 reached out in despair. The last teammate was seized by a hand formed from the essence clay, dragged down with a scream back into darkness. 4068's eyes widened in horror. But he did not stop. The instinct for survival drove him toward a nearby rusted maintenance ladder, scrambling upward with all his might. He fortuitously discovered a narrow ventilation duct and, disregarding everything, crawled inside, rolling and scrambling through the suffocating darkness, eventually escaping through a small circular hatch, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, the first aid kit still clutched tightly in his arms. On the main battlefield, the brief respite did not last long. "Captain, another squad has gone dark." The communications officer's voice trembled with fear. Mark's heart sank. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Within the space, the corpses of the slain devourers suddenly flickered with strange, luminous glimmers. It was as if countless fireflies were emerging from the remains. To the astonished gaze of the scavengers, the once shattered bodies of the serpentine dogs and the colossal blossom beast began to writhe and coalesce. Severed limbs regenerated, shattered shells mended. In mere seconds, one by one, the revived devourers rose once more, their eyes gleaming with a more ferocious and bloodthirsty red. "How is this possible? Open fire. Quickly!" Mark roared, raising his double-headed sword once more. The battle erupted again. However, the resurrected devourers appeared even stronger. Moreover, the massive petal-like tail of the blossom beast suddenly unfurled. A deep, almost inaudible hum reverberated through the air, penetrating the very marrow of their bones, sending shivers through their insides, as a terrifying infrasonic wave swept across the entire space. All scavengers, including the gravity unit pilots, were seized by a violent headache and nausea, their movements sluggish and stiff, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Even more terrifying, a gigantic, eel-like devourer emerged from the shadows behind the blossom beast, its spines resonating eerily with the petal structure of the beast's tail. Visible in the air was a faint reddish mist of life essence, forcibly drawn from all scavengers toward the eel-like creature and the blossom beast. "Snowpeak, eliminate that smaller one. It's resonating," Mark shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the agonizing pain in his skull and the weakness from the loss of life essence. He felt his strength waning rapidly. "Received," came Snowpeak's voice, pained yet resolute. Gritting her teeth, she harnessed her incredible willpower, steadying her gravity unit and aiming the heavy sniper rifle at the trembling mechanical arm. The world in her scope swayed. Bang! A thunderous report echoed. The sniper round struck the head of the electric eel with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it into fragments. The subsonic waves ceased abruptly, yet the crisis was far from over. The colossal flowered beast appeared thoroughly enraged. It abandoned its subsonic assault, opening its massive maw as a dense, almost tangible, crimson energy surged within, aimed directly at the nearly defenseless hunter below. "Everyone, evacuate immediately. Gather all available medicines and energy cores. Return to the lighthouse. This is an order." Mark's voice resonated with unyielding determination. He understood that someone must hold the rear, otherwise they would all perish there. "Captain, hurry," the team members urged. Witnessing Mark maneuvering the gravity suit, resolutely placing himself between the flowered beast and their escape route. "You go ahead. I'll hold them off." Mark's voice was unwavering. "I'll catch up soon. Go. Move. Don't slow the captain down." M.O. City, eyes reddened with restraint against sorrow, grasped the hands of teammates and, alongside others still capable of movement, assisted the injured as they fled towards the designated escape route. The energy sphere in the beast's maw had swelled to its limit. The impending destructive radiance set to erupt. Mark gripped his double-headed sword tightly, the gravity engine emitting a lamenting cry of overload. He evaded the energy beam, preparing to use his iron frame to buy his comrades precious seconds. The double-headed sword transformed once more into a blue arc, cleaving towards the giant flowered beast. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian, accompanied by their squad members, stood quietly observing, as if this battle were of no concern to them. "Are we just going to watch?" Tai Xian exclaimed, watching Mark fight valiantly. The modified gravity suit provided him with excellent mobility and protection. Yet against the suddenly resurgent and enhanced flowered beast, Mark's attacks evidently bore little effect. Prepare to intervene. We cannot allow him to die here. Bai Yuekai's tone remained devoid of emotion, her gaze unwavering. Chapter 60. Crushing destruction. The blue energy sphere in the beast's maw had expanded to its utmost limits, illuminating its grotesque mouth and reflecting off Mark's gravity suit's cold armor. The terrifying waves emitted by the energy sphere distorted the surrounding air. Come on, beast, Mark roared, pushing the gravity engine's power to its zenith. The rocket boosters behind him expelled their final bursts of searing flames as the heavy frame soared amidst the engine's wailing. He did not intend to confront the energy sphere directly. Instead, he aimed to use himself as bait, redirecting this lethal strike away from the escape route. The modified gravity suit surged upwards like a steel bird swimming against the current, trailing a dim tail flame, racing towards the vast, open space of the battlefield's dome. Mark's target was the colossal, fragmented ventilation structures high above, where it was sufficiently elevated and spacious. The flowered beast's compound eyes locked onto this provocation, adjusting the angle of the energy sphere in its maw, just as Mark was about to collide with the dome. Swoosh! The rocket boosters, crucial for mobility, suddenly expelled their last weak gust of airflow before extinguishing completely. A piercing alarm filled the cockpit. Warning, main thruster energy depleted. Warning, attitude control system failure. Warning, oxygen reserves below critical levels. A sudden sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed Mark. He felt his body being violently yanked downwards. The gravity suit, bereft of power, plummeted like a severed kite from the peak it had so desperately reached, teetering on the precipice formed by the towering walls of debris. In this moment of free fall, the world spinning in terror, Mark peered through the cracked reinforced window of the gravity suit, summoning his last strength to glance upwards. His pupils constricted. On the very edge of the peak he had just strived to reach, several figures stood clearly in the dim light, gazing down upon the brutal battlefield. The foremost, with hair as white as snow and eyes as cold as ancient ice, was Bai Yuekai. She held her Tang Dao with poise, her figure erect as if standing not upon crumbling ruins, but upon solid mountains. Beside her, Tai Xian crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as if assessing an experiment. Nearby, Xiaodou, Shanda, Su Tong, Sui Xing, and my duo, each armed, were evidently on high alert. When did they arrive there? Have they been watching all along? A wave of indescribable shock surged through Mark's mind. This thought flickered briefly, for in the next instant, his vision was completely engulfed by suffocating crimson and viscous darkness. Roar! The flowered beast emitted a triumphant roar, its massive maw opened to the extreme, precisely catching the plummeting prey. The heavy steel body of the modified gravity suit was effortlessly swallowed into its throat, slick with mucus and writhing flesh. Vision vanished in an instant. The cockpit's exterior armor was crushed under immense pressure, distorting with an agonizing creak. Viscous, slippery, and exuding a strongly corrosive, acrid stench, the liquid instantaneously enveloped the entire suit. The external sensors of the gravity suit blared in a frenzy before succumbing to the corrosive acid. The cockpit was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flashing red warning lights and the piercing buzz, akin to a death knell for Mark. Ugh! Mark felt himself, along with the cockpit, drawn into a massive, digesting liquid-filled sack. Immense pressure surged from all directions, seemingly intent on crushing him and this steel coffin. He could distinctly hear the hissing of the metal shell dissolving, could smell the nauseating stench. Despair coiled around his heart like a cold serpent, tightening instantly. At the edge of the peak, he was eaten. Xiaodou exclaimed in horror, her face pale. Shanda and Su Tong gasped, gripping their weapons tightly as they gazed at the flowered beast, now gloating over its writhing throat. Tai Xian frowned slightly, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Being devoured voluntarily? To divert the attack and shield his comrades? There was a certain bravery in that. He looked to Bai Yuekai. Shall we intervene? That fellow won't last long inside. Yet Bai Yuekai's gaze did not linger upon the flowered beast consuming Mark. Her perception, like invisible tendrils, had already pierced through layers of debris, locking onto a deeper, darker region. There, chaotic, viscous waves filled with a greedy, consuming intent pulsed, far more primitive and perilous than the flowered beast. The resonance was fully awakened, its range expanding rapidly. Bai Yuekai's voice was cold and calm, as if Mark's fate were merely a minor interlude. Once it spread, the threat would surpass that of 10 flowered beasts. We must first address it. Her words were directed to Tai Xian and the squad, devoid of any hesitation. Understood. Tai Xian nodded, having sensed that unsettling, viscous wave as well. Mark's life and death evidently ranked lower on Bai Yuekai's priority list than the catastrophic consequences posed by the resonance. Bai Yuekai cast one last glance at the flowered beast digesting Mark and the fleeing hunters, her figure remaining motionless. Meanwhile, Tai Xian had already darted like a bolt of black lightning towards the direction of the resonance's emergence. Seeing Tai Xian take action, Bai Yuekai commanded Xia Dou and the others. Xia Dou, remain vigilant. Monitor the flowered beast's subsequent reactions. Shanda, my duo, clear the devourers. Sui Xing, Su Tong, you two provide cover. Focus on the target, the core area of the resonance. Yes, the group responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. Xia Dou controlled the Jing Ke flying sword, hovering midair, keeping watch below. Shanda and my duo unleashed astonishing speed, closely pursuing Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian. Boom. Tai Xian wielded a lengthy spear, its azure lightning flashing with dazzling brilliance, swinging it down with tremendous force upon the ground. Countless currents erupted instantaneously across the surface, as if swept in by a relentless tide. The essence of the land ignited before the formidable current, transforming instantaneously into ashes, akin to oil set ablaze. Once more, Tai Xian propelled the spear, unleashing the powerful thunder through the intricate programming of the rune. The spear danced in his grasp, as thunder coalesced into a celestial dragon, surging forth with immense force towards the essence of the land. A resounding roar of a great dragon reverberated through the passageway, scattering the essence into a cloud of fine dust. Well done, old Tai. Xia Dou cheered from above, witnessing the scene reminiscent of celestial beings. The combat prowess exhibited by the other team members in confronting the spiny eels far surpassed that of Mark's squad and the scavengers he led. The formidable defense of the mountain and the sweeping power of thunder, coupled with my duo's spear, moved with a grace akin to threading a needle, ensuring that each thrust claimed the life of one or more spiny eels. The star-shattering arrows struck true, while Su Tong maximized the power of the electric gun, flawlessly controlling the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mark, consumed by the flowered beast along with his damaged gravity body, seemed forgotten in the blood-soaked corner of the battlefield. Only the satisfied writhing of the flowered beast and the increasingly faint alarms from the cockpit echoed in the silence. Darkness, thick and corrosive, along with overwhelming pressure, gradually eroded Mark's last vestiges of consciousness and vitality. The life source within him began to undergo an unpredictable and violent transformation under the flowered beast's unique environment and its devouring effect. Just at this critical moment, Xia Dou, act now. Bai Yuekai, who had been observing the flowered beast, immediately called out as the situation turned dire. Whoosh! A faint yet exceptionally sharp sound of air being sliced open pierced the silence, followed by the second and third. 3 silver-gray streaks shot forth like phantoms from the shadows of the ceiling. Their target was not the massive form of the flowered beast, but rather the writhing throat beneath its gaping maw. Thud! 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 The 3 sounds echoed almost simultaneously. The flowered beast's tough exterior and enormous belly crumpled inward like a punctured balloon, erupting into a chaotic torrent of energy. Boom! A violent shockwave expelled Mark's gravity body from within the flowered beast, hurling him violently against the wall, as alarms blared frantically in the cockpit. The flowered beast let out a tortured and furious roar, lifting its head abruptly, its crimson compound eyes fixating on the heights. There, Xia Dou stood resolutely, her small face taut, her mental energy intensely focused. 9 silver-gray flying swords hovered around her like loyal guardians, 3 of which had just completed their precise and deadly sniping. Well done, Xia Dou. A steady voice resonated from a higher vantage point. The flowered beast turned its gaze towards the sound, revealing Tai Xian standing tall in the passageway. Adorned in matte black-scaled armor and bearing a streamlined yin-yang sword box, the divine talisman affixed to his temple flickered slightly. His gaze, cold as ice, scrutinized the colossal beast as if it were merely prey awaiting slaughter. The essence of the land had been easily dealt with by him. Then, Tai Xian's voice, though not loud, penetrated the flowered beast's roars and the distant clamor of fleeing scavengers. It is my turn. Chapter 61. Departure. Tai Xian extended a single finger like a sword towards the temporarily immobilized flowered beast, which had been affected by the backlash of energy, and uttered a soft command. Return to the source of all swords. Rise. Clang. A melodious sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. The yin-yang sword box opened instantaneously. The yang sword, as the main sword, transformed into a radiant golden beam, piercing through the air with unmatched brilliance. Following that, as if a beehive had been breached, 108 floating subswords, shimmering with ethereal blue quantum light and inscribed with delicate thunder runes, surged forth like a metallic storm imbued with life. They did not scatter chaotically, but, under the exquisite control of the quantum coordination system, interwove midair into a devastating web that ensnared all the vital points and movement routes of the flowered beast. The sword light rained down, equipped with the high-frequency armor-piercing power, yang sword characteristic, and the low-frequency disturbances that interfered with the resonance of the life source, yin sword characteristic, slicing and piercing with unparalleled precision. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flowered beast's hardened shell was as fragile as paper before the floating swords, instantly yielding to countless deep cuts that exposed bone. Viscous blood and escaping life essence gushed forth like a fountain. It emitted an earth-shattering wail, its massive form thrashing wildly, as mist and energy beams sprayed chaotically, utterly failing to lock onto the lightning-fast multitude of floating swords. Tai Xian stood before the colossal beast, his gaze as calm as ice. The talisman stabilized his mind, allowing him to precisely control over 100 floating swords, as if commanding his own limbs. This was the perfect debut of the Xianshu system in conjunction with the return to the source of all swords. Harvest Protocol, activate. With a thought, Tai Xian commanded. Instantly, several floating swords that had plunged deep into the flowered beast's body near the spirit seed area erupted with blinding electric light from the thunder runes inscribed on their blades. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of source essence ruptured simultaneously within the flowered beast's body. The powerful metamorphosed devourer stiffened abruptly, torn apart from within by the violent energy, disintegrating. Its colossal form blazed like an ignited giant torch, burning fiercely in the ethereal blue electric light, ultimately reducing to a heap of charred remnants and dissipating energy orbs. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Only the gentle hum of the floating swords returning to the sword box after completing their task could be heard. Mark, lying amidst the ruins in a daze, struggled to witness this miraculous scene through the shattered window of his gravity body. The man standing before the colossal beast, wielding the destructive sword light, was unfathomably powerful beyond his understanding. My heavens, Mr. Tai is surely destined for greatness. Shonda thought of the scenes from old-world films depicting sword immortals, unable to suppress his murmurs. Bai Yuekai, standing aloft, slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, about to speak when her brow furrowed, her gaze abruptly shifting towards a deeper, darker part of the medical station, where 4068 had just narrowly escaped the pursuit of the essence of the land. Tai Xian, someone is coming. Prepare to retreat, she whispered, her voice low yet resonant with clarity for all team members. Wait, everyone fall back. Tai Xian gestured for Shonda and the others to retreat. Then with a flash of thought, recalled all the floating swords. The charred remnants of the flowered beast still emitted wisps of smoke, the air thick with the acrid stench of burnt protein and the uniquely sweet and fishy scent of escaping life essence. Tai Xian stepped upon the searing metal debris, producing a faint sizzling sound. He glanced at the enormous, still twitching carcass of the flowered beast and the distant remnants of the snake dogs, which had been revived only to be thoroughly dispatched by the floating swords, his expression unwavering. Battle assessment complete. The coordination efficiency of the return to the source of all swords is at 982, and energy consumption remains within expected parameters, a cold electronic voice echoed within his consciousness. Tai Xian nodded slightly. The debut performance of the new equipment was nothing short of perfect. Yet, this was not the time for reflection. His gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield. Countless firefly-like green luminescence points began to rise from the corpses of the slain devourers, freed from the binding of the spirit seeds. This pure energy, nourishing for the mana ecosystem yet toxic for humanity, was a precious fuel desperately needed for the divine talisman behind him. Yuan Hai, activate. Maximum power absorption mode. With a thought, Tai Xian issued commands through the Xinshu core protocol. Buzz. The streamlined talisman Yuan Hai, affixed to his back, instantly glowed with a profound blue light. The intricate runes inscribed on its surface flickered to life, rapidly circulating along the energy pathways. More critically, the energy port reserved on the treasure shell of the Bao Lu suddenly opened wide, unleashing an invisible yet extraordinarily powerful force field centered around Tai Xian, akin to a miniature black hole that erupted with a thunderous explosion. The air emitted a mournful wail as it was forcefully drawn in. All the dissipating pale green life source light points on the battlefield were as if ensnared by an invisible net, instantaneously altering their drifting direction, transforming into visible streams of green light that surged madly toward the abyss behind Tai Xian. Furthermore, those spirit seed remnants deeply buried within the remains of the devouring beast, not yet completely shattered, began to tremble violently under this unparalleled suction. They were forcibly stripped from the flesh, transforming into core crystals of varying sizes, flickering with unstable green light, similarly drawn by that overwhelming power, shooting toward the port of the abyss like meteors. This scene was exceedingly bizarre and shocking. Tai Xian stood at the eye of the storm, as countless streams of green light and tangible spirit seeds converged into a surging river, continuously pouring into the treasure behind him. The ethereal blue glow on the surface of the abyss grew increasingly vibrant, resembling an endless chasm, greedily consuming all life energy on the battlefield. In merely a few breaths, the battlefield, which had just been dotted with specks of green light, became utterly pristine. All dissipating source matter, all fragments of spirit seeds, were absorbed completely, leaving not a trace of energy residue. The air felt thin and lifeless, leaving only the residual warmth of cooling metal and the acrid scent of charred remnants. The remains of the devouring beasts, deprived of their last vestiges of energy, withered visibly, as if they had been instantaneously weathered over millennia. The speed and dominance with which the new treasure abyss absorbed source matter surpassed even that of a king-class devouring beast. Tai Xian felt the surging energy feedback within the abyss, akin to a parched riverbed suddenly filled with a torrential flow. This sensation of power invigorated his spirit. The newly forged core, combined with spatial folding and expansion, boasted a capacity and absorption efficiency far exceeding that of the previous spirit source treasure. Energy replenishment rate, 87. Abyss reserve restored to 92. The system's report was concise and clear. The energy consumption following a high-intensity battle was almost instantaneously replenished, with even a surplus remaining. Satisfied, Tai Xian stretched his shoulders as the glow of the abyss behind him retracted, returning to a low-profile, streamlined state. He lifted his gaze toward Bai Yuekai and, with a light touch of his toes, activated the swift wind step, transforming into a fleeting shadow that reappeared beside Bai Yuekai. Let us depart. Someone approaches. Bai Yuekai glanced at the figure of 4068 that had already appeared at the corridor's entrance and turned without hesitation. The personnel from Longgu village followed closely behind. Meanwhile, forgotten in a corner of the battlefield, Mark, along with the gravity device that had been consumed, was enveloped in viscous digestive fluid and strong acid, enduring immense pressure and corrosion. The life source within him, under the residual effects of the devouring beast's demise and the unique environmental stimuli, was undergoing a violent and unknown transformation. A faintly glowing crimson light, imbued with an unusual stickiness, began to emerge from beneath the torn pilot suit on his back, subtly revealing itself through his skin. Chapter 62. The Voyager in the wasteland bordering Longgu village. The wind whipped up dry sand, sweeping across jagged stones and the remains of colossal dead plants. The dying rays of the setting sun painted the earth in a dusky hue, adding an air of desolation. The Bai Yuekai team was driving an armored truck along the designated route back to Longgu village, having just concluded a perilous operation at Medical Station 17. The atmosphere within the team was tinged with a sense of fatigue following the intense encounter. Tai Xian sat beside Bai Yuekai, his golden-scaled armor absorbing all luster in the twilight, resembling a silent boulder. Xia Dou maneuvered several drones in low-altitude surveillance, while Shanda and Su Tong vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Sui Xing quietly trailed behind the team, and my duo busied herself organizing her medical kit, occasionally checking on Chuck. Suddenly, the drones detected a rapid surge of energy. Boss, 2 kilometers ahead, there are signs of battle. A pack of snake dogs. There are many of them. And a human. The life source is rapidly depleting. Xiaodo's voice carried a note of astonishment. Bai Yuekai's expression shifted, her cold gaze directed toward the distance. Tai Xian immediately became alert, activating the Xianshu system's wide area perception. Confirmed. The snake dog pack exceeds 30 heads. The life source of the besieged is flickering like a candle in the wind, desperately operating an old machine, nearly out of fuel. Tai Xian quickly analyzed. Sui Xing. Observe the battlefield. Do not intervene unless necessary, Bai Yuekai calmly ordered. Understood. Sui Xing responded, her form leaping like a lithe cheetah as she vaulted from the truck's window onto the roof, retrieving a specially crafted longbow and locking her sharp gaze onto the distance. Bai Yuekai's eyes swept over Shanda, Su Tong, Xiaodo, and my duo. Target. Eliminate the snake dog pack and rescue the individual. My duo. Monitor the condition of the injured. Understood. The four responded in unison, their expressions sharpening like unsheathed blades. We will be the vanguard, Bai Yuekai said, looking toward Tai Xian. Tai Xian nodded slightly. All right. The truck sped forward, halting in an area adorned with massive weathered rock pillars. A little over 100 meters from the scene, the team members swiftly disembarked and raced toward the battlefield. Soon, they arrived, and the scene before them unfolded. An elderly soldier, hair grizzled and face etched with the marks of hardship, leaned against a massive rock, burdened by a bulging, tattered backpack. He wore a standard-issue protective suit from the lighthouse scavenger, though it was clearly worn and ill-fitting, wielding a heavy chainsaw sword. Its blade marred with chips and congealed black blood, each swing appearing laborious. Beside him lay the completely ruined wreckage of an old gravity device, torn asunder. Surrounding him were more than 30 ferocious snake dogs. These low-level devouring beasts seemed provoked by some indomitable will emanating from the soldier, attacking with wild ferocity. Crashing against the faltering defense like a surging black tide, wave after wave. Engage. Shanda roared, charging into the fray like a human tank. His massive cat hammer, accompanied by a terrifying whistle and crackling energy, swept through, obliterating 3 snake dogs in the front ranks into a bloody pulp. The ground trembled beneath his heavy footsteps, instantly drawing the attention of numerous snake dogs. Hey, try this. Su Tong followed closely behind, gliding on a rocket skateboard, unleashing a plasma gun from above to unleash chaos upon the snake dog horde below. VRRM. A wave of plasma mixed with high-frequency sound waves exploded forward in a fan shape. The affected snake dogs froze as if struck by lightning, their shells shattering with painful cries. This maneuver exhibited exceptional area control. Scatter, Xiaodo commanded, her mental energy sharply focused. 9 silver-gray flying swords dispersed like a swarm imbued with a soul. They no longer sought to kill with a single strike, but instead targeted the relatively vulnerable joints, eyes, and stragglers trying to ambush their comrades. The flying swords moved with lightning speed, their trajectories cunning and unpredictable, greatly disrupting the formation of the snake dog pack alongside Shanda and Su Tong's frontal assault. Swish, swish, swish. Up high, Sui Xing also joined the fray. Drawing her bow, she shot specialized alloy arrows that tore through the air with a piercing shriek, precisely targeting the snake dogs attempting to flank the elderly soldier from the sides or rear. Each arrow bore deadly penetrating power, hitting its mark without fail. My duo swiftly moved to the soldier's side, her spear dancing like a serpent in her grasp, the glimmering lightning and solid plasma blade effortlessly shredding the charging snake dogs. Little my duo, I will hold these beasts at bay. You go tend to the injured. Shanda, bearing a formidable alloy shield, charged into the throng of serpent hounds, drawing a multitude of them toward him. With a deft maneuver, Mado executed a swift turn, piercing the heart of a particularly large serpent hound, and quickly pulled the elderly man to a nearby, relatively secure cover. She hastily opened her medical kit, which contained not only emergency supplies, but also several vials of life potions, glowing faintly with a green luminescence. Anxiously, she monitored the veteran's condition, ready to administer first aid at a moment's notice. With the arrival of the key members of the Bai Yuekai squad, the tide of battle turned dramatically. Shanda stood like an immovable rock, steadfastly holding the front line as his warhammer swung, sending blood and gore flying. Shutong's control of the plasma streams acted like invisible chains, rendering the serpent hounds unable to advance. Xiaodo's flying swords, akin to threads of death, precisely harvested lives, and Suishing's cold arrows eliminated any chance of ambush. The battle was intense yet efficient. The howls of the serpent hounds, the clang of metal, the hum of energy pulses, and the whoosh of flying swords intertwined in a cacophony. In less than 3 minutes, over 30 ferocious serpent hounds were utterly eradicated. The battlefield was left with only the lingering scent of blood and the carcasses of the serpent hounds. Instructor Elon leaned heavily on his chainsaw sword, panting heavily as sweat mixed with blood and dust streamed down his forehead, obscuring his vision. He gazed incredulously at the group of individuals who had appeared as if descending from the heavens. The woman with snow-white hair, exuding an icy demeanor, Bai Yuekai, and the man with a profound aura, Tai Xian, had merely observed silently from the sidelines, yet they emanated a pressure more terrifying than the most savage beasts. Those who engaged in combat were like titans. Shanda, the colossal figure; Xuan, the warrior wielding plasma guns to control the battlefield; Shadow, directing the agile flying swords; Suishing, the archer with divine marksmanship; and Meido, the girl with exceptional shooting skills, ready to administer aid to him. Their cooperation was seamless, their equipment superb, and their combat prowess far surpassed that of the most elite scavenger teams in the lighthouse. Elon's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with immense shock and confusion. Were there such survivors on the ground? Such a team? He felt as though his decades of understanding had been completely upended. Meido approached swiftly, skillfully assessing Elon's condition while administering a vial of life potion into his mouth. Do not speak. You need to rest. Shanda stepped forward, carefully supporting the swaying Elon. Shudong picked up the heavy backpack. Only Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian walked over slowly. Bai Yuekai's calm gaze swept over Elon. A scavenger from the lighthouse? Instructor Elon? It seemed she recognized him. Elon was even more astonished. How do you know my name? That is of no consequence, Bai Yuekai replied, her tone steady yet imbued with an invisible pressure. What is a person like you doing here? And operating such an antique gravity unit? Elon forced a bitter smile, revealing a sense of desolation and determination. I have grown old and lost my usefulness. I have been placed on the list for departure. He patted the decrepit gravity unit beside him, saying, This old companion has accompanied me for much of my life. I had hoped to take it along to see the true state of the ground, but I did not expect. He left his thought unfinished. But the implication was clear. Departure? Shudong frowned. The lighthouse is still so efficient at disposing of waste, I see. His tone was tinged with unmistakable sarcasm. Elon offered no rebuttal, merely gazing wearily at these formidable beings capable of surviving on the surface. No matter who you are, thank you for saving me. Take him back to the village, Bai Yuekai stated calmly. Yes. Both Shanda and Meido immediately complied, assisting Elon toward the truck. Only Tai Xian remained behind, manipulating the abyss to absorb the life essence drifting through the air. Chapter 63. The state of the lighthouse Longgu village, aglow with light. Elon felt as though he had been transported into a dream, entering this underground sanctuary hidden within the mountains. The tidy streets, orderly fields, bustling yet lively inhabitants, and the laughter of children, all of this utterly shattered his perceptions of survival on the surface. Especially the faint yet inexplicably reassuring energy fluctuations emanating from outside the village left him profoundly astonished. Under the warm lights of Longgu village, Elon sat at a simple wooden table, cradling a steaming cup of tea that exuded an unusual botanical fragrance. Meido had just treated his wounds, and the life potion he had consumed alleviated much of the weakness and pain brought on by the forced consumption of life essence. Yet, the tumult within his heart resembled a raging tempest, refusing to settle. He gazed at the individuals before him, the coldly elegant Bai Yuekai, the profoundly composed Tai Xian, the mountain-like Shanda, the deceptively cheerful yet shrewd Shutong, the quiet Shadow cleaning her flying sword, the steady Suishing, and the gentle yet diligent Meido. The health, strength, superior equipment, and freedom they radiated stood in stark contrast to the oppressive, stratified, and resource-scarce atmosphere of the lighthouse, not to mention this vibrant underground haven concealed within the mountains. Incredible, Elon murmured, his voice still hoarse yet noticeably improved. Truly incredible. I had always believed the surface was an absolute dead zone, that the lighthouse was humanity's final refuge. Bai Yuekai, sitting across from him, maintained her calm demeanor. What is the current situation in the lighthouse? She directly addressed the core issue. Elon took a deep breath. realizing that their rescue was no mere coincidence and that an exchange of information was inevitable. He organized his thoughts and began to detail the current state of the lighthouse. The lighthouse is now a precarious aerial island. Lord Morgan's condition is the last straw that could break the camel's back. Elon's expression turned grave. The energy core of the lighthouse is severely aged, and its output power continues to decline. The maintenance of the anti-gravity system, ecological cycle, life support systems, and city defense weaponry is already strained. Morgan requires high-intensity life support equipment, and the energy reserves have long since fallen below critical thresholds. Mark's recent expedition to gather medicine was largely motivated by the hope of finding the rumored old model of a small fusion core in that medical station for emergency use. Yet, it seems that hope is dim. Elon offered a wry smile. Food, medicine, and clean water all depend on the scavengers risking their lives to dig through the ruins of the surface. Each mission is a near-death experience, yet the returns dwindle. Rations in the lower districts have been compressed to their limits, and even the upper districts have begun to reduce their quotas. People are becoming restless. The main structure of the lighthouse has been in service for over a century, although the engineering department strives to maintain it. Many critical load-bearing structures and pipelines are severely aged, with repair materials and replacement parts in extreme shortage. A significant storm or an internal accident could lead to catastrophic consequences. Mark is the commander of the scavengers and currently serves as the de facto mayor. Elon's gaze turned complex as he mentioned Mark. He is strong, responsible, and the soul of the scavengers. Yet, the pressure he bears is immense. The scavenger ranks are dwindling, and the core combat power consists solely of the gravity unit squad led by Mark, including elites like Rand Bing, Mo Chung, Fei Shui, Jeff, and Erica. They are equipped with the best Dawn-type gravity units the lighthouse currently offers. Powerful, moderately mobile, yet their defenses are insufficient against the evolving extreme beasts. And their energy consumption is high. Elon's expression darkened as he paused slightly, sipping the warm tea to alleviate the pressure building within him. General Victor commands the internal security of the lighthouse and oversees critical areas, such as the Dawn Hall and the energy core. Their equipment consists mainly of light weapons and outdated Sentinel-type city defense cannons, lacking heavy firepower and proving virtually useless against large-scale surface threats. The biggest issue is the outdated equipment, severe wear and tear, and difficulties in resupplying. Elon tapped the table. The maintenance parts for gravity units, specialty ammunition, and high-energy batteries are heavily reliant on scavenging from the surface, and the likelihood of finding them diminishes with each passing day. Many gravity units are operating with injuries, significantly impairing their performance. The kind of antique I operate should have been retired long ago. It is merely that there are no alternatives left. A hint of desolation flickered in his eyes. What about the others? Bai Yuekai continued to inquire. What else is there? The power structure of the lighthouse has evolved beyond the sole dominion of the city lord. The former city lord was a man of considerable complexity. Elon pondered his words. He had maintained the lighthouse for decades, employing stringent measures and enforcing 3 fundamental laws, particularly abolishing the familial ties of the old world to ensure order under extreme conditions. However, he now struggled to uphold such stringent order. The balance of power within the lighthouse had been irrevocably disrupted. Charles, the esteemed leader of the Church of Light and Shadow, Elon remarked with an almost imperceptible hint of irony. He is the son of the Morgan City Lord and the de facto controller of the church. The church wields significant influence in the lighthouse, propagating the faith of the Lord of Light and Shadow, interpreting the 3 laws through doctrine, and pacifying, or rather, numbing, the populace. This man is ambitiously scheming. He has consistently utilized doctrine to undermine Mark's authority, attempting to seize control. Mark's recent venture to the surface was fraught with risk. Should he succeed in retrieving medicine and energy, all would be well. However, should he fail, Charles would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. For years, you have been futilely preoccupied with the archaic gravitational mech of the old world. Decades have passed, and yet you remain utterly stagnant. Bai Yuekai could not help but shake her head at Elon's words. What about the Abyssal Diver? Over 20 years ago, I brought the Abyssal Diver mech to the lighthouse, only for it to be seized by you. Have you not conducted any research on this mech over the years? Bai Yuekai pressed further. At this mention, Elon's voice dropped to a hushed tone, laden with deep apprehension and a tinge of fear. This is one of the lighthouse's most closely guarded secrets. How do you know it is you? Elon suddenly widened his eyes, fixating intently on Bai Yuekai, his shock palpable. Yet you remain unchanged. While Elon's astonishment was evident, the others remained unfazed. The inhabitants of Longgu village were well aware of Bai Yuekai's condition and had grown accustomed to it. I only know that it is sealed within the innermost forbidden zone beneath the central command room, fiercely guarded by Victor's elite defense forces. The Morgan City Lord strictly forbids anyone from approaching it. Not even Charles is allowed entry. Elon's gaze swept over Bai Yuekai, at least before my departure. Research on the abyssal diver mech had ceased long ago. Elon concluded, feeling parched, as he lifted his cup to take a hearty sip of tea, attempting to mask the tumult within him. The room fell silent. Shanda and Su Tong furrowed their brows, while Xia Dou's face was etched with worry. Sui Xing's eyes were sharp, and my duo let out a soft sigh. The lighthouse's predicament was graver than they had imagined, with internal strife concealing tremendous peril. Bai Yuekai regarded Elon with an impassive gaze. Your intelligence is invaluable. The lighthouse is part of humanity, and its survival holds significance for us as well. She paused. We encountered your scavenger team at Medical Station 17. They have indeed located energy and medicine. As for Mark, he bravely stayed behind to cover the retreat of his team and was ultimately consumed by a transformed floral beast. What? Elon sprang to his feet, his complexion draining of color, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound sorrow. Mark was his most promising student and the hope of the lighthouse's future. Chapter 64. Equipment upgrade. You need not worry. We have eliminated that floral beast and rescued him, Iron Xian interjected. However, the situation is dire. We analyzed the residual source material fluctuations at the scene. The likelihood of him being deeply parasitized by the spine worm is exceedingly high, and the connection to the mana ecosystem is intensifying rapidly. Although there were still people from the lighthouse present when we left, his location was perilously close to a highly active small-scale blood vortex core. Elon sank back down, his hands covering his face, his shoulders trembling slightly. The lighthouse was already in crisis, and now, where was Mark? Instructor Elon, you should focus on recuperating here. My duo, take good care of him. Bai Yuekai stated before turning to leave. Yes, rest assured, boss. My duo responded. Bai Yuekai's gaze swept across her team, finally landing on Iron Xian. The situation was abundantly clear. The lighthouse was overwhelmed with its own troubles. Mark's fate was uncertain, and his condition was exceedingly perilous. We shall proceed with the plan we previously agreed upon. However, that small-scale blood vortex core is like a poisonous thorn and must be removed swiftly. She turned to Iron Xian. During this time, we shall continue to upgrade the peripheral shielding towers. You need not go, but rather focus on enhancing everyone's equipment. No problem. The abyssal energy reserves are full. We can commence tonight, Iron Xian replied briskly. Good. Bai Yuekai's voice carried a decisive finality. Others. She sharply surveyed her team. Check your equipment and rest thoroughly. At dawn tomorrow, we depart punctually. Let us expedite the upgrade of the shielding towers. Yes. Shanda, Su Tong, Xia Dou, and Sui Xing responded in unison. Iron Xian observed Bai Yuekai, then glanced at the despondent Elon. The shadows of the lighthouse, the threat of the blood vortex, and the untapped information regarding the abyssal diver all hinted at unforeseen events in the near future. This was not merely a matter of the lighthouse's survival. It could potentially alter the future dynamics of Longgu village. Under the night sky, Longgu village remained warmly illuminated. Yet an atmosphere of impending dread quietly gathered. After dinner, Iron Xian prepared to head to the core workshop to work through the night, but Bai Yuekai intervened. There's no need to rush this evening. We will handle the deployment of the peripheral candlelight nodes, while most other matters will be managed by the village engineers. You have ample time now, Bai Yuekai stated, directly pulling Iron Xian toward the bathroom. First, take a shower. I've prepared hot water for you. Enjoy a nice soak to relieve some stress. The next morning, the workshop was aglow with shimmering light as the holographic projection of the universal mechanism flickered with complex data streams. Xia Dou's control of the Phoenix was performing well. Yet the mental strain during prolonged combat remained significant. Optimize the neural interface, increase the source material feedback module, and reduce the mental load. Shanda's strength and defense route required a more reliable barrier. Design a deployable force field shield based on the principle of the golden light charm, embedded with source material resonance crystals, capable of deflecting energy attacks while also delivering a physical impact. Su Tong's plasma weapon was effective against groups, but lacked penetration against higher-level individuals. Integrate high-frequency oscillation runes into the Thunder Seal to enhance single-target piercing damage. While designing a composite attack mode utilizing sound waves and electromagnetic pulses, Xuan's arrows were overly singular in their lethality. Although the arrowheads could be swapped, the damage remained inadequate. Improve the bow's strength and material, add electromagnetic acceleration tracks, and enhance the arrowheads with tactical scopes. As for my duo, a set of golden scales for increased defense, along with a long spear equipped with an energy-devouring core, would be ideal. If we could also procure a mount, it would be perfect. Iron Xian's thoughts raced across the interface in his mind, generating and optimizing new design blueprints. Materials melted in the furnace, shaped, inscribed with runes, and embedded with technological modules. Upgraded equipment, custom-tailored for the core members of Bai Yuekai's team, gradually took form in his hands. Yet, Iron Xian's thoughts were not entirely consumed by the crafting process. He stood before the workshop's observation window, brow furrowed. Retrieved the final moments from Medical Station 17. Analyzing the residual source material fluctuations in the area of the floral beast's remains, Iron Xian instructed. The data from the universal mechanism unfolded in his mind, presenting complex waveforms and energy chromatographs. Analysis confirmed, following the consumption of the target individual, Mark. His life source material fluctuations underwent severe distortion at the moment of the floral beast's death, exhibiting characteristics of high-concentration scarlet contamination, accompanied by a faint resonance in sync with the consciousness of the mana ecosystem core. Simultaneously, a strong signal indicating parasitic source material from the spine worm was detected, far exceeding that of an ordinary spine worm, suggesting a deep parasitism or fusion had occurred. The cold, electronic voice of the universal mechanism reported this disconcerting conclusion. Deeply parasitic fusion, Mark has not escaped the fate of being consumed by the spine parasite. Tai Xian chewed on these two words, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Master Lai's ki would soon transform into a grotesque amalgamation akin to the cranial being. One can only wonder if this will once again become a lethal blade directed at humanity itself. Should he fall completely under the control of the spine worm or establish a deeper connection with the mana ecosystem, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would Master Lai's plan be utterly thwarted, but it could also unleash a calamity far surpassing the incident with the cranial being. The small, blood-stained core lies nearby, and Mark, as an ecological amalgamation, finds its allure irresistible. There is no time to waste. Tai Xian abruptly turned, striding toward the communication station, connecting with Bai Yuekai, who was coordinating the outer command team. Old Bai, Tai Xian's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Mark's situation is worse than we anticipated. Recent analysis confirms a high probability of deep parasitic infestation by the spine worm, and his link to the mana ecosystem is intensifying. His previous location was perilously close to that active small blood-stained core. On the other end of the communicator, Bai Yuekai stood at a height, her expression equally stern. What is your judgment? Passive observation poses too great a risk. We must take the initiative, Tai Xian declared resolutely. We will hunt the king-class creature to weaken the ecological forces in the area and advance swiftly toward that small blood-stained core. Simultaneously, instruct Bai Yuetian to continue collecting the mental wave data from the right brain of the mana giant, monitoring the movements at the lighthouse, particularly to confirm Mark's condition. Should he fall completely under the spine worm's control or become an ecological node, we must be prepared. Furthermore, after destroying that small blood-stained core, we must interrupt the mana ecosystem's energy collection and consciousness projection in that region. We also need to gather primary data from this small core area to assess the candlelight system's future capabilities against large-scale blood-stained phenomena. Bai Yuekai was silent for a moment. Tai Xian's analysis and plan, while audacious, struck at the core of the risk. Ignoring Mark and the small blood-stained core was tantamount to planting a bomb that could detonate at any moment on the outskirts of Longgu village, especially during this critical period when the outer candlelight nodes were being deployed. Agreed. Bai Yuekai finally made a decisive statement, her voice cold. Once the equipment upgrades are complete, we will set off immediately. I will accelerate the progress of the outer engineering, and simultaneously inform Bai Yuetian to enhance monitoring of the lighthouse's movements, particularly regarding Mark's status. Understood, await my news. The fire of battle ignited in Tai Xian's eyes. New equipment, a new battlefield, A hunt that would pierce into the core region of the mana ecosystem was about to commence. Whether the plan they had previously agreed upon could be executed hinged upon that small, crimson core region. Chapter 65. Assault on the blood core within the core workshop. The roar of the furnace gradually subsided, the air thick with the unique scent of metal quenching and energy circuits activating. Tai Xian stood before a long table, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of completing a masterpiece. The upgraded weapon components were neatly arranged. The immovable mountain shield from Shanda, its edges shimmering with a dark golden halo, exuded solidity, while the central source resonance crystal hinted at immense power. Su Tong's thunder sound gun, with its intricate energy patterns, combined high-frequency oscillations with low-frequency pulses, and the composite attack mode had been fine-tuned to perfection. The star-catching bow and the evil-slaying arrows from Cui Xing featured a stable electromagnetic acceleration track with a ghostly blue arc, and the newly added spirit-binding arrows glimmered softly. My duo's long spear and golden-scaled armor, with its high-frequency particle oscillation blade glinting coldly, flickered with lightning. The golden scales, akin to those worn by Tai Xian himself, were constructed from a liquid metal memory alloy framework covering critical areas, while the outer layer consisted of upgraded optical camouflage nanoscales. However, the most attention-grabbing was the colossal entity sprawled in the center of the workshop, the Azure Hound. It was not a creature of flesh and blood, but a mechanical giant dog, its high-strength alloy skeleton encased in specialized biological composite armor. Its size rivaled that of a large devouring beast, streamlined and exuding power, presenting a profound bluish-gray hue. The head was formidable, with a pair of electronic eyes flickering with ghostly blue light, housing a biological intelligence core that integrated the sensory modules of the candlelight, granting it near-biological instincts for battlefield perception and autonomous combat capabilities. Its back armor was heavy, featuring a massive, intricately structured energy matrix at its center, with countless fine energy conduits connecting to the core power sources in its limbs. The most critical weapon system was integrated into the shoulder-mounted electromagnetic force field generator. Initiate the force field activation test, Tai Xian commanded. Buzz. The generator at the Azure Hound's shoulder instantly illuminated with blinding blue-white electricity. Countless fine arcs danced like silver serpents around its body, weaving together. A high-intensity electromagnetic field, approximately 15 meters in diameter, unfolded instantaneously. The air within the field warped, emitting a deep hum as tiny metallic fragments on the ground were rapidly drawn and suspended, vibrating violently. The force field strength was adjustable, capable of delivering powerful electromagnetic interference to any devouring beasts within range, hindering their movements, disrupting their energy, or even incapacitating lower-tier individuals. Tai Xian observed the data provided by the system with satisfaction. The force field also exhibited formidable physical repulsion, effectively blocking charges and ranged projectiles. Combined with my duo's long spear, it created a perfect synergy, one for area control and the other for close-quarter slaughter. Master, we have returned. Just as Tai Xian admired his creation, my duo's voice echoed from outside the workshop. The entire Bai Yuekai team had returned to the village for rest, and the past half-month of work had left the team members somewhat fatigued. Welcome back. Tai Xian beamed at his little apprentice as she dashed into the workshop, followed by several others. Come and see your equipment. My duo rushed forward, her eyes wide with excitement as she gazed at the imposing mechanical giant dog, unable to resist reaching out to touch the cold exterior of the Azure Hound's armor. The Azure Hound lowered its head, its electronic eyes softening, emitting a low, resonant purr, as if in response. This is your mount. The Azure Hound comes with a new long spear. Tai Xian pointed at the broad back of the Azure Hound, where a specially designed ergonomic saddle and control interface awaited. Go ahead and give it a try. Really? My duo bounced with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." The little girl gleefully hugged Tai Xian's arm, akin to a daughter playfully seeking affection from her father, before eagerly leaping onto the Azure Hound's back and urging it to run. The Azure Hound, nimble and vigorous, shook its head before bounding forward, carrying my duo as they raced through the village without restraint. Ha ha ha. My duo's laughter echoed throughout the village, a delightful sound in tandem with the hound's swift gallop. Mr. Tai, I cannot thank you enough. Shanda marveled at the shield in his hands, its glimmering golden sheen instilling a sense of solidity and weightiness. This is indeed a fine weapon. With this, No devouring beast or flowerbud beast is worth mentioning. Su Tong clutched the multifunctional plasma gun, unable to part with it. Cui Xing. With this bow, complemented by a tactical scope, you can accurately target foes from several kilometers away. The electromagnetic acceleration track allows your arrows to be launched at speeds up to 15 times the speed of sound, enhancing their penetrating power. As for the arrowhead's capabilities, you'll discover them soon enough. Tai Xian introduced the star-catching bow to Cui Xing, who, as the team's sharpshooter and ranged assault force, was thoroughly enamored with it. Thank you, Mr. Tai. Cui Xing bowed deeply in gratitude. No need for formality. We are all comrades. Tai Xian waved his hand dismissively. Once the others had departed, Tai Xian picked up a bag from the table and approached Bai Yuekai. This is for you. As Bai Yuekai accepted the bag, Tai Xian instinctively embraced his girlfriend. A brand new inner armor with exceptional protective capabilities, as well as a pair of spirit source control gloves that require only a touch of source potential to manipulate all the energy contained within a king-class devouring beast. Tai Xian also considered Bai Yuekai's abilities, which allowed her to control the spirit source and form magnetic fields. However, the toll on Bai Yuekai was substantial. These gloves, crafted through considerable effort, combine the properties of the strengthening golden light spell and the thunder seal. Indeed, I am quite fond of them. Bai Yuekai donned the gloves, channeling the potential of her internal source material to gauge their effects, nodding in satisfaction. Let us proceed. As a reward for your efforts, I shall give you a massage when we return home, allowing you to unwind. Bai Yuekai's eyes sparkled with warmth as she took Iron Xian by the hand and led him toward her home. At the entrance of Longgu village, the morning light was faintly illuminating the surroundings. The entire Bai Yuekai team had gathered, appearing rejuvenated. Their upgraded equipment shimmered under the dawn's light with a subdued yet menacing luster. Xuan carried a massive shield, resembling a moving fortress. Su Tong brandished a new plasma gun, with sparks flickering around it. Xia Dou concealed her flying sword within its scabbard, while Cui Xing shouldered a longbow, its quiver full. My duo bore a lance, exuding elegance, beside which crouched a mechanical blue hound, reminiscent of a guardian beast. Though the gravitational field generator on its shoulder had yet to activate, it emanated an unsettling aura of pressure. Iron Xian was equipped with the yin-yang fish sword sheath, his golden-scaled armor absorbing all light, with only the abyssal treasure talisman on his back radiating profound energy fluctuations. Bai Yuekai remained clad in a suede trench coat, a tang dao hanging at her waist. Yet beneath her coat lay a form-fitting inner armor, her hands adorned with the gloves. Her white hair danced in the morning breeze, her gaze icy and resolute. The objective was clear, the area of Medical Station 17, targeting the core of the minor blood vortex. Bai Yuekai's voice was firm. The mission remained unchanged. Eliminate the threat and destroy the core. Forward. Yes. The group responded in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. The upgraded team surged forth like unsheathed divine weapons, racing towards their target area in a truck at an unprecedented speed. Re-entering the ruins of Medical Station 17, the atmosphere felt even more oppressive than before. The air was thick with the cloying scent of crimson essence and the sweet rot of source material, while the ground was blanketed in a sticky, slippery dark red moss-like substance, undulating as if alive. The once battle-scarred ruins were now entwined with thick, distorted vines pulsating like veins, emitting powerful life source fluctuations, serving as conduits delivering nourishment to the central area. Deep within the ruins, at the spot once occupied by the flower petal beast, a scene unfolded that sent shivers down one's spine. A colossal mana flower, unfathomably large, was in full bloom. Its petals were no longer a singular crimson. Instead, they exhibited an eerie, molten metallic dark gold hue, layered and exceeding 20 meters in diameter. The center was no longer a simple stamen but a small, swirling crimson vortex, the core of the blood vortex, radiating an enthralling gravitational pull. Countless robust vines, akin to submissive tendrils, converged from all directions, deeply embedding themselves beneath the flower, continuously pumping absorbed life essence and some purer nutrients into the core. The entire area had transformed into a pulsating mana ecological nest, expanded several times since the last visit. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. Guarding the mana flower were not ordinary snake hounds, but dozens of much larger, dark red-shelled, frenziedly glowing-eyed, transformed devouring beasts. Alongside them were several massive jaw beasts, resembling moving hills, their bodies covered in thick bone plating, dripping corrosive slime. Nourished by the rich core essence, they had become exceedingly ferocious and powerful. Indeed, the core was rapidly growing. These vines were the key. Iron Xian's gaze grew grave. A swift resolution was imperative. Execute the plan. Bai Yuekai commanded sharply, her figure darting forth like an arrow, targeting an oncoming jaw beast. The Tang Dao was unsheathed, glinting coldly. The battle erupted instantaneously. Chapter 66. Assault on the Blood Vortex. Xuan bellowed, raising his immovable mountain tower shield, crashing into the horde of snake hounds like a moving wall. The dark golden halo at the edge of his shield flared brightly, forming a solid force field barrier that sent the charging hounds flying and crushed them. The shockwave effect was activated, causing the surrounding lower-tier devouring beasts to stumble. Su Tong's plasma gun unleashed a surge of energy. Boom! A beam of destructive energy. A mix of high-frequency vibrations and electromagnetic pulses swept forth, vaporizing several snake hounds and the forelumb of a jaw beast. The formidable single-target penetration power was on full display. Sui Xing stood aloft, her star-piercing bow drawn taut, the thunder seal runes illuminating. Whoosh! An exorcising arrow tore through the air with a sharp shriek and crackling arcs of electricity, accurately piercing the relatively vulnerable neck joint of a jaw beast. Boom! The internal explosion of electric energy instantly decapitated it. Xiaodo focused her mental energy. The 9 swords of the spirit magpie weaving through the battlefield like 9 threads of death, targeting those devouring beasts attempting stealthy attacks or approaching from tricky angles, precisely piercing their eyes and joint seams, clearing obstacles for her allies. My duo, riding atop the Blue Hound, did not charge directly. Blue Hound, gravitational field activate. Buzz. The Thunder Seal gravitational generator on the Blue Hound's shoulder erupted with dazzling blue-white light. A powerful electromagnetic field abruptly expanded from its center, instantly covering the front fan-shaped area. Devouring beasts caught within the field found their movements severely hampered, as if trapped in thick mud, sparks of electricity dancing across their bodies. Emitting anguished howls, the edges of the force field even repelled several vines attempting to ensnare them, preventing any advance. My duo commanded sharply, and the Blue Hound surged forward, a striking duo reminiscent of a valiant general charging into battle, heading straight for the devouring beasts. Iron Xian did not immediately engage in the extermination of the devouring beasts. His gaze remained fixed on that colossal mana flower and the blood vortex core beneath it, the myriad of pathways for energy transfer and the core's frequency being frantically analyzed by the universal mechanism system. Found it. Iron Xian's eyes sparkled. He concentrated his thoughts, unleashing a surge of energy. The yin-yang fish sword sheath at his back suddenly opened. All swords returned to the source. The Yubu Tiangang technique summoned lightning. 108 quantum floating swords shot forth, not targeting the devouring beasts, but rather hovering above the mana flower, forming an immense, continuously rotating sword formation. Iron Xian stepped onto the Yubu, his figure flitting like a specter beneath the sword formation, each step drawing in stray static electricity from the environment into the sword array. Boom! The sky seemed to stir. Low rumbles of thunder echoed across the overcast heavens. At the center of the sword array, the frenzied energy of lightning was being wildly gathered and compressed. Countless tiny electric snakes danced between the floating swords, intertwining, ultimately forming a massive, robust beam of divine lightning, radiating a sense of destruction. This divine light not only contained the might of heavenly thunder, but was also imbued with the high-frequency cutting and source material disintegration properties of the quantum floating swords. Flash! Iron Xian pointed decisively towards that immense mana flower and its tangled roots of vines. Boom! The massive divine lightning beam, akin to the sword of divine retribution, tore through the air with a deafening roar, striking down with force. The blinding white light instantly engulfed everything. The raging energy of lightning ran rampant. The eerie, gigantic mana flower quivered violently within the divine light, distorting, its petals disintegrating like melted wax. Below, the robust vines seemed to encounter their nemesis, being torn apart, carbonized, and reduced to ash by the thunder imbued with purging power. The blood vortex core, having lost the support of the vines and the mana flower's vessel, became extremely unstable, emitting sharp, piercing shrieks as if countless souls were lamenting. It attempted to contract. to flee, yet the violent power of thunder had locked it in place, tearing it apart. Now is the moment. Abyssal Sea. Full power. Devour it for me. Iron Xian roared. Buzz. The abyssal treasure talisman behind him erupted with an unprecedented azure glow. A powerful gravitational force instantaneously enveloped the area ravaged by thunder, where the primal essence was wildly dissipating. This time, it was not merely absorbing the escaping energy. Rather, it acted like a voracious maw, directly targeting the impending collapse of the small, bloody vortex core. The sight was striking, as a rich, crimson torrent of life essence, akin to liquid, was forcefully extracted and consumed by the abyssal force, alongside the more refined fragments of the core's disintegrating mana ecological consciousness. The spectacle resembled a black hole devouring a small, blood-red star. Moments later, the radiance dissipated and the thunder ceased. All that remained was a vast, charred pit. The entwined vines and the small vortex core had vanished without a trace, leaving only the acrid scent of charred remnants and a faint ripple of dissipating essence in the air. Surprisingly, the enormous mana flower had survived the tumultuous thunder, albeit with its foundation utterly obliterated. The glow of the abyssal talisman gradually receded, and Tai Xian could distinctly feel an unprecedented surge of energy reserves within its internal space. Akin to an abyss, the purity and informational density of the core essence consumed this time far surpassed the total of all previous king-level entities. The core was destroyed. Su Tong gasped, staring at the charred pit, her face a mask of shock. The vines seemed to have channeled the surrounding life essence to the flower, which in turn supplied the core. The keen-eyed shattered star had perceived the crux of the matter. Indeed, Tai Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement at the discovery of critical intelligence. The ground vines served as the vessels and roots of the mana ecosystem, responsible for extracting and transporting life essence from vast expanses. The mana flower acted as both the placenta and amplifier of the core. It not only absorbed, stored, and transformed energy, but also magnified and projected the core's consciousness fluctuations, generating more potent spiritual pollution and ecological control. The key to annihilating this small core lay in severing the ground vines and destroying the mana flower. This revelation was vital for future confrontations against larger vortexes. However, just as the group breathed a sigh of relief at the core's destruction, a roar erupted, far more ferocious and agonizing than any that the devouring beasts had emitted, a terrifying howl that seemed to meld the cries of countless beasts and anguished humans, emanating from the depths of the medical station's shadowy ruins. Accompanying this roar was a viscous, chaotic wave of essence pulsating with infinite pain and a desire for destruction. Sweeping over them like a tsunami, the faces of Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai shifted dramatically. Another king-level devouring beast. Tai Xian instantly pinpointed the source of the disturbance. Something was amiss. Bai Yuekai tightened her grip on her tang knife, her gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the sound emerged. This roar was unlike any devouring beast they had encountered before. Could there be a new derivative form? Without further ado, Tai Xian drew his spear from his waist, holding it in a combat stance. Everyone, retreat quickly. Prepare for defense. No matter what it is. We shall strike first. Tai Xian shielded Bai Yuekai behind him, his spear subtly gleaming with lightning. Chapter 67. Devouring Beast Number 23 Before the Roar. Infused with pain and destruction, had fully faded, a colossal and abnormal figure had torn through the shadows of the ruins, appearing before them like a specter. It was a devouring beast unlike any they had seen before. It resembled a demonial spirit emerging from an ancient forest, its form elongated to an eerie degree. Four long legs, reminiscent of gigantic insect limbs, supported its streamlined body, granting it unimaginable speed and balance. A similarly slender tail trailed behind like a steel whip, its ends seemingly connected to faintly visible dark red root-like tendrils. Most striking was its bizarre head, with sharp fangs protruding from beneath a dark red chitinous shell. And at the very center of its crown, a relatively small mana flower seedling, emanating a rich wave of essence. Below its somewhat rotund abdomen dangled a slightly pulsating structure resembling a pouch for nurturing offspring. Devouring Beast Number 23. Tai Xian recognized this beast before him. Having seen the official concept art, this was the guardian of the mana flower, the 23rd devouring beast. Roar. The 23rd devouring beast emitted a piercing shriek, filled with the fury of being disturbed in its core lair. Its eyes, glimmering with crimson light, instantly locked onto Tai Xian, the one with the strongest aura. Be careful. Its speed. Bai Yuekai warned sharply, sensing the surging essence within this creature far surpassed that of previous king-level beasts. Before her words could fully register, the 23rd devouring beast left behind a blurred afterimage at its original position. Its long legs conferred upon it an almost teleportation-like explosive speed. The air was rent with a shrill sound as the massive claw, covered in sharp-boned spines and emanating a foul wind, descended upon Tai Xian with tremendous force. Quick! It was coming at lightning speed. Here it comes. Tai Xian's eyes shone with determination. He would not retreat, but instead charge forth. The dark golden runes flowing on his scaled armor illuminated in an instant, bestowing upon him formidable strength. His steps became elusive, merging with the wind. As he deftly sidestepped with the wind step technique. Boom! The giant claw struck the ground where Tai Xian had stood, creating a massive crater and sending fragments soaring. Tai Xian's figure danced like a willow in the wind, swaying amidst the turbulent air generated by the colossal claw, yet he artfully evaded all impact. He thrust his spear with precision. Starpoint. The spear tip transformed into a blinding silver beam, imbued with high-frequency vibrations, striking precisely at the joint of the 23rd devouring beast's forelimb. Clang! A sharp metallic clash echoed. Sparks flew. The spear tip struck the hard dark red shell, failing to penetrate completely. The high-frequency vibrations caused fine cracks to emerge on the shell's surface, but that was all. The 23rd beast's defensive capabilities were equally formidable. What a tough shell. Tai Xian felt a momentary chill as he executed the wind step again, retreating like a specter, narrowly avoiding the subsequent sweeping tail that lashed out like a steel whip. Roar! The 23rd devouring beast, enraged by its missed strike, grew even more furious. The mana flower seedling atop its head swayed slightly, releasing a peculiar wave of energy. Swish! 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 From the ruins, numerous robust ground vines erupted like frenzied serpents, surging towards Bai Yuekai's team in the battlefield's center. Simultaneously, the nurturing pouch beneath its abdomen burst open. Puff! 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 Dozens of small companion beasts, resembling half-human height and akin to skinned monkeys, shot forth, moving at lightning speed and spewing corrosive acid. They emitted sharp, ear-piercing shrieks, some lunging toward Shanda, Sutong, and others, while others boldly charged at Tai Xian, attempting to disrupt his actions. Qing'ao, fortify the area. Protect everyone. My duo urgently commanded. Buzz. Qing'ao's thunderous talisman erupted once more, and a blue-white electromagnetic field expanded, enveloping most of the incoming small companion beasts. Their speed plummeted, as electric sparks danced across their bodies, rendering them sluggish and giving Shanda, Sutong, and the others precious time to react. Unyielding mountain. Shanda roared, smashing his tower shield into the ground, the force field barrier expanding to withstand the onslaught of the ground vines. Sutong's plasma gun roared, unleashing a destructive energy beam that vaporized the nearby small companion beasts. Shattered Star's exorcism arrow sliced through the air, accurately targeting and eliminating the companion beasts attempting to breach their defenses. Xiaodo's swift sparrow flying sword transformed into 9 streaks of light, swiftly darting across the battlefield's edges, slicing and piercing the ground vines and small companion beasts attempting to launch surprise attacks from tricky angles. The battlefield was instantly divided. Under the cover of Qing'ao's force field, Bai Yuekai's team fought valiantly against the torrent of ground vines and companion beasts, facing immense pressure. Iron Xian faced the formidable 23rd Devourer beast, renowned for its unparalleled speed, defense, and strength. With the grace of a swift wind, Iron Xian maneuvered through the torrential assault, his spear transforming into a multitude of silver serpents in the sky. Each thrust, jab, sweep, and flick was executed with extraordinary finesse. Each strike imbued with the force of thunder, yet infused with the fluidity and elusiveness of the wind. The spear tip vibrated with high frequency, continuously targeting the joints of the beast's lengthy legs, the crevices of its shell, and even the tender sprout of the mana flower swaying above its head. The sound of clashing metal echoed like fireworks, as sparks erupted with every encounter. The 23rd Devourer beast retaliated with ferocity and speed, its massive claws tearing through the air, while its long tail darted like a venomous serpent, each attack carrying devastating power, shattering the ground and ruins beneath. However, with the combination of his wind step and exquisite spear technique, Iron Xian consistently evaded lethal strikes by the narrowest of margins, delivering precise counterattacks during brief openings. Although he could not breach its core defense, each jab caused the 23rd Devourer beast to exhibit the slightest hesitation. The mana flower sprout above it swaying violently under the pressure of Iron Xian's spear, roaring with rage from its inability to break through. The 23rd Devourer beast raised a hind leg like a colossal battering ram, unleashing a terrifying gust as it aimed to stomp down on Iron Xian. Simultaneously, its tail, resembling a scorpion's stinger, lunged toward Iron Xian's vulnerable back, creating a pincer movement that left no room for escape. In that moment, Iron Xian's eyes sparkled with cold determination. He awaited the beast's full-on assault the instant its attack peaked. Instead of retreating, he propelled his wind step to its utmost limit, gliding perilously close along the edge of the massive leg, harnessing the violent airflow it generated. Meanwhile, his spear flickered with electric light as the blue plasma blade activated, striking back at an impossible angle. The return spear strike landed with precision, the tip impacting the incoming tail with a resounding clang. The immense force momentarily numbed Iron Xian's arm, but successfully deflected the deadly assault. At that moment, he found himself nearly face-to-face with the 23rd Devourer beast, vividly perceiving the burning scarlet fury in its multifaceted eyes and the dangerously alluring mana flower sprout overhead, radiating a deadly wave of energy. The previous strike had not gone unnoticed by the beast. The combination of lightning and plasma had breached its defenses, leaving a deep, long gash on its tail that nearly severed it entirely. Yet, the mana flower on its back, along with the delicate neural network connecting to the mantle, instantaneously restored the beast's injuries with energy from the mana ecological network. Understanding its core was located there, Iron Xian let out a low growl as the yin-yang fish sword box, which he had carried on his back, abruptly opened, with the cycle of yin and yang. The two instruments broke the evil buzz. Two dazzling beams of black and white sword light burst forth from the box like a yin-yang fish tearing through chaos. The yang sword blazed with the intensity of the sun, wielding the power to incinerate all with its searing heat and high-frequency vibrations. The yin sword emanated a chilling aura akin to dark ice, exuding a freezing essence that disrupted the resonance of life. The two flying swords did not attack in a straight line, but traced mystical arcs, intertwining like two coiling dragons, emitting a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Disregarding the beast's massive claws and sweeping tail, striking precisely upon the dark golden mana flower sprout atop its head. Boom! Crack! A blinding light erupted instantly. The yang sword's extreme heat and vibration melted through the stem, while the yin sword's frigid essence and interference shattered the internal core structure. The mana flower sprout, crucial for maintaining the connection of the mana ecological network, shattered under the combined assault of the two instruments, bursting apart like fragile glass, scattering countless dark golden fragments mixed with viscous green fluid. Howl! The 23rd Devourer beast emitted a previously unheard, heart-wrenching wail, its colossal form stiffening as if stripped of its spine. The scarlet glow in its multifaceted eyes dimmed rapidly, and the once turbulent wave of energy surrounding it receded like a tide. From the gaping wound atop its head, dark green blood gushed forth like a fountain. Bereft of the core mana flower's connection and control, the once vibrant tendrils of earth now lay limp, resembling lifeless serpents. The companion beasts that had emerged from the nurturing pouch fell to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, twitching helplessly, devoid of motion. Iron Xian gracefully landed, his spear pointed toward the ground, the glow of the yin-yang fish sword box diminishing as the two flying swords returned quietly to their resting place. He took a moment to catch his breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his gaze remained sharp, coldly fixed upon the colossal body that loomed before him. Chapter 68. An unseen crisis stripped of its connection to the mana flower above, the 23rd Devourer beast convulsed violently. Dark green blood erupting from the horrific wound like an uncontrolled fountain. Its once surging waves of energy now deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon, descending into chaos. The crimson glow in its multifaceted eyes lost focus, replaced with endless agony and primal rage, fixating on Iron Xian, the source of its torment. It let out a guttural roar, attempting to raise a forelimb, but the movement was stiff and sluggish, as if it were a puppet with its strings severed. Without the energy supply and restoration from the mana ecological network, its once proud speed and power were dissipating swiftly, and its hard shell lost its eerie sheen, becoming dull and fragile. Iron Xian keenly observed the beast's transformation. Taking a deep breath to suppress the fatigue from the earlier battle, he focused his gaze. Sharp as a blade, the spear tip in his hand ignited with an ethereal blue lightning symbol, radiating blinding arcs of electricity. Simultaneously, on both sides of the spear blade, brilliant white plasma energy blades silently activated, extending a foot-long lethal flame, distorting the air at the edges, creating a faint sizzling sound. Now it was my turn, Iron Xian shouted, activating his wind step once more. This time, his figure no longer danced to evade but surged forward with unwavering determination, transforming into a thunderbolt that tore through the air, charging towards the faltering behemoth. The 23rd Devourer beast sensed the imminent threat, letting out a dying roar, its remaining instincts driving it to swing its injured massive claw with what little strength it had left, aiming a desperate strike at Iron Xian. Though still swift, its movements lacked the precision and pressure of before, resembling a frantic struggle of pure instinct. Iron Xian's eyes shone with cold light. He did not flinch or evade. The spear shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea, the lightning arc entwined with the blazing plasma blade merging into a blue and white beam of destruction. The spear's thrust was incredibly precise, not engaging the giant claw head-on, but, like a surgeon's scalpel, following the trajectory of the claw's swing, piercing fiercely into the relatively weak joint beneath its armpit. Puffed. Instead of the anticipated clash of metal, a sickening tearing sound echoed, akin to a hot knife slicing through solidified butter. The high-frequency vibrations of the lightning shattered the joint's shell structure, while the searing plasma blade penetrated the internal muscle and tissue without resistance. Dark green blood and vaporized bodily fluids spurted forth. Roar! The 23rd Devourer beast emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its entire forelimb losing strength and dangling like a marionette with cut strings. Iron Xian seized the opportunity, not pausing for breath. The intricacies of his wind step revealed themselves once again as he spun, the spear carving a lethal arc through the air, entwined with the energy of annihilation. The blade of the gun swept fiercely towards the knee joint of the hind leg supporting the body of the number 23 Devourer beast. Crack! The same overwhelming force. The exoskeleton, stripped of its ecological energy enhancement, crumbled before the might of the plasma gun as if it were made of paper. The knee joint shattered with a resounding crack. The massive body could no longer maintain its balance, tilting toward Tai Xian with the force of a collapsing mountain. At that very moment, a surge of murderous intent erupted in Tai Xian's eyes. He propelled himself off the ground, soaring like a projectile, and instantly leaped to the relatively vulnerable junction of the chest and abdomen exposed by the falling number 23 Devourer beast. With a mighty roar, he channeled all his strength into his arms, fully activating the energy within the spear, transforming it into a thunderbolt that pierced the heavens. The runes at the tip of the spear and the plasma blade converged to their zenith, accompanied by a piercing shriek and the power to incinerate all, plunging mercilessly into the core area, covered in thick bone plates, between the chest and abdomen of the number 23 Devourer beast. Whoosh! This time, it was a complete penetration. The spear plunged like a red-hot iron rod into ice and snow, instantly melting through the bone plates and deeply embedding itself within the creature's massive body. The violent electrical energy and the searing plasma temperature wreaked havoc within, destroying everything. Tai Xian could even feel through the spear the instantaneous carbonization and shattering of internal organs. The anguished roar of the number 23 Devourer beast was abruptly silenced. Its colossal form, as if pressed by an invisible hand, halted its descent, leaving only violent, uncontrolled convulsions. Die! Tai Xian roared, his muscles bulging as he utilized the momentum of the fall and all his strength to thrust the embedded spear downward with ferocity. Tear! The chilling sound of tearing reverberated across the battlefield. The blade of the gun, entwined with destructive energy, cleaved through the massive form of the number 23 Devourer beast, starting from the core of its chest and abdomen, slicing downward at an angle. Dark green blood, shattered entrails, and broken bones poured forth like a cascading waterfall. The searing heat instantly carbonized the tissues at the edge of the wound. Boom! The massive, bisected corpse crashed to the ground like two collapsed mountains, raising clouds of dust. The pungent, acrid odor quickly filled the air. Tai Xian's figure lightly landed on the ground a short distance away. The tip of the spear angled toward the earth, the glow of the runes slowly retracting, the plasma blade extinguished, while the spear still emitted thin trails of smoke. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling, yet he stood tall as a pine, his gaze coldly fixed on the two halves of the still twitching carcass. The king-level devourer beast, stripped of its mana ecological support, had only managed to withstand 3 exchanges against Tai Xian's unparalleled weapon before being utterly pierced and severed. Like a hot knife through butter, it was an unstoppable force. The battlefield fell once more into silence. Only the heavy breaths of the onlookers remained, alongside the occasional twitching sounds from the 2 gigantic carcasses. The number 23 devourer beast, an elite hunter that embodied both speed and strength, tasked with guarding the mana flower, had met its demise under Tai Xian's exquisite marksmanship. Truly a ferocious beast. Bai Yuekai approached Tai Xian, gazing at the lifeless giant that was rapidly decomposing into a heap of rotting bones. Quite peculiar and troublesome. Tai Xian sheathed his spear, recognizing that this creature resembled a walking mana ecosystem, easily capable of inflicting harm if encountered without adequate knowledge. Uncertainty loomed as to whether this devourer beast acted alone or in packs. Bai Yuekai's expression darkened, yet given the earlier situation, it seemed this one was indeed assigned to guard the mana flower. Thus far, we have only encountered this solitary one. Now, I am concerned that should we delve deeper into the core of the stench wyrm, we may similarly confront large mana flowers and these new devourer beasts. Tai Xian's expression mirrored her unease. His apprehension revolved around the potential existence of those devourer beasts only referenced in official manuscripts. If such was the case, the endeavor to conquer the stench wyrm would undoubtedly face significant hurdles, perhaps even leading to failure. All was shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 69. Crimson Veins. As the massive body of the number 23 devourer beast fell into complete silence, the chaotic fluctuations of primal energy and the pungent odor gradually gave way to the scent of char and the dust of ruin. Husu wiped the sweat and blood from his face, surveying the bisected carcass with lingering trepidation. This creature was more formidable than any king-level adversary. Thank goodness for Brother Tai Xian. Xia Dou maneuvered the Jinkei flying sword in low circles, her small face alight with admiration. Xuan sheathed his immovable mountain tower shield and approached Tai Xian, patting his shoulder. Mr. Tai, your marksmanship is truly remarkable. What a powerful final strike. He referred to Tai Xian's thunderous blow that pierced and rent the number 23 devourer beast. My duo promptly began assessing her teammates' injuries, with the loyal Qing Ao guarding her side, its electronic eye scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The shattered star still occupied the high ground, its sharp gaze sweeping through the depths of the ruins, wary of any lingering threats. Tai Xian nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained fixated on the carcass of the No. 23 devourer beast, especially the broken root of the mana flower seedling atop its head and the tail's end connected to the earth's vine. They began to clear the battlefield, focusing on collecting the remnants of the mana flower and the sections of the number 23 connected to the earth's vine, particularly those threads. Bai Yuekai had already approached the remnants of the colossal mana flower, its foundation shattered by lightning, petals charred and damaged. She crouched down, her gloved fingers gently parting a piece of the scorched petal. What lay beneath was not entirely carbonized tissue, but a complex network composed of countless, extremely fine biological fibers, flickering with a faint dark golden glow. These fibers resembled a living neural network or optical cable, although most had withered and broken under the lightning strike. The remaining portions still revealed their intricate vascular structure, deeply rooted in the flower's receptacle and extending toward the destroyed root system of the earth's vine below. Bai Yuekai's expression grew serious. Meanwhile, Shanda and Su Tong, under Tai Xian's guidance, carefully cut into the tissue near the broken flower seedling on the back of the number 23 devourer beast and at the tail connecting to the earth's vine. Soon, they made their own discoveries. Beneath the exoskeleton of the number 23 devourer beast lay a similar layer of dense, dark golden biological fiber network akin to that within the mana flower, connecting various critical nodes of its body, ultimately converging toward the flower seedling atop its head. At the tail's end, The root structures connecting to the Earth's vine were filled with numerous similar biological fibers, resembling veins and nerves deeply embedded within the Earth's vine. "Boss, Mr. Tai, look at this," Shonda called, holding a special container filled with several pieces of samples featuring intact biological fiber networks. Tai Xian accepted the container, initiating the system's microscopic scan. All methods initiated, launching high-precision primal energy flow and biological electrical signal synchronous analysis. A ghostly blue light flickered in Tai Xian's pupils, the holographic projection immediately displaying magnified images and complex data streams. Those slender biological fibers revealed astonishing structures at the microscopic level, composed of a unique biological crystal. They housed minuscule energy channels that seemed almost alive, capable of simultaneously transmitting pure life energy and an intricate array of informational pulses akin to neural electrical signals. Not merely energy channels, Tai Xian's eyes sparkled. They were highways of information, the neural network and optical fibers of the mana ecosystem. Energy and information traversed in parallel. Bai Yuekai approached, observing the container in Tai Xian's hands. The mana flower serves as the core node and amplifier, while the earth vines act as the primary transmission network. The biological fiber networks embedded within the bodies of the devouring beasts function as terminal access points and secondary nodes. Together, they construct a living biological network that encompasses a localized area. Thus, the formation of the small-scale abyssal core occurs with remarkable speed. Star Fragment experiences an epiphany. It absorbs source material from vast regions through the earth vines, consolidates and amplifies it via the mana flower, and then precisely distributes the core will's commands and energy to each terminal, the devouring beasts, through the embedded networks, creating an efficient and unified combat cluster and ecological control system. The beast designated as number 23 is the network administrator and core guardian of this area. This revelation strikes like thunder, resonating in the hearts of all present. They have finally glimpsed one of the core mechanisms governing the operation of the mana ecology. Instantaneously, all samples are sealed and transported back to Dragonbone Village. Bai Yuekai decisively informs the Core Research Institute to prepare for the highest-level biological neural and source material transmission analysis. This may be our key breakthrough in understanding and ultimately combating the large-scale abyss. In Dragonbone Village, at the Core Biological Research Institute, the atmosphere is charged with unprecedented gravity and excitement. On the massive analysis platform lie precious samples retrieved from the battlefield, fragments of the mana flower's biological fiber network, and the embedded network tissues from the back and tail of the No. 23 devouring beast. A few awakened researchers, under the leadership of Xiatian Lai and with the assistance of the Candlelight Extension, are engaged in tense testing. They conduct microstructural analysis, energy transmission efficiency measurements, information pulse simulations, and decryption, comparing them with known royal-grade spirit seed structures. Bai Yuekai, Tai Xian, and several other overseers observe the research process from the observation room, their gazes fixed on the analysis data scrolling across the large screen. The structure is confirmed. This biological fiber is composed of a highly ordered source material crystalline protein, exhibiting both superconducting and light-guiding properties with an exceptionally low energy loss rate. The preliminary analysis of the information pulses reveals that they carry a complex set of biological instructions, encompassing target locking, behavioral patterns, energy distribution, and even signals for evolutionary guidance. The energy transmission efficiency surpasses any existing artificial materials, with a flux per unit cross-section exceeding 10 times that of royal-grade spirit seed energy channels. Network topology simulations confirm the mana flower as the core server and router, the earth vines as the backbone fiber optics, and the embedded fiber networks within the devouring beasts as terminal network cards. The small-scale abyssal core operates atop this physical network, functioning as its operating system and consciousness projection. Xiatian Lai excitedly reports the preliminary conclusions. Boss, Mr. Tai Xian, this is a self-organizing, terrifyingly efficient biological neural network. It flawlessly resolves the challenges of fine control over the mana ecological consciousness across vast areas, enabling efficient energy transmission and distribution. It is precisely the existence of this network that allows the small-scale abyssal core to take shape and exert formidable power in such a short time. The large-scale abyss undoubtedly possesses an even larger, more complex analogous network. Tai Xian studies the data on the screen and interjects. Moreover, it reveals another function of the mana flower. They are not merely energy collection points, but serve as backbone nodes or secondary servers within the regional network. The entire mana ecology is composed of countless mana flowers. Destroying the mana flowers not only weakens energy, but also disrupts critical nodes within the local network. Bai Yuekai remains silent, her gaze profound. This discovery is significant yet alarming. The complexity and advancement of the mana ecology far exceed their previous estimations. The earlier plan devised by Master Lai regarding the Antarctic star echoes and murmurs, his complexion pale. He attempted to strike at the core with the consciousness of a singular life amalgamation. But if the core consciousness operates atop such a globally pervasive living network, it is no wonder he could not finish his thought. The implications are clear. Seeking to influence the core consciousness of the entire mana ecology with the consciousness of a single life amalgamation is nearly impossible and fraught with peril. Tai Xian speaks gravely. Forcing an assault on the core consciousness is highly likely to provoke a backlash from this network, potentially becoming nourishment for the evolution of the core consciousness. The failure of Lai was due to an underestimation of the risks involved. What about the plans we previously established? Qiushi inquires anxiously. We have found the network lines. Tai Xian's eyes glimmer with insight. Since it relies on a physical network, we now have a tangible target for attack. Our strategy for confronting the large-scale abyss must be adjusted. First, prioritize the destruction of its physical network nodes. In addition to large-scale hunting of royal-grade devouring beasts, we must also prioritize the annihilation of the mana flowers to dismantle the regional backbone. Second, develop viruses or disruptors specifically targeting this biological fiber network to incapacitate its information transmission. Third, leverage the deception capabilities of the candlelight system, not only to mislead the core consciousness, but also to attempt to deceive and infiltrate this biological network itself, stealing information, and even conducting reverse interference. Bai Yuekai slowly rises, her voice resonating with undeniable resolve within the hushed research institute. I will notify him, Bai Yuekai, to classify the mana biological neural network as a top-secret research sequence, codenamed Crimson Veins. All Candlelight node upgrade plans will incorporate perception and simulation deception modules targeting this network's characteristics. The priority of peripheral hunting operations will be elevated. The goal, to eliminate all known royal-grade beasts in the area, severing their backbone. Tai Xian, you will lead the upgrade of our Candlelight core based on the biological brain and Crimson Veins samples. Our objective remains unchanged, to destroy the abyss. However, the approach must be clearer and more lethal. She scans the room, her eyes ultimately resting on Tai Xian, articulating each word with precision. The plan to attack the abyss remains, but we shall augment the mission objectives. Phase 1. Hunt royal-grade devouring beasts. Phase 2. Sever the network. The new strategic blueprint unfolds gradually under the discovery of the Crimson Veins, plunging the war against the mana ecology into a deeper, more technical phase. Destroying the small-scale abyss is merely the beginning. Severing the Crimson neural network that connects the entire ecology is the key to ultimate victory. Chapter 70. The Path to Enlightenment within the Core Research Institute of Dragonbone Village. The atmosphere has shifted from earlier excitement to one of oppressive stagnation. On the colossal holographic screen, the intricately complex structure diagram of the Crimson Veins biological neural network continuously rotates, accompanied by a torrent of analytical data and failed interference simulation results. Failure. The energy frequency interference threshold is too high. Conventional source material fluctuations cannot effectively cover its information channels. The biological electric simulation deception has failed. The pulse encoding of the target network exhibits adaptability, rapidly identifying and blocking our simulated signals. The logic viruses we attempted to inject were instantaneously decomposed and devoured by its underlying biological firewall, not even causing a ripple. Xia Tianlai's voice, tinged with fatigue and frustration, reports the ongoing difficulties to Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian in the observation room. Boss, Mr. Tai Xian, the complexity and resilience of the Crimson Veins network far exceed our expectations. It resembles a living, highly intelligent distributed brain with formidable anti-interference and self-repair capabilities. Our current technological methods have yielded minimal results. Tai Xian's brow furrows deeply, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the control panel. The powerful computing capacity of the candlelight system has been nearly exhausted, and various interference and destruction schemes derived from existing technology and source material theory have been proven ineffective one by one. It feels like confronting an invisible yet impenetrable wall of size. The depths of the mana ecology are unfathomable. Bai Yuekai's expression remains calm, but a flicker of gravity passes through her gaze. Time waits for no one. The abyssal core region continues to expand, and countless new devouring beasts are likely evolving. Beyond the lighthouse, news from Bai Yuekai indicates that Mark was found and brought back by the scavenger squad at the last moment, albeit in an extremely bizarre state. Charles's Shadowlight Church is seizing the opportunity to widely propagate the punishment of the Lord of Shadowlight, and within the lighthouse, undercurrents run deep. The conventional paths seem blocked. Perhaps we need to return to the starting point and adopt a different perspective. Bai Yuekai's gaze shifted towards Tai Xian with a hint of implication. Tai Xian was taken aback, then looked at her with an expression of inquiry. The source quality repository, Bai Yuekai softly uttered. In the deepest part of Longu village lies the source quality repository. A colossal soul storage vessel still hovers in the center of the pool, emanating a gentle and timeless glow. The inscriptions on the vibrating bowls flow like living entities, exuding an indescribable rhythm. The air is thick with a pure and magnificent aura of source quality, instilling tranquility, yet carrying a weight that originates from the essence of life itself. Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai once again stood in this enigmatic space. Unlike the last time, Tai Xian did not hastily examine the patterns on the surrounding stone walls. Instead, he devoted his entire focus to the twisted, mysterious inscriptions. Previously, I hadn't mentioned that the characters on these vibrating bowls were actually derived from the consciousness connection with the mana royal flower, extracted from the mana ecological consciousness. Bai Yuekai observed the vibrating bowls, her tone remaining cool and detached. Mana ecological characters? Tai Xian was momentarily stunned, then activated the myriad mechanism system within his consciousness. He maximized the holographic scanning module of the myriad mechanism, meticulously recording every detail of the characters, the flow of strokes, and the fluctuations of energy, constructing a three-dimensional model in his mind. He issued commands to deeply analyze the structural composition of the target characters, the frequency of energy fluctuations, and the combinatory patterns, attempting to establish a correlational model with known civilizational symbol systems. A vast computational power began to operate, inundating his consciousness with a massive influx of data. Time ticked away. Tai Xian remained as still as a meditative monk, the only indication of his immense mental exertion being the fine beads of sweat that appeared at his temples. Bai Yuekai quietly stood by, resembling a statue guarding a treasured gem. Suddenly, Tai Xian's pupils constricted. Within the three-dimensional model constructed by the myriad mechanism, those originally chaotic mana characters revealed subtle energy fluctuations at their stroke intersections and a latent spatial arrangement relationship between the characters that astonishingly overlapped with the mandala structure he had stored deep within his consciousness. The mandala, a symbolic representation of cosmic truth in Tibetan Buddhism, is a perfect platform where Buddhas and bodhisattvas converge, characterized by its intricate structure, clear hierarchy, and defined center, symbolizing the order of the universe and the perfection of Buddhist teachings. The composition of mana characters before him, with its intrinsic pathways of energy flow and structural rhythm, subtly resonated with an exceedingly complex, multi-layered three-dimensional mandala landscape centered around the vibrating bowl. When Mani Padme Hum, Tai Xian instinctively murmured the six-syllable mantra, the core truth of mandala practice. At the instant the chant echoed within his consciousness, the myriad mechanism captured the energy fluctuations of the mana characters on the vibrating bowl, producing an exceedingly faint yet discernible resonance ripple. Tai Xian inhaled sharply, suddenly opening his eyes, filled with disbelief and astonishment. What is it? Bai Yuekai immediately sensed the change. The essence of Tao and Buddha. Tai Xian's voice tinged with excitement and enlightenment. I understand. I understand. He pointed at the characters on the vibrating bowl, speaking rapidly. Old Bai, look at these characters. They are not merely records or power runes. They form a picture, a living, three-dimensional mandala. It elucidates not the power itself, but how power arises, operates, circulates, and ultimately returns to emptiness, or the cosmic laws of return to the mana consciousness. The mandala in Tibetan Buddhism depicts the pure land of the Buddha, an ordered manifestation of cosmic truth. In contrast, the mandala constructed of mana characters illustrates the cyclical laws of the rise and fall of mana ecological power. They articulate the same fundamental principle regarding how energy information consciousness operates on a cosmic level, albeit in different languages, symbols, and energy. Tai Xian's eyes shone brighter, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. I had been attempting to decipher it using technological means to interfere with it, akin to trying to dismantle a precision clock with brute force, which would only backfire due to its complex structure. I was wrong. The direction was wrong. He abruptly turned to Bai Yuekai, his tone resolute. To combat the mana ecology, technology is but a tool, an extension, but the core must return to the Tao. We must revert to the understanding and application of the cosmic fundamental laws passed down in our He Luo civilization. The Taoists speak of the natural way, of the interdependence of yin and yang, of the cyclical nature of the cosmos, of the unity of heaven and humanity. The vast and intricate network of crimson veins of the mana ecology, no matter how grand or complex, cannot escape the fundamental principles of yin-yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. Its adaptive firewall essentially serves as a rejection of non-Tao forces. Only by evolving power through the Tao, simulating its rhythmic essence, can we integrate into it, thereby interfering, dismantling, or even controlling it. The more Tai Xian spoke, the clearer his thoughts became, as if the previous bottleneck had shattered in an instant. To forcibly simulate its energy frequency through technological means is to mimic its form without capturing its essence, and it will be recognized. However, if we base ourselves on the Tao, comprehend the flow of energy creation and transformation, and then use technology as a tool to accurately simulate and amplify these Tao-aligned fluctuations, then the interference signals we emit will no longer be viewed as a virus by the mana network, but rather as part of its operational laws. A different evolutionary form of the Tao, integrating the Tao with the Tao, breaking the law with the law. Bai Yuekai's eyes sparkled with brilliance, instantly grasping Tai Xian's meaning. To confront the mana ecology, the ultimate weapon is not a sharper sword or a more powerful cannon, but a closer alignment with the cosmic fundamental laws of the Tao. Indeed, Tai Xian nodded earnestly, his heart suddenly enlightened. The success of the passive perception and dynamic deception of the candlelight system stems from its simulation of the natural rhythm of the mana ecological source quality fluctuations, aligning with its ecological Tao. Our previous approach regarded the candlelight as a shield. Now, we will transform it, along with our future disconnection weapons, into an invisible sword that integrates into the Tao of the adversary. He gazed at the flowing mana characters on the vibrating bowl, then at Bai Yuekai beside him, a newfound confidence welling up within him. The mana ecology has usurped power and distorted life, but it cannot genuinely create the Tao. It merely imitates and distorts existing laws. Our He Luo civilization's Tao, refined over thousands of years, is the true wisdom that directly points to the source, elucidating the profound truths of the universe. This is the foundation for our resistance against it and ultimately its purification. Chapter 71. The Tao enters the network, holding the universe in our grasp. What must we do? Bai Yuekai gazed intently at Tai Xian, her face betraying her uncontainable joy. Immediately adjust the research direction. Tai Xian's voice resonated with undeniable determination. All research concerning the Crimson Vein Network should be incorporated into the framework of Taoism. Integrate the computational power of the candlelight system with classical Taoist theories, such as the Tao Te Ching, Zhou Yi, Huang Ting Jing, etc., and reconstruct the network interference model. The objective is no longer destruction, but integration, interference, and guidance of its energy and information through the Tao. I will ensure that all research forces in the village fully cooperate with you, Bai Yuekai stated earnestly. She had not anticipated that bringing Tai Xian to the source quality repository would yield such significant results. Tai Xian took a deep breath. Feeling the magnificent and pure energy of the source quality repository, his gaze once again directed towards the mysterious vibrating bowl. This time, he felt no confusion or pressure, but rather an insatiable desire for exploration and conquest. The Tao begot one, one birthed two, two gave rise to three, and three manifested all things. Tai Xian chanted softly, his eyes shimmering with wisdom and martial spirit. Let me, using the teachings passed down by our ancestors, engage with your distorted pseudo-Tao, the source of primal essence, a place of concealment, seemed to respond to this resolute declaration with a radiant flow of light. The war against the mana ecosystem had officially transcended from a technical realm to a philosophical one. A novel path, rooted in the ancient wisdom of Huaxia and fused with cutting-edge technology, was about to be unveiled before Longgu village through Tai Xian's enlightenment. Despite having a clear direction, Tai Xian recognized the necessity of rest. Especially with Bai Yuekai increasingly emphasizing the quality of her sleep, she left him no opportunity to work late into the night. After all, her main concern was that Tai Xian's late return might disrupt her sleep quality. The following morning, Tai Xian was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. He slowly shifted the long legs that lay upon him and rose to descend the stairs. In the core workshop of Longgu village, the holographic projection of the myriad mechanisms was no longer a cold mathematical formula or energy graph. Instead, it was replaced by the profound verses of the Tao Te Ching, the flowing hexagrams of the I Ching, the inner imagery from the Huangting scripture, and intricate diagrams of biological fiber structures interwoven with crimson networks, forming a grand tapestry rich in Eastern mysticism and futuristic technology. Seated cross-legged at the center, Tai Xian gently closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the torrent of thought constructed by the myriad mechanisms. His spirit resembled a skilled weaver, using the classics of Taoism as the warp and his understanding of the Tao of the mana ecosystem as the weft, meticulously reweaving the blueprint of resistance. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of 10,000 things. The aphorisms of the Tao Te Ching transformed into subtle algorithms, dissecting the regular and irregular rhythms of energy within the crimson network. The yin-yang transformations described in the I Ching became dynamic models, simulating the flow of information pulses and the balance of creation and destruction within the network. The contemplative inner scenes from the Huangting scripture provided inspiration for simulating the rhythms of life's primal essence, constructing a resonance with the inner Tao. The myriad mechanisms activated the Xuan Tao protocol. The core objective, to establish a model for network interference aligned with the Tao. Tai Xian's thoughts resonated like a great bell, echoing through the data currents. Command confirmed. Loading core algorithm library of Taoist classics to analyze the underlying rhythms of the Crimson Network and establish a model for yin-yang and 5 elements mapping to simulate the injection of Taoist signals. The core computation of the myriad mechanisms erupted with unprecedented speed. In his pupils, the crimson data streams representing the information pulses of the mana network began to be permeated and entwined by a new energy data stream, infused with the ancient rhythms of blue, gold, and white. This new data stream did not attack forcibly. Rather, it flowed like a brook merging with a river, simulating the Taoic rhythm of energy circulation within the crimson network while subtly introducing variables belonging to the Tao, an element of celestial circulation, a touch of yin-yang balance, and a hint of harmony between heaven and humanity. The interference signal simulated and injected into the target network node was recognized and initially accepted without triggering a rejection response. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The signal successfully integrated into the node's energy flow, leading to a slight decrease in energy output efficiency by 37 and an increase in information transmission delay by 0.5 seconds. Though it was a minor change, it signified that the direction was correct. No longer was it about destruction, but rather about integration and guidance, planting the seeds of the Tao within the very path of the mana ecosystem. The core algorithm of the Taoist signal interference model was seamlessly integrated into the core protocol of the candlelight system, endowing it with the ability to actively penetrate and interfere with the mana biological network. Tai Xian opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them as he issued a critical command. From that moment on, the candlelight system would no longer be a passive deceiver, but would transform into an active network infiltrator. As the candlelight system completed its core upgrade, the myriad mechanisms, based on Tai Xian's practical data from the destruction of small fish whirlpools and Taoist theoretical library, pushed out several designs shimmering with mystical brilliance. The Hunyuan Kanyu compass, palm-sized, entirely resembling jade, with a faint glow in the central source essence celestial pool pointing towards the crimson core. The quantum hexagram symbols on the surface swirling, and the 24 mountain positions flashing different colored warning halos. The Z position blood spring was dark red. The Wu position flame calamity was orange-yellow, and the Gen position corpse poison was a grim green. It was no longer a simple compass, but a strategic-grade navigator capable of discerning the energy patterns and auspicious and inauspicious directions of the mana ecosystem. The vibrational mine 8 evil suppressing mountain type, shaped like an 8-trigram bronze mirror, inscribed with complex 8 evil yellow spring talismans. It was no longer a mere explosive, but could accurately release a sound wave force field that interfered with specific life essence resonances of the devouring beasts based on the compass positioning. A tool to control the battlefield's direction. The Qian Kuan folding space bag, an unassuming pouch containing the wonders of the universe, integrating Clotho algorithms to optimize spatial folding paths, capable of storing vast quantities of supplies. The design of the Crimson Isolation Chamber made the safe collection of mana samples possible. The shrinking Earth Phase Combat Boots, streamlined metallic battle boots, their surface rippling with spatial curvature waves. With a single step, the figure blurred, instantly appearing 100 meters away, manifesting the daoic power of shrinking Earth into inches, at the cost of precious marrow crystal energy or other high-purity energies. Gazing at these blueprints that fused top-tier Taoist principles with futuristic technology, Tai Xian's heart surged with excitement. This not only greatly enhanced the tactical flexibility and survivability of the entire team, but also reminded him of a certain individual, Tasia. Tasia's spatial traversal ability was one of the most precious strategic assets of Longu Village. However, her ability activated slowly, consumed greatly, and was heavily influenced by environmental factors. Tai Xian's gaze flitted over the designs of the Qian Kuan bag and the shrinking earth boots, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Myriad mechanisms. Based on the principles of Qian Kuan folding space technology and the Tao of shrinking earth, combined with Tasia's spatial anomalies, design a dedicated phase anchoring assistance system. The objective, to enhance Tasia's spatial traversal stability and precision, reduce consumption, and bestow upon her a short-term spatial folding shield capability. The myriad mechanisms responded instantaneously, beginning to simulate fervently. Phase anchoring device, designed as a lightweight gauntlet or necklace form, with a core composed of a miniaturized source essence, celestial pool, and spatial curvature sensor. It could actively scan and lock onto stable spatial coordinates in the target area, using Kanyu compass data or preset beacons, providing precise directional markers for Tasia's traversal, significantly enhancing positioning accuracy. Folding resonance core, integrated with the spatial folding algorithm of the Qian Kuan bag. When Tasia activated her ability, the resonance core would synchronously activate, creating temporary, low-energy spatial folding currents along the traversal path, greatly reducing spatial resistance and energy consumption, thus increasing speed. Shrinking Earth Phase Field, shield inspired by the principles of the shrinking Earth boots. At the moment Tasia lands from her traversal or encounters a spatial disturbance attack, a miniature shrinking phase field could be instantly activated, briefly folding and distorting the surrounding space to evade attacks or stabilize her form, akin to an instantaneous spatial shield. This function consumed a great deal of energy and required cautious use. The blueprints rapidly generated, presenting a set of specially tailored silver-gray streamlined gauntlets etched with spatial Tao patterns and a petite pendant core design. Perfect. Excitement filled Tai Xian's eyes. With this system, Tasia would become a true master of space, her strategic value poised to increase exponentially. Chapter 72. Profoundly profound within the core workshop. Two Tai furnaces resonated with a deep hum, reminiscent of an ancient heartbeat echoing from the depths of the earth. The second furnace was recently prepared. Within the furnace chamber, the dual flames of yin and yang were no longer distinctly separated colors, but entwined and spiraled, forming a vast and intricate dynamic Taiji diagram. The yang flame blazed white, reaching temperatures of 3,200, while the air emitted a sharp hiss under its caress. The shadowy blue flames, flowing with the extreme chill of a liquid nitrogen superconducting field, traversed their path as if even light itself were frozen and distorted. The intricate patterns etched into the furnace's inner walls, along with the precisely embedded energy conduits, simultaneously illuminated, exuding a cold, hard technological blue light and a warm, golden glow of mysticism. These two distinctly different forces achieved an esoteric balance at the core of the furnace. Tai Xian stood before the furnace, his figure elongated and distorted by the flickering light. With an expression as steadfast as iron, he extended his hand, continuously tapping and operating on the furnace. carefully guiding the energy beams to place the marrow crystal infused with the essence of a king-level devouring beast into the reserved celestial pool position at the furnace's heart. As soon as the crystal was positioned, a profound hum resonated, causing the entire furnace platform to tremble slightly. The glowing patterns on the furnace walls intensified, and a muffled pulse emanated from the ground, as the energy fluctuations of the two-in-one furnace interacted with the magnetic forces of the earth beneath Longu village, creating a deep resonance with its core. An invisible pressure spread, making the air thick as if it had solidified into a gelatinous state. "Awaken, celestial pool," Tai Xian commanded, his voice cutting through the furnace's roar with clarity. The marrow crystal quickly melted under the caress of the sun-like flames, transforming into a viscous, starry liquid energy. It was precisely dripped onto the superconducting alloy compass prepared below. Tai Xian moved with the swiftness of lightning, manipulating the energy within the furnace to stir the liquid marrow crystal. Each sweep drew forth the immense energy flow within the furnace, resonating with the cosmic truths of celestial movements. The liquid starry essence was shaped by an invisible force, its internal energy veins gradually coalescing into a miniature, ever-evolving natural star map under the guidance of mystical principles and algorithmic resonance. The furnace temperature plummeted as the shadowy flames gently enveloped it. The liquid star map cooled swiftly, solidifying. Ultimately, at the center of the mold, a luminous essence, seemingly containing the source of a galaxy, took form, embedded at the core of the superconducting copper alloy base. The ethereal glow pulsed like a living entity, rhythmically synchronizing with the breath of the earth beneath. Success. Tai Xian's taut shoulders relaxed imperceptibly for a moment. He carefully manipulated the energy nodes within the furnace, placing this core component onto the already laser-etched superconducting copper alloy base, now taking shape. At the edge of the disk, enigmatic energy beams precisely embedded tiny biological sensors into pre-allocated slots. The minuscule interfaces of these sensors flickered with faint light, connecting through invisible data streams to the vast database of Longu village. The furnace continued its relentless work, the massive mechanical arms shifting molds with a heavy metallic clatter, transitioning to the mode of metal refining. Recovered fragments of the devouring beast's armor and pre-mixed superconducting ceramic powder were introduced into the furnace. This time, the ratio of the dual flames was meticulously adjusted to 30 sun flame and 70 shadow flame. The scorching heat and deep chill interwove once more, softening and decomposing the armor fragments, from which the calcium phosphorus compounds were precisely extracted and evenly blended into the ceramic powder. The viscous slurry was injected into the Bagua copper mirror mold. The power of the shadow flame permeated the mixture, and during the rapid cooling and solidification process, not only did it bestow the ceramic with extraordinary toughness, but it also caused the surface of the mirror body to naturally manifest intricate, bizarre patterns reminiscent of biological skeletal textures, an ideal resonant cavity for sound. "Seal the talisman clay." Tai Xian's voice carried an undeniable authority. The mechanical arm gently placed the talisman clay into the furnace, while Tai Xian began reconfiguring the talisman nodes outside the two-in-one furnace. The massive plasma beam generator emitted a high-frequency hum. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, calling forth the ancient script of the 8 evil yellow spring talisman from the database of the myriad laws. The runes flowed on the light screen, imbued with a chilling antiquity. "Engrave the thunder script now," Tai Xian commanded solemnly. The blinding plasma beam ignited instantly, precisely tracing the back of the clay tile. High-energy particle streams scorched the clay, producing a faint sizzling sound and a burnt aroma, etching deep and flowing grooves of runes. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and heated clay. "Apply the suppressor." The mechanical arm moved again, introducing the successfully refined crimson suppressor into the furnace. Under the influence of the energy beams, the suppressor was evenly coated onto the talisman clay. On the other side of the furnace, an intelligent weaving machine emitted a rhythmic hum. Fibers extracted from the devouring beast's bones intertwined with fine titanium nickel memory alloy wires, guided with precision by the machine. The weaving trajectory strictly adhered to the meridian diagram projected from the Huang Tingjing. Unique pouches, glimmering with metallic cold light and biological soft glow, gradually took form. When folded, they were no larger than a fragrant sachet, yet through a peculiar self-folding topological structure, they contained an astonishing volume of 5 cubic meters. This was a special arrangement by Tai Xian to enhance speed, prepared in advance by Bai Yuekai. Standing beside her, Tasia held a completed Chinkoan bag. Due to rotation breaks and her pivotal role in the equipment development of Longgu Village, she was directly invited to assist this time. Her delicate fingers brushed over the inner wall of the bag, which was coated with a thin nanoscale ceramic glaze, evenly mixed with the crimson essence extracted from the devouring beast's bone ash and enzymes. However, she felt a barely perceptible, irregular pulsing, akin to touching a dormant alien heart through the bag's wall. Her refined brows furrowed slightly as she concentrated on sensing it. "This bag seems a bit strange," she murmured, uncertainty lacing her voice. "The spatial sensation inside is quite mysterious and faint." Upon hearing her, Taishan approached and took the Chinkoan bag. His formidable mental perception delved into the folded space within. After a moment, he nodded with an unperturbed expression. "It is not an illusion." This enigmatic feeling arises precisely because the weaving machine follows the path laid out in the Huang Tingjing. Having explained, Taishan returned to the 2-in-1 furnace, where both furnaces in the core workshop were undertaking different tasks. In the second 2-in-1 furnace, a pair of uniquely shaped combat boots was taking form, their surface covered in densely inscribed talismans, intricately carved by energy beams. Within the grooves, precious liquid marrow crystals flowed like living sapphires. The mechanical arm retrieved the completed combat boots, and Taishan reached out, feeling their coolness and lightness, the marrow crystals within shimmering with an unsettling blue glow. Driven by the marrow crystals, these boots could leap a maximum of 120 meters in a single bound. He handed the boots to Tasia, while naturally slipping a thumb-sized reserve marrow crystal, encased in a special alloy, into the concealed compartment of her tactical belt as if merely passing her a tool. "Based on my simulations, in conditions of strong spatial interference, the core must cool after 3 leaps, or there is a risk of overload and collapse of the talisman circuit. Keep this consumption in mind." Chapter 73. The primordial compass. Tasia's fingertip brushed against the barely discernible bulge at her waist, feeling the cold metal and the immense energy contained within. "Thank you, Mr. Tai." Tasia gazed deeply at Taishan, her eyes filled with gratitude and sentiment. She was well aware of her situation. With these combat boots, her spatial mobility would be significantly enhanced. The low roar of the 2-in-1 furnace echoed through the underground constructions of Longgu Village day and night. This time, the dual flames emerging from the furnace were precisely diverted, each refining different core components. In the left furnace, the sun flames surged, the superconducting copper alloy base being quenched and shaped at a scorching 3,000 degrees Celsius, with the laser-etched quantumized 24 mountain orientations flickering with a chilling blue light. The right furnace predominantly employed the shadow flame, its ethereal blue flames enveloping the mixed slurry of devouring beast bones and superconducting ceramic. The surface of the cooled bagua mirror base displaying natural bone textures that resembled living veins under the glow of the fire. The figure of Taishan darted swiftly between the 2 furnaces, his hands deftly maneuvering the talisman nodes outside the furnaces, steadily guiding the crucial processes. His bronze face flickered with the furnace's glow, beads of sweat matting his hair against his skin, yet his gaze remained sharp as a hawk, keenly capturing the torrent of data cascading down the myriad laws control screen and every subtle fluctuation of energy within the furnace. "Taishan, the final debugging of the Zhuzhou core protocol is complete, and the Daoist model has been seamlessly integrated." The voice of Bai Yuekai resonated through the communicator, tinged with a hint of suppressed excitement. At that moment, she was located deep within the heartflow control room of the shielding tower in Longgu Village, connecting the new Zhuzhou supercomputing system to the left brain of the mana giant through a web of optical cables. And with the core algorithm of the Daoist interference model now in place, Bai Yuetian's previous concerns had dissipated. "Excellent," Taishan responded, unable to contain his exhilaration. "This time, we can gradually infiltrate the core of the mana ecological consciousness with the upgraded Zhuzhou supercomputing system. No need to rush. As long as we proceed steadily, we will eventually succeed in managing the mana ecology." "I think so too," Bai Yuekai replied joyfully. "How is the situation on your end?" "I am almost ready. This new equipment is sufficient to alter our previous combat strategies, providing us with new methods to combat the large-scale devourers," Taishan said, fatigue evident in his voice. Bai Yuekai, sensing the weariness in Taishan's tone, felt a pang of concern. "There's no need to hurry. We have waited for so many years. There's no need to rush this moment." I will bring people back to assist you. With that, Bai Yuekai ended the communication. Inject the core algorithm for the Taoist interference model. Guide the geomagnetic fields. Synchronize the frequencies. Tai Xian refocused his attention on the furnace, pressing his hands against the control talismans of the left furnace. The source material heavenly pool at the core of the furnace suddenly blazed to life. Its ethereal blue starlight, swirling rapidly, resonating powerfully with the tremendous geomagnetic forces stirred beneath Longu village. An invisible wave, imbued with ancient Taoist rhythms and the chill of algorithmic precision, surged through the energy nodes within the furnace and poured into the compass. In the heartflow control room deep within the shielding tower, the massive Zhujiao core erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of pure white light. Within this radiance, countless intricate golden Taoist patterns spread across the surface of the crystal cluster like living entities, intertwining before stabilizing into a flowing light membrane that enveloped the entire crystal cluster. Bai Yuetian, stationed at the main control position, was intensely focused, his consciousness connected to Zhujiao through a neural interface. And he felt as if he had transformed into an ancient mirror submerged in a crimson mire, its surface reflecting the surrounding invisible mana energy network. Before him lay a vast and malevolent neural network composed of crimson veins, where innumerable faint light points, representing the life essence of the devourers, floated. Zhujiao is online. The interference field has expanded to a radius of 3,000 meters. Bai Yuetian's voice, resonating with a metallic timbre, reached Bai Yuekai's ears. Having captured the signal within Longu village, presumably the compass signal mentioned by her brother-in-law. Good. Continue monitoring the lighthouse here. The focus remains on testing how the core algorithm of the Taoist interference model interacts with the new Zhujiao system. Bai Yuekai rose to leave, instructing, "You all should not linger here. Return with me. Tai Xian needs assistance." "Yes, boss." Several members of the council responded in unison. A day later, Bai Yuekai returned to the core workshop with the village's council members and team members. "Boss, you are back," Tasha exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. "How is it?" Bai Yuekai inquired, glancing at Tai Xian's back. "Is there anything you need help with?" "Yes. Talisman ceramic piece suppression. Inhibitor spraying." Tai Xian, facing away from the crowd, spoke directly. "These two tasks can be accomplished without the furnace. I've been struggling with manpower before, so your return is fortuitous. Go assist." Bai Yuekai commanded the group. The entire workshop instantly transformed into a highly efficient war machine. Xiaodou operated the mechanical arm to spray inhibitors onto the prepared ceramic pieces. Sutong focused intently, using specialized instruments to monitor the uniformity of the inhibitor and rare earth magnetic powder fillings within the grooves of the mirror's back. Each movement executed with utmost care to prevent any errors. Others began to perform auxiliary tasks. The most challenging task remained the fabrication of the mixed yuan compass, which could only be completed by Tai Xian himself, painstakingly piecing it together. Fortunately, after such an extended period, the mixed yuan compass was nearly complete. On the third day after Bai Yuekai and the others returned, the mixed yuan compass was finally finished. Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai each held the completed compass. The compass in Bai Yuekai's hand glowed with a deep, ethereal light, while the one in Tai Xian's hand shimmered with a more intense star brilliance. "Let us give it a try," Tai Xian said, looking at Bai Yuekai, who wore an expression of eager anticipation. Both infused their energies into the core of the compass simultaneously. A hum resonated as two powerful mental perceptions erupted, instantly connecting with the Zhujiao system. Both experienced a jolt of awareness, feeling their consciousness elevated as a three-dimensional energy map, constructed from the Zhujiao system's scans, projected into their minds, covering nearly 30 kilometers in radius. Following the connection with the heartflow control room, the mixed yuan compass was further enhanced by the shielding tower, dispelling the crimson mist that had previously obscured their vision. On the energy map, the crimson light points representing ordinary devourers surged like a boiling tide towards the mixed yuan compass from all directions. In the direction of the Xuan position on the energy map, an area appeared like a collapsed abyss, emanating a chilling dark red glow, with countless crimson veins converging at its center, indicating the realm of a monarch-level entity. Even more disturbing for Tai Xian was the sight of a minuscule, yet pulsating green light point at the heart of the vast dark red vortex, exuding an unusual rhythm of life, akin to a solitary lamp flickering in the depths of the abyss, pulsing in sync with the monarch-level power. A mana flower has been discovered to the southwest. It's the direction from which the Devourers previously attacked us. Tai Xian stowed away the mixed Yuan compass, noting that while it was somewhat distant, it had exceeded the range of the shielding tower. Without the enhancement of the Daoist interference model's core algorithm and the heartflow control room, it might not have been detected at all. Since it has been discovered, it cannot be allowed to continue to exist. Otherwise, it could form a small-scale bloody core like in the area of Medical Station 17. Bai Yuekai, her expression serious, stowed the mixed Yuan compass within her armor, gazing intently at Tai Xian. Chapter 74. Tactical Evolution 1. Bai Yuekai's team set out once more after nearly a month. Once again led by Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian, accompanied by Tasha, the only female gunslinger capable of traversing space from Longgu Village. The reinforced heavy truck roared out of Longgu Village, traversing the ecological purification area and crushing through the charred wasteland, speeding towards the southwest. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense. Outside the window, the crimson mist churned like a sea of blood, obscuring the sky. With only the mixed Yuan compass connected to the Zhuzhou system projecting an energy map, clearly marking the route and the expanding dark red vortex ahead. The journey of several dozen kilometers passed in silence, punctuated only by the roar of the engine. As the vehicle entered a narrow canyon flanked by towering, severely eroded rock walls, the alarm on the mixed Yuan compass suddenly blared sharply in everyone's ears. On the energy map, the dark red vortex representing the monarch-level realm suddenly expanded, its edge less than 1,000 meters from the convoy. The tide of crimson light points surged from deep within the canyon. The intensity of the bloody vortex's fluctuations, emanating from the core composed of the monarch-level devourers and the mana flower, escalated exponentially. They have discovered us. Tai Xian, seated in the back, observed the information displayed on the mixed Yuan compass and spoke to Bai Yuekai. In the driver's cabin, Bai Yuekai's expression sharpened. Everyone, this is the last opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the equipment. Execute immediately. The entire squad instantly transformed into the most efficient war machine. Xiaodou deftly maneuvered his flying sword for testing. Su Tong concentrated fully, arranging his rocket skateboard and plasma gun beneath Taja's feet. The surface of her ground-shrinking boots shimmered with a ghostly blue luster as she closed her eyes, attuning herself to the synchronization state of the boot's core phase anchoring module with the spatial coordinates of myriad mechanisms. Suishing adjusted the specially crafted longbow in her hands, its arms embedded with miniature energy cores, while the arrows in her quiver hummed softly, each adorned with different ominous glows. Shonda drove the vehicle, gently patting the specially made shield, which glimmered with a stable golden incantation. My duo straddled the modified mechanical war beast in the truck bed, her nearly 3-meter-long spear's tip emanating a deep hum from the high-frequency plasma blade, arcs of electricity leaping along the blade. As the truck reached the mouth of the canyon, it could advance no further. Abandon the vehicle. Establish defenses at the designated position. Bai Yuekai's command was succinct and cold. The group leaped from the truck like trained cheetahs. Suishing lightly tapped her toes, gracefully leaping onto a jutting platform on the right rock face. Her longbow drawn to its full extension, an arrow tipped with a binding spirit cord glimmering with bolts of lightning poised on the string. Its tip locked onto the swirling mist deep within the canyon. Shonda let out a low growl, striking his shield with the meow hammer, a solid, thick yellow energy shield brimming with golden incantation runes erupted instantly, standing like a colossal boulder at the forefront of the team. Xiaodou walked slightly behind the flank. 6 ancient-style alloy flying swords silently hovering behind him, their blades engraved with intricate runes, gently trembling as they pointed in various directions. Simultaneously, he held a controller linked to the jamming device behind. My duo mounted the mechanical beast, her spear held high, the high-frequency plasma blades glow pulsing erratically, arcs of electricity crackling in the narrow canyon. Taja's figure flickered at the periphery of the squad, the ghostly blue glow of her boots vanishing with each step. Akin to a specter, Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai stood at the core of the team, the mixed-element compass in their hands radiating light, the markings of ominous positions on its face flashing wildly. Su Tong, Taja, set up the formation. Tai Xian's voice echoed through the canyon. Jin position, corpse goo. Z position, blood spring. Qin position, ice cold. Li position, burning wind. 4 ominous locks. Understood. Su Tong and Taja shot forth like arrows released from a bow. One wielded a rocket skateboard, the other enhanced by ground shrinking boots, enabling swift spatial leaps with greater freedom. At the 4 critical nodes precisely indicated by Tai Xian's compass, they buried frequency-triggered deep-sea mines deeply into the crevices and rubble. The mirror-like surface of the mines was quickly concealed, leaving behind only a faint glimmer of magnetic powder at the runic grooves. A low, ominous roar, filled with boundless malice, erupted from the depths of the canyon, as if it were tearing through the very fabric of the soul. It was not the roar of a beast, but rather a distorted amplification of some human voice, laced with a nauseating, viscous quality. The visibly dark red sound waves surged forth like a tangible tsunami, engulfing the crumbling rocks on both sides of the canyon and crashing toward them. Simultaneously, a terrifying force descended, seemingly intent on forcibly ripping every soul from its corporeal shell. Activate the jamming device. Suppress with all might. Bai Yuetian's voice came through, slightly hoarse, resonating on a mental level. Understood. Xiaodou immediately donned mechanical glasses, manipulating the controller in his hands. The jamming device, outfitted with the latest Zhaozhou supercomputing system, erupted with golden patterns. A torrent of energy, imbued with ancient maxims and cold algorithms, transformed into countless invisible golden needles, piercing through the crimson mental tsunami that rushed forth. A hum. The overwhelming sensation of soul-sucking suddenly eased. The devastating sound wave tsunami visibly distorted and weakened upon colliding with Xuan Dao's sturdy shield. The shield's golden light quaked violently. Xuan Dao's body felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a muffled grunt as his feet sank deep into the rocky ground. Yet his muscular arms strained to hold firm. Now, activate the formation. Bai Yuekai's voice rang out like ice jewels striking a jade plate. Almost instantaneously as her words fell, the 4 ominous coordinates marked on Tai Xian's compass erupted with blinding brilliance. Boom, 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 boom. For deep, thunderous roars exploded simultaneously at different points within the canyon. Not flames of explosion, but 4 distinct waves of energy, each twisted in nature, yet equally distorting space, surged forth. Intertwining, golden ripples mingled with azure waves swept across, causing the massive body of a devourer beast at the forefront to momentarily stiffen. Its skin rupturing and foul blood flowing forth, the consciousness of the devourer beast seeming to be controlled, turning against each other in a frenzy. The powerful shockwaves cascaded like a tsunami, overwhelming another group of fast-moving devourer beasts, their spines emitting a shrill grinding sound, yet proving utterly ineffective. Their movements becoming sluggish and chaotic. The 2 forces intertwined, forming a violent energy slaughterhouse at the narrow entrance of the canyon. The devourer beasts that charged and found themselves ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, wailing in despair. Xuan, suppress the devourer beasts behind. Tai Xian barked, observing the chaos before him. His extraordinary vision allowed him to see far and clearly even in darkness, where more devourer beasts were rushing in. Received. On the rock face. Xuan's gaze was sharp as an eagle, her bowstring already drawn to a full moon. An arrow, imbued with a halo of lightning, was released, slicing through the air with a piercing wail, striking precisely into the crimson core at the center of a particularly massive devourer beast's head. Rip! A powerful surge of electricity instantly spread outward from the fallen devourer beast's corpse. Chapter 75, Tactical Evolution 2. Lightning flashed. That enormous devourer beast collapsed as if its spine had been extracted. The surrounding chaotic swarm of devourer beasts was instantly engulfed by the scattered lightning, plunging into further turmoil. My duo, piercer through these devourer beasts. Bai Yuekai commanded fiercely. Huh! My duo shouted, her 4-legged energy-infused blue hound surging forth, activating the electromagnetic field generator on her shoulder, transforming into a bolt of blue lightning. With her spear leading, the high-frequency plasma blade tore through the air with an ear-splitting roar. The spear tip targeted a devourer beast in the back, which was emitting shrill cries and controlling the swarm. The obstructing devourer beasts were like paper in the face of the raging electromagnetic field and plasma blade. Instantly pierced and torn apart, merging human and beast, they became an unstoppable force. The spear impaled the screaming devourer beast along with the rock beneath it, vaporizing it. Xiaodou, clear the left flank. Bai Yuekai's command resounded again. Go. Xiaodou pointed like a sword, a flick of his finger. The The 6 flying swords behind him obeyed the command, instantly transforming into 6 streaks of deathly light that tore through the air. The sword bodies glowed with runes, emitting a sharp sound as they precisely struck into the left flank, targeting dozens of small devourer beasts attempting to circumvent the slaughterhouse. The sword lights crisscrossed like lightning, each flicker claiming foul blood and shattered bones. In the blink of an eye, the left flank was cleared. Tasia, provide cover. Target the king-level devourer beast. Bai Yuekai's voice was laden with determined, murderous intent, her figure transforming into a white streak that tore through the battlefield, charging toward the violently swirling crimson vortex deep within the canyon. The Tang Dao in her hand hummed, its blade glowing with azure brilliance. Be careful, Taishin shouted, following closely behind, gripping the dark-hued spear that flowed with dual lightning in pure white and ghostly blue. The spear shaft was entwined with densely packed cloud runes that danced as if alive. With each step he took, the scorched earth bore molten footprints, the air around him distorting from the terrifying heat, creating an invisible furnace that ignited the stray devourer beasts rushing in, reducing them to ash. Humans, roar! A cold, hoarse voice, echoing with a non-human resonance, exploded deep within everyone's consciousness. It brimmed with offended wrath. In the depths of the canyon, a swirling crimson vortex suddenly contracted and coalesced. A figure emerged slowly from the center of the vortex. It retained a humanoid silhouette, towering at approximately 10 meters. Its entire body enveloped in a shell as smooth as obsidian, with sharp scarlet crystal spikes extending from its joints. Its head was featureless, save for a dark red whirlpool that spun incessantly, seemingly capable of devouring souls. Merely standing there, the suffocating pressure it exuded caused the very air of the canyon to solidify. Another humanoid king-level devourer beast had appeared, as 2 individuals charged towards it. It did not roar, but raised an arm cloaked in an obsidian-like shell, directing its 5 fingers towards Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian, suddenly splaying wide. Buzz! A mental shriek, 10 times more horrifying than before, mingled with high-frequency sound waves, piercing through the minds of all present like countless invisible steel needles, disregarding physical defenses. The golden patterns illuminating the core instantly dimmed. The star fragment arrows veered off course, embedding themselves into the rock wall. My duo's mechanical war beast stumbled and lost balance. The shield of Xuan fluctuated violently, its radiance dimming abruptly. Xiaodo's flying sword spiraled out of control. Tasia's warp-like figure abruptly froze, her complexion paling. Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian, standing at the forefront, felt a suffocating sensation envelop their entire beings in an instant. Simultaneously, the other arm of the king-level devourer beast swung down. The towering cliffs on either side of the canyon groaned under the unbearable strain. Countless massive crimson mantle vines, their edges shimmering with metallic glints, surged forth at a terrifying speed, piercing towards the 2 individuals from all directions with no escape in sight. The space twisted and folded under the piercing force, sealing off all avenues of evasion. Phase anchor. Maximum power. Tasia shouted hoarsely, desperately suppressing the agony in her head. The blue glow of her battle boots flared to an extreme intensity as her figure flickered to the side of Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian just before the pillars converged. An unseen spatial folding force field unfolded before her like mercury. Thud, thud, thud. The crimson mantle vines, capable of piercing through warship armor, crashed into the distorted force field. Their speed drastically diminished, their trajectories bending bizarrely. Most of the pillars grazed past the 2, creating massive craters in the rock wall behind. Still, several managed to breach the limits of the force field, accompanied by piercing friction sounds, continuing to thrust towards their targets. Tasia's body trembled violently, blood oozing from her mouth, and nearly a third of the marrow crystal within her battle boots was visibly consumed. In a moment of peril, Thunder Rune, break illusion. Tai Xian's eyes flickered with fierce light, ignoring the mantle vines aiming at him. His spear thrust like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, aimed directly at the king's form. The spear tip, inscribed with the Thunder Rune, shone brightly, summoning the heavens. A massive, purifying white lightning, imbued with destructive force, tore through the crimson mist, roaring down upon the king-level vortex head. Flash! Bai Yuekai simultaneously shouted, her figure leaving behind several afterimages in the confined space, narrowly evading the fatal strike. The tang knife in her hand traced out a brilliant blue arc, its patterns ablaze. Not a direct confrontation, but an exquisitely precise strike at the energy nodes of several scarlet pillars aimed at Tai Xian's back. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp clash of metal echoed. The lethal mantle vines snapped in response. A viscous crimson liquid gushed forth from the severed ends. Meanwhile, the purifying white lightning summoned by Tai Xian had already reached the king. The king-level vortex had suddenly lifted, the dark red glow swirling violently. It did not flinch nor evade, raising its obsidian-covered left palm, where a minuscule, rapidly rotating crimson essence was formed. Boom! The purifying white lightning crashed down upon the miniature crimson essence. The terrifying energy erupted explosively, blinding white light engulfing the king's figure. The violent shockwave casting debris and dust from the canyon floor like waves. The entire bone-cracking canyon shook violently. The core was exposed. Tai Xian bellowed. The needle on his Hunyuan compass trembled, the energy fluctuating intensely at the point of thunder's impact, coalescing into a material that glimmered like jumping obsidian in the chaotic energy. Beside it, the pure blood-red glow of the mana flower suddenly became extraordinarily vivid. However, just as the remnants of the thunder faded and the white light had yet to dissipate completely, Tai Xian's pupils constricted sharply on the Hunyuan compass in his grasp. The coordinate light spot representing the Xuan position's earth vein had not dimmed due to the injury sustained by the king-level devourer beast. Instead, it violently trembled and suddenly split, originally pointing towards the depths of the canyon, beside the violently trembling dark red light spot. Another slightly dim yet equally ominous dark red light spot emerged on the compass's displaced position, due south, like a lurking venomous serpent, quietly illuminating, rapidly growing blinding. Its energy intensity even subtly surpassed that of the recently wounded king level. The alarm of the myriad mechanisms blared sharply in Tai Xian's consciousness. Warning: high concentration of homologous king-level energy reaction detected. Spatial coordinates displaced. Intensity surpasses current target. Energy spectrum analysis camouflage lifted, confirmed as mana flower core-associated king level. Priority: extremely high. Danger: retreating poses danger. Tai Xian abruptly tugged at Bai Yuekai, stepping onto the Xuan wind step, the earth-shrinking talismans on his battle boots flickering incessantly, their figures flashing directly to the front of the team members. What? Bai Yuekai also sensed the immense threat, her grip on the knife tightening. Shock breaking through her cold, murderous intent. A more formidable foe has appeared. A feint. Tai Xian's heart trembled violently, an icy dread sweeping through him. He sharply glanced at the newly emerged, more blinding light spot on the compass, then swiftly towards the depths of the canyon where the white light had faded. Next to the vortex, which had reformed and appeared chaotic in its aura, a mana flower radiating pure blood-red light, seemingly untouched by dust, now emanated an eerily chilling, mocking brilliance in Tai Xian's eyes, silently mocking their most potent strike, which had merely fallen into a meticulously prepared death trap. We are in trouble. The evolution of the mana ecosystem has progressed too rapidly. They have begun to employ tactics. Tai Xian stood protectively in front of Bai Yuekai, his expression grim. Chapter 75. Strenuous Battle 1. The chilling mockery emanating from that scarlet glow had yet to dissipate when an even larger, more ferocious aura surged forth from the southern canyon wall. The crimson mist was violently torn apart, revealing a figure that, while differing drastically from the wounded king-level form in the depths of the canyon, exuded an even greater pressure. It resembled a grotesque creature covered in eyes, exceeding 10 meters in length, with elongated claws bearing razor-sharp blades, its body enveloped in thick, dark armor akin to molten lava, with viscous crimson energy seeping through the cracks in its shell. Its head was hideous, with multiple pairs of compound eyes gleaming with cunning ferocity, its legs bent backward, and a long tail covered in crimson crystals whipped like a massive whip, shattering the rock walls with each strike. Upon its emergence, it did not rush to attack, but instead raised its head and emitted a low, resonant hum with an unusual rhythm. Buzz. In the depths of the canyon, the humanoid king level, which had just suffered a devastating blow from Tai Xian's thunder rune, with cracks marring its obsidian shell and its core light dimming, found its surrounding crimson mist suddenly thickening and becoming viscous. Countless mana ecological crimson light points, like fireflies summoned, surged from the air, from the ground. and even from the remains of the fallen devourers, coalescing into visible torrents of primal energy, precisely infusing into the humanoid king level's body. It was drawing upon the primal energy of the mana ecosystem. Quick, stop it! Tai Xian's eyes widened in realization, understanding the true purpose of the mana flower. It was not merely a bait, but a powerful energy relay station and amplifier. However, it was already too late. With the influx of massive primal energy, the cracks on the surface of the humanoid king level rapidly healed, the shattered obsidian shell regrowing and covering it. While the dark red whirlpool at its head spun deeper and more violently, its left arm, burned by the thunder, rose, the palm condensing yet again into a minuscule, swirling crimson vortex. Though its radiance was slightly diminished, the aura of destruction remained astounding. And the newly emerged beast-like king level locked its compound eyes firmly onto Tai Xian and Bai Yuekai, its humming growing more urgent. Two king-level devourers simultaneously targeted the human squad. Roar. It was no longer a singular growl. Instead, two distinctly different yet equally malevolent waves of mental energy surged forth like tangible tides, merging, resonating, amplifying in an instant. A torrent of psychic pollution, far beyond previous levels and infused with madness, fear, despair, and greed, disregarded physical distances, crashing violently into the consciousness of each individual within the canyon like an invisible tsunami. Its aim was directed deep within the soul, attempting to shatter willpower, distort perception, and drag individuals into the abyss of madness. Ugh! Shanda let out a muffled groan, his golden shield pulsating violently, flickering in brightness, while a splitting headache consumed him and illusions swarmed his vision. Suashing's fingers trembled on the bowstring. Nearly unable to grasp the arrow, Xiangdo's flying sword danced erratically in the air, its trajectory entirely out of control. The mechanical war beast beneath Maiduo, the blue hound, emitted a piercing alarm, its movements stiffening. Tasia's face turned as pale as parchment, her spatial perception severely disrupted. Even Bai Yuekai and Tai Xian felt an intense wave of dizziness and agitation crashing against their minds, momentarily slowing their actions. Just as their consciousness teetered on the brink of total contamination, a sound far grander, more stable, and colder than the king-level mental fluctuations resonated through the canyon. Buzz. It erupted from the interior of a heavy truck at the canyon's mouth, like a monumental bell tolling. Atop the truck, a massive metallic box, outfitted with intricate energy circuits and cooling fins, housed the Zhaozhou supercomputing system, which was now radiating an unprecedented brilliance. Countless energy beams, interwoven with golden runes and cold data streams, pierced through the physical barriers, targeting the seemingly pure, yet fundamentally crucial mana flower deep within the canyon. Zhaozhou supercomputing, operating at full power. Objective, reverse infiltrate the mana flower. Golden scales. Defense. Tai Xian gritted his teeth against the agonizing pressure in his mind and unleashed a thunderous roar. He flung his arms wide, and his improved golden scale armor burst forth in a dazzling light. Countless fine golden scales shimmered to life, detaching from his cloak, swirling rapidly before him, combining and overlapping. A massive golden light shield, over 5 meters in diameter, inscribed with complex and arcane runes, solidified in an instant. This shield stood as the most formidable barrier, interposing itself between the group and the two king-level beasts. Boom! The combined torrent of psychic pollution from the two king-level beasts collided fiercely against the golden scale shield. The golden light trembled violently, the runes on the shield flickering erratically, emitting an unbearable humming sound. Tai Xian's body shook violently, blood trickling from his ears, yet his gaze remained as resolute as granite, his arms bulging with strain as he held the shield steadfast. Although this defense, propelled by the golden scale treasure, could not entirely eliminate the discomfort caused by the terrifying psychic assault, it significantly alleviated Shanda and the others' pressure. Though disturbances remained, they successfully kept the most lethal wave of psychic pollution capable of obliterating souls at bay. Tai Xian was buying the crucial time needed for the Zhaozhou system's incursion. The brilliance of the Zhaozhou supercomputing system surged forth, the golden runes akin to viral code, racing along the connection channels of the mana flower and the entire mana ecosystem, furiously reverse-analyzing, interfering, and dismantling. The vibrant crimson mana flower trembled violently, its pure light flickering and distorting, while the primal energy flowing within became chaotic and sluggish. The immense forms of the two king-level devourers trembled simultaneously. Their malicious and powerful psychic waves were abruptly severed by an invisible force. The terrifying torrent of enhanced psychic pollution came to an abrupt halt. Though their inherent pressure and strength remained formidable, the direct influence on the depths of the soul, which drove one to madness and collapse, was forcibly interrupted by the Jiajiao system through its interference with the core of the mana flower. The mental shackles were broken. Now, strike! Bai Yuekai's eyes blazed with cold light, the repressed intent to kill erupting like a volcano. Sword box, open! Tai Xian roared in unison. As the dark golden sword box behind him trembled violently, its lid bursting open, a profound and vast energy, seemingly teeming with endless power, surged forth. This was the core energy source known as the Abyss. Clang, clang, clang. The piercing sound of metal echoed through the canyon. Hundreds and thousands of streams of light shot forth from the Yin-Yang fish sword box. These were not physical swords, but ethereal blades, purely composed of the exceptionally pure sword energy of metal and the energy of thunder. They took on various forms, some like swimming dragons, others like soaring phoenixes, some like dazzling meteors, and others like steadfast rocks, instantly filling the sky above Tai Xian's head. Each ethereal sword radiated an unmatched sharpness and crackling arcs of electricity. All swords returned to their origin. The golden scale shield did not dissipate, continuing to valiantly withstand the residual psychic pressure and potential physical impacts from the king-level beasts. While the Abyss provided an unending supply of powerful energy through an invisible link to both the golden scale shield and the Yin-Yang fish sword box. In this moment, Tai Xian embodied a mobile fortress of war, an amalgamation of offense and defense. Your opponent is me. Tai Xian's gaze was like lightning, fixating intently on the more powerful orc-formed king-level beast. He stepped forward, his footsteps leaving molten trails, transforming into a streak of dark golden lightning that tore through space, accompanied by a tempest of sword energy, charging fiercely toward the colossal creature. Xuan, follow me. Target, humanoid form. Bai Yuekai commanded sharply, her figure like a white lightning bolt, darting toward the deeper recesses of the canyon where the humanoid king-level beast had just regained its strength. Xuan did not hesitate, deftly leaping from the rock face. Following closely behind like a swift swan, her longbow fully drawn, an arrow entwined with ethereal blue energy, chains firmly locked onto the target. Everyone else, clear the area. Detonate the mines. Shanda bellowed, braving the lingering psychic pressure as the golden shield's range diminished yet solidified, protecting the flanks of Su Tong, Xiangdo, and Mai Duo. Chapter 76. Struggling to fight, Su Tong's rocket skateboard blazed with a white tail flame, its plasma gun charging with energy. Xiangdo took a deep breath, her mechanical glasses locking onto the chaotic horde ahead, 6 flying swords regaining control, swirling around her. Mai Duo struck her mechanical war beast, the plasma gun humming once more. Her battle spirit ignited. Tasia flickered, appearing at the rear of the team, her spatial boots shimmering with light. Her revolver firing continuously while vigilantly guarding against potential ambushes from the flanks and rear. The orc-formed king-level devourer emitted a thunderous roar, its massive body twisting with unexpected agility, its crystalline tail sweeping like a colossal battering ram, accompanied by a piercing shriek aimed squarely at the advancing Tai Xian. At the same time, it opened its enormous jaws, unleashing a viscous breath of scarlet energy, reeking of corrosive intent. Scatter! With a thought, Tai Xian commanded, and the swirling torrent of sword energy instantly dispersed. Part transformed into a dense rain of swords, accurately meeting the corrosive breath, the metal sword energy clashing violently with the corrosive force, emitting a hissing sound as they forced the breath apart, neutralizing it. The other part, like agile fish, evaded the sweeping tail and struck at the king lizard's relatively vulnerable joints, compound eyes, and chitinous seams from unexpected angles. Tai Xian, wielding a long spear crackling with lightning, moved like a wraith. He danced through the gusts and flying debris raised by the sweeping tail, each dodge perilously close, yet masterfully executed. He was not merely evading, but continually seeking opportunities to strike. Thunder's awakening, seizing the moment when the giant claw swept past. As the old force waned and the new force had yet to surge, his spear shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. the spear tips blazing white lightning condensed to its peak, piercing toward the joint of one of the orc-formed king-level devourer's supporting legs. Puffed, the lightning erupted. The resilient carapace was violently torn apart by the raging might of the thunder, revealing the writhing crimson flesh within. The orc king let out a pained roar. However, the response of the king-class devourer beast was astonishingly swift. Its injured massive leg retracted abruptly, while the unscathed one stomped down with immense force. Simultaneously, the carapace on its back suddenly split open, revealing dozens of holes from which countless sharp crimson bone spikes erupted like a torrential downpour, enveloping all of Tai Xian's escape routes. With a thought, Tai Xian's mind raced, and the swirling sword energy in the air instantly retracted, rapidly rotating in front of him to form a shield of flowing energy composed of innumerable fine sword auras. At the same time, the defensive golden light around him expanded instantaneously. Clang, clang. The densely packed bone spikes collided with the sword shield, most being deflected or shredded, while a few that broke through the flying sword defenses were halted by the golden light. Using the momentum from the impact of the spikes, Tai Xian's figure floated backward, creating distance, as new energy swords surged forth from the yin-yang fish sword box to replenish the losses. The transition between offense and defense flowed seamlessly. Bind. A cold voice echoed from the star shards. The bowstring trembled as the ethereal blue spirit binding arrow was released, its speed reaching its zenith. The arrow traced a strange arc through the air, not aimed at the king's body, but rather at the ground beneath its feet. As the arrow struck the rocky ground, ethereal blue energy chains erupted like vines, spreading wildly. Countless translucent energy chains burst forth from the earth, entwining around the humanoid king-class beast's legs, waist, and arms. Though these chains were not physical, they carried a powerful current that bound and disrupted energy, causing the creature's movements to slow and the crimson energy swirling around its body to become chaotic. The minuscule creature struggled. The humanoid king-class beast turned its vortex-like head towards the stars, raising an arm as a bloody vortex began to coalesce in its palm. But in that moment of distraction, the figure of Bai Yuekai approached like a phantom. Her speed was unparalleled, and with her tang knife, she drew a cold golden line, aiming directly at the exposed crack in the king-class beast's chest, where its carapace had yet to fully regenerate. The king-class beast reacted swiftly, its other arm, covered in obsidian, swung towards Bai Yuekai like a hammer. The wind pressure created was enough to tear steel. Yet, Bai Yuekai showed no sign of fear. Her left hand shot forth. The intricately mechanical structure of her spirit source glove, embedded with ethereal blue marrow crystals, erupted with intense magnetic waves. Buzz. An invisible, powerful directional magnetic field was generated, not resisting but rather acting like a viscous mire, precisely affecting the king-class beast's arm as it swung down. The forceful strike, once mighty, lost its speed under the magnetic interference, its trajectory subtly altered. In that fleeting moment of delay and deflection, Bai Yuekai seized the opportunity for a decisive strike. Her body twisted at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the passing fist, while her tang knife remained unwavering, the golden patterns along the blade igniting to their fullest potential. Swoosh. The blade, infused with the essence of Bai Yuekai's potential energy, pierced with precision into the still-healing crack in the humanoid king-class beast's chest. It plunged deep, striking the intensely pulsating core that resembled an obsidian heart. Roar. The humanoid king-class beast let out a piercing shriek of agony. Meanwhile, the battle among the other members of the team raged on fiercely. Detonate. Shanda roared, thrusting his shield forward as the golden shield erupted with brilliant light, temporarily repelling the wave of beasts approaching. Su Tong and Xia Dou were already prepared. Boom, boom, boom. The frequency mines previously planted at the canyon entrance were detonated remotely. An even more violent and chaotic energy shockwave surged through the narrow gorge, intensifying. Streams of gold, blue, red, and black energies twisted together, ripping apart dozens of devourer beasts at the forefront. The subsequent wave of beasts was toppled, pushed back, their formation thrown into disarray. Flying swords. Slaughter. Xia Dou's fingers darted, and 6 flying swords transformed into 6 streaks of death, traversing the chaotic beast horde like precision-guided missiles, slicing through. Each flicker accurately pierced the core of a devourer beast. Plasma. Coverage. Su Tong maneuvered his rocket skateboard low, unleashing a barrage of plasma balls that exploded in the dense beast swarm, incinerating swathes of ground. Kill! My duo commanded her mechanical war beast, the plasma lance crackling like red lightning as it darted amidst the confused beasts, severing limbs and scattering remnants. Tasia, like a ghost of the battlefield, flashed with the light of her war boots, appearing precisely at the flanks where team members might be in danger, firing her revolver to repel or severely wound ambushing devourer beasts, ensuring the line of extermination remained steadfast. Within the gorge, the two King-class battlefields were rife with danger, and the clearing battlefield at the canyon entrance operated like an efficient meat grinder. The light of the Zhu Zhao supercomputer continued to shine steadily atop the truck, persistently disrupting the mana flower and severing the source of the King-class's mental pollution. The battle had entered its most brutal and critical phase. Chapter 77. Divine Demons. Bai Yuekai's Tang knife plunged deep into the crack of the humanoid King-class's chest, the blade tip precisely resting upon the pulsating core of the spirit seed. The essence of potential energy seared like a red-hot iron, brutally scorching the core enveloping the spirit seed. Roar! The humanoid King-class emitted an unprecedented shriek, a blend of pain and fury. Its obsidian carapace writhed frantically, attempting to heal the fissure and expel the invading blade. Simultaneously, its unbound arm, with a tearing sound through the air, transformed into a crimson blur, aiming to grasp Bai Yuekai's head. The speed was unfathomable. In that critical moment, "You won't." The cold voice of the stars echoed like a decree. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yuekai had once again drawn her bow, releasing an arrow imbued with fierce lightning energy. The arrow did not target the king's body, but struck at the shoulder joint of the arm reaching for Bai Yuekai. The arrow hit precisely, and the thunderous energy contained within erupted instantly. Sizzle! The resilient obsidian carapace shattered under the destructive energy as if it were fragile glass, disintegrating instantly. The movement of the entire arm was forcefully interrupted, slowed. This lethal delay granted Bai Yuekai the final opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Her eyes flashed with determination, and the spirit source glove on her left hand unleashed unprecedented magnetic force, firmly restraining the King-class beast's thrashing body, while her right hand gripped the knife, pouring all her strength and the purifying energy of the Zhu Zhao core into the blade. Crack! Uft! The blade completely penetrated the core. The pulsating spirit seed core emitted a heart-wrenching wail, akin to a soul being torn asunder, instantly filling with web-like cracks before exploding violently. A viscous, dark red essence brimming with terrifying energy surged forth from the shattered core like a flood breaking through a dam. The massive form of the humanoid King-class beast stiffened abruptly, the vortex of light at its head dimming rapidly, extinguishing, as the obsidian carapace covering its body lost its luster, turning to ashen rock. Its immense body collapsed as if all support had been drained, raising a cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously with the core's destruction, the light from the Zhu Zhao supercomputer atop the truck surged to its zenith. It successfully captured the violent fluctuations connecting the mana flower to the mana ecosystem at the moment of the King-class's death. Cold algorithms fused perfectly with ancient patterns, transforming into countless invisible chains that pierced deeply into the mana flower's interior. Buzz! The seemingly pure emerald mana flower trembled violently, its surface light becoming chaotically distorted, akin to a malfunctioning screen. Its function as an energy relay and consciousness node was forcibly suppressed and disrupted by the Zhu Zhao system. The crimson mist enveloping the entire gorge momentarily faltered, and the once tumultuous flow of elemental energy surging towards the massive lizard king became thin and intermittent as if its source had been severed. The supply of essence was cut off. Their recovery was greatly diminished. Annihilate them. Shanda astutely sensed the shift, invigorated by the surge of energy. The golden shield surged forward, while the Meow Meow hammer unleashed its full potential, forcefully repelling the oncoming horde of beasts. The aftermath of the landmines cleared the area. Su Tong shouted. As the rocket skateboard skimmed low, the plasma gun targeting the remnants of the beast pack, shattered by the earlier explosive landmines, delivering a saturated barrage. A multitude of plasma orbs descended, igniting the sluggish devourer beasts in swathes, turning them to carbon. Xia Dou's flying sword darted through the chaotic throngs like the scythe of death, efficiently picking off elite individuals attempting to regroup their offensive. Maidua's mechanical war beast charged into the devourer swarm, wielding a plasma gun that unleashed a tempest of bloodshed with each swing, utterly crushing the remaining resistance. Tasia embodied the calmest of hunters, her battle boots flickering as she remained poised to support any potential breaches in the defense, ensuring no devourer beast could breach the blockade and disrupt the core battlefield. At the moment the humanoid king-level beast fell, the clash between Tai Xian and the beastman king-level devourer beast reached a fevered climax. Deprived of the continuous supply of essence from the mana flower, the humanoid king-level devourer beast's breath faltered noticeably. The speed at which the jetting bone spines on its back healed visibly decelerated, and its corrosive breath dimmed. Tai Xian seized this fleeting opportunity. 1,000 swords. Convergence. The intertwining lightning and metal energy in Tai Xian's eyes erupted with a thunderous roar. The swirling blades, akin to a swarm of bees, ceased their chaotic assault, drawn towards the beastman king-level devourer beast as if magnetized. The air was filled with the piercing sound of countless energy swords racing towards their target. Simultaneously, Tai Xian channeled energy into his spear, the essence from the abyss flowing through the energy conduit of the golden scales into the weapon. The tip of the spear, once ablaze with intertwining white and azure lightning, erupted into an indescribable brilliance, seemingly capable of slicing through space. The spear emitted a deep hum, the inscriptions along its shaft flowing like molten gold, transforming it into a divine spear forged from thunder and plasma. At the spear's tip, the high-frequency plasma blade was forcibly activated to an unprecedented state, forming a blinding halo that rippled and tore through space. Thunderous silence. Plasma overload. Break. Tai Xian's form morphed into a silver-white thunderbolt that tore through the heavens. He poured the immense energy from the abyss into this strike without reservation. His speed surpassed the reaction limit of the king-level giant lizard. It barely had time to raise its lava-covered forelimb for defense while opening its massive jaws to unleash its final breath. Yet, all defenses crumbled before Tai Xian's ultimate thrust, condensed with overwhelming energy, as if made of mere paper. Sizzle. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a sharp sound reminiscent of space itself being rent asunder. The silver-white spear effortlessly pierced through the beastman king-level devourer beast's forelimb's lava shell, instantly penetrating the hardest skull of its menacing head. The horrific energy within the spear, embodying the essence of annihilation, detonated with a high-frequency plasma shockwave at the core of the beastman's skull. The enormous body of the beastman king-level devourer beast abruptly stiffened, the ferocity in its multifaceted eyes freezing and extinguishing. Its claws, capable of cleaving mountains, fell limply. In the next moment, from the punctured head, the dark lava shell ignited like kindling, instantly covered in a web of silver cracks, from which searing lightning and plasma flames erupted. Boom! The entire head of the giant lizard king-level beast, along with a portion of its body, vaporized in an explosion of destructive energy, akin to ice tossed into a steel furnace. The remaining massive carcass, now bereft of its core support, crashed heavily to the ground, oozing foul blood and kicking up clouds of dust. The once suffocating pressure dissipated rapidly like retreating tides. Tai Xian's silhouette appeared before the remnants of the beastman king-level devourer beast, his spear angled toward the ground. The plasma halo at its tip slowly extinguishing as the lightning faded, yet his imposing aura reached a zenith. He disregarded the remains of the king beneath him, his cold gaze piercing through space, locking onto the depths of the canyon where the once glimmering crimson mana flower, now struggling under the candlelight's suppression, flickered weakly. At the end of its tether, Yin-Yang fish, 2-in-1 sword array. Flash. As he issued his cold command, the massive Yin-Yang fish sword box behind him roared anew. The profound energy from the abyss surged forth like a flood. Two distinct, yet harmoniously unified torrents of sword energy soared skyward. One was as blazing as the sun at noon, radiating overwhelming power capable of incinerating all. The other was as chilling as the depths of the abyss, exuding a haunting stillness that could freeze souls. The two energies intertwined in the air, spiraling to form a colossal, slowly rotating yin-yang fish pattern. This pattern was no mere illusion, but was composed of an utterly pure and destructive sword intent. The moment the sword array took shape, the remaining crimson mist in the canyon retreated frantically, as if encountering a nemesis. The sword array disregarded the distance of space, ignored the chaotic beast horde and collapsing cliffs, And with the terrifying power to sever causality and obliterate all, it descended upon the mana flower with a resounding strike. PFF. There was no earth-shattering boom. Only the delicate sound akin to a bubble bursting. The enchanting crimson mana flower, along with the rock layer it rooted in and the pulsating core node below, resembling a massive blood vessel, was silently obliterated under the pressure of the yin-yang fish sword array, vanishing like a dream. All that remained was a terrifying pit, unfathomably deep, with edges as smooth as a mirror. Abyss. Full power. Devour. Tai Xian's voice resonated like a celestial decree. He spread his arms wide, the core of the abyss behind him unleashing an unprecedented pull. A deep, swirling vortex of energy, seemingly capable of swallowing light, formed above his head. In the canyon, whether it was the vast essence of life leaking from the shattered cores of the two king-level devourer beasts, the scattered seeds of spirit emanating from countless fallen beasts, or the pure yet malevolent ecological energy leaking from the severed vine nodes, all converged like rivers returning to the sea, transforming into visible torrents of energy, forcefully drawn in and devoured by that terrifying abyss vortex. The entire bone-cracking canyon fell into a profound silence after the cataclysmic battle roared to an end. Only the abyss vortex, consuming all remaining life and energy from the battlefield, silently spun, emanating a disquieting, overwhelming wave. The light of the candlelight supercomputer gradually receded, and at the canyon's mouth, the battered yet unyielding members of the team gazed in awe and excitement at Tai Xian, who stood like a divine being amidst the depths of the canyon. Chapter 78. A moment of respite. The acrid scent of smoke and blood still lingered in the canyon, the air imbued with an emptiness left by the abyss's consumption of residual essence energy, rendering the battlefield, recently ravaged by fierce combat, eerily silent. The swirling crimson mist overhead seemed to thin, allowing a dim light to filter through. Assess the battlefield, recover resources, Bai Yuekai's voice, tinged with unmistakable fatigue, commanded. As she leaned on her broadsword, her complexion paler than usual, her form slightly wavering. The recent surge of power in slaying a king-level beast, coupled with the sustained mental strain, had taken a heavy toll on her body. Tai Xian quickly appeared beside Bai Yuekai, gently embracing his girlfriend. With the support of his sturdy chest, Bai Yuekai revealed a softer side, leaning fully against him. Let us get to work. Shanda, with a resonant voice, was the first to take action. He retrieved a palm-sized pouch adorned with intricate spatial runes from his tactical backpack, the Qianquan folding space bag. As he infused it with a modicum of energy, the pouch levitated, casting a pale blue scanning beam that enveloped the massive remains of the king-level giant lizard, which loomed like a small mountain. In a flicker of light, the colossal remnants swiftly collapsed and dematerialized, ultimately being absorbed into the diminutive cube, leaving only charred traces on the cooled lava below. Others promptly produced their own Qianquan folding space bags. Su Tong and my duo were tasked with collecting the smaller, yet uniquely material-laden remains of the elite devouring beasts, particularly the fragments of their core essence seeds and specialized crystalline tissues. Xiaodou skillfully manipulated a flying sword, precisely severing relatively intact obsidian shell fragments and crimson crystal spikes from the humanoid king-level remains, materials imbued with formidable energy conduction properties. Sui Xing silently gathered the scattered remnants of specialized arrows, especially their tips, striving to recover as many as possible. Tasia flickered in and out of sight, utilizing her high-mobility boots to swiftly mark and reclaim valuable remnants scattered along the battlefield's edge or within rock crevices. The entire process was efficient and silent. Each face bore the weariness of battle, yet their movements were meticulous. The materials harvested from these king-level and elite devouring beasts were crucial for the technological advancements and equipment enhancements of Dragonbone Village. The swirling abyssal whirlpool above Tai Xian gradually ceased its rotation, ultimately vanishing back into the ergonomic equipment on his back. He sensed the vast yet chaotic life essence and ecological energy newly assimilated within the abyss, his brow furrowing slightly. To forcibly absorb such a substantial and diverse array of energy, even the abyss required time for refinement and purification. He said little, merely extending his arm to gently embrace Bai Yuekai, who trembled slightly, a concerned look etched upon his face. I'm fine, Bai Yuekai murmured, though the frailty in her voice was unmistakable. Let us return to the village. The recent actions of the mana ecology are peculiar, We need to analyze them. Tai Xian's tone brooked no argument as his gaze swept over the busy group. Su Tong, the content from the combat data recorder, along with the candlelight interference logs, must be imported into the main supercomputer for in-depth analysis upon our return. Focus on the interference efficiency of the candlelight on the core consciousness of the mana flower, the suppression thresholds, and the response delays and countermeasures of the overall mana ecology. I require a comprehensive analysis report. As Su Tong collected the last shimmering bone plate into the space bag, he stood tall at Tai Xian's command. Understood. Team Tai, he affirmed, his face weary yet devoid of any hint of refusal. Everyone, once you've finished collecting, we return immediately and remain vigilant, Bai Yuekai added, saying no more as she leaned entirely against Tai Xian's sturdy arm, allowing him to carry her towards the truck. The heavy vehicle roared back to life, transporting the exhausted yet triumphant warriors over the scorched earth toward Dragon Bone Village. Inside the truck, silence reigned, broken only by the engine's roar and the heavy breaths of the group. Shonda leaned against his shield, eyes closed in rest. Xiado, clutching the control handle, was drowsy. My duo gently caressed the metallic shell of the mechanical war beast. Sui Xing polished his longbow, and Tasia gazed out at the swirling crimson mist, her eyes deep in thought. This battle had drained too much of their spirit. Upon returning to the imposing alloy gates of Dragonbone Village, which shielded them from the external chaos and blood-red turmoil, the taut nerves of the group began to relax. Bai Yuekai was nearly supported by Tai Xian as they reached her dwelling. Open wide, Tai Xian's voice was low, as he held a sealed vial containing a viscous liquid, glimmering like mercury and exuding a potent life essence with a peculiar ethereal glow. This was a king-level life essence concentrated potion, meticulously crafted using the core remnants of the king-level devouring beasts they had previously hunted, combined with Dragonbone Village's unique biotechnology, refined in the two instruments' melting furnace. Bai Yuekai did not resist, but obediently consumed it. The potion was not sweet or fishy, but rather a strange, warming current infused with the crispness of flora and a searing sensation of thunder. This warmth rapidly spread through her limbs, nourishing her nearly depleted life essence like a long-awaited rain after drought. A hint of color returned to her pale face, and her tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. More importantly, a gentler yet resilient force permeated her consciousness, soothing her soul, which had been shaken by the king-level spiritual impact, bringing waves of refreshing comfort. Nourishing the soul was one of the core effects of this precious potion, surpassing the previous life potions derived solely from king-level devouring beasts. As she stabilized her breath and succumbed to a deep restorative slumber, Tai Xian gently covered her with a temperature-regulating fiber blanket. He then seated himself at the alloy workbench in a corner of the quiet room and closed his eyes. This was not rest, but activation. Buzz, deep within his consciousness, the dormant, universal mechanism system was instantly awakened. Cold and vast thoughts flowed like stars. The immense computational power began to operate at full capacity. Before him, the quiet room transformed into a virtual space composed of countless flowing data streams, energy graphs, three-dimensional models, and arcane runes. Analysis targets were locked. 1. The vibration body mana ecology textual samples, historical record comparison, energy frequency analysis, consciousness wave mapping. 2. Source quality preservation technology practice data, analyzing the effects of source quality preservation technology on the soul energy within life essence, while providing upgrade recommendations for the abyss. 3. Candlelight system interference waveform on the core consciousness of the mana flower, reverse engineering its structural weaknesses. The universal mechanism began to intricately weave together these seemingly independent, yet closely related clues, deeply correlating and calculating them. The twisted, enigmatic mana script on the vibration body resonated peculiarly with certain ineffective intervals of the candlelight interference waveform. Did this point to a linguistic logic or cognitive pattern deep within the mana ecology's consciousness? The core coding fragments of the king-level life essence, forcibly consumed by the abyss, were stripped away in the simulated environment of the universal mechanism. Compared with ordinary humans and even pure samples from the old world's gene pool, the forcibly distorted sections, imprinted with the mana ecology's mark, were as stubborn as a virus. How could they be purified in reverse? How could they be safely reintegrated? When the candlelight system interfered with the mana flower, it captured an extremely brief, furious pulse from the core consciousness of the mana ecology. The waveform characteristics match the peak energy fluctuations of the vibration body script. Could this be a fingerprint or flaw of the core consciousness? Tai Xian's thoughts raced through the data torrents, colliding and intertwining. He felt as though he stood at the entrance of a grand maze composed of countless puzzles, holding a few recently acquired key pieces. What he sought was the thread that ran through it all, the ultimate equation that could unlock the shackles of the soul, reverse the pollution of life essence, and repair the gene sequences distorted by the mana ecology. In the bedroom, only the rhythmic and prolonged breaths of Bai Yuekai could be heard. Meanwhile, in the quiet room, deep within Tai Xian's consciousness, a silent, yet fiercely intense exploration and calculation regarding the fundamental survival of humanity was just beginning. The vast new candlelight supercomputing system of Dragonbone Village, under Su Tong's operation, also commenced full power, providing an immense amount of peripheral data support for analyzing and deducing the battle data. The reasons behind the recent anomalies in the mana ecology would ultimately be revealed to all. Chapter 79. The Wisdom of Mana Ecology Deep within Dragonbone Village. The vast new candlelight supercomputing center was ablaze with light. Thousands of processor arrays emitted a low hum, and cooling fluids raced through the pipes. On the enormous holographic screen, torrents of data and complex energy waveform graphs were rapidly scrolling, comparing, and correlating. Su Tong's eyes were bloodshot yet gleamed with an exhilarating light. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, leaving ephemeral traces. He meticulously imported every detail captured by the squad's combat recorder, every energy wave peak logged by the interference system, and the ecological field distortion data from the mixed element compass into the supercomputing system for an unprecedented in-depth analysis. Tai Xian stood beside the control console, arms crossed and brow furrowed. His mind was divided, one part focused on the Zhu system, receiving real-time feedback from the supercomputing center's analysis, while the other immersed itself in the arduous deductions regarding the comprehensive mechanism of the source quality preservation and gene repair system. Bai Yuekai leaned against an ergonomic alloy chair. Her complexion improved slightly, thanks to the effects of the monarch-grade potion. However, the fatigue in her expression and the weakness emanating from her core remained unmitigated. Her gaze was also firmly fixed on the fluctuating data on the screen. Time slipped away in a hushed, tense analysis. Suddenly, the data stream on the main screen abruptly halted, followed by a set of energy characteristic graphs highlighted in red, flashing repeatedly, extracted and magnified. Found it. Su Tong's voice trembled with excitement. The source of the anomalous energy has been pinpointed. The temporal anchor is the last battle that destroyed the small-scale blood vortex in the southwest. On the screen, an exceedingly faint energy ripple, nearly obscured by the chaotic energy turbulence of the battle, was captured by the passive detection array of the Zhu system, spreading like water waves. The core characteristics of this ripple strongly matched a data packet pulse sent outward by the mana flower before being interfered with during the canyon battle. Look here. Su Tong swiftly called up a comparative overlay of the canyon battle data. The last pulse sent out by the canyon mana flower before our interference, with its encoding structure and energy frequency, bore a remarkable resemblance to the faint ripple captured after the small-scale blood vortex battle, with a similarity of 987. This is no coincidence. He struck the keyboard, retrieving the tactical review record of the small-scale blood vortex battle. In that encounter, we faced a single energy-aggregating monarch-level adversary. Though formidable, it was ultimately defeated by Mr. Tai's powerful assault, the process perilous yet within our contingency plans. After the battle concluded, we swiftly cleared the battlefield, recovered the core, and destroyed the mana flower node. Su Tong inhaled deeply, pointing to the conclusion displayed on the screen. The supercomputing deduction model indicated that it was that relatively smooth victory that allowed the destroyed mana flower, before its final obliteration, to transmit the entire combat process, including our tactical coordination, energy attack characteristics, especially the suppression effect against energy-type monarchs, and the individual capability data of squad members, through a source quality information stream via the underlying connections of the mana ecology to the core consciousness of the ecological network. He brought up the behavioral pattern analysis of the two monarch-level beasts from the canyon battle. Now consider this. The ambush in the canyon. The coordination of the two monarch-level devouring beasts, especially the humanoid monarch-level beast, its mental pollution attack intensity, and bizarre nature far exceeded any previous records. And that Beastman Monarch-level devouring beast did not join the attack immediately. Instead, it utilized the mana flower to heal its companion from the rear and unleashed a fusion mental shock of an intensity far beyond that of ordinary monarchs at a crucial moment. Su Tong's voice quivered. The conclusion was crystal clear. The core consciousness of the mana ecology had gleaned critical information from the last small-scale Blood Vortex battle. It had realized that a single energy-type monarch posed a limited threat to the well-equipped, tactically adept Longu village squad. Meanwhile, mental-level attacks, pollution, interference, inflicted chaos and damage upon us far exceeding that of pure energy or physical assaults. Ambushes and multi-monarch-level coordinated combat emerged as more effective hunting strategies. The entire supercomputing center fell into a profound silence. The conclusion displayed on the screen was cold and brutal, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. It had evolved once again. Bai Yuekai's voice was low, laden with unprecedented gravity. It was not merely a mutation or enhancement of power, but a manifestation of combat intelligence, an iteration of strategy. Through the experience gained from devouring life source quality, it was transforming into a higher-order pattern, approaching tactical thinking. Taishian slowly opened his eyes. The deductions within the vast mechanism of myriad laws momentarily halted. The analytical conclusion on the screen confirmed his deepest fears. The mana ecology, a terrifying entity that had devoured the old world and distorted life forms, possessed a learning and adaptive capability of its core consciousness far more daunting than they had anticipated. Each battle fed it, making it more cunning, more lethal. Our actions were accelerating its maturation. Xuan's voice was icy. We must find a way to disrupt this feedback loop of learning. Su Tong's analysis pinpointed the critical nodes, and Bai Yuekai's gaze sharpened. She supported herself to stand. Approaching the main screen, her finger indicating the waveform representing the mana flower's information transmission. The mana flower served as its eyes and ears on the battlefield, as well as a relay station for transmitting commands and receiving combat data. By severing this node, we could narrow its vision and significantly reduce its learning efficiency. She turned to Taishian and Su Tong, decisively proposing a plan. We need a new type of equipment, no longer large. Fixed Zhujiao disruptors mounted at the base or on vehicles. We require portable devices that squad members can carry with them, capable of immediate deployment for area, shielding interference as they penetrate the core of the battlefield. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Our objective is to actively release high-intensity, broad-spectrum Zhujiao interference waves at the very onset of combat, even before engaging with the mana flower. The interference range need not be vast, but the strength must be sufficient. The core goal is to incapacitate the real-time data connection between the mana flower and the ecological network, render it blind and deaf, unable to transmit our combat data or receive the latest commands from the core consciousness. Su Tong's eyes brightened instantly. A portable active interference device. Utilizing the new Zhu Zhao core algorithm, miniaturizing and instantaneously triggering the interference waveform. This concept is feasible. The challenges lay in balancing energy supply and interference strength, as well as ensuring the stability and countermeasure resilience of the interference in a complex and dynamic battlefield environment. The energy issue could potentially be addressed by combining the newly recovered Monarch-grade core remnants to create a miniaturized, high-density source-quality battery. Taishian spoke gravely, his mind already formulating preliminary models in response to this new direction. Stability of the interference waveform necessitates a precise suppression model of the mana ecology's communication frequency band through the new Zhu Zhao core algorithm. This is not particularly difficult. Countermeasures can be estimated through the mental exchange suppression of the devouring beast horde to derive more accurate data. Commence action immediately. Bai Yuekai commanded resolutely. Su Tong, Tasia, you are responsible for resolving equipment miniaturization, leveraging all supercomputing resources for support. She then glanced at Taishian. The miniaturization of energy relies solely on you. Ideally, we could integrate the positioning capabilities of the mixed element compass with the device. We need the most precise interference target. Understood. Taishian nodded. The new task direction temporarily alleviating the agitation stemming from the stalemate in source quality preservation deductions. The counteraction against the intelligent evolution of the mana ecology was urgent. Take a good rest. I will lead the others in the remaining tasks, Taishian said, looking at Bai Yuekai, who appeared somewhat uneasy. as he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders and guided her out of the room. After ensuring Bai Yuekai was settled, Taixian returned to the quiet chamber and closed his eyes once more. Within his consciousness, the vast computational power of the myriad laws once again diverged. One part began to fervently analyze the information transmission mechanism of the mana ecology to address the energy issues of the portable disruptor, while another continued its lonely and arduous journey through the massive labyrinth composed of life source quality, crimson essence, soul schematics, and genetic spirals. The stalemate persists, yet a flicker of urgency ignited by a new crisis ripples through the atmosphere, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool. The path of hope invariably extends resiliently through the interstices of despair and challenge. Chapter 80. Shadows of the Lighthouse within the core workshop of Longgu Village. Tension and focus permeate the air. The scent of metalworking, energy etching, and the subtly sweet aroma of crystalline energy fills the space. Su Tong and Tasia are gathered around a holographic design table, where a highly intricate disc-shaped device model spins rapidly on the screen, with countless golden and deep blue lines representing energy circuits and spatial interference fields weaving and extending within. The core interference module must be compressed by another 15. Otherwise, it cannot be integrated into the tactical exoskeleton's standard slot. Su Tong's brow furrows as his fingers deftly adjust parameters on the virtual keyboard. On several split screens beside him, the mathematical models of the candlelight interference waveform are being repeatedly optimized and simplified. With her eyes closed, Tasia hovers her hands above the model, her fingertips surrounded by a faint blue glow. She employs her spatial perception abilities to simulate the potential spatial ripples and energy dissipation points that may arise during the operation of the device. The phase stabilizer needs reinforcement. Su Tong, when the interference beam operates at full power, there is a 0.3 chance of distortion occurring at the edges of the miniaturized spatial folding field, which could lead to local interference failure. Her voice is cool and precise. Not far away, Taixian occupies a secluded workspace alone. Before him lies a fist-sized crystal, dark red like solidified magma, with a faintly thunderous glow swirling within it, enveloped by an energy field emitted by a golden spell. This high-purity source crystal was extracted from the remains of a canyon-dwelling orc-type king-level devourer, containing an incredibly violent energy. His eyes are tightly shut, and within his consciousness, the 10,000 Methods hub system operates at full power, constructing complex energy constraint models. Countless golden chains formed from cold data streams and arcane runes intertwine in virtual space, attempting to forcibly compress, constrain, and tame that ferocious king-level source energy, creating a stable and controllable output core to provide a surging and enduring power source for the portable candlelight shield. While the energy density meets the standard, the inherent reactivity of the source material is too strong. Conventional constraint materials will overload in 37 seconds, necessitating the introduction of a dual rune matrix of purification and sealing from the candlelight scriptures for neutralization. Taixian's thoughts probe delicately between the raging energy and the fragile container, seeking a subtle balance. Each failed simulation increases the risk of wasting this precious material. Amid this race against time in their research, Bai Yuekai's personal terminal emits a rapid and distinctive vibration frequency. This is not an ordinary communication request, but rather a high-priority encrypted message from her brother, Bai Yuetian. As Bai Yuekai reviews the latest analysis report of the mana ecological information flow on her terminal in a corner of the sofa, the vibration catches her attention, and her expression sharpens instantly. The message is brief, consisting of only a few lines, yet it pierces her with the sharpness of an icicle. Urgent, lighthouse anomaly. Shang Min Ran Bing, adjutant mark, emotional partner, will be forcibly executed to undertake a long journey. Lighthouse coordinates attached. Ran Bing is in grave danger. Bai Yuekai's fingers tighten around the terminal as she reads the terse message, her brow furrowing in a complex expression of unspoken concern. A long journey? That is merely the cruel ritual of the lighthouse abandoning the useless. Especially in such perilous ground conditions, this is akin to a death sentence. Yet for Ran Bing, although Bai Yuekai does not fully understand, it is evident from the mention of adjutant mark, emotional partner, that Ran Bing is likely very young. Why someone so young would be subject to such a fate remains unknown. For Bai Yuekai, she is largely indifferent to the people of the lighthouse. They are, after all, dispensable to Longgu Village. much like that instructor Elon, who is merely an ordinary old man in Longu village, not deserving of much attention. However, the phrase adjutant mark, emotional partner unsettles her somewhat. While they currently do not require a life-combining entity to execute the attack plan, Bai Yuekai, having experienced numerous failures, is not inclined to abandon Master Lai's plan entirely. Such an important matter always necessitates a strategy. Thus, rescuing Ran Bing should be a simple task for her. The only concern being the ominous term grave danger at the message's conclusion. Bai Yuetian would never lightly employ such words. Ran Bing must be encountering dangers that exceed the usual long journey. Taishian. Bai Yuekai seizes her communication device, pressing the call button and exclaiming. Her voice shatters the focused atmosphere of the workshop. Taishian abruptly opens his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of clarity crossing them as he captures the urgency in Bai Yuekai's voice. What is going on? Aren't you supposed to be resting? Is there something you need me for? He inquires, picking up his communication device. Unexpected situation. Bai Yuekai projects the terminal's message onto a small light screen in the center of the workshop. Bai Yuetian sent this message. It likely reflects Master Lai's will. The lighthouse coordinates are also sent to you. Bring back Shangmin Ranbing. Su Tong and Tasia, upon seeing the message, change their expressions. They understand the gravity of a long journey. Tai Xian scans the information, and when he sees Ran Bing's name alongside the dire annotation, a fragment of memory, long buried and originating from the original narrative, is instantaneously activated. That similarly white-haired girl met a tragic end, her life essence drained by the beastified mark, reducing her to cold flesh and earth, only to be shattered in despair by a heavy sniper rifle. The living Ran Bing is far more valuable than a heap of shattered flesh. This not only pertains to the emotional bond and potential stability of Mark, a unique existence, but also to the essence of a vibrant life itself. Ran Bing's combat prowess is, to some extent, a necessity for Longu village. And considering the many tragedies that have befallen this world, Taishian wishes to attempt to change, to leave behind something beautiful in this world. Agreed. Taishian's voice is resolute, devoid of any hesitation. He waves a hand to deactivate the energy field on the testing platform, swiftly securing the volatile king-level source crystal into a specially designed lead box. Tasia, halt the research and prepare combat gear. I have constructed a preliminary stable model for the source energy battery. The subsequent work will be considerably simpler. He turns to the communication device and addresses Bai Yuekai. The situation is urgent. I will lead a team ahead. The target area is unknown, requiring high mobility and strong firepower. I will take Shardstar, Tasia, and my duo with me. Shanda and Xiado will remain behind to assist Su Tong in continuing the development of the portable shield and manage the defense of Longu village. The mana ecology has just suffered a significant loss and could retaliate at any moment. Upon hearing Taishian's words, Bai Yuekai assesses the recovery status of the king-level potion within her